As the apocalyptic era descends, only cities endowed with self-awareness can withstand the onslaught of malevolent spirits. Yun Chen, having been ensnared by treachery, finds herself amidst a horde of phantoms. By a stroke of fortune, she escapes into a dilapidated town, only to discover that she has become its chosen inhabitant, unable to depart. In pursuit of a better life, she is compelled to cultivate sustenance, engage with the supernatural, develop the town, and embark on a harrowing journey of survival in this desolate city. The dilapidated town inquires, "Madam, may I kiss you?" Yun Chen responds, "With what? With your city gate?" Vines that reside upon the city walls awaken, their deep green tendrils affectionately nearing Yun Chen. Buds bloom unexpectedly, and vibrant flowers bestow a kiss upon her lips. The dilapidated town whispers, "Kiss." Once, this place was merely a collection of crumbling, rain-soaked stone structures, desolate and void of life. In the blink of an eye, roads unfurl, skyscrapers rise, and the air is filled with the clamor of humanity. Yun Chen had thought she held the script for agrarian pursuits, yet she unwittingly bears the weight of connecting the will of disparate cities and awakening the realm of Jiuzhou. To safeguard the world is the duty of every individual, and with such responsibility comes the burden of honor. One that the invasion that in the year 2031, nearly 2 decades have passed since humanity entered the apocalyptic age. The river's surface is encased in ice. A wild fawn bounds forth from the thicket, glancing about as it steps onto the frozen expanse. Crack! It bolts in panic. The translucent ice fractures, creating an aperture through which a deep crimson hue emerges, staining the water's surface. Cautiously intrigued, the fawn edges closer, step by tentative step. Suddenly, beneath the crimson hue, a human arm protruded, grasping its foreleg, icy and piercing. Startled, it leapt back, unwittingly dragging a frail girl from beneath the ice, her scarlet cloak cascading into the water, sinking silently. The fawn had never encountered such a creature in this realm, and hastily bounded away. A heavy intake of breath, she was not dead. What a miracle! Yun Chen clenched her teeth, suppressing the tremors that surged from her very core, surveying the utterly unfamiliar surroundings. Instinctively, she tightened her garments and rose unsteadily in search of a refuge. The horizon was tinted with the colors of dusk they were about to awaken. Yun Chen pushed through the blinding branches, the dense thicket obscuring her sense of direction. Only the viscous black substance left upon the leaves of the bushes, exuding a pungent sulfurous odor, indicated that a specter had lingered here for more than a fleeting moment. He could not afford to remain. In 2012, in the southeastern city of the Jiuzhou continent on the planet Thales, a multitude of bizarre creatures emerged. They possessed human-like upper bodies and lower halves composed of swirling shadows, impervious to gunfire, indiscriminately slaughtering humanity and heralding an apocalyptic dread. They were dubbed specters. Had it not been for the subsequent miracle, humanity would have faded into obscurity on the planet Thales. As a child born in the aftermath of the apocalypse, most were educated by their elders from an early age on how to discern the traits of these specters. Even Yun Chen, who had previously dwelled in a secure environment, was not exempt from such lessons. She had always been dismissive, never believing she would encounter the supernatural. Now, it was too late for regrets. She had never imagined she would fall victim to a dreadful prank, landing herself in such a predicament. Yun Chen stood behind a sturdy tree, noticing the dust particles floating in the air, some as large as pebbles. She quickly retrieved a compass from the EDC bag, strapped to her thigh. The needle spun wildly, unable to find its bearings, and her expression darkened considerably. Such disturbances in the planetary magnetic field and gravity could only occur in places where spirits gathered in abundance. This place is exceedingly perilous. Yun Chen quelled her panic. Her clothes were still damp, and the frigid December air seemed to freeze her thoughts in place. The more dangerous the situation, the more one must remain composed. Her keen eyes caught sight of a patch among the trees where the underbrush was sparse, revealing a scene of devastation. Regardless of whether the marks were left by humans or animals, that area should be relatively safer. Spirits are solely interested in humans and pose no threat to animals, however. Creatures instinctively avoid such lifeless entities. Yun Chen jogged, striving to suppress her breathing, which grew louder as the sun's rays began to wane. Nightfall marked the time when spirits became most active, and she needed to find a refuge before darkness enveloped the land. When humans encounter spirits, barring fortuitous circumstances, it often leads to a dead end. Yun Chen bent low, traversing the narrow passage formed by the branches, her slender frame struggling to navigate the constricted space. The thorny brambles tore through her garments and the exposed skin of her hands. Despite her utmost caution, her blood still clung to the foliage, for the specters were exceedingly sensitive to the scent of blood. Amidst the flickering shadows of the trees, she thought she heard the piercing shriek of a specter awakening from behind her. Yun Chen bit her lip and quickened her pace. The passageway widened from a narrow corridor into a vast expanse. Buildings, overtaken by nature, either lay in ruins or stood defiantly, their greenery vibrant even in the depths of winter, a breathtaking sight to behold. Yun Chen felt a heavy weight in her heart. The scene before her signified a lack of human presence in the vicinity. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, she resolved her escape route. 3 paths lay ahead, cloaked in moss, with the tiles heaved up, yet the remnants of the original road's froma. Bygone era were discernible. Advancing further, Yun Chen discerned the inner workings of the 3 routes. The path straight ahead carried a faint scent of sulfur, while the routes to the left and right revealed grayish-white particles floating in the light. Whether to turn left or right, the compass spun wildly, rendering her directionless. Yun Chen thought to herself that humanity has distilled 3 cardinal rules for encountering specters. First, if you catch a whiff of sulfur or behold a viscous black liquid, flee. Second, if the air is thick with dust and the compass falters, escape. Third, if the temperature plummets below freezing, run. Had she unwittingly stumbled into a horde of specters? Suddenly, Yun Chen noticed a green flag hanging on the wall of a building, overgrown with vegetation on the right side of her. Oda was tucked within the foliage, easily overlooked unless one looked closely. Instinctively, she approached the 6-story intact building, a sudden wave of trepidation washing over her, a chill creeping down the nape of her neck. It was a specter. Move, quickly move. Yun Chen screamed internally, her cold limbs finally responding to her command. As she sprinted towards her chosen path, she glanced at the wildly oscillating compass. Gritting her teeth, she opted for a different route, the far left path. On the 3rd floor of the towering edifice, a pair of pallid hands emerged, shutting the shattered window, the ledge oozing a viscous black liquid. The substance dripped down to the ground, splattering the surface of the soil, which stirred up the light earth, only to be lifted higher by the encroaching black mist. This phantasm possessed the upper body of a human, its skin slick and damp, revealing dark veins beneath. Its mouth stretched into a grotesque grin, eyes reflecting the fleeing figure of a short-haired girl ahead. Prey that uttered in an eerie tone, as it pursued forward. A 2-story building suddenly collapsed, blocking its path. The specter halted, expressionless, fixating on the motionless vines at the base of the fallen structure, hovering before the ruins, seemingly at a loss for how to proceed. Yun Chen exerted every ounce of strength in her escape. Her clothing, made of quick-drying material, felt significantly lighter now than before. A tremendous sound echoed behind her, and she noticed that the compass in her hand began to rotate more steadily, its frantic motion calming. Had the specter not pursued her, it seemed remarkably safe here. The temperature felt normal against her skin. Devoid of floating dust, the magnetic field and gravity were stable, and there were no discernible odors or liquids. Yun Chen slowed her pace, finding herself in a completely abandoned human settlement overrun by nature. The greenery thrived abundantly, with trees reaching heights that seemed to touch the sky. Amidst the forest, remnants of human architecture lay scattered, and within 2 meters of Yun Chen stood a solitary wall adorned with a rusted iron gate, enveloped by creeping vines. A few meters behind the wall, a half-collapsed brick house lingered in decay. As she moved forward, something tripped her. Looking down, she saw several thick vines that had seemingly materialized from nowhere. She was certain they had not been there before. This peculiar sight sparked a hypothesis in Yun Chen's mind. The vines, as if startled, shot up straight, their tips trembling gently. Yun Chen was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated their timidity. Extending her hand, She cautiously approached the vines, saying, "You can sense my sincerity." The vines remained motionless, allowing the girl's fingertips to brush against their surface. With a slight quiver, the vine responded in the area warmed by her touch. A delicate white flower shyly bloomed, its petals enveloping her fingertip. Yun Chen gazed in bewilderment at the flower that seemed to embrace her finger, uncertain whether this entity was in agreement or opposition, especially as her fingertips still bore traces of blood. The winter sky darkened abruptly, and the temperature plummeted significantly. Yun Chen heard once again the rustling noises behind her, accompanied by a piercing scream that resonated. Ted nearby, an image crept along her cheek, and as she turned her gaze slightly, she found a pale face mere inches from her own, adorned with a smile, while a gentle caress brushed the nape off her neck. The specters of the night grew increasingly menacing, their presence elusive, appearing as they pleased. The iron gate rattled incessantly. Divided by the wall, the malevolent beings were thwarted from entering, repeatedly colliding with an invisible barrier. As night fully enveloped the surroundings, Yun Chen beheld a multitude of ghostly figures pressing against the periphery, their faces contorted with desperation, leaving her with less than 200 square meters of space for survival. Yet, Yun Chen felt no fear this time. Within the crumbling structure of bricks, a soft luminescence emanated, dispelling the apocalyptic gloom. As the specters descended upon the earth, humanity found itself in despair, only for a miracle to manifest. The first city, known as Xinjing, awakened with a will of its own, Provi. Ding's sanctuary impervious to the encroaching phantoms. Gradually, other city wills began to awaken, allowing humanity to catch its breath amid the desolation. The very structure before her was a manifestation of a city's awakened will. Exhausted, Yun Chen collapsed to her knees, gazing at the horde of spirits isolated beyond the city's protective barrier, their dark aura swirling menacingly in the air. In such a realm rife with phantoms, the very existence of the city's will is nothing short of miraculous. Vines prodded Yun Chen's arm. She glanced over, noticing the vines hoisting her EDC bag, the strap having inexplicably snapped, leaving a gash on the surface, with its contents strewn about. "Thank you, as she gathered her belongings. The vines assisted her, sifting through to retrieve a distant photograph, their movements causing the delicate blossoms atop to gently fall. The photograph lay face down on the ground. Inscribed on its back was a line of small text. "You are the millennium's beauty, dedicated to my dearest lady." A tiny white flower settled directly beneath the word lady. Yun Chen picked up the photograph, carefully inspecting it for damage. The front had yellowed with age, depicting a couple cradling an infant, the husband's visage entirely obscured by pencil. She tucked the photograph into her jacket pocket, gently smoothing the fabric, and with a radiant smile directed at the vines, she inquired, "What type of offering would you prefer?" The vines remained motionless. Yun Chen waited. Silence. A prolonged silence. Only the wails of phantoms echoed outside. The vines stirred. They pointed at Yun Chen's jacket. "Is it my coat?" she asked. The vines shook their response. "Then it must be the photograph?" The vines continued to sway. Yun Chen, having asked several questions without success, jested, "Could it be me?" Instantly, the vines began to nod vigorously. "Yun Chen, to that intrusion too. I am Yun Chen, 15 years old, hailing from Zhongzhou, a city much like yours." In the aftermath of the apocalypse, humanity continues to reckon time according to the Gregorian calendar. As of March 2016, the traditional concept of a city has been abolished. Only regions imbued with the will of the city may rightfully be designated as such. Those who dwell within the protective embrace of a city are bound by duty to offer homage to its will. Different city wills exhibit varying preferences for such offerings, yet one principle remains universally true. Yun Chen timidly introduced herself, her voice barely above a whisper, while the tendrils around her, adorned with a hint of yellowed branches, stood erect, reminiscent of a diligent student attentively absorbing knowledge in class. Indeed, all cities harbor no aversion to cultural offerings. The will of the city delights in hearing humans recount tales of their lives, their environments, customs, and even the minutiae of daily existence. Yun Chen promptly raised her voice, brimming with enthusiasm. I am uncertain as to why I find myself here. All I know is that just as I believed I was on the brink of death, a dazzling array of colors flashed before my eyes. And then I found him. Myself in the river. She animatedly gestured, one hand slicing through the air for one, and the other for five, her eyes wide with astonishment. If it weren't for that little deer breaking the ice, I would have met my end at the tender age of 15. The tendrils gradually leaned closer to the girl's gesture for one, then receded, only to approach the gesture for five before retreating once more. Subsequently, two new tendrils emerged, assuming a pose reminiscent of arms crossed in front of the upright tendril. Yun Chen stroked her chin, pondering the other person's meaning. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she clenched her left fist, striking it against her right palm, exclaiming, "Do you not understand what 15 years old signifies?" At the top of the vine, a small flower popped out with a soft pop. Yun Chen elaborated, 15 years old is my age. Each year of life adds one more year since my birth." She noticed a branch in front of her leaning to the side and immediately raised one finger on one hand while lifting five on the other. Yun Chen exclaimed, "Are you also 15 years old?" The vine struck a pose, hands on its hips. Yun Chen gazed at the lively vine, somewhat entranced. She recognized this as a childlike manifestation of the city's will. The will of Zhongzhou had never displayed such overt emotions. It was far more mature and composed, having played the role of the father she lacked throughout her upbringing. Thus, upon encountering the city's will, she felt a profound sense of affinity. The will of Zhongzhou cared for her, as her parents had once saved his chosen representative. The chosen ones are those selected by the city's will, capable of communicating with it. The representative of Zhongzhou was named Meng Ranlin, whom she affectionately referred to as Uncle Meng. During her childhood, Uncle Meng had always treated her well, bestowing various special privileges upon her and her mother. However, after her mother passed away a few years ago, she sensed that Uncle Meng seemed to harbor some disdain for her. Uncle Meng had a son, 2 years her junior, who had always looked down upon her. This time, she found herself ensnared by a horde of ghosts precisely because he had seized her RS relics and cast them beyond the city walls. As she scavenged for items, apparitions suddenly emerged in droves, encircling her in a menacing embrace. She heard their cries for assistance and salvation, and in the next moment, her nostrils filled with the frigid waters of the river. She found herself in a realm marked by the remnants of these specters, utterly foreign to her. Yun Chen reached into her collar, grasping the necklace with thine, an emblem of the promise she made to her mother. She would live a life of health and joy, no matter where she may be. As she uttered these words, her gaze traced the origin of the tendrils, each winding vine stemming from a source of light. That place should be the embodiment of the city, a location radiating a gentle luminescence. Within those dilapidated structures, the walls obscured her vision and stifled her curiosity. The city appeared as a manifestation of its collective will, predominantly represented by various stone statues, visible only to the city's guardians. The tendrils did not exhibit anger, rather, they curiously awaited her to kindle a flame. Yun Chen retrieved items from her battered EDC bag. Within it lay 2 magnesium fire starters, a military knife card, and a palm-sized piece of tough jerky. Though the bag was not waterproof, these items had all been soaked by the river, fortunately remaining functional. The magnesium rods retained their ignition capabilities, even when wet. Yun Chen had already surveyed her surroundings. The ground was strewn with dry grass. In the corners lay branches blown by the wind, sun-dried and suitable for kindling. As the vine swayed in rhythm with Yun Chen's actions of collecting stones, hay, and firewood, they bobbed in unison whenever the other party scraped magnesium powder from the magnus. Rod with a metal piece, scrape once, nod once. Scrape again, nod again. Sparks erupted from the hay, and the vine stood erect, resembling a startled groundhog. Yun Chen cautiously fanned the flame, adding the firewood, and circled the area with stones to create a firebreak, the flames gradually intensifying. The phantoms abhorred brightness, and many drifted away from the scene, while the remaining specters remained indifferent to the source of light. The vines appeared as curious beings eager to touch the flames. "Be careful," Yun Chen quickly intervened, saying, "It can burn you, and it will hurt." The vines comprehended the notion of pain, retracting their tendrils and keeping a safe distance from the bonfire. The glow of the fire infused the tranquil night with warmth and illumination. Yun Chen removed her outer garment, placing it near the flames to dry while tending to her wounds. Noticing the vine's confusion, she elucidated, "I fell into the river today. Although my clothes are dry, they still carry a chill. If not thoroughly dried, I may develop a fever." Seeing the vines grow even more perplexed, she continued, "Humans can fall ill. A fever is a manifestation of sickness. When one has a fever, their body temperature rises and they shiver due to the cold." She mimicked the trembling. "If the heat does not subside, it could lead to death." Petals fell from the branches, startling the vines. "It's not as frightening as it seems," Yun Chen reassured Tang Wan. "When one has a fever, it is essential to drink plenty of warm water, envelop oneself in thick blankets, and indulge in a good rest to recover." Tang Wan, somewhat disgruntled, turned her back on Yun Chen, though there was no discernible difference between its front and back. Yun Chen inquired, "Would you like to hear about Zhongzhou?" Tang Wan twisted her branches and nestled beside Yun Chen. Zhongzhou is a place where everyone engages in activities together, farming, crafting garments, and sharing meals. Even the children capable of movement must contribute, except for me. Noticing Tang Wan raise a branch slightly, as if to listen, Yun Chen lifted a finger to scratch her face and nonchalantly turned the clothing beside the fire. "I didn't intentionally shirk my duties, it's just that they wouldn't allow me to participate. I can recognize many characters," she murmured softly. "Although others lack the time to learn, my mother said that my ability to recognize so many words is quite impressive." At that moment, the clothes had dried completely, and she donned them. The night air was frigid, and even in her garments, she could still feel the chill. Phantoms continued to drift outside, and Yun Chen glanced at them, wrapping herself more snugly in her attire. With a light-hearted tone, she remarked, "The noodle soup in Zhongzhou is exceptionally delicious. The uncles and aunts prepare their own condiments, and these wide noodles absorb the flavors beautifully. However, noodles are a luxury, typically savored only during bountiful harvests by the supply teams. Each time, I manage to snatch 3, and there's more." The vine listened intently to Yun Chen's words, encountering numerous incomprehensible phrases, yet was confident that understanding would soon follow. As Yun Chen recounted his tale, the light on the other side seemed to brighten significantly. In the midst of his narration, Yun Chen gradually succumbed to slumber, his hand resting firmly on the fabric over his chest. Curled up beside the remnants of the fire, she appeared diminutive and fragile. The vine, positioned nearby, cautiously raised itself, its tendrils gently prodding the girl's face. To its surprise, she was soft. It quivered in place, prodding her again. Incredible softness, and still warm. Is this humanity? Achoo! The vine lay flat on the ground, its leaves shielding the delicate blossom atop its head, remaining motionless for a considerable time. The ground trembled imperceptibly, nearly undetectable to the naked eye, yet the tendrils abruptly stiffened and rose. The girl was shivering. Was it from a cold? It must be the cold. Reflecting on her previous words, the vine pondered, could this be a fever? Is she on the brink of death? What should I do? The vine stood frozen for a moment, lost in thought. Within the illuminated area lay a large cocoon entirely enveloped by green tendrils, surrounded by several intricately woven boxes. The vine rummaged through the boxes, searching tirelessly. At last, a new blossom unfurled atop its tendril. A soiled carpet was tossed over Yun Chen, concealing both his head and feet. This obstructed a direct observation of the girl's condition. The vines cautiously penetrated the carpet, propping it up slightly, only to discover that the young girl was still trim. Bling! The remaining branches immediately sought to retrieve a tattered quilt, which they clumsily draped over the carpet. After a moment of contemplation, the vines wondered if it was still insufficient. In a state of distress, the vines rummaged through their surroundings and finally unearthed a piece of human clothing, now stained a deep crimson with blood. They covered her with it, yet she continued to shiver. Another layer of carpet was added, but she still quaked. A further quilt was placed upon her, and still the trembling persisted. It seemed that more layers were necessary. The specter silently observed this scene. A peculiar rustling noise roused Yun Chen from her slumber. She opened her eyes to the disorienting sensation of being weighed down by heavy objects. Her limbs felt leaden, and her head was clouded, as though she were feverish. With the recent mishaps of falling into water and the ensuing fright, it was hardly surprising that she would be unwell. In her dazed state, she noticed a cluster of vines gathered around, laboriously carrying a dilapidated mattress. What a gentle manifestation of the city's will. She mused, was it preparing a bed for her? Preparing a bed, did it truly require lifting the mattress so high? Wait a moment. Yun Chen jolted awake, straining to extend her neck for a clearer view of her surroundings, only to be seized by terror. The weight upon her body was no mere illusion. She was buried beneath a staggering pile, utterly immobilized. As the vines prepared to drape the mattress over her as well, tears streamed down Yun Chen's face as she exclaimed, "If you don't want me here, just say so. Please don't bury me alive. I can leave at once." The vines responded with a startled gasp. As Yun Chen awakened, she found herself in a sun-drenched room, the rays filtering through a partially collapsed roof, casting a warm glow upon her face that rendered her immobile. She gazed at the ceiling for an extended period, pondering whether this was a dream. Why was there such a significant gash in her room? Oh, she recalled that she was no longer in Zhongzhou, but in an unfamiliar locale. She had narrowly escaped drowning in a river, barely evaded the pursuit of phantoms, and ultimately found refuge under the benevolent protection of the city's will, spending the night within its domain. Startled, Yun Chen sat up, feeling both parched and famished. She touched her forehead, sensing a slight fever. Had anything else transpired yesterday? Yes, the city's will had intended to bury her alive. In a state of panic, she glanced around, but the towering piles she remembered had vanished, and the surroundings offered no concealment for such remnants. Could it have been merely a nightmare? Moistening her cracked lips with her tongue, she steadied herself against the ground and stood, her steps unsteady. The structure she found herself in was a two-story brick edifice, with half of the roof having caved in, while the remaining portion had succumbed to the invasion of greenery. Between the bricks and the floor, lush grass thrived, and in the corners, where moisture lingered, moss flourished. It was reassuring to note that, despite its dilapidation, the building still appeared sturdy, rather than teetering on the brink of collapse like a derelict ruin. Yet, it was undeniably shabby. Compared to Zhongzhou, this place resembled a miniature, ramshackle town. Yun Chen stood in the section devoid of a roof. She remembered that the city seemed to lie beyond, marked by a wall, with the original wooden door having rotted away, leaving only a frame. Through this doorway, only a sea of green was visible, devoid of any trace of vines. As Yun Chen greeted, a branch slowly and gently emerged from behind the door frame, drooping languidly. Yun Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Have you not rested well?" She was uncertain whether the will of the city required rest. Behind the wall, the vine branches twisted into a tangle, while in front, Yun Chen stood in a daze. Why had the will of the city suddenly taken a disliking to her? Could it be that the entombment from yesterday was not merely a nightmare, but a reality that transpired? It seemed that the will of the city was dissatisfied with her offering from the previous day, or perhaps, after a night of coexistence, had grown quite disdainful of her. Her failure to satisfy its expectations during the entombment yesterday had led to its apparent reluctance to meet her today. The thinnest of the vine branches prodded at the wall's crevice, pushing aside other weeds, secretly observing whether the girl was upset due to the events of yesterday. After Yun Chen had uttered, "Please do not bury me," she had succumbed to unconsciousness. His conjecture was that she might have fainted from anger. Though he could not comprehend her facial expressions, he could sense her emotions. Well, this does not bode well. Yun Chen suppressed her sorrow. The fact that the will of the city was willing to shelter her for a day was already a great act of kindness. How could she dare to overstep? With utmost politeness, she declared, "I understand. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality last night." The weather outside was also just right. The clearer the skies, the more the specters loathed to appear. At the height of day, they would never show themselves, presenting a prime opportunity for action. She hoped to find a new refuge before sunset. Just as she stepped out of the house, something caught her finger. Looking down, she saw a vine encircling her pinky, trembling slightly. Behind the vines trailed more branches, each one extending straight towards the cherubic cheeks of the young girl. The colors of the vines and branches reflected in Yun Chen's eyes, and she thought, surely they wouldn't strike her? As if in confirmation, each branch bore a delicate flower at its tip. One by one, clusters of blossoms unfurled, competing to bloom, dotting the verdant vines like stars scattered across a celestial canvas. Glimmering in the fractured sunlight, Yun Chen, both astonished and delighted, reached out, gently caressing the flowers, exclaiming, "How beautiful!" The vines softly swayed her little finger. "I gift you these flowers. Please stay. Why must you leave? This was not a spoken phrase, but rather the meaning Yun Chen discerned from the erratic movements of the vine branches. Through their whimsical exchange, she gradually understood that the events of the previous day had been a misunderstanding. The city had merely perceived her fever and sought to cover her with a blanket. She remained puzzled as to why it possessed so many human-like items. Nevertheless, it was a gentle manifestation of the city's will, albeit with somewhat radical actions. Now standing before an iron gate devoid of any protective function, she earnestly explained, I merely stepped outside. I need water. I seek sustenance. In such a perilous place, even if you wish me gone, I have no desire to leave. She cast a glance at the black, viscous liquid on the ground, which was gradually fading under the sunlight, yet it revealed the abundance of malevolent spirits in this area. Even during the day, one would not find such traces of phantoms outside of Zhangzhou. The vines tilted their branches in contemplation. Yun Chen simply wished to find water and inquired, Can you leave this vicinity? She gestured while spreading her palms, inviting you to accompany her, assuring that she would not leave. The vertical vine hesitated for a moment before placing its tendril in Yun Chen's palm. The branch was resilient and remarkably sturdy. Yun Chen grasped it and stepped through the iron gate. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Could one truly escape the confines of the city? However, it was quickly overshadowed by the pressing need for water and sustenance. Knowing how to forage for food and water in the wilderness was an essential lesson for every child born in a post-apocalyptic world. Yun Chen perked up her ears, fully engaging her sensory faculties in search of a water source. The sound of flowing water or croaking frogs would indicate nearby hydration. Less than a kilometer from the city, she discerned the gentle murmur of a stream, following the moist scent in the air. She ventured toward the direction imbued with the fragrant aroma of damp earth and fresh grass. As she moved, she treaded carefully, avoiding contact with the surrounding flora. Yesterday's circumstances had left her no choice. Today, however, she was cautious, aware that poisonous insects or snakes could pose a grave threat. After a few steps, she discovered a small stream, its waters flowing gently and crystal clear. A fawn was quenching its thirst nearby, signaling the water was drinkable. Yun Chen cupped her hands to scoop up a handful of the sweet river water, revitalizing her spirit. Against the current chill of the air, the water felt warm. At that moment, the vine draped over her head like a verdant headband. Yun Chen sighed, lamenting her lack of experience, unable to recall even the simplest of necessities. The vine gently patted her head. Yun Chen gazed around, and suddenly, her attention was drawn to a stone at the riverbed. It had taken on the shape of a slightly tilted bowl after enduring the relentless flow of water over time. Its form was remarkably perfect and alluring. I have made my decision. This shall serve as my cooking vessel in the future. She removed her shoes, rolled up her sleeves and pant legs, and waded into the river to retrieve the stone. The water barely reached her calves, yet the stone weighed no less than 20 pounds, making her efforts quite strenuous. The frail girl donned her shoes once more and attempted to shift the stone, panting heavily from the exertion. The vines above hesitated momentarily before silently descending upon Yun Chen, refraining from adding to her burden. Do you wish to assist? Yun Chen queried as she noticed the vines reaching for the stone, but she quickly declined their help. The vines drooped slightly, displaying a hint of disappointment. Yun Chen promptly clarified, I cannot rely on your strength. There is a saying you may have heard, self-reliance leads to abundance. I must strive on my own. The longer she toiled, the heavier the stone felt in her hands. Gritting her teeth, Yun Chen proclaimed, Even if I do not train now, I shall do so in the future. Exercise strengthens one's resilience against illness and extends life. The vines, in response, joyfully blossomed a small flower. With every 100 meters Yun Chen successfully traversed, a new flower would bloom from the vines. Upon placing her newly acquired stone pot indoors, Yun Chen sought out a few fallen vines from the city will, selecting sturdy branches by the tree's edge. The vines, filled with curiosity, watched as she fashioned a hook-like trigger from the branches, binding them with the vines as she explained, I intend to create several traps. This one is called elastic rope snare. She had noticed the presence of rabbit holes in this vicinity upon her arrival. As long as a few more traps are set nearby, with a stroke of luck, one is bound to catch a rabbit. Seeing that Vine was diligently at work, he enthusiastically pulled down several branches and handed them to Yun Chen. Thank you, she exclaimed. As they completed their task, dusk began to settle in. The specters gradually awakened, and the air was filled with rising screams. A chilling darkness enveloped the land. Yun Chen sat by the fire, eagerly boasting to the will of the city about her day's harvest. First, let us unveil our shining star of the day, Tada. It is Mr. Stonepot. With her arms outstretched, she gestured towards the large rock she had found by the river, passionately declaring, "What grants our Mr. Stonepot such a flawless form? It is fate. Let us warmly welcome Mr. Stonepot." As her words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the accompanying screams of the specters. While Vine quietly observed the young girl, Yun Chen cleared her throat and whispered, "At this moment, you ought to applaud along with me. Otherwise, I shall feel rather awkward." Vine tilted his branches, and Yun Chen demonstrated what applause looked like, prompting a rhythmic motion from him. With renewed enthusiasm, she continued, "Now, let us turn our attention to our Miss Bamboo Tube. Her remarkable form and exquisite colors instantly reveal her potential as a valuable asset, for she contains the water known as the source of life. Welcome, Miss Bamboo Tube, to our gathering." Suddenly, a sound akin to firecrackers erupted as the applause rang out, startling Yun Chen so much that she nearly leapt from her spot. The resounding clapping was enough to send a shiver down her spine. After calming his emotions, Yun Chen remarked, "You cooperate splendidly." It suddenly dawned on her that she did not know the other party's name. "How should I address you?" The Vine swayed slightly. Yun Chen replied, "By your name, of course. I am called Yun Chen, and the will of Zhongzhou is referred to as Zhongzhou. What about you?" She observed the Vine standing still for quite some time, illuminated by the flickering flames, before it slowly began to sway back and forth, eventually lying flat on the ground, utterly motionless. "Is it inconvenient for you to share your name?" The Vine swayed side to side. "Could it be that you have no name?" The Vine nodded up and down. "I have heard that once the will of the city awakens, it will come to know its own name. Perhaps you could think again?" The Vine remained withdrawn. "You could also bestow a name upon yourself. After all, names are merely labels for identification and need not be of great concern." Yet the Vine continued to withdraw. Yun Chen scratched his head, saying, "How about I propose a couple of nicknames for you, and you can choose from them?" The Vine perked up in anticipation. Yun Chen continued, "A conundrum, indeed. Your Excellency, Sir, Madam, Divine Being, Jade Emperor, Great Yama, Demonic Spirit, Little Meow, Little Wolf, Little Broken City, Cough." Yun Chen abruptly halted, nearly biting his tongue, casting a guilty glance at the will of the city, his hands fidgeting as he conjured up a rather awkward explanation. My nickname is Little Sorrowful Door Star." The Vine seemed unperturbed, knowing only that when the girl uttered Little Broken City, her tone was the most melodious, her eyes sparkling with mirth. It was a teasing tone, intimate and devoid of distance. Delightful. As Yun Chen prepared the bed, a sense of guilt enveloped her. The once noble intent of the city had been reduced to a whimsical moniker of Little Broken City, a label she was compelled to adopt, casting her as a sinner. What if, in the future, the other party formed a bond with the city and developed a deeper understanding of human vocabulary? Would she be required to atone for her actions? Gazing at the simple bed fashioned from leaves, a wave of sorrow washed over her. She had initially intended to borrow a blanket, but now, she lay beside the foliage, the campfire crackling nearby, with foraged fruits arranged in a stone pot beside her. Soon, slumber claimed her. Her breathing became steady, punctuated occasionally by murmurs from her dreams. A vine, stealthily emerging from the doorframe, extended a tendril, reaching forward to tug at the leaves beneath Yun Chen. "Pull it." The leaves shifted along with her, precisely as the vine desired. "Pull it again." It was only when the leaves and Yun Chen were pressed tightly against the wall that it ceased its motion. The luminosity of the city surged, and shadows receded. A timid gaze peeked through the opening, revealing a round, stone figure whose surface, a pale gray, hinted at a touch of pink. Then, the opening closed, forming a sealed green cocoon. Upon awakening, Yun Chen felt a sense of bewilderment. She was aware that her relaxed demeanor resulted in a rather poor sleeping posture. Yet she had not anticipated that she would roll around so much in the confines of the room. She sighed at the wall before her. Why must I be the sort of person who rolls about in bed while sleeping? The green cocoon behind the wall quivered. A tendril emerged, pointing towards the outside. Yun Chen's attention shifted, and upon discerning the scene beyond, her expression brightened with joy. One of the elastic traps she had set the previous day had indeed ensnared a rabbit. A large rabbit. A gray adult hare lay exhausted on the ground, its body cloaked in shades of brown and earthy yellow, seemingly trapped by a rudimentary snare for an entire night. The hare, weighing at least 10 pounds, had surprisingly succumbed to such a simplistic device. As Yun Chen approached the trap, a sense of pride swelling within her, she noticed something peculiar about the hare. The tips of the grass blades surrounding it were stained with an inconspicuous reddish-brown hue, suggesting that her trap had not inflicted any harm on its prey. Upon closer inspection, she found a nail embedded in the hare's hind leg, concealed beneath its belly. Half of the nail had already penetrated the flesh, with the surrounding fur matted. The source of the bloodstains on the grass. Why was there a nail in the hare's body? Yun Chen pondered, puzzled by its location on the outer thigh, which rendered it improbable for the hare to have accidentally stepped on it. Grasping the hare by its ears, she brought it to the fire, carefully extracting the nail through the foliage. The hare reacted violently, kicking its hind legs in protest. Using the remaining vines from her previous day's trap-making, she bound the creature and set it aside. Holding the nail aloft, she scrutinized it meticulously. The iron surface was smooth and rust-free, displaying evident signs of human intervention. Its sharpness was markedly enhanced. It appeared to have been employed as a blow dart. The range of a blow dart relies on the lung capacity of the user, yet it could not have traveled far. Were there other humans nearby last night? A hint of excitement tinged Yun Chen's voice as she inquired about the presence of fellow beings. She was the first human he had encountered since awakening. Having spent the remainder of his time in solitude, haunted by eerie cries while feeling the dwindling energy within him, gradually succumbing to fatigue, perhaps on the brink of falling into slumber once more. Until her arrival, the monochromatic world was infused with a new hue. He was vibrant. Yun Chen observed the vine's denial without disappointment and eagerly proposed to him. If there are other humans nearby, can they come in? Upon hearing the hypothesis of other humans entering, the vine paused momentarily, gesticulating animatedly to express that he would wholeheartedly welcome more humans. Yun Chen grasped the vine's hand, a knowing expression on his face, and remarked, "It seems we are both fond of lively company." The vine wholeheartedly agreed. Yet upon learning that Yun Chen intended to seek out traces of other humans, he vehemently opposed this idea. The vine then enacted a dramatic scene. Twigs stood upright to represent the jungle, while a short twig traversed through it, only to be ambushed by a few fierce branches that mercilessly brought it down to the ground and tore at it. The surroundings were profoundly silent, save for the sound of the wind rustling through the verdant foliage. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Chen suddenly puffed out his cheeks in indignation. The vine, taken aback, waved its branches, wondering if it had angered her by forbidding her search for other humans. Just as it was about to bloom, it heard the girl's voice. Filled with ire, "Why is the vine representing me so short, while the others stand tall? Do you see me as just a diminutive figure?" The vine silently raised the vine representing Yun Chen significantly higher, though not excessively so, just enough to surpass the petite girl before him. Satisfied, Yun Chen asserted, "Rest assured, I have no intention of actively seeking them out. That would be far too perilous. The specters of night pose a formidable threat to life, and the perils concealed within the thickets by day are equally significant. At present, she is fortunate enough to have evaded any dangerous creatures. Once, an exploration team in Zhongzhou encountered a tiger, possibly a pure wild one, or perhaps an escapee from a former city zoo. Unprepared for the encounter, they lost several members. Yun Chen remarked, they might not have realized that humans could inhabit this place, which deterred them from approaching. During her time in Zhongzhou, she had heard adults speak of the existence of numerous human wanderers outside the urban confines, in addition to the clustered populace within the city. These wanderers possess remarkable evasion skills. Some among them perceive the city as akin to a specter, an unknown and fearsome force, untrustworthy and undesirable for habitation, while others remain oblivious to the city's existence, living in a state of constant trepidation. Yun Chen is uncertain how these wanderers survive the night, eluding the phantoms. Yet she is aware of their existence. She proposed, if we can make this place appear inhabited, perhaps other humans will come here willingly. Soon, this place will be bustling with people, transforming it into a clean and beautiful haven. The vines yearned for a vision filled with humanity, as Yun Chen continued. When the crowd grows, you too shall have the opportunity to select a city dweller that meets your desires. What is that? Came the question, leaving Yun Chen momentarily perplexed. The city's was unaware of what a city dweller was, and she pondered how to elucidate. She explained, from what I understand, city dwellers are the emissaries of the city's will. Chosen by it, they possess the ability to communicate and convey thoughts. She whispered again, there is another piece of gossip. I have heard that the City S will select its favored individuals as the City S companions. Should someone more favored by the City S will emerge, it is possible for the City S companion to be replaced. Here, favor does not denote romantic affection between beings, but rather a pure sentiment. The vine pointed at Yun Chen, who looked perplexed. The vine then gestured towards herself, prompting Yun Chen to cautiously inquire, "Are you suggesting that you wish to choose me as your companion?" The vine swayed affirmatively. Yun Chen, with utmost seriousness, replied, "You ought to meet more humans before making such a decision. I am immensely grateful for your protection, but when you encounter others, you may find me quite insignificant." The vine, unable to comprehend Yun Chen's words, anxiously shook its tendrils. Regardless of who may appear in the future, none could be more favored than her. Flowers bloomed, and sentiments were conveyed. After her mother passed away, suffering from a worsening illness, Yun Chen believed that no one in this world would ever cherish her again. Taken aback, she replied, slightly reserved, "Well, if you truly wish for me to be your companion, I can certainly oblige." A sense of joy enveloped them both. Half a minute later, the city will desired to select Yun Chen as its companion, yet was uncertain how to proceed. Yun Chen cradled her head in her arms. "If you do not even know how to designate a companion, how could I possibly know?" Did she appear to resemble a humanoid manifestation of the city's will? Her understanding of the city's will surpassed that of ordinary citizens merely due to her mother's influence, granting her insights beyond what most could perceive. One person, one city. Feeling dejected, Yun Chen was the first to regain her spirits. "We can gradually find a solution to this matter. Let us seal our promise with a pinky swear." "A pinky swear?" Tung Wan observed as Yun Chen extended her pinky, its tip rounded and delicate. Their pinkies intertwined. The young girl giggled and chirped, the branches swaying gently in response. Just as the thumb was about to press lightly on the branch, a small flower unexpectedly bloomed, catching the promise. Joy surged within her. The branch brushed against Yun Chen's hand, softly nuzzling. After cleaning the wild rabbit by the river, Yun Chen divided it into 4 portions, setting aside one for dinner. The remainder was simply wrapped in leaves. Given the low temperature, this method of preservation would ensure the meat remained fresh. As night descended, phantoms silently emerged, observing the humans within the invisible barrier of air as they feasted heartily. Since it was decided to showcase signs of human habitation, a thorough tidying was essential. Such an endeavor required ample sustenance. With her cheeks puffed, Yun Chen relished the delightful flavor of the rabbit, its cuteness only enhancing its taste. In the face of the city's fervent insistence, Yun Chen adapted to the required address, finding that uttering those 3 words drew her connection to the city closer. Naturally, after her strong demand for the little broken city to recall its true name, she immediately sought a new appellation. The city's essence, emanating from its will, served as a defense against the phantoms. The aura of the little broken city enveloped the 2-story brick house where Yun Chen currently resided, along with a portion of the surrounding grassland, totaling less than 200 square meters. Compared to the vast expanse of thousands of square kilometers in the Central Plains, this little broken city indeed appears diminutive. However, this proves advantageous for Yun Chen at present, as it facilitates easier tidying. Rising early, amidst the flickering flames and the eerie wails, Yun Chen devised a cleaning plan. She decided to commence with the stone house, where moss lingered in the corners. Climbing ivy draped over the eaves and walls, thick layers of dust settled, and unknown multi-legged creatures occasionally scuttled across the ground, all of which required thorough cleansing. Biting into a succulent red fruit, Yun Chen remarked, "Today, we will need plenty of hot water, and I shall craft a broom from bamboo leaves. Oh, and we must also find a designated place to store the leftover ash from the fire." As the little broken city absorbed the girl's murmurs, the vines and branches lay obediently against the ground, with the tiny flowers atop the branches blooming and closing rhythmically every few seconds. Filled with anticipation, he observed as the dawn broke and the sinister shadows gradually dissipated. For the first time, Yun Chen witnessed the specters vanishing in the sunlight, akin to elements erased from a green canvas, fading away bit by bit, leaving behind a chilling sight. It seemed there were fewer of them than on the day of her arrival. The overwhelming malevolence of the first night had left an indelible mark in her mind. Carrying a large bundle of bamboo tubes, Yun Chen stepped outside. Fewer is surely better, she pondered. With so many specters, could humans truly survive the night? I have heard adults say that if one is discovered by a specter, death is inevitable. Is it possible for them to remain undetected? If that is indeed the case, they must be remarkably formidable. Upon reaching the riverbank, the gentle sound of flowing water brought a sense of tranquility to her spirit. Upon encountering a small deer that frequents this spot for water, Yun Chen greeted it warmly. "Hello, we meet again." This particular deer, adorned with a distinctive pattern, was easily recognizable. Since Yun Chen's arrival, It had been exceedingly wary. Upon hearing her voice, it instantly leapt into the thicket, sending droplets of water splashing. The vines propped up a branch, causing the leaves to sway. "You frightened it away," Yun Chen remarked. She filled each bamboo tube with water and strapped them onto her back with sturdy vines, adding, "It is still unfamiliar with me. Once we become acquainted, it will surely not fear me, for I have no intention of harming it." To the right and ahead, a small grove of bamboo stood. Yun Chen had gathered her bamboo tubes from there. "Look at my nails," she said. "They have grown long. I initially intended to trim them, but I've discovered that longer nails can be advantageous for certain tasks." Little Broken City gazed at her bare nails and could not discern any growth. However, her hands bore numerous scars compared to their first meeting, and her clothes were quite soiled, yet her smile remained as radiant as ever. The bamboo leaves shimmered with a particularly vibrant green hue in the winter sun. Yun Chen had only learned to craft brooms from bamboo. She was unsure how to select the appropriate leaves. "I shall simply choose those that please my eye." As her gaze swept across the bamboo grove, her steps suddenly halted. What was that? In the depths of the grove, she spotted a strip of cloth tied to a branch, seemingly inscribed with words. Though the distance rendered them illegible, could it be a signal left by other humans? The vines around her wrist tightened, as if Little Broken City were cautioning her. Yun Chen did not rush forward. Instead, she scrutinized the cloth for a moment before enlisting the vines to help her break off a few bamboo stalks and swiftly depart from the area. "I yearn to encounter others, yet the atmosphere there renders me profoundly uneasy, compelling me to refrain from venturing forth." The silhouette of the young girl gradually dissipated amidst the bamboo growth. Suddenly, a slender arm clad in a short-sleeved garment thrust forth, marred by an array of purple bruises and sores, forcefully tearing away a piece of fabric, causing the bamboo leaves to rustle. As she passed by the trap she had fashioned, she cast a glance to see if any prey had fallen victim. Regrettably, neither the previous night nor today had yielded any catch, and several traps lay utterly destroyed, seemingly ensnared by a larger quarry. However, Yun Chen had designed elastic rope snares, suitable only for capturing smaller creatures such as foxes and hares. How delightful it would be to savor steaming sweet potatoes and potatoes. Yun Chen painted a picture of blissful winter days in the little dilapidated town, relishing roasted sweet potatoes as she spoke, her mouth watering. "My mother would weave sturdy grass ropes, always managing to exchange a great number of sweet potatoes for me." The sweet potatoes she roasted were fragrant and sweet, with a crispy exterior and a soft, glutinous interior, lasting until her passing. She fell silent, placing her hands over her heart, bowing her head to grasp the necklace concealed beneath her clothing, her bangs obscuring her expression. The corners of her lips turned downward. In less than half a minute, she cheerfully declared, "I may not know how to weave grass ropes, but I have mastered the art of roasting sweet potatoes." The vines clung to the back of her hand, offering silent solace. Though she smiled, he could perceive an undercurrent of sorrow in her emotions. She cleared away the remnants of ash from the fire, wrapping them in a large leaf and setting them aside, reigniting the flames. She positioned her impeccable stone pot to begin boiling water. "When I water the plants shortly, you must stand back, lest you be scalded. Boiling water can eradicate moss, and wood ash can also eliminate it." The vines remained stagnant in place. As the water reached a boil, Yun Chen took the initiative to cleanse the corners of the wall in the center of the room, where the moss was most abundant, followed closely by the entrance, which also harbored a considerable amount of it. The stone pot, with each boiling session, produced just enough water to douse a wave of moss. Time and again, she managed to splatter the visible moss on this half of the space. As for the other side, that was where the city lay. Yun Chen resolved to tidy up this area before inquiring whether the Little Broken City required cleaning as well. She commenced crafting a broom. Still in need of assistance from the Little Broken City, wielding her military knife to chop through the bamboo. The vines gently lifted and then softly descended, causing the bamboo stalks to snap. "You possess remarkable strength." Yun Chen's praise made the vines raise their leaves, obscuring the small flowers at their tips, seemingly bashful. The severed bamboo tops were to be fashioned into broom handles, while the branches required roasting over fire to remove the excess leaves, which would then be arranged by length to create the broom. Completing this task in a single day proved impossible. Today, Yun Chen could only finish roasting the branches, leaving the final assembly of the broom for tomorrow. As night fell, the spectral figures made their timely appearance. Sitting by the fire, she watched the eerie entities move about with the Little Broken City, this being her sole source of entertainment before sleep. The apparitions bore human-like upper bodies, While their lower halves were shrouded in ghostly mist, their pallid skin and menacing expressions instilling a sense of dread. Yet, as Yun Chen observed them over time, she grew accustomed to their terror, even managing to jest about them. They all resembled one another, and look, that one can fly. As dawn broke, Yun Chen yawned and resumed her broom-making. After spending an entire morning, she completed her bamboo broom, albeit with numerous imperfections. However, it remained functional. The moss, which had been drenched in boiling water yesterday, vanished at a mere sweep today, revealing the original cement floor beneath. Dust was expelled from the house by the bamboo broom, while the green plants sprouting from the crevices of the walls were gradually plucked away by Yun Chen. The little dilapidated town observed the house becoming increasingly clean, bringing her joy that made her dance with delight. Vines slithered across the ground, free from any dust or soil clinging to them. What once consisted solely of plants and crumbling walls now boasted a kitchen formed by a fire pit and a stone pot, a bed made of large leaves, bamboo tubes adorning the walls like decorative pieces, and a corner filled with various items. The vibrant essence of life communicated to her that she was no longer alone. Someone was here with her, willingly tending to her needs. The vines continued to traverse the ground, inspecting the kitchen, bedroom, and storage room repeatedly. At this moment, Yun Chen was weeding the overgrown grass at the entrance of the brick house. Exhausted, she lost her balance and sat down heavily on the steps, her stomach growling. The vines immediately approached her, nudging her arm and pressing against her foot, filled with urgency. Yun Chen reassured, "It's all right. I just need to rest for a moment. I've done too much today." The vines nestled into the palm of Yun Chen's hand, gently lifting it, while two other tendrils wrapped around her, softly kneading. Yun Chen paused in surprise, feeling a supportive sensation on her back as she leaned back. Moments later, her head tilted, resting against the flowering branches. "I miss home." The vines halted their kneading motion. "A place is only a home when shared with family and friends. After my mother's passing, I felt as though I no longer had a home." Yun Chen reached out and embraced the vine, burying his face in it, tears streaming down incessantly. "Yet, at this moment, I felt a sense of belonging." The voice was soft and gentle, yet the little broken city could hear it distinctly. She was weeping, but what he sensed was joy. Unsure of how to respond, he merely lifted his verdant tendrils, mirroring her actions to offer a similar embrace. The vine, cold as a plant, provided an unexpectedly warm solace. She discovered a large, green box entirely composed of vines, positioned at the center of her half of the dwelling, seemingly appearing from nowhere. The branches guided her to the box, prompting her to question, "What is this?" The vine gestured towards the box, and then towards her. Yun Chen, puzzled, asked, "Is this for me?" The vine swayed up and down, opening the box to reveal a jumble of various items, discarded belongings of humanity, some appearing remarkably new, while others were tattered and soiled. The vine proudly presented a quilt, handing it to Yun Chen. The quilt was riddled with several large holes, stained with patches of black and yellow, quite mottled. Yun Chen received it with delight, exclaiming, "Is this a gift for me? At last, I have something to cover myself with at night." Seeing Yun Chen's joy in the quilt, the vine was elated, offering her the entire box. "Is it all for me?" Yun Chen never anticipated receiving a gift from the little broken city, and she eagerly rummaged through the box like a treasure hunter. "This kettle looks like it could still be useful." However, upon inspection, she discovered the inner lining of the thermos was already damaged. Yun Chen sighed, regretfully setting aside the thermos. The vine echoed the gesture with a similar sigh. A puffy skirt, perfect for summer. Yun Chen unearthed a delightful treasure. But upon noticing the dried bloodstains on the skirt, she hesitated and remarked, "It seems rather inauspicious." The little broken city, still perplexed by the meaning of her words, nodded in agreement. Wow, wow, wow. "Look at this. I adore it. Please, take a look." Yun Chen clenched her fist and extended it before him, revealing several plastic hairpins shaped like daisies, preserved in pristine condition. "What purpose do these serve?" she questioned, demonstrating their use by pinning up her bangs, exposing her smooth, full forehead, and beaming with a silly smile. "They must look lovely." She continued rummaging through the box's contents. These were human artifacts slowly collected over the years by the little broken city's awakening consciousness through the vine. The city's essence harbored an intrinsic affinity for humanity, learning about them only through such means. He possessed many such boxes, filled with his treasured possessions. The joy of offering cherished items and receiving the same reverence in return filled him with delight. "Oh, what is this?" Yun Chen's search came to a halt as she cradled a notebook. The side of the notebook bore a lock, accompanied by two small keys intended for unlocking. She opened the notebook. The first page bore the words, "Do not cry, do not make a fuss, do not hang oneself," alongside a faded selfie of a girl. Her bangs were thick, her eyes surrounded by dark makeup, and her long, thick eyelashes framed her round, bulging eyes, resembling two large grapes. She raised her middle finger at the camera. Yun Chen recalled that this gesture bore ominous connotations. She turned the pages downward, revealing a diary. Tung Wan leaned closer as Yun Chen began to read each word inscribed upon the pages. January 1st, 2012, Sunday, torrential rain. Damn it. That old hag can only make braised pork. So fatty who would want to eat that? At her age, still rummaging through garbage outside. Does she not fear dying out there? I have absolutely no desire to study. What is the point of paying tuition? It's utterly exasperating. What prospects could the daughter of a rapist and a salon worker possibly have? Even if I attend high school, what difference will it make? Still fixated on that abhorrent thing, damn it. Yun Chen ceased her reading. The remainder of the text was filled with vitriol. She flipped through several more pages. The name Li Duan was unbearably mundane. Once I reach adulthood, I shall change my name to Wei Qi Zijing. I've got a boyfriend. Engaging in those activities is just mediocre. His equipment barely exceeds the length of my thumb. Even a newborn should be larger than this. Playing competitive games. I constantly encounter imbecilic teammates. This diary is devoid of substance. Yun Chen flipped to the final page, and upon discerning its content, she incredulously turned back the pages. Although those creatures appeared nearly identical, their differing types could be discerned from their patterns of movement. I have cataloged the various monsters I have encountered over the past 7 years, collectively referring to them as specters, and have meticulously documented them within this diary. If one day I were to pass away and someone were to discover this diary, finding it truly beneficial, then please share this part with everyone. Yun Chen turned, bewildered, to the small broken city and said, "Can you believe it? This person actually grappled with specters for 7 years. Even identifying their types and how to confront them." The tendrils stood rigid, mirroring Yun Chen's astonishment. How could a human possibly survive an encounter with a specter? Is the content of the diary genuine? Accompanied by the small broken city, Yun Chen continued to peruse the diary, reading aloud. "I believe that specters are the scourge released by the world to eradicate humanity, reveling in the thrill of hunting us, viewing humans as their prey, the apex predators. As prey, to evade such top-tier hunters, one must become acquainted with their habits, behavioral traits, and other essential details. Enhancing one's physical capabilities is the cornerstone of survival. I have documented 10 types of specters, limited to those I have encountered. Fortuitously, in my city, I have witnessed a sufficient number of them. I have heard that illegible writing is the city with the highest concentration of specters. Other regions of Jiuzhou are far less populated with them. Yet, I shall not depart from here, for I have yet to find my grandmother, even her remains." Yun Chen paused at this point, her fingertip brushing over the indecipherable text, and inquired, which city might this have originally been? If she could ascertain this, she would undoubtedly comprehend her approximate distance from the central plains. The vine swayed gently, entwining with Yun Chen's hand, urging her to continue reading. The pitiful little dilapidated city. A place devoid of literacy, embodied a city's will that had never grasped the essence inscribed within these tomes. Do not rush. I too am eager to discover what lies ahead. Yun Chen proceeded to read on. Returning to the main subject, phantoms are exceedingly perilous. If one must designate a relatively safer type, it would be the anti-spirits. Phantoms typically exist in 2 states. One is the unconscious wandering state, while the other is the hunting state upon encountering humans. I once had a companion who, in his impatience with the anti-spirits' incessant chatter, commanded them to leave, only to be torn to shreds by them, while I, standing silently beside him, remained unscathed. Anti-spirits are remarkably easy to identify. They engage in relentless and voluble discourse at any time and place. The response upon encountering them is straightforward: don earplugs and disregard their presence. Furthermore, it is noteworthy, though only most of the time, that where anti-spirits dwell, one need not worry about encountering other phantoms, as they are often met with disdain from their own kind. Yun Chen poured a bit of water from the bamboo tube to soothe her throat. I had never heard of such phantoms before. The little dilapidated city pondered for a moment, as if recollecting an instance when, while gathering human artifacts, he had encountered a room filled with voices. A place that lay beyond his reach, and thus he refrained from entering. The vines were incapable of articulating overly complex thoughts. They could only convey that such phantoms must indeed exist. The diary flips to this page, which remains unfinished. Could it be that each page chronicles a different type of specter? Yet, there are only a few sheets left. The wandering soul is the most populous and common of spirits, moving aimlessly and slowly. Upon detecting a human presence, it enters a hunting state and accelerates. Its attack pattern, in gaming terms, resembles a heavy strike, characterized by a lengthy wind-up before each blow, providing an opportunity for evasion. With deliberate training in sprinting and parkour, one may evade the hunting state of a wandering soul. Even when confronted directly, there exists a chance of escape, albeit limited to a single entity. The handwriting below shifts in style, appearing haphazard and scrawled, suggesting a later edition. Wandering souls may attack and consume their own kind. While those nurtured through dark arts exhibit an exceedingly ferocious temperament, their malevolent aura denser than that of ordinary souls, with speed rivaling that of a law enforcer. They possess a blind spot behind them, do not entertain thoughts of evasion, escape swiftly. I must be the last human here. My grandmother's body has yet to be found. The diary turns another page. The feather strike, the only flying specter I have encountered thus far, is exceedingly dangerous and exhibits a savage disposition. Their vision is poor, but their hearing is exceptional. They discern location through sound, though they are not as terrifying as bats. The sole method of evading them is to maintain silence. I detest encountering feather strikes at the bottom of a well. In this respect, they are akin to bats. Could the flying specter be the one she saw yesterday? The diary flips once more, revealing the final page, which incited astonishment in Yun Chen, prompting him to turn ahead. The obsessive ghost is a spectral entity that embodies a duality of safety and peril. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I find myself particularly intrigued by these entities. They are solely fixated on their obsessions and are the only type of ghost I know capable of possessing human beings. Once they inhabit a mortal form, they pursue their fixations relentlessly until the vessel is rendered uninhabitable. The safety of the obsessive ghost lies in the nature of their obsessions. If their fixation is on pursuits such as music, chess, literature, or painting, they inflict harm only upon the possessed individual. Conversely, their danger escalates when their obsessions involve pursuits that are exceedingly hazardous to humanity. I once found myself the target of an obsessive ghost fixated on cannibalism. And after a prolonged struggle, I managed to expel it from its host using a nearly depleted camera. Regrettably, the individual had been possessed for far too long, and their body had already begun to decay. It is worth noting that these ghosts can operate in daylight, distinguishing them as one of the few intelligent types among spectral beings. However, their intelligence is limited. After possession, they often fail to discern their host as anything but another human. There is little cause for excessive concern regarding their infiltration among humans, as the possessed individuals also exude a repulsive black liquid characteristic of these entities. The vulnerabilities of the obsessive ghost are their corporeal vessels and the camera. When the body they possess becomes entirely immobile, they relinquish it. Capturing them with a camera can also interrupt their possession. If a malevolent spirit were to attempt possession, one would instantly feel a chilling sensation at the nape of the neck, akin to a gentle caress. This sensation is unmistakable. A mere touch at that moment could sever the spirit's connection. Yun Chen felt a shiver run down her spine as memories flooded back. On her very first day here, while evading the ghostly presence in the dilapidated city, night had just fallen when the apparition materialized. A specter, bearing the visage of a woman, had pressed against her, sending a shiver down her neck as if someone were stroking it. It was only when the tendrils brushed her fingertips that she regained her ability to move. Escaping into the embrace of the city's aura. Was that the malevolent spirit? The thought sent chills through Yun Chen. She turned to the crumbling city and lamented, "How fortunate you were to rescue me." But it had returned, the flesh-eating spirit, now having established a lair to ensnare surviving humans. At the intersection of Hongjiangpu Road in Songjiang District, on the third floor of Haichin apartment, I have marked the location on the map. It lured victims with pleas for help, and to my astonishment, its cunning had significantly improved, nearly ensnaring me in its trap. Thankfully, I only lost 2 fingers. It is relentless in its pursuit, harboring a grudge. It remembers me and has nearly tracked my hiding place on several occasions. Luckily, I remained vigilant. That wretched beast. A spirit so tenacious, it feels like a skinning. The pain must be excruciating. I can hardly fathom the agony of losing 2 fingers. But the intersection? Yun Chen mused, recalling the very junction she fled from, murmuring, could it possibly be the same place? As she flipped through the contents once more, she found no additional records of spirits. She noted that a total of 10 types of specters were documented, including the maternal spirit, wandering souls, feathered strikes, and the foolish ghost, only 4 types in total. Yun Chen did not believe that the diary's author, Li Duan, had left it unfinished. After the entries on wandering souls and foolish ghosts, Li Duan had mentioned laws and painted skins, which were evidently also types of spirits. Another crucial matter was the map. Li Duan stated that she had marked the location of the man-eating foolish ghost on the map, yet the map remained elusive. Yun Chen inquired, "Is this the only diary?" The vine swayed up and down. As he distinctly recalled all the items he had collected, there was indeed only this one notebook. Yun Chen redirected his gaze to the diary, closing it to inspect further. The diary had a texture akin to leather, its surface worn and marred, yet faint gold patterns stubbornly lingered on the front. Turning to the back, he noticed a box in the lower right corner, where the text had become indistinct, barely recognizable. The material was PU, and it contained 120 pages. As he finished speaking, the vine observed the girl promptly opening the diary, murmuring 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After counting the pages, Yun Chen remarked, "There are only 62 pages." The diary featured a spiral binding, meaning any torn pages would leave no trace. She had not considered the possibility of missing pages in the diary. It now appeared that the diary was incomplete, leaving one to wonder whether there might be a chance to uncover the remaining contents. Why were there missing pages in the diary? Was it due to loss during preservation? Or had Li Duan intentionally torn out parts of her writings? There are countless matters she yearns to comprehend and digest, leaving Yun Chen somewhat bewildered in her excitement. Previously, her understanding of specters was rather limited. However, she has now discerned that there are indeed various kinds of these entities, becoming acquainted with information regarding for distinct types. All thanks to you. The vines bloom with delicate flowers. It is through Yun Chen that he has come to grasp the contents of the diary, divided by a mere wall. The city resembles the room they occupy, where the green cocoon unfurls its leaves, appearing somewhat larger than before. Where do you suppose the remaining pages of the diary might be? The little broken city recalls the spot where the diary was discovered, not far from here. And he can escort Yun Chen there tomorrow. Yun Chen immediately muses, "Is there anything in this world more remarkable than you?" No. The vines raise 2 leaves, shielding the petite flowers atop, twisting their branches left and right. As night deepens, Yun Chen retrieves a piece of rabbit meat, skewering it with a twig beside the fire. The sizzling sound of fat dripping into the flames is accompanied by the anguished wails of specters outside the city. Once more, Yun Chen catches sight of the flying specter, towering above the others, floating in the air. Is this what they call a feather strike? Her vision may be poor, yet her hearing is acute. It is worth a try. Yun Chen picks up a round stone, weighing it in her hand, then raises her arm to hurl it. Whoosh, the stone hurtles towards the iron gate. Whiz. The vines dart towards the stone. Hey, wait, that was not meant for you. Yun Chen watches in astonishment as the vines catch the stone, merrily swimming back towards her. Yun Chen. Day 7, another new day dawns. Upon rising, Yun Chen feels the ache in her arms, a consequence of her excessive stone throwing the previous night. Had she not been so weary that her eyes could scarcely remain open, the little broken city would have relished the continuation of their new game. The sun had just risen halfway, suspended in the sky, as the phantoms that surrounded the stone houses gradually dissipated. In the midst of their fading screams, Yun Chen lifted a porcelain basin and poured a bit of water from a bamboo tube to cleanse her still healing wounds. The basin, a gift from the little broken city, was adorned with a red rim and bore the auspicious character inside, remarkably preserved without a trace of rust. The fabric serving as her towel was derived from the same source, a tattered shirt beyond repair, which Yun Chen had deftly sliced into several pieces with a military knife, repurposing them into towels and rags. After finishing her breakfast of red fruits, she surveyed the traps she had set, releasing a pregnant doe before gathering her belongings and setting off with the little broken city towards the location where Li Duan's diary had been discovered. A vine led the way ahead, one of its branches entwining with Yun Chen's hand, guiding her in a direction entirely contrary to their usual outings. The shrubs that once flourished in the city had begun to grow wildly, untrimmed, invading the original pathways. Even in winter, they thrived with vibrant greenery, standing in stark contrast to the nearby bare trees. Occasionally, Yun Chen would catch sight of one or two trails of dark liquid left by the phantoms, which, under the intense sunlight, were slowly evaporating. The dark liquid left by the phantoms would evaporate in strong sunlight, yet remain persistent in the absence of it. After approximately an hour and a half of travel, the guiding vine came to a halt. Ahead, two towering iron gates were entwined with verdant tendrils, each pole adorned with the flowing hues of rust, while the chains hanging from the gates wore a coat of corroded decay. The chains, mere decorations, could not conceal the gap wide enough for an adult to slip through. Yun Chen inquired, "Is it within here?" The vines swayed gently. Suddenly, she noticed that the tendrils sprouted from the earth rather than sprawling from the city, their remaining portions concealed underground. Was this a manifestation of the city's peculiar will? Yun Chen dismissed the thought, slipping through the crevice and entering the iron gates. Weeds thrived abundantly, and every few meters stood a stone tablet, each crowned with black and white photographs, most of which rendered the faces unrecognizable. Yun Chen paused, recalling the adult's descriptions. Was this a cemetery? The air grew noticeably colder, and the faint sounds of insects scuttling became increasingly apparent. She spotted a shovel embedded beside one of the stone tablets, intact except for a slightly damaged wooden handle. Without hesitation, she extracted the shovel. It was now hers. The little dilapidated city moved forward, seemingly concerned that Yun Chen might confuse the vines with other flora, and so the moving branches deliberately bloomed a small flower, the only blossoming tendril in sight. Amused, Yun Chen hoisted the shovel and followed suit. A moss-covered, desolate well lay ahead, beside which rested a stone slab, with vines shifting it. Also cloaked in moss, Yun Chen noticed what appeared to be writing on the stone slab. She crouched down, setting the shovel aside, and retrieved her military knife to scrape away the moss. The indentation re-emerged, revealing the inscription, "Secret. I enjoy having a well near the camp. It provides water without the need to search for a source. Thirsty, hungry, and fatigued, sometimes enduring these sensations can lead one through. Yet, the unbearable despair that engulfs one in darkness is insufferable. When shall the road to hope be illuminated?" Suddenly, a vine stood tall beside her, diverting Yun Chen's attention. Upon the removal of the stones, there lay a rectangular pit over a meter deep, utterly devoid of contents. The dilapidated city had indeed left no trace of salvage. Was there truly anything remarkable about this pit? The vine anxiously swayed its tendrils. Yun Chen inquired, "What troubles you?" The vine encircled a cluster of fallen leaves and deposited them into the pit, gesturing towards the pocket of Yun Chen's garment, then using another tendril to retrieve half of a leaf. After a brief pause, a third tendril collected the remaining leaves, covered them with a stone slab, then lifted the slab again, revealing a state of shock in the vine. Yun Chen comprehended. "You imply that you did not retrieve everything initially, and there should still be remnants within, yet now they are all gone?" The vine nodded in affirmation. Yun Chen stroked her chin thoughtfully. Could it be that others have discovered and taken them? The vine drooped in disappointment, while the little flower wilted in silence. Their visit had yielded nothing. It felt utterly futile. Yun Chen offered words of consolation. "We cannot expect every endeavor to bear fruit. The mere act of our presence here holds its own significance. Look, I have even found a shovel." She pointed to the shovel lying on the ground. The little flower blossomed anew. Yun Chen approached the dry well beside the stones, where not far off stood a robust tree, its trunk thick enough to embrace several adults. The well is profoundly deep and entirely dried up. The walls feel devoid of moisture, while the mouth and rim are adorned with moss. Her gaze was drawn to it because Li Duan's diary had referenced the well. The words etched upon the stone slab remain unchanged, yet her perspective has shifted. The vine observed the girl standing motionless, then picked up a withered twig, tracing a diagonal line upon the slab. She uttered, "So this is the secret." The twig glided from the last character of the first line to the preceding character of the next line, advancing one character forward with each line, culminating in the revelation. There is a hidden passage beneath the well. This was the message left by Li Duan on the stone slab, undoubtedly referring to the desolate well. Yun Chen gathered a handful of dry grass, fashioned it into a small bundle, ignited it, and cast it into the well. The bundle met the bottom, where the flames continued to flicker. Yun Chen contemplated the method of descent. The vine eagerly volunteered, demonstrating the act of raising its branches high and tossing them into the well. After a moment of silence, Yun Chen remarked, "Even if I could jump directly down without fatal consequences, this way would surely lead to my demise. The little broken city." He humbly sought advice. Yun Chen equipped herself with flammable materials, secured her waist with a vine, and utilized another to aid her ascent, the vines firmly anchored outside. Grasping the vines with both hands, she gradually descended along the well-less wall. The surface was not slick, and there were several inconspicuous indentations that evidently served as footholds. Her movements became increasingly adept as she slid downward. The deeper she ventured, the more confined the reach of light became. Yun Chen arrived at the bottom of the well. Crushing the grass bundle she had previously discarded into ashes, she stepped upon the circular patches of light, surveying her surroundings. The well's depths were shrouded in darkness, yet it seemed that a path emerged, ominous and foreboding. The twisted branches of the dilapidated little city coiled around her wrist, imparting a measure of courage. Swiftly, Yun Chen ignited a small grass bundle affixed to a twig. The flickering flames cast a warm glow, revealing the distinct patterns of the bricks that comprised the well's walls. To her right, there stood a door, half her height, merely latched. She unfastened the hook and pulled the door upward, the dimly flickering grass bundle reaching forth, barely illuminating the contours within. Yun Chen was astonished. Was that truly a room? Bracing herself against the door, she squeezed through, inadvertently letting go, causing the door to close automatically behind her. At that moment, the rudimentary torch in her hand had expended its last flicker of life, plunging her into darkness. The little broken city seemed to react. Yun Chen felt a tightening at her wrist. What was amiss? Was there something peculiar? Was this place unsafe? In haste, she ignited a new source of flame, only to see the vine that followed her caught by the now closed door, pinching its body. Yun Chen anxiously inquired, did it hurt? The vine swayed gently. It was not in pain, merely startled. Interpreting the little broken city's sentiment, Yun Chen quipped, your courage appears to be even less than mine. By the faint glow of the fire, she discerned that this was a spacious area, with a table directly before her, upon which rested an oil lamp. She had encountered oil lamps in the Central Plains and knew their operation well. The lamp contained oil. She adjusted the wick and ignited it, illuminating the room considerably. The space was roughly 5 square meters, furnished with a small table, a modest bed, and a clutter of miscellaneous items, accompanied by a narrow passageway. The height is approximately 1.60 meters. Do not inquire how Yun Chen knows this. She can walk upright here, and the top of the space aligns perfectly with the height of her head. Is this her dwelling? The quilt on the bed is neatly folded, yet covered in dust. After taking a couple of steps, Yun Chen notices something on the ground. She picks it up. It is a sealed plastic bag containing several sheets of paper. The writing on the paper belongs to Li Duan. She extracts the pages from the plastic cover and begins to read. My fellow, as I write this letter, I have already resolved to embark on my journey. I believe I might have had better choices in the eyes of an ordinary person, but as my grandmother often said, restlessness is etched into my very being. I yearn to explore all that lies before me. This is one of my strongholds. If you have discovered this place and can comprehend this letter, it signifies that you are indeed human. You are welcome to take all the supplies from this location. However, I have one request. If you take the supplies and alleviate your own hardships, please extend a helping hand to other humans you encounter. It is only through unity that we can withstand calamity. Li Duan signed. On the second sheet, it reads, Yun Chen murmured to herself, she has changed tremendously. She still recalls the bold declarations from the other's diary 12 years ago. Has it been the experiences of these years that fostered her growth? Lost in thought, a vine presents her with an object. It is something found beneath the bed slats, stored in a plastic bag. The little broken city, seeing that Yun Chen does not share in the joy, is perplexed. Why not? Upon opening the sealed bag, she discovers 3 items, a folded map and 2 diaries. Yun Chen did not hasten to consult the map. Instead, she first opened her diary. November 9th, 2014, Saturday, torrential rain. On this day of my 18th year, I took a life. The people in the camp were driven to madness, their voices rising in a cacophony over bread, a loaf I had brought back. The clamor grew louder, as they sought to unleash their fury upon the other women. I watched them coldly as they attempted to assert their dominance, brandishing their manhood, while I envisioned cutting their throats with a knife. Everyone distanced themselves from me, voting for my expulsion from the camp. They declared, you are just like your father. A beast. Your father is a rapist, and you are a murderer. You are too dangerous here. I glanced at the women. They dared not meet my gaze. They seemed to forget it was I who had instructed them on how to evade the specters. It was I who identified the resource points marked on the map. And it was I who rescued them one by one from the jaws of monsters, establishing this camp. I survived. I possess experience, strength, and skill. They survive because of me. Humanity is truly repugnant. I could fare better alone. I am acutely aware of my objective, to endure, to find my grandmother, and to live a better life with her. At the bottom of this page, there is fresh handwriting. 18-year-old me, you are strong. We commence in hell, traverse through hell, and perhaps the conclusion remains hellish. Yet, along this infernal path, I have encountered countless wonders. I believe miracles will eventually manifest. I shall strive doubly hard to survive in hell and witness these miracles. The pages that follow are blank, leading into a summary of survival techniques compiled by Li Duan. In times of peace, one must remain vigilant, lest a comfortable environment dull the senses to impending dangers. It is only one's own strength that is truly reliable. Yun Chen flipped through several pages, suddenly overwhelmed with shame. Li Duan, facing peril, fought bravely to survive. What about her? I too must strive to live. In the small, dilapidated town, she gazed at the girl, who seemed to be engulfed in tangible flames. The girl swept through the room like a whirlwind, wrapping all supplies in bedclothes, reinforcing them with blankets. The enormous bundle was larger than her own petite form, pressing against the cramped space, threatening to crush her delicate frame. Sister Duan, you are my role model. I too wish to become a person as strong as you. She trudged forward, each step a struggle towards the door. As she exited, the destiny-laden bed sheet snagged her neck, attempting to suffocate her on this arduous path due to an intellectual miscalculation. Yun Chen waved her hands. Help me. Upon departing from the well, Yun Chen tore a blank page from her diary, inscribing a note with the accompanying pen, sealing it in a plastic bag to leave on the table. Greetings, I am Yun Chen. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, Sister Duan. I will forever remember your kindness. Eagerly, she began to inventory her possessions. One kerosene lamp, distinct from the one on the table, was found amidst the clutter. A barrel of kerosene, sufficient for the lamp's fuel, was among her supplies, a red, elongated oil drum brimming with liquid. Fuel was present, as were the means to ignite it. Over 20 boxes of palm-sized matchboxes lay encased in the plastic bag, each match dry and ready for use. 3 clean metal cans, suspended by wire, served the purpose of boiling water or other uses. Yun Chen held the metal can in her hand and gave it a gentle shake, delighting in the melodious clinking sound it produced. Look, I have a new kettle, she exclaimed, her joy evident. The vine lay beside her, seemingly disinterested despite being surrounded by an array of human artifacts. Undeterred, Yun Chen continued to inventory her possessions. 3 cans of compressed biscuits, each weighing 4 kilograms. Though long past their expiration date, remained edible as long as they showed no signs of spoilage. There were 2 cases of mineral water from a local spring, each containing 4 5-liter bottles. Additionally, 2 climbing ropes with locking mechanisms, 2 long fishing lines, and a hand-crank multifunctional flashlight were among her findings. Having encountered similar supplies during her time in Zhongzhou, she recognized their value. In this perilous world overrun by malevolent spirits, these resources were exceedingly precious. The little broken city observed with curiosity the flashlight in her hand, which resembled a small brick. This hand-crank flashlight was rectangular, slightly larger than her palm, featuring several rotating buttons and a display on the front, suggesting it had radio capabilities. The back housed the hand crank, while the side featured the flashlight's power switch. After cranking the handle for about a minute, she pressed a button, causing a bright beam to emanate from the circular light at the top. Curious, she pressed another button, revealing a glow through a gap in the flashlight. Upon inspection, she discovered it could also function as a small lamp. What a treasure, she thought, pondering how long its battery life might last. She intended to test it further later. Just as she was about to set it down, the vine draped over her hand. Pointing at the 2 round buttons on the flashlight, Yun Chen remarked, "This must be a radio. I am uncertain whether it is operational." She pressed the button on the front of the flashlight. A crackling sound persisted. For the first time, Xiao Pa-chung heard such a noise, and he excitedly spun in place. Yun Chen adjusted the 2 tuning knobs on the front. The crackling continued, and then she paused, staring at the upright vines. Xiao Pa-chung was equally uncertain. After a prolonged effort of fine-tuning, Yun Chen could only produce the persistent crackle until the power she had cranked earlier was depleted, prompting her to cease. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, she thought, shaking her head and dismissing the matter. The flashlight, when cranked for a minute, could last approximately 10 minutes, a more favorable duration than she had anticipated. She tucked it into her pocket and resumed sorting through other supplies. On the striped cotton sheet, She intended to retrieve a bag wrapped in newspaper, but as her arm brushed against two elongated leather objects, she instinctively halted and picked them up first. Upon opening them, her eyes widened in astonishment. They were two sharp straight knives. During survival classes, the adults would always emphasize the necessity of a survival knife in the wilderness. A reliable straight knife could greatly enhance convenience. Most knives currently in possession were remnants from the time before the apocalypse, each loss a significant detriment. As she drew the blades from their leather sheaths, their sharp glint caught the light, and Yun Chen once again realized the remarkable prowess of Li Duan, who could so effortlessly bestow such weapons upon others. On the left, a straight knife with an entirely black body, including the blade, is prominently displayed. The handle features 3 conspicuous screws, and a hole at the end allows for hanging. The entire knife measures approximately 26 centimeters, with the blade shaped like a teardrop, occupying half its length. In the air, Yun Chen wielded the knife with a joyful flourish, exclaiming, "I must tell you, this knife feels remarkably comfortable in my hand. Its length is perfect for skinning hairs, far superior to my military knife." Upon hearing the girl's bright smile while mentioning skinning hairs, Little Broken City felt an inexplicable shiver run through the vines. Yun Chen then turned her attention to another straight knife. This one boasted a silver-black blade, and though the handle was similar in length to the previous one, the blade was noticeably shorter and more slender, featuring grooves along its body, indicating it was a combat knife. Its handle was made of thick leather, making it feel heavier and more substantial in hand, and the sound it produced when swung was decidedly more resonant. Yun Chen's smile widened to the point of almost being uncontainable after she sheathed both knives. She cradled them in her arms, pressing them against her cheek while giggling uncontrollably. Little Broken City watched, perplexed. Aside from a hoe and a shovel, the remaining items were compact. Yun Chen unwrapped a ball of paper to reveal a coiled nylon rope, which she discovered to be a belt. Without hesitation, she fastened it around her waist, adjusting it to fit. "Do I look much more spirited now?" Yun Chen turned her back to Little Broken City, leaving him bewildered by her sudden silence. Within the other paper bundles lay a pair of brass knuckles, elbow and knee guards, wrist straps, a blanket, several rolls of bandages, and 4 packets of seeds. Each packet of seeds was sealed in a plastic bag, with a label affixed to the outside reading radish, garland chrysanthemum, and green vegetable, all contained within a slightly larger plastic bag. Yun Chen gazed at the room, filled with supplies occupying a small corner. Her heart swelled with gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Duan. Thank you, Little Broken City. It is thanks to both of you that I, Yun Chen, will be able to lead a good life in the future." The vines gently swayed their branches, listening to the girl's incessant chatter until nightfall. "I will train. I will cultivate the land. I will hunt. I will make this place beautiful," Yun Chen proclaimed with fervor, her aspirations lofty, yet her reality starkly different. Before her self-fashioned lever, her ambitions were met with the harsh reality of fate, leaving her bruised and battered. She could not manage a single pull-up. Her dream, the young girl effortlessly completing dozens of pull-ups, glistening with sweat, amidst a tranquil atmosphere. Her reality, the girl resembled a stubborn frog clinging to the bar, flushed with exertion, nearly on the verge of collapse. Little Broken City watched in confusion as Yun Chen struggled, hanging from the bar, unable to comprehend her endeavor. Was the bar truly enjoyable? "I can do it," she roared, exerting her arms with all her might, her body lifting a mere 2 centimeters. "Damn it!" The vines clapped in encouragement, their branches extending toward the bar, mimicking the girl's movements, lifting one after another with ease. Yun Chen found herself questioning whether the small, dilapidated city was mocking her. Provoked by this taunt, she successfully completed 3 full pull-ups. Even the specters outside the city were shrieking in excitement, though they had been howling throughout the night. With a sense of satisfaction, Yun Chen quickly freshened up. Tonight, her bed was a luxurious affair, cushioned with 1 blanket beneath her, while another pristine quilt covered her. Before sleep, she rested her head on a vine-laden branch and retrieved Li Duan's diary from a plastic sleeve, her pen poised at the bottom of the bag. The diary contained not only Li Duan's personal entries, but also her reflections on training and survival techniques. However, neither of the diaries documented the remaining 6 types of specters. Yun Chen placed the first diary alongside the others and casually flipped open a page to read aloud to the small, dilapidated city. "Keeping a diary is a commendable habit. It allows me to reflect on what manner of eccentric I once was and the multitude of mistakes I have made. Most importantly, it enables me to leave a trace of my existence in this world. My name is Li Duan, a local, born in a restroom. My mother is named Li Weiying. I've heard that she contemplated drowning me in the toilet because I was conceived after she was assaulted while working a night shift at a hair salon. My grandmother, unable to bear it, rescued me and raised me. I recall how she would rise at 4:30 each morning to assist others, sweeping floors and washing dishes. After tidying up, she would collect litter, earning a modest 30 yuan each day, of which 20 would be given to me, urging me to save diligently for my studies, so that I might one day become a person of significance. She often remarked on my potential, believing that as her granddaughter, I would surely gain admission to a prestigious university and secure a good job. Yun Chen traced her fingers over the final lines of her writing, the letters blurring as they spread. She mentioned that Sister Du Wan was deeply saddened at that time, perhaps even shedding tears. Little Pachung, still grasping the nuances of the diary's contents, leaned closer to Yun Chen, sharing in her melancholic sentiments. Yun Chen retrieved a pen from the bottom of a plastic sleeve and turned to the last blank page of her diary, speaking as she wrote, "My name is Yun Chen, born in Zhongzhou. I am uncertain if I can truly consider myself a Zhongzhou native. My mother, Yun Zhongshu, passed away 6 years ago. She loved me dearly and believed my very existence to be a miracle. My father abandoned my mother and me when I was just a year old, with her claiming he left for something important. But what could possibly be more important than family?" As Yun Chen wrote with increasing fervor, her strokes nearly piercing the paper, little Pachung anxiously swayed back and forth, attempting to draw her attention. The ink ran dry, rendering the pen useless, prompting Yun Chen to pause and close her notebook. She then produced a photograph she had kept with her, an image of a family of 3. The man's face was obscured by pencil markings, while the woman, radiating warmth, smiled from her wheelchair, cradling a grinning infant. Pressing the photograph to her chest, she closed her eyes. A gentle nudge stirred her, causing her to open her eyes once more. The tendrils of the vine burst forth in a succession of delicate blooms. Yun Chen forced a smile. Little Broken City stood frozen in place, pondering whether the blooming flowers had lost their efficacy. After a moment of contemplation, he took Yun Chen's hand and led her toward the far wall. Instantly, Yun Chen's attention shifted. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wasn't that where the city's statue resided? What might the true form of the city statue of Little Broken City be like? She had only ever seen replicas of the central city statue and had never encountered the original. It was said that the original and the replica bore distinct appearances. Given Little Broken City's adorable nature, the statue must surely be charming as well. Yun Chen brimmed with anticipation. "You can walk faster. I feel quite energetic and not the least bit fatigued." The vine gliding ahead released a sigh of relief, and her spirits lifted. Everything seemed fine. Suddenly, Little Broken City halted, the posture suggesting a reluctance to continue guiding Yun Chen to view the statue. At this moment, the pair, along with the vine, stood before the separating wall. Yun Chen, puzzled, inquired, "Could it be that you are feeling shy?" Little Broken City responded with silence. He released the girl's hand, shielding the small flower atop his head, and hopped away playfully, showing no intent to stop her. Yun Chen leaped in place, cheering, her hair dancing as she dashed forward in a manner akin to the vine's buoyant movements. She was headed toward that room she had always longed to visit, the other half of it. As she entered, a rush of verdant hues greeted her. The walls were adorned with entwined branches, and the staircase leading to the second floor was completely obstructed by roots. Leaves dangled from the ceiling, playfully brushing against Yun Chen's cheek. With a light laugh, she shrugged off the sensation and approached the center of the room, still holding onto a family photograph featuring 3 members. All the vines extended toward a singular point, supporting a large green cocoon. The verdant cocoon loomed tall, reaching from the ground to the ceiling, composed of countless tendrils that swayed gently. It seemed to have emerged from the depths of the earth. The ground beneath it cracked and spreading outward, with fragments of stone mingled among the vines. In the corners of the room were numerous boxes crafted from vines, reminiscent of the one that the small broken city had sent to Yun Chen a few days prior, likely containing human belongings. "I never expected you to be so grand." The green cocoon swayed in place, emitting a faint glow through the crevices of the vines, pulsating like a breath, alternating between light and dark. Tendrils extended from the edges of the cocoon, intertwining and filling the space. Yun Chen felt as if she was enveloped in a dense forest, the mixed scent of fresh grass and earth flooding her nostrils. She adored this closeness to nature. Immersed in this refreshing atmosphere, the cocoon suddenly dimmed. remaining so for an extended moment before gradually illuminating once more. She beheld the green cocoon facing her, slowly opening, a blinding light piercing her eyes and rendering her unable to see the interior. As the brilliance subsided and her eyes adjusted, she finally discerned the scene before her. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming an O of disbelief. It was a bun. Yun Chen was taken aback. Who could have imagined that the small broken city resembled a bun, painted a mottled black, unevenly colored, with tiny dot-like eyes? The stone figure rested upon a base of vines, resembling a bun adorned with tendrils. Upon witnessing Yun Chen's incredulous reaction, the green cocoon attempted to close. In haste, Yun Chen stepped forward, pulling with both hands to prevent the closure, causing the photograph in her grasp to slip and fall to the ground. She cupped her hands towards the city statue, perfectly enveloping it within her palms, leaving not a single gap. "You are truly petite. I find you even more endearing." The statue's tiny beady eyes transformed into delicate, inviting shapes, while the untouched white parts gradually took on a soft pink hue. The green cocoon opened wider. Vines picked up a photograph from the ground, wrapping around it tenderly. The front faced a baby's cherubic cheek, while the back bore the words "Madam." Yun Chen took the photograph, leaving a gray imprint of her finger upon it. Momentarily stunned, she gazed at the small dilapidated city and offered, "Shall I fetch a cloth to clean you?" The vines beneath the statue stood rigid, neither obstructing nor consenting. Yun Chen carried a basin of water, flicking the towel against her arm as she made her way to the room of the small city. She dampened the towel and meticulously wiped the statue. The branches of the vine connected to the statue swayed gently, reflecting a cheerful demeanor. After a thorough cleaning, the city statue transformed from a small coal-like figure to a soft gray orb, revealing a luminous white beneath, which seemed to be its true color. The stubborn gray surface remained, resistant to her attempts, yet it appeared significantly cleaner than before. As Yun Chen changed the water, the small city joyfully burst into bloom. With a freshly cleaned towel, she resumed her gentle ministrations on the statue, caressing it softly. How delightful! The texture of the statue was remarkably smooth and warm, reminiscent of the jade bracelets she had once touched at a stall in Zhongzhou. She could not resist the urge to touch it repeatedly, until her gaze met the statue's pair of beady eyes. Yun Chen. In this moment, Yun Chen stood bewildered, observing the city cradled in her hands, its top barely peeking out, whereas moments ago, she could envelop the entire city within her grasp. "Have you truly grown?" The little city seemed to appear smaller to him once, and during the past few days of Yun Chen's presence, it had transformed ever so slightly each day. With today witnessing a particularly significant change, he sensed that with a bit more growth, the area she could encompass would expand as well. Upon grasping the essence of the little city, Yun Chen clenched her fist and declared, "I will wipe you clean every day henceforth," striving to broaden the city's aura. Yun Chen nestled into her blanket, contentedly closing her eyes, as she contemplated the multitude of tasks awaiting her from the morrow. As dawn broke, the morning light gently illuminated the world. The specters reluctantly faded, retreating to await the embrace of night once more. Yun Chen's arms ached, her mouth savoring the juicy flesh of fruit, as she perused Li Duwan's training notes. Cultivating physical strength is not a venture to be rushed. It necessitates daily diligence to effectuate change within the body. Endurance, reflexes, and agility are essential, requiring not only inherent talent, but also relentless training in the aftermath. To survive in perilous environments, one must possess not only a robust physique, but also an acute awareness of danger, alongside a mindset attuned to vigilance and preparedness. Physical training forms the bedrock of all endeavors. Without exceptional fitness, one should not aspire to achieve anything. A method to swiftly enhance endurance is through consistent running. Thus Yun Chen transformed her daily water-fetching task from walking to running. In the initial days, she could scarcely cover half the distance, panting heavily and feeling her legs weaken by the latter half of the journey. The drawback is that her appetite has significantly increased. She must consume ample meat daily to satisfy her body's energy expenditure. Consequently, Yun Chen has greatly enhanced her hunting skills. Parkour amidst the ruins of the city serves as an effective training regimen to rapidly improve various aspects of physical fitness, emphasizing the utilization of surrounding environmental structures. However, it demands exceptional strength and agility. When confronting specters, swiftly navigating the terrain can provide an escape. Although termed specters, not every type possesses the ability to pass through walls. as buildings can impede their movements. During training, one must prioritize personal safety. Overexertion will only render one defenseless in the face of danger, a cardinal sin. Unless faced with a life-threatening situation, it is imperative to retain a reserve of strength. After a notable improvement in her endurance, Yun Chen began to memorize the terrain in preparation for parkour practice. Following Li Duwan's methodology, she assessed her fundamental jumping ability. Discovering that she surpassed the average in this regard, she donned protective gear and commenced her training. At times, coordinating her limbs to match her cognitive responses proved challenging. Upon encountering numerous obstacles, her mind would immediately conjure potential solutions for traversal, yet her body struggled to keep pace. While leaping between buildings and trees, she faltered several times. Fortunately, the heights were not severe, resulting in only minor injuries, though she sustained numerous scrapes. A month swiftly elapsed. The scent of blood heightened the excitement of the specters during the night. Yun Chen, from behind an invisible barrier, mockingly stuck out her tongue at them, displaying no fear. Vines held a damp cloth against her back. The youthful maiden's back, which should have been smooth and fair, was marred with deep purples, here a patch of broken skin, there a wound, her body adorned with numerous scars. Yun Chen cried out in pain. Why did you not inform me? I expressly stated that I needed a moment to prepare myself mentally before the application. It hurts terribly. Having grown familiar with the little city, she no longer addressed it with respect, her manner of discourse now far more casual. The little city, in a fit of indignation, flicked a strip of cloth, its tendrils on the verge of fury. I told you to take care of yourself. You always emerge battered. Do you not find the nocturnal spirits insufficiently lively? Yun Chen, clearing her ears, retorted, What are you saying? I cannot comprehend your words. I am merely following the training method that Sister Du Wan instructed me to adhere to. The tendril grew even more incensed, pointing accusatory branches at Yun Chen. He was aware that Yun Chen understood his words, yet she feigned ignorance. Upon witnessing Yun Chen close her eyes, lying on the bed like a rogue, the tendril shook its head and walked away. Yun Chen cautiously opened one eye, realizing that he indeed seemed upset. She donned her clothing, but inadvertently brushed against her back's injury, causing her to grimace. She quickly snatched a towel to drape over herself, filled a basin with water, and stealthily approached the room where the city resided. The green cocoon was closed, its light dim. In a servile tone, Yun Chen proclaimed, Esteemed will of the city, I am here to attend to you. The tendril deliberately obstructed Yun Chen's advance towards the green cocoon. One branch shot towards her, blocking her path, prompting her to leap in place, holding the enamel basin. Another vine surged forth, and she gracefully sidestepped, maintaining her steady momentum forward. Vines intertwined appeared simultaneously, obstructing the path. Yun Chen hurled the enamel basin forward, her entire being leaping through the gap amongst the vines, kneeling gracefully on the ground to securely catch the basin, the water's surface rippling. Tap, tap, tap. She knocked on the green cocoon. Your adorable little Yun Yun has arrived. Will you not open the door for her? The green cocoon remained closed. Tap, tap, tap. With its dark eyes, green skin, and diminutive fortress, possessing an exquisite appearance and a sizable form, yet a tender heart. Yun Chen grasped the vines, gradually prying open the green cocoon. The statue stood as tall as her forearm plus her palm, still a muted gray. Its beady eyes, as perpetually dark as ever, now transformed into angry vertical lines. When it was joyful, those beady eyes would morph into horizontal lines. Yun Chen wrung out a towel, diligently wiping the city's visage, the vertical lines gradually reverting to beady eyes. I know you care about me. Suddenly, Yun Chen pressed her forehead against the statue, rubbing it gently from side to side. Please do not be angry anymore. All right? We are family. How can family members quarrel with one another? The diminutive fortress pushed Yun Chen away. The green cocoon closed in, and Yun Chen noticed the small fortress had transformed into horizontal lines. Elated, she removed her outer garment and performed 8 pull-ups. Beneath her thin attire, the contours of her back muscles began to emerge as she exerted herself. The following day, Yun Chen bore a hoe, preparing to find a suitable patch of soil to till, as the weather was right for planting radishes. Upon reaching the outskirts, she discovered a gray wolf, eviscerated and discarded before the iron gate. Inside its belly lay a note, inscribed with the words, Hello, I am Yun Chen. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, Sister Du Wan. I shall remember your kindness for a lifetime. This is the note she left on the desk at the bottom of the well. Yun Chen summoned Xiao Piqing to observe it together. The method by which the gray wolf was killed was exceedingly brutal. Its head was utterly crushed. Her expression was grave as she hesitated and asked, "What do you think are the odds that Sister Du Wan is still alive, and that she sent a wolf as a gift upon seeing this note?" Xiao Pacheng replied, "If the intruder were human, even the slightest sound would certainly be perceived. Last night, he sensed nothing." The injuries on the gray wolf did not resemble those inflicted by an animal. In this place, there were only humans or spirits. Xiao Pacheng was undoubtedly not human, leaving only the possibility of a spirit. It must have descended to the bottom of the well, retrieved the note she left behind, and hunted the gray wolf to deliver it to her camp, as a form of intimidation and warning. The deliberate actions of such a spirit led Yun Chen to recall the intelligent, cannibalistic fiend mentioned in Li Duwan's notes. On Li Duwan's map, 2 major forks in the road were marked, one in the northwest direction on the left side of the map, and another in the southeast direction on the right side, both near rivers. The northwest fork was encircled with a prominent mark, presumably indicating the location of the cannibalistic fiend. Based solely on the terrain depicted on the map, Yun Chen could not ascertain which fork she was at. For a month, she had been gradually exploring outward, attempting to determine her position through the remnants of buildings. But to no avail. Yun Chen leaned towards the belief that she was situated in the northwest direction of the map. She recalled her initial arrival in this place, hastily choosing an apartment marked by signs of human presence at the fork in the road. A wave of unease washed over her as the compass spun wildly. In that moment of disorientation, she altered her course and stumbled upon the small, dilapidated town. Later, the hare, struck by a needle, and the strips of cloth deep within the bamboo grove. Both seemed peculiar after reading Li Duwan's diary. Li Duwan had been entwined with the specters for 7 years by the time she chronicled her encounters, and these apparitions first emerged in 2012. Later elaborated in the diary as the obsessive ghost, which had existed at least since 2019 or thereafter. Yun Chen murmured to herself, "When I journeyed from the Central Plains to here, it was December 1st of the 31st year. I have remained here for 45 days, and now it is January of the 32nd year. Could it be that obsessive ghost from a decade ago?" Upon realizing this, she felt no fear. Sister Du Wan, devoid of the city's protective will, remained unperturbed by the specters. She was sheltered by the city's power both day and night. Free from the anxiety of an apparition suddenly manifesting within the camp, the only peril arose during her ventures for resources and training. In this apocalyptic world, her safety was considerably assured. Even if it were indeed that cannibalistic spirit, her fear would serve no purpose. What remained was the necessity to devise a means of confrontation. The small, dilapidated town silently used vines to push the carcass of the gray wolf away from the iron gate. Such bizarre entities had no place within its territory. Simultaneously, another tendril began to rise, gradually encircling her wrist along her now somewhat rough fingertips, gently tapping in a gesture of reassurance. She wore a belt around her waist, from which hung 2 straight blades, climbing rope, and her own crafted slingshot and blowgun, accompanied by a small pouch and a tool bag slung across her body. Yun Chen remarked, "Today, we shall refrain from tilling the land and pursue other endeavors." The toolbox had been discovered half a month prior during her parkour practice amidst the ruins of the old city. While leaping between buildings, she had inadvertently misstepped and fallen, fortuitously unearthing this treasure from a pile of debris. Although many tools had succumbed to rust due to neglect, they remained functional. The axe was also found nearby. The small dilapidated city felt a sense of uncertainty about its purpose. Yun Chen hoisted the axe onto her shoulder, grasped the tail of the gray wolf, and dragged it forward, declaring that it was time to repair the walls and establish a territory. While a cement wall was unfeasible, a wooden fence could be constructed. Once a girl who struggled to move a mere stone, she now effortlessly towed a hefty gray wolf. The small, broken city reflected on this transformation, momentarily taken aback, realizing that this sentiment was indeed what it meant to be moved. As usual, it followed Yun Chen. She discarded the wolf's carcass into the thicket. Shortly thereafter, the underbrush rustled as the scent of blood and flesh attracted a pack of wild dogs, varying in size, their eyes fierce and watchful, wary of Yun Chen and the towering vines behind her. After humanity had vanished from the city, the once domesticated pets either perished in their homes or were fortunate enough to escape, joining the ranks of strays in the desolate urban landscape. Decades later, they had reclaimed their wild instincts, becoming one of the myriad creatures fighting for survival amidst the overgrown remnants of the Iron Giants. The malice of this pack of wild dogs is minimal. Among them are a few that exhibit a degree of benignity, likely retaining the obedient genes that have been cultivated through centuries of human domestication. Each time Yun Chen skins the prey, she discards the remaining skeletons for them. She observes the wild dogs devouring the carcass of a gray wolf, their tails wagging as they depart. She meticulously notes which ones consume more and which less. As she ventures to chop wood, she opts to swiftly construct a fence using an interlacing of wooden sticks and bamboo poles. The bamboo grove is scarce, only flourishing near the flowing waters. "Hello there," she greets a familiar fawn, which, oblivious to her presence, leisurely drinks before ambling away. With a playful air, Yun Chen boasts to the dilapidated town, "Look, it has become accustomed to me now." The vine, with a dismissive clap, harbors considerable concern. For unlike Yun Chen's carefree demeanor, he is troubled. He has read Li Duan's diary to her, recounting how the lovesick spirit can appear even in daylight. Should it indeed be a lovesick spirit, and Yun Chen is beyond his protective reach, what then? If only his protective sphere could expand further. Yun Chen, with a cheerful laugh, suddenly halts, fixating on the darkened soil amidst the fallen leaves, freshly disturbed earth. The tools she possesses now enable her to construct medium-sized traps. Many of the larger traps, situated underground, necessitate the turning of soil. Scanning the ground, she notices distinct signs of disturbance among the leaves ahead, with nearby trees' canopies interlocking. Selecting a towering tree nearby, she swiftly ascends its trunk. From her elevated vantage point, the traps on the ground become conspicuously apparent. It is a series of interconnected traps that have yet to be fully set. Yun Chen envisioned a scene when a trap is triggered in her mind. Beneath the fallen leaves, there must be a pressure point. Should she step upon it, bamboo spears positioned in the trees nearby would soar towards her from 3 different directions. She could only evade in one direction, which, unfortunately, was ensnared with another trap. If triggered, she would find herself suspended upside down from the tree. And there were additional pressure points for other traps that remained incomplete. Yun Chen sat cross-legged upon the tree trunk, her thumb and index finger delicately pinching her chin in contemplation, while vines rested upon her shoulder. Every 5 days, she ventured into the bamboo grove to replenish her stock of bamboo tubes, a routine she had maintained for a month. The area covered by the traps was along her established route to the grove. Unless other humans frequently traversed the same path, these traps were evidently set for her. It had only been 2 days since her last visit to the grove, and she was certain that the trap had not existed the day before. As she pondered, the little broken city hurriedly extended a branch to cover her forehead. "What troubles you? If others wish to harm you, why do you perceive it as a gift? Are you unwell?" Yun Chen's carefully cultivated emotions were interrupted as she explained, in human language, this manner of speaking must be understood in context. "The way I expressed myself is termed irony. I do not genuinely intend to present him with a gift. Rather, I plan to exact revenge." The little broken city responded with surprise. "Oh, so it is irony? Human knowledge is truly intricate." It observed as the young girl unsheathed her pure black dagger from her waist, twirling it gracefully in her hand before she hung upside down from the tree. Such a trap could not possibly be crafted by the elongated claws of a specter. It must be the handiwork of a human, or perhaps a ghost possessing a human. She delicately extracted a fishing line from her toolkit, the transparent filament refracting light under the sun, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her mouth. A tangible presence would inevitably trigger the trap. This is what is meant by reciprocity. The little city stirred the branches, realizing that reciprocity held this meaning, and he understood. As the sun descended towards the horizon, Yun Chen drove the last bamboo pole into the ground with a hammer, relieved that the original concrete surface near the brick house had cracked, allowing the soil to upheave. Otherwise, securing the fence would have proven quite cumbersome. From the location of the iron gate and the surrounding wall, the poles extended outward, encircling the brick structure while maintaining a 2-meter gap behind it, evenly spaced. Yun Chen gazed with a sense of accomplishment at the small enclosure she had delineated. Vines wrapped around the bamboo poles, encircling the brick house, a striking manifestation of humanity amidst the desolation. While this fence offered minimal protection, it provided substantial psychological comfort, effectively deterring small creatures like foxes and weasels from scurrying into the brick abode. The little city waved the branches before the fence, clearly sensing the boundaries. Within the enclosure lay his territory, while beyond it remained out of his reach. He yearned to expand the confines of his domain. As Yun Chen emerged from the house with a hoe, she noticed the little city's flower bobbing above, its neck stretched long, yearning for the sights beyond. She inquired, "What are you up to?" The small broken city heard a sound, and immediately, the little flower pointed at Yun Chen, branches swaying. A small circle, then a larger one. The small circle gradually expanded to the size of the larger one, ultimately surpassing it, finally indicating itself. Yun Chen inquired, upon seeing the fence, "Did you realize how minuscule you truly are, yearning to urgently enlarge your territory?" The small broken city nodded, for Yun Chen indeed comprehended its thoughts. Yet it remained uncertain on how to expand its domain, seemingly forgetting many things. Vines danced around the young girl, brushing against her palm, exhibiting utmost obedience. Yun Chen chose a patch of soil within the fence that was relatively deep, commencing to till the earth, blending in human refuse as she worked. After mixing thoroughly, allowing the soil to rest for a few days, she could begin sowing seeds. Observing that Yun Chen was solely focused on cultivation and neglecting him, the small broken city immediately tugged at her hand, shaking it back and forth. Yun Chen sighed, "Your charms are futile. I remain at a loss." She possessed knowledge of certain aspects of the city's consciousness, yet not all. Everything she knew regarding the city's will had already been conveyed to the small broken city. Many matters were beyond its own comprehension, so how could she possibly be aware? The small broken city, disheartened, rested its head on the shoulder of the girl clad in a deep brown coat, a wilted little flower perched atop its head. Today, while Yun Chen was setting traps in the bamboo grove, he suddenly realized that in just a few short weeks, she had grown significantly, while he remained stagnant, motionless. He should be capable of growth. He recalled when he first awakened, enveloped in darkness, powerless to struggle, as if he would soon fall into slumber once more. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, he seemed to hear the voices of two humans, a sound that conveyed an extraordinary warmth, compelling him to struggle fiercely and break free from his confinement, emerging into the stone chamber. It was nighttime, devoid of human presence, surrounded only by phantoms shrouded in darkness. He had an innate aversion to such entities, fully aware of their malevolent nature. They exhibited no interest in him, yet often collided with him as they wandered aimlessly. At that moment, he could only tenuously safeguard the visage of his city. A voice within him whispered, he must not allow them to touch the city's semblance, lest it fall into slumber once more. Eventually, he found himself capable of protecting more realms, commanding numerous tendrils to seek out artifacts linked to humanity. Yet he remained perpetually deprived of their sight. A profound loneliness enveloped him, spiraling into despair, as his yearning for a return to slumber intensified. Darkness encroached until one day he once again sensed the same warmth he had felt before. He directed his tendrils to investigate, as a beam of light pierced the darkness. Racing toward him, behind the light trailed the bothersome entities, and for the first time, he unleashed his power, using his tendrils to topple a building, obstructing the phantoms pursuing her. Do not be hasty, your city's semblance has grown significantly. Perhaps it requires reaching a certain magnitude for the aura of the city to expand? Yun Chen gently reassured, caressing the tendrils, pausing her actions. The tendrils entwined around her hand. I shall become even more formidable. I fear the dark, please do not abandon me. The petite flower was no longer wilted, but rather completely withered. Yun Chen immediately cradled the tendrils in her embrace, sitting upon the ground. Why have you suddenly grown sorrowful? Did we not make a pact? We must find a way for me to become your devoted follower. A pact like this is a lifelong commitment. She exclaimed in astonishment. Have you truly changed your mind? The little city immediately perked up, its branches flailing wildly, causing withered flowers to fall while new blossoms burst forth. A lifelong commitment, indeed. He understood. The vines leapt from the girl, realizing that this was no place for tears and lamentations. If other cities could thrive, why could he not? Surely, there was something he had overlooked. He needed to seek it out. Yun Chen gazed in bewilderment as the vines swiftly departed. Along the winding path, two anthropomorphized branches acted as hands, occasionally adjusting the blossoms atop their heads, moving in sync with the swaying of the branches. It reminded her of the adults in the Central Plains performing the lively rice-planting dance beside the fields, their movements bearing a striking resemblance, about 70% alike. Yun Chen shook his head, pondering how emotional the little city was. It would surely struggle without someone as reliable as her to care for it. She sighed, adopting a mature demeanor, realizing that having a child at home indeed forced one to grow up. Even she felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Providing for a family was no easy feat. How had she become so remarkable? Suddenly, Yun Chen covered her mouth, chuckling in place, her round eyes crescent-shaped with delight. At times, she would pound the wall with her fists, and at others, stomp her feet, laughing uncontrollably, unaware of the source of her merriment. After her laughter subsided, Yun Chen clasped her hands behind her back and stepped into the house. As the sole adult in the household, she must contemplate future plans, considering the lurking threats, whether to take the initiative or— oh dear, she had forgotten to bring the hoe inside. Yun Chen turned to retrieve it. Her hands clasped behind her back once more, her expression solemn. It is quite normal for a mature adult to occasionally forget a hoe. It is not a significant issue. What was she just pondering? The night had not yet fully descended, but a veil of darkness had already begun to envelop the earth. Specters seemed to emerge from the depths, wandering aimlessly in search of prey. Meanwhile, another faction of these phantoms had found their target, relentlessly battering against an invisible barrier. Their claws, reminiscent of beasts yet akin to humans, rending the air, intent on obliterating all obstacles and breaking into the flickering light of the stone cottage. Yun Chen had set a stone slab over the fire, where rabbit meat sizzled enticingly, accompanied by a stack of freshly washed wild greens. She gazed at the phantoms outside, taking a bite of her meat wrapped in vegetables, mumbling indistinctly, "Look at how agitated they are. I spent days in Zhongzhou without meat and never saw them behave like this," drooling onto the ground. Suddenly, a vine tugged at her arm. Yun Chen's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and inquired, "Has anyone emerged from the bamboo grove?" The branches stirred. The vines of the small, dilapidated town could observe different areas, which is how they had encountered Yun Chen at the crossroads previously. Exercising caution, after setting her traps, she had left a vine in the trees to monitor that location, eager to discern who might harbor ill intentions. The environment was shrouded in darkness, as a chilling wind whistled through the trees, causing the leaves to rustle softly. A figure emerged from the distance, surrounded by the fetid stench of decay. It was no longer accurate to refer to it as a human. Rather, it was a living corpse. Half of the flesh from its face had been torn away, revealing the stark white of bone, writhing with maggots. The left leg was entirely severed at mid-thigh, replaced by a crowbar thrust into the base, serving as a makeshift limb. The upper body, although relatively intact, was marred by purple bruises and festering sores. Despite this grotesque form, it moved with surprising agility, wielding a large cleaver in its right hand, the chain on its wrist clanking with each motion. The remnants of its half-destroyed visage twisted into a perverse grin. Soon, it would add another tooth to its collection of trophies. The prey required some warming up. The flesh would become more delectable with the right preparations. The vines that clung too closely to its path became an annoyance. Its expression darkened, maggots fell away, and its pace quickened. Once the final part of the trap was set, not even that creature could hinder its pursuit. It dragged its crowbar leg across the ground, leaving a trace behind, and used the cleaver to brush aside leaves, burying them deeper within the bamboo grove. It brushed past the vines lying on the ground, wholly unaware of their presence. Branches gradually followed, climbing a tall tree to quietly observe the impending drama. The protagonist, let us consider it a cannibalistic fiend. The stagehand, Yun Chen, along with the nearby greenery, formed the sole audience of this macabre performance. The cannibalistic fiend paused, acutely sensing that the mechanism it was approaching was different from the original. Beneath the moonlight, a translucent line flickered between two grand trees, elusive and easily overlooked. Its intricate trap had been tampered with. Should it proceed, it would unwittingly activate the mechanism. It turned its gaze towards the shadowy bamboo grove, where corresponding weapons lay in wait to strike. It seemed that the prey was more cunning than it had anticipated. A slight grimace crossed its face. It was still rather inexperienced, and the triggering mechanism was too conspicuous. However, the tender flesh was irresistibly fragrant, promising a succulent roast. Circumventing the altered trap, it prepared to dismantle and modify it anew. The branches above swayed gently, the protagonist finally taking its position as the curtain of the stage was drawn. Alas, the flesh-eating fiend glanced down at the slightly sunken ground beneath its feet and realized it had fallen into a trap. The fishing line had been laid to lead it down this path, lulling its guard. Whoosh! Sharp spikes rained down from above, not a single one, but a volley of sharpened bamboo stakes. If it did not evade, its body would be impaled like a porcupine. It calculated the range of the bamboo stakes and swiftly moved aside to avoid the assault. Yet, it inadvertently triggered another trap. Vines ensnared its left leg, binding it tightly. The sound of a mechanism being activated reached its ears, and from beneath the fallen leaves, a colossal net made of vines was lifted by 4 transparent threads, trapping it right in the center. The little broken city was utterly astonished. It now understood that the final manifestation of Yun Chen's trap was of this nature. No wonder she required so many vines and needed its assistance in their arrangement. The flesh-eating fiend brandished its bone-cutting knife, attempting to sever the vines. The moment the bone-cutting knife made contact with the vines, a suffocating black mist enveloped the area, and a viscous substance plummeted into the pile of fallen leaves. Speculations about its spectral nature were thus confirmed. It swung fiercely at the vines, again and again. No matter how forcefully it struck, the vines remained unyielding. These were the vines of the decrepit little city. Even though they had recently fallen, they still contained the essence of the city's power, far beyond the capacity of a mere specter to sever. It had lost track of how long it had been ensnared in this wretched web. There could be no further delay. The cannibalistic specter, with half its face flayed, glared menacingly at the vines, as if gnawing on something within its mouth. Its hands gripped the bone-cutting knife tightly, and a faint red glow flickered amidst the dark mist. With a resounding strike, the vines snapped in response. Several strands broke, and the colossal web of vines unraveled, freeing the cannibalistic specter, only to plunge into the next and final trap. The darkness before dawn is the most treacherous. The specter believed the vine web to be the last step of the trap, unaware that the next looming axe would deliver the final blow. The axe, its blade rusted yet still menacing, descended from above, embedding itself obliquely into the ground, the wooden handle and blade separating in their rapid descent. The axe had fulfilled its purpose. Half of an arm, along with the bone-cutting knife, landed on the ground. As dawn approached, the cannibalistic specter cast a lingering glance toward the direction of the stone edifice. Without hesitation, it turned and vanished into the depths of the bamboo grove at the fork in the road. The little city conveyed this outcome to Yun Chen. Yun Chen waited throughout the night, and upon receiving the news, she exhaled in relief, though her heart remained in a state of heightened alert. The specter, a ghoul animated by the decaying flesh of humanity, was indeed a gluttonous fiend, likely setting traps to ensnare its prey. It might very well be the man-eating specter described in Sister Du-Wan's diary. Being targeted by a cannibalistic ghoul, one that even Sister Du-Wan found troublesome, was certainly not a favorable predicament. Its body had already begun to decompose. One leg was missing, and now an arm had also vanished. Seated on the steps at the entrance, Yun Chen gazed at the gradually rising sun, her fist raised in excitement as she proclaimed, "Fortune seems to be on our side. Once its body is entirely destroyed, we shall no longer need to fear its menace." Little Broken City, however, unusually refrained from voicing agreement, its branches drooping in despondency. Yun Chen inquired, "What troubles you?" Little Broken City elaborated on the red light amidst the black mist. It gestured towards the specter, which had yet to fully dissipate, and drew closer to the remnants of the smoldering fire, indicating how the tendrils of darkness encircled the ashes of the flames. Yun Chen gasped in horror. Can that fiend still breathe fire? No wonder it managed to break free from that net. Sister Du-Wan's diary did not mention that the ghoul could breathe fire. Is it possible that our intelligence needs to be updated? Little Broken City tossed the vines into the fire. The flames extinguished, yet the remnants remained hot enough to incinerate vegetation. Just as Yun Chen was about to exclaim in surprise, she observed that the vines showed no signs of alteration. She remarked, "So you are not afraid of fire at all? Then why have you always hidden beneath my coat whenever I ignited a flame?" In the dilapidated city, after expending half a day's effort, he finally succeeded in making the young girl comprehend that the eerie black mist concealed an unprecedented power capable of neutralizing the city's strength, thereby inflicting harm upon his tendrils. Suddenly, he realized that the inability to speak was quite a vexing predicament. When would he be able to articulate words like a human? The city trembled silently like the verdant cocoon enveloping the room. The information he conveyed stirred tumultuous waves within Yun Chen's heart. The city served as a sanctuary for humanity to evade the malevolent spirits. If these spirits possessed a force that could rival that of the city, what recourse would humanity have? No matter how many deep breaths she took, the dread this revelation instilled proved insurmountable. As the sun reached its zenith, its warm rays dispelled the chill enveloping Yun Chen, allowing her to relax and say, if it could indeed counteract the city's power, it would have rushed in to seize me without needing to craft a trap in the bamboo grove. However, we must also prepare for the worst. Yun Chen gathered a handful of tendrils, cradling them before her face and rubbing vigorously against them, declaring, regardless of the outcome, We shall face it together. With that, a blossom unfurled. Taking advantage of the sun's finest moments, Yun Chen ventured into the bamboo grove, only to be met with a dismal sight. Decay, a foul stench, and a grotesque scene resembling a heap of putrid flesh lay before her. The bone-cutting knife was well maintained, suggesting that the deranged spirit possessed a commendable sharpening stone. She wrapped the knife in leaves and picked it up, her attention drawn to a bracelet amidst the rotten flesh. Instinctively, she furrowed her brow. It was a bracelet crafted entirely from teeth, specifically the molars of humans, unmistakably distinctive. She used a bone-cutting knife to pick up the bracelet and headed towards the cemetery, where she buried the bracelet deep within the ground. She then found a stone to place on top of it. Initially, she intended to carve some words into the stone, but found herself at a loss for what to inscribe. May you rest in peace. What is she doing? The little broken city inquired curiously as the branches leaned closer to the stone. The old tree in the cemetery remained steadfast, and Yun Chen rose to explain. There is an old saying in the 9 provinces, returning to the earth for peace. This practice serves not only to grant the deceased eternal rest, but also to provide solace to the living. It is a means of psychological comfort. After death, burying the body in the ground is referred to as earth burial, which, to some extent, is intended to prevent the body from decaying. As society evolved, directly burying a body in the ground began to pose environmental hazards, leading to the practice of cremation. This process reduces human remains to ashes, which are then interred in the cemetery, embodying the memories of loved ones. The little broken city listened intently, grasping the concepts of rest, peace, and remembrance. It seemed he was beginning to comprehend these terms on a deeper level. Suddenly, Yun Chen smirked and said, "My mother once told me that before earth burial, there existed a practice known as excarnation, wherein the bodies of deceased kin were consumed." The little broken city was astonished. Humans were capable of such things? He exclaimed, extending his branches, clearly eager to hear more tales. Noticing the little broken city's lack of fear, Yun Chen rubbed his nose in mild disappointment and remarked, "When I first learned about this, I was so frightened that I couldn't sleep for several nights, fearing that someone might come and consume me." The little broken city looked down at his vines and raised his branches high. Yun Chen, indeed. No one desires to consume this. She cast the bone-cutting knife outside the stone house, within the confines of the fence, which could be considered their yard. There was ample food, and for the time being, she had no need to hunt. Moreover, she could not preserve excess meat for long-term storage. She would replenish when the supplies dwindled. She filled a basin with water, took a towel, and approached the city statue. The green cocoon opened, its radiance significantly brighter than before. Yun Chen squinted at the bun-like figure, remarking, "It seems you have grown a little." The branches swayed, causing her towel to become damp as she wiped the city statue. Each day, a layer of gray dust could be removed from it, despite the fact that it was sheltered from wind and sunlight. How could it be so dirty? Yun Chen pondered, and as she continued to wipe, her hand halted. The texture felt unusual, no longer smooth, but rather indented. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed the presence of indentations and immediately stepped back, examining the statue as a whole. There were multiple indentations. The palm-sized figure now stood at half her height, much wider than before, with its small, round eyes gazing quietly from atop the vines. An inexplicable urge to describe it as graceful and upright surged within her. The statue retained its bun-like shape, yet with those indentations. Yun Chen suddenly realized, "So you are not merely a bun, but a flower bud?" A sudden exclamation echoed in the room. The young girl stood frozen in place. Yun Chen inquired, "Did you just make a sound?" The little broken city replied, "Ah." Yun Chen exclaimed in astonishment, "You spoke." It is challenging to articulate the source of the sound. It emanates neither from the cityscape nor from a singular location, but resonates right beside the ear. The ear tingles, and a gentle breeze brushes past. It is as though the city itself is softly whispering to you. A young girl, filled with delight, approaches the cityscape and exclaims, "It truly is you speaking. We can converse together from now on. Oh, why have you suddenly found your voice?" The little city, with its beady eyes squinting into 2 horizontal lines, responds, "Ah, ah." She tactfully remarks, "Your voice is indeed melodious, as crisp as a songbird's, but I cannot comprehend just." The little city replies, "Ah." Yun Chen tentatively inquires, "Is it that you can only produce this one sound now?" The little city beams with joy, continuously exclaiming, "Ah," evidently enamored with its newly discovered ability to vocalize. Yun Chen shares in the exhilaration. It is a splendid thing that a dear friend has acquired a new skill. According to the little city, during his attempt to communicate the matter of the red light in the cemetery with Yun Chen, repeated failures sparked a desire to speak, perhaps elucidating the reason behind his newfound vocal ability. There are numerous possibilities, and the little city itself remains uncertain, only aware of how to utilize this newfound capability. Yun Chen, hands on hips, declares, from now on, let the great and erudite teacher Yun guide you in your speech. I guarantee your pronunciation will be impeccable. The little city exclaims, eagerly swaying its tendrils, following Yun Chen out of the room. By this time, dusk approaches, and the plastic sheeting covering the dilapidated roof flutters noisily in the wind. As Yun Chen and the little broken city crossed the wall, they were immediately taken aback by the scene beyond the fence. Outside the rudimentary barrier of the stone house, an array of animals had gathered, ranging from diminutive creatures to majestic beasts, encompassing both herbivores and carnivores, all silently awaiting their turn. The sight was a striking spectacle, with a dense throng of animals, including even the fierce tiger and cheetah, sitting quietly. It was Yun Chen's first encounter with such a multitude of wildlife, although they appeared non-threatening at that moment. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped her. The strength of the urban environment warded off specters, while the wild creatures necessitated physical defenses, hence the wall. Her fence was merely a facade. The little broken city sensed Yun Chen's trepidation and discreetly positioned the vines in front of her. As the vines moved, the animals reacted in kind. Stepping forward was a gorilla, cradling a large leaf in its hands, which held an assortment of fruits, placing it at the fence's edge. Following this gesture, the other animals mimicked the action. Monkeys offered fruits, great tits brought twigs, tigers presented a dead deer, and black bears dropped a beehive, all piling up in front of the fence to gradually form a small mound under the setting sun. The animals inclined their heads slightly towards the direction of the little broken city before departing. Yun Chen stood transfixed, gazing at this scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. Perplexed as she inquired, "What are they doing?" The vines remained motionless for a long while, as if awakening from a dream. They had come in response to the voice of the city, understanding that as the city reemerged, human footprints would gradually spread across the land. They implored the city to leave them a sanctuary amidst humanity's expansion. That was their offering, and it evoked memories within him, such as the manner of utilizing the offerings. Along the way, he encountered numerous shards of glass, which she collected. Cement blocks lay scattered, mingled with rusted rebar, bricks, wood, and glass. As Yun Chen stepped into the realm of the city, she felt the presence of dark energy. A specter brushed past her, and she called out through the fence to the ghostly figure waving its claws at her, "I presume you are a wandering spirit." Upon uttering this, she circumvented the towering piles of debris and inquired of the dilapidated city, "I have brought in the items as you instructed. Is this sufficient? What surprise shall you bestow upon me?" The crumbling city gestured with its tendrils, signaling Yun Chen to present her offering. She marveled at the peculiar whims of the city's will, which seemed to crave even the refuse of the ruins. With a solemn demeanor, she commenced her offering. "I wish to dedicate all these items before me to you." The city responded, as night descended like a tranquil river. The piercing shriek of a specter shattered the stillness, conjuring a whirlwind from the earth. The young girl's garments billowed, her expression one of astonishment, as she was compelled to raise her arms defensively against the sudden gust. Stone fragments whirled in the air, occasionally grazing her cheek, akin to a colossal sandstorm that enveloped the entire stone abode, rendering her vision obscured. Vines shielded her from behind, preventing her from being swept away by the tempest. Gradually, the cacophony of the wind subsided, transforming into a gentle breeze, and the voice of the city whispered in her ears. Yun Chen opened her eyes, her lips slightly parted, breath held in suspension. Was this a miracle? The two-story stone house, which had once partially collapsed, was now propped up by the vast plastic sheeting that Yun Chen had procured, serving as a makeshift roof. Only the remaining half of the once complete house stands, its glass shattered, wooden frames decayed, and green plants flourishing in the crevices of the walls. The moss that adorned the house was only recently cleared away by Yun Chen. Now, the brick structure appears revitalized. The damaged sections of the building have been restored, the brick walls bearing the marks of time, while climbing ivy embellishes the surfaces. The wooden-framed windows are fitted with transparent, pristine glass, allowing a clear view of the interior furnishings. This immaculate brick house rises majestically amidst the ruins, striking and vibrant. In stark contrast to the dilapidated bamboo fence encircling it, which is a sight to behold. Yun Chen stands in a daze, as tendrils of vines gently brush against her cheek. You provide me with resources, and I bestow upon you a product. This encapsulates the true might of the city's will. Incredibly astonishing. Yun Chen gazes at the intact brick house, her mind echoing the words incredible repeatedly. Is this truly the surprise you have given me? She is so taken aback that she struggles to articulate her thoughts. The little broken city, hands on its hips, asks her if she likes this surprise. Yun Chen is not merely fond of it, she is profoundly moved. In this apocalyptic world, could the existence of the cities will be the divine hope granted to humanity? Elated, she twirls around, clutching the vines. The little broken city is truly remarkable. A small wave of her hand, and the house looks brand new. As she hums a makeshift tune, Yun Chen suddenly halts her spinning, memories from her childhood surfacing in her mind. If not triggered by the current scene, she would have remained oblivious to the uncanny feeling. She asks, does the cities will possess such capabilities? When Yun Chen was still quite young, incidents of buildings suddenly collapsing would occur in Zhongzhou. Following such collapses, adults would cordon off the area to prevent children from approaching, clearing away numerous construction materials. Before long, a brand new structure would rise in its place. Among these edifices stood a towering 20-story building, now known as the Trading Tower of Zhongzhou. Apart from a fixed allocation of grain tickets that could be exchanged in the city center, Zhongzhou lacked a circulating currency, primarily relying on barter. Those possessing idle resources would venture to the trading tower to sell them, while anyone seeking desired goods would go there to make purchases. The trading tower, the tallest structure in Zhongzhou, appeared to her youthful eyes as a colossal entity capable of supporting the heavens and the earth, filling her with admiration for the adults who moved with such agility. It astonished her that such a tall building could be completed in merely half a day. In retrospect, it was clear that this magnificent edifice could not have been constructed solely by human effort without any tools. Was it perhaps a manifestation of the city's will? The little broken city, with its vines in motion, embodied one of the fundamental abilities of urban will, which was rather unremarkable. He felt a twinge of frustration as he embraced Yun Chen's arm, acutely aware of many memories lingering just beyond his grasp, yearning to grow up swiftly. Yun Chen inquired, have you discovered your name yet? The little broken city shook its branches, indicating ignorance. Yet it seemed he originated from a city located in the eastern part of the 9 provinces. The east. Yun Chen felt a moment of daze. Zhongzhou was situated in the central region of the 9 provinces, once the heart of the realm before the apocalypse. How had she suddenly traversed from the center to the east? When the specters descended upon the world, the eastern regions of the 9 provinces were the first to succumb, with phantoms swarming in multitudes, leaving only a scant few survivors, who fled to distant lands. Indeed, this has proven true. The number of apparitions here far exceeds that of the 9 provinces, posing a grave threat. Yun Chen clenched her fist, pondering how, despite the peril in the east, her own life here was flourishing. In her heart, she expressed gratitude for Little Broken City and Sister Duwan. Little Broken City insisted on pulling Yun Chen indoors for a closer look. As Yun Chen approached, she realized the peculiar shape of the stone house. Was the second floor missing half of its structure? Little Broken City responded, when the city's will assisted in construction, it adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange. Rather than creation, their capabilities resembled more of assembly, which was impressive in its own right. Yun Chen stepped inside, her heart swelling with emotion as she gazed at the roof that shielded her from the elements. She dashed from one end of the room to the other, with Little Broken City following in a joyful sprint, both resembling exuberant huskies left alone by their owners. The window, Yun Chen exclaimed, pushing it open and tapping against the sturdy glass, marveling at the luxury of having glass at all. She ventured into the room of the city, where the broken staircase had been repaired, and the new second-floor space was now available for daily use. Now that we have so many rooms, it's high time to designate different functional areas. Little Broken City, follow my lead. Yun Chen stood at the staircase, commanding with flair, as the vines stood erect like disciplined students in military training. The second floor would serve as bedrooms and storage for essential supplies, while the first floor would accommodate daily training and cooking. Let us first relocate the city's essence to the second floor. Let the operation commence. However, perfect plans often falter from the very first step. The city stands immobile, like a monument, while the tendrils beneath the flower buds delve deep into the earth, extending into the unknown depths below. After a moment of silence shared between a person and the city, Yun Chen slowly speaks. One is either a failure or on the path to failure. It is of little consequence. Therefore, let us move my bed upstairs. What she refers to as a bed is merely a collection of large leaves accompanied by bedding. The little dilapidated city remains stationary, fidgeting hesitantly. Yun Chen sleeps next door. The city can see her every day, yet if she ascends to the upper floor, she will no longer be visible. Thus, the little dilapidated city expresses its concern. Yun Chen sighs, "You truly baffle me." The tendrils obstruct her path, and the young girl gazes in astonishment. She observes the branches dancing in midair, weaving together. And soon a suspended hammock of vines appears beside the green cocoon. Unlike the ordinary narrow hammocks, this resembles a standard-sized bed, akin to a giant swing suspended within the room. The hammock resembles a cocoon, with its upper section delicately perforated like a green veil, while the vine surface forming the bed is robust and elastic, infinitely superior to the rigid leaves resting on the ground. Is this a surprise meant for me? Yun Chen sits upon the vine hammock, the latticed canopy adorned with tiny blossoms, enveloping her in a cascade of leaves and flowers, as the hammock gently sways beneath her. She bursts into jubilant laughter. In the fairy tales recounted by her mother, the princess marries a prince, whom she has only met once, as an act of gratitude. To win the prince's affection, she enlists the help of her childhood friend, a magician, to cast spells that create stunningly extravagant garments and uniquely exquisite jewels. From a young age, she perceived the princess and the prince as two foolish beings, one obsessed with appearances, the other consumed by greed, lacking the enchanting spirit possessed by her magician friend and his wondrous magic. Never did she imagine that one day she would witness magic with her own eyes. She observed the city within the green cocoon, her eyes sparkling with joy. The small, dilapidated town appeared momentarily taken aback, its round eyes transforming into flat lines of delight. It radiated a soft, luminous glow, its brilliance seemingly amplified. Yun Chen arose early, undeterred by the ominous gazes surrounding her, as she nonchalantly turned the soil in preparation for planting. After mixing the earth with natural fertilizers and allowing it to settle for 2 days, it was finally ready for sowing. Yun Chen decided to plant radishes as a preliminary endeavor, despite her limited experience in agriculture, relying solely on her theoretical knowledge. She recalled that radishes, compared to other plants, required minimal maintenance after sowing, with a harvest period ranging from 5 to 10 weeks, ideally planted in spring or autumn. The chosen plot of land was to the right of the entrance to the stone house, basking in ample sunlight. She dug furrows to create beds, evenly scattering radish seeds before covering them with a thin layer of soil, approximately 1 centimeter thick would suffice. Yun Chen muttered to herself, scraping away some of the excess soil. For the first covering, watering was unnecessary. The soil could not be too thick, lest the seeds fail to germinate. A wooden stick with stones strung at both ends constitutes a barbell, while a tattered garment filled with stones and bound to her legs serves as a form of weighted resistance. She routinely carries this additional weight, which expedites her strength enhancement. Whenever her muscles ache or when fatigue from training becomes overwhelming, she finds solace in Sister Du Wan's diary, reminding herself to remain vigilant even in times of peace and to confront challenges with a proactive spirit. After finishing her breakfast and enjoying some fruit, the dawn dispels the shadows. Yun Chen alters her plans. Her primary task today is to clear debris from her home, enabling the small, dilapidated town to construct the remaining second floor of the brick house, while also erecting a stone wall. She requires timber, cement blocks reinforced with rebar, bricks, and iron materials. It is essential that the cement blocks are mixed with rebar, or that the bricks are coated with lime, as ordinary stones lack the necessary supplementary materials for construction and are thus rendered useless. Unless Yun Chen procures a bag of cement specifically for the small town, she has scavenged everything available from the nearby ruins, with the most abundant construction debris located at the crossroads. Yun Chen hesitates, feeling the vines tighten around her wrist. Taking a deep breath and glancing at the sky, she resolves to venture there tomorrow. The materials she has gathered today have allowed her to erect a portion of the perimeter wall, standing at a reassuring height of 2.5 meters. As night falls, the specters emerge as scheduled, their presence encroaching upon the city, slightly expanding the area they cover compared to earlier. These phantoms always materialize seemingly from thin air, provoking thoughts about their whereabouts during the daylight hours. Yun Chen roasted the venison, a gift from the animals. She remarked, "I previously heard from the resource team that during the day, one might encounter slumbering specters in the corners of certain buildings. If awakened, they could spell disaster. Little broken city nestled upon Yun Chen's knee. Constructing edifices consumed the city's energy, leaving him fatigued. Remaining by Yun Chen's side allowed him to gradually regain his strength. Upon hearing her words, he swayed the vines. Earlier, while scavenging for human artifacts in daylight, he had never encountered the specters. They only manifested at night. Particularly animated within the structures. Yun Chen propped her chin on her hand and pondered. Could it be that the specters behaved differently in various regions? She recalled her first day upon arriving, saying, "Do you remember when I first came here?" It wasn't fully dark, yet the specters had already appeared. Little Broken City shared her bewilderment. That day had indeed been peculiar, with the specters exhibiting heightened restlessness, though he could not fathom the cause. Influenced by Li Duan's diary on specter types, Yun Chen often found herself subconsciously contemplating the reasons behind their movements. In recent days, she had frequently observed the specters within the stone abode. They appeared almost identical, with the differences between the flying and the ordinary specters being negligible during their wandering state. She increasingly admired Li Duan, understanding that only those who have closely interacted with the specters could discern their behavioral traits. However, those who managed to survive such encounters were exceedingly few, countable on one's fingers. Following her mother, Li Duan emerged as the second woman to serve as a benchmark in Yun Chen's heart. A silver chain suspends a ring of the same hue, its rotation casting the red gem into a brilliant glow under the flickering light. Yun Chen, grasping the chain, twirls the ring and inquires, "Would you like to hear about my parents?" The small, tattered city understands that for humanity, the concept of parents holds diverse meanings. Yet, Yun Chen seldom speaks of her father, often only alluding to her mother. He recalls the sorrow that clouded her expression that day. Hesitant, he yearns to know but fears the resurgence of her melancholy. Nevertheless, Yun Chen begins to share, seemingly seeking solace in her words. "My parents met during their university years. Both students of the esteemed Xinjiang Kinglove University, renowned as the finest institution in the 9 provinces, often regarded as prodigies in the world before the cataclysm. My mother, however, faced a tragic accident in her youth, resulting in the amputation of both legs, confining her to a wheelchair since elementary school. Peers often referred to her as Little Monster. As she matured, life became somewhat easier, yet she continued to be treated as an exception, even in university. Due to her condition, she frequently visited the infirmary, where she encountered a certain individual. She described him as the only person who regarded her as a normal being, seeing humanity in everyone. He, too, was quite fond of her. They married before graduation, but shortly thereafter, the apocalypse descended upon them. They fled from Shenzhen to Ruhr, then to Yuan, and onward to Qianhu, ultimately halting in Zhongzhou. My mother recounted that he always shielded her with great care. Their journey felt akin to an adventure. They were compelled to settle in Zhongzhou because she became pregnant. In 2014, the second year of the apocalypse, she was with child, carrying me. Her pregnancy was a miracle, and my birth was also a marvel. Do you know why? The little town eagerly anticipated the reason, yet the girl suddenly fell silent. The little town was perplexed. As a new day dawned, Yun Chen, fully equipped, advanced toward the fork in the road. She recalled the direction of the intersection. She possessed a remarkable talent for navigation, able to memorize most terrains and paths after a single glance. Upon reaching the site, Yun Chen was astonished, for she remembered that there had not been such a vast expanse of architectural ruins before. The little town stood proudly with hands on hips. Yun Chen, even more astonished, exclaimed, "So the tremendous noise I heard while fleeing was caused by you?" She embraced the vines, lavishly praising, "You are truly kind." Behind the ruins, on one side of the intersection, stood the 6-story building that had made her heart race during her escape. At that time, green flags adorned the building's walls, leading her to believe that there were surviving humans within. As she gazed in that direction, her movement halted at the sight of a figure on the 3rd floor. Although the building was somewhat distant and shrouded in greenery, it did not hinder her from spotting a silhouette by the left window on the 3rd floor. Perhaps it was her gaze. The figure vanished. An instinctual warning told her it was the man-eating ghoul. Goosebumps erupted along Yun Chen's arms as she reassured herself that there were no traps here, and that the distance prevented the foe from attacking her. Whoosh! A sound sliced through the air. Yun Chen suddenly dodged as an arrow grazed her clothing, embedding itself into the ground behind her. The man-eating ghoul possessed a bow with such an astonishing range. She had lost an arm. Was it an automatic bow? Fortunately, she had been consistently exercising, maintaining her reflexes and agility. The small broken city was startled. He hurried to check if Yun Chen was injured. He was tenacious in pursuit of his prey and harbored a deep-seated grudge. The memories of Li Duan's diary lingered vividly. She had ensnared the arm of the man-eating ghoul along with a bone-cutting knife, as well as the human tooth bracelet from its wrist, presumably a trophy of its conquests. It bore a resentment towards her. Yun Chen inhaled deeply. If she wished to continue surviving in this realm, either she or the man-eating ghoul must perish. I am unscathed. I evaded it. Let us continue to gather, Yun Chen stated calmly. The more perilous the situation, the more she needed to fortify her sanctuary. The man-eating ghoul was not merely a specter, it possessed intelligence and ranged weaponry, potentially capable of circumventing the urban aura that might endanger her within the confines of her abode. The arrow that had been released was merely one. It likely signified the ghoul's threat and warning to Yun Chen, and it was not improbable that it had a limited supply of arrows. Let us erect walls first. Yun Chen respectfully offered her tribute, and the wind began to rise. The city's energy enveloped the debris of the buildings, and a tempest roared as the walls, constructed from the rubble on either side of the iron gate, began to crash down with a resounding clatter. It was as if an invisible hand was orchestrating the scene, seamlessly connecting with the previous stone walls. In an instant, a towering stone barrier encircled the brick structure. The iron gate was likewise restored. Simply inserting a wooden stake behind it would secure it. After some contemplation, Yun Chen rummaged through the ruins and unearthed a considerable amount of iron materials. She instructed the small broken city to transform them into spikes for the walls, spaced evenly apart. The small broken city complied, and the iron spikes emerged one by one. But midway through the process, progress abruptly halted. The vines, in a state of gentle grievance, entwined around Yun Chen's arm. He found himself depleted of energy and required a brief respite to resume the construction of the city. The will of the city to erect buildings necessitates not only raw materials, but also its inherent urban energy. Different structures consume varying amounts of this energy. As for replenishing this energy, the small broken city was only aware that it accumulated a bit each day. Indeed, it was still rather feeble, unable to construct even a wall in a single attempt. Yun Chen, however, was quite satisfied as she surveyed the towering walls surrounding the designated safe area, affectionately cradling the vines and saying, "It is already quite good. Shall we now learn to speak?" The small broken city responded with an exclamation. Indeed, he still had to learn to converse. As they continued, Yun Chen opened her mouth. The small broken city echoed. "Ah?" Yun Chen then pronounced, "Oh." The small broken city replied, "Ah." She proceeded with, "E." He echoed, "Ah." She continued with, "I." He again responded, "Ah." Then she said, "You." He repeated, "Ah." Yun Chen paused, and the small broken city lamented with a cack, feeling quite disheartened. Yun Chen offered encouragement. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering minor streams, one cannot form rivers and seas. It is essential to be grounded and proceed step by step. Haste will not yield results. Her soothing words comforted the small broken city. "Emiyu. Ah, 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 ah. O, E, I, U. Ah, 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 ah." Recently, the creatures residing in the vicinity have been plagued by distress. They are acutely aware that the emergence of the city's voice signifies the necessity for offerings. However, this city's voice resounds multiple times a day. How can any creature endure such incessant demands? They forego sustenance solely to seek out offerings. Yet, abstaining is not an option. Should the city expand as their elders have foretold, leaving them no territory to survive, what then? They adhere to the laws of the jungle, where the mightier dictate the terms. As the city wields greater power, they are compelled to acquiesce. Even the snake, which had not roused from its slumber at the first call of the city, was disturbed from hibernation by its clamorous summons, pondering what tribute it ought to present. If these animals were to bear dark circles under their eyes, they would undoubtedly appear before the stone dwelling, each adorned with pronounced shadows. Fortunately, there exists but a solitary human in this city, and it seems no other will emerge in the vicinity. As the animals awaited before the stone house, they clenched their fists, contemplating. As long as the human remains, the city shall expand. If they could outlast this human, perhaps the city's growth could be stymied. When Yun Chen opened the iron gate, he was taken aback by the oppressive darkness outside. After the small, dilapidated city had explained itself, Yun Chen hesitated for a moment before saying, "I have heard that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, many species on the brink of extinction before the end have thrived. Do they, like specters, yearn for the disappearance of humanity?" The small, Crumbling City received no answer from the animals, merely instructing them to refrain from future visits. As their offerings were unwelcome, the creatures exchanged glances, ultimately taking their respective tributes and retreating. When the city's voice echoed once more, they observed from a distance. Yun Chen ventured once again to the crossroads, seeking materials from the ruins for construction. The materials from the ruins at the crossroads are of the finest quality, allowing the small city to construct sturdier boats. Yun Chen speculates that this location was once a vibrant part of the city, bustling with numerous high-rise buildings. Although most of them have collapsed due to the absence of human maintenance, their grandeur still lingers. The towering walls cast considerable shadows over the radish field, yet, despite this, the seeds gradually sprout. Green tender shoots break through the soil, with nearly half of the seeds having germinated. Just a few days ago, a light rain fell, rendering additional watering unnecessary for the radish patch. Early in the morning, the small city personified squats beside the radish field, incessantly singing like a mountain ballad. Yun Chen observes him with a smile, rinsing his mouth as he remarks, "Does singing to it really make it grow any faster?" The small city shakes his head. "Radish, oh radish, grow quickly. Let Yun Chen eat more, so he can become strong and protect himself. And let her grow tall, ideally as high as the walls." While the small city sings his mountain ballads, Yun Chen removes the bolt from the iron gate, opening it to be met with a wave of pungent blood. She looks down to find a deer, its belly slit open, revealing a note stained with blood within. The words on the note are cut from newspapers and other printed materials. "Eat more meat, gain some weight, for it will taste better." This deer was one she greeted every time she fetched water from the bamboo grove, recognizable by its distinctive patterns. She had been waiting for the flesh-eating fiend to make its move, and now it finally has. The small, dilapidated city's vines slithered beside the girl, just in time to catch her calm voice teasingly remarking, "It seems the specters can hardly recognize a few characters. They can't even deliver threats to humans. It appears that even the ghosts must possess some education." The small city noted the tremors in the girl's legs. Yun Chen observed the vines fixated on her shaking limbs. This instinctive fear elicited a physiological response that was beyond her control. She asserted, "I am not afraid." The small city, anxious to respond, managed to utter a hesitant, "Huh?" Yun Chen, perplexed, wondered why, despite her earnest efforts to teach the small city to speak, it had only produced the second sound. The short-haired girl exclaimed incredulously, "So, you learned to speak just to mock me?" No longer trembling, she stood tall, her spirit soaring. The small city silently vowed to become exceedingly articulate in the future. Yun Chen buried the little deer in the cemetery, regarding it as a friend. The man-eating ghoul was aware of this bond and acted accordingly. As the girl gently placed the final handful of earth, she murmured, "I must destroy its body. It is my secret predator, and it is a matter of either my survival or its. Currently, I find myself in a position of vulnerability, and I require more information about it." The small city stood beside her, offering silent support. The existing entries in Li Duan's diary contained only references to the type of specter known as the man-eating ghoul. Yun Chen carefully secured her diary and conveyed her decision to the little broken city. "Tomorrow, during the day, I wish to enter that imposing building." The vines immediately began to writhe in agitation. The foolish specter was a spirit that could act even in daylight. What would Yun Chen do if she encountered danger? The crossroads were nearly the limit of her vine's reach, and if something were to go awry, she would be unable to assist Yun Chen in any meaningful way. The little broken city remained steadfastly opposed to Yun Chen's plan, asserting that entering the building was tantamount to willingly stepping into the lair of the man-eating specters, a veritable trap of her own making. Yun Chen mused again. Could it be that the foolish specters possessed the ability to inhabit human vessels, allowing them to withstand the sun's rays? The vessel of that particular specter had already suffered damage, diminishing its capacity for resistance. At this juncture, these were merely Yun Chen's speculations. The little broken city intended to persuade Yun Chen once more, claiming that remaining within his protective sphere would ensure her safety. However, he noticed the eager glint in the young girl's eyes. With a silent sigh, he resolved to respect her wishes. Yun Chen gathered all her tools and made her way to the crossroads. The six-story apartment building loomed at the overgrown intersection, its rooftop partially collapsed. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, confirming the absence of traps or potential triggering mechanisms before daring to enter the structure. The iron gate of the building stood ajar, rusted and open, while the first floor lay hidden beneath a tangle of weeds and shrubs. This was an apartment complex, its doors flung wide open. revealing a scene of chaos within. Dried bloodstains adorned the walls, now a deep shade of brown, evoking a vivid imagination of the human residents who had either fled in panic or been torn to shreds and consumed by the malevolent spirits. Yun Chen's heart raced, her hands and feet icy cold. She recognized the recklessness of her actions, yet she felt compelled to proceed. She refused to remain passive. The apartment building housed 3 units on each floor, and the ghastly creature resided in the middle unit on the 3rd floor. As Yun Chen approached the staircase, she was assailed by the acrid stench of sulfur. A viscous black liquid was smeared across the steps and railings, and the compass needle trembled with foreboding. The interior of the building was shrouded in darkness, necessitating the use of a flashlight. Armed with a hand-cranked flashlight capable of 10 minutes of illumination from a minute of winding, and an oil lamp for additional light, she ascended cautiously, floor by floor. The creature had not set any traps within the building, nor were there any alarm systems in place. It was only natural. Such a specter was the apex predator among humans, and it harbored no fears. For humans to approach was to court their own demise. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the smell of sulfur intensified. She crouched to advance quietly, and from her vantage point on the staircase, she caught sight of the middle unit. The walls here were crumbling, and a beam of sunlight penetrated through a gaping hole, illuminating her surroundings. The doors to the 3 units on the 3rd floor stood ajar, and the ghastly creature, having lost its right hand and leg, stood motionless in the doorway, fixating on her. In that moment, Yun Chen's breath hitched. She nearly gasped aloud, but she managed to stifle the sound. The creature remained still, as though in slumber. She observed the interior of the ghoul's dwelling, bathed in sunlight. Save for the shadowy space where it stood, the sight was horrifying. Its body was in a state of decay, the stench of rot permeating the air around her. A crowbar was embedded into what remained of its leg, serving as a grotesque replacement limb, the bent end angled slightly askew. Its right arm was stitched together with a piece of wire and a crossbow, devoid of any bolts. Yun Chen, disregarding her revulsion, pondered the likelihood of awakening the slumbering specter and the potential for completely obliterating the human form of the wretched ghost during this fleeting moment. It was a gamble she could not afford. Should she lose, her very life would be forfeit. Within the house behind the ghost, human bones lay scattered, and a preserved human skin hung from the door, each artifact pristine, starkly contrasting with the squalid surroundings of the interior. To take pride in such trophies, Yun Chen descended the stairs slowly, formulating a more comprehensive plan to ensure the definitive destruction of the ghost's corporeal vessel. She cast a final glance at the specter, her gaze sharpening with sudden intensity. The angle of the crowbar had shifted. As she made her way down, the ghost's lips curled into a horrifying smile. Alas, the prey remained cautious, never daring to draw closer. Had she only ventured a fraction nearer. Upon exiting the building, the waiting vines immediately ensnared her wrist. Yun Chen lifted her gaze, shielding her eyes with her palm as she squinted at the apartment structure. At 6 stories high, it stood over 20 meters. Ample height to shatter a decaying body upon impact. She proceeded to the graveyard, unearthing a necklace of human teeth to carry with her, a crucial element of her scheme. Returning to the stone house, the towering walls instilled a sense of security in Yun Chen. Her legs trembled, and as she stepped through the iron gate, she nearly collapsed. The little town swiftly rushed to support her. "What is the matter?" they inquired. Yun Chen replied, "It was watching me at the 3rd floor entrance, utterly still. I assumed it was in slumber. I observed for quite some time. However, upon my descent, I noticed the angle of the crowbar had changed. My keen eyesight has always served me well in such matters. At that moment, it was not in slumber. Rather, it was wide awake, simply gazing at me." The small, decrepit town, upon deeper reflection, instilled a sense of dread. He embraced Yun Chen, hoping she would refrain from further perilous ventures. Once she regained her composure, she remarked, "I have come to a realization. It fears the light." After much contemplation, the sole reason it refrained from attacking me in such a favorable environment must be this: I was illuminated by sunlight, rendering it incapable of approaching. Yun Chen sketched in the dirt with a twig. The previous gray wolf and this recent wild deer were likely dispatched at night. During the night, I cannot leave the city, and I only have the daylight to contend with it. I do not intend to lure it out, for I believe it cannot be drawn forth. I must confront it there. She positioned the twig against a simplistic drawing of the 6th floor of the apartment building, stating, "It should not have realized that I noticed its wakefulness within this very edifice." Vines ensnared the young woman's wrist, compelling her to cease her discourse. Was it not preferable to exist within his sphere of protection? He would gradually mature, and the city's influence would expand incrementally. Why then venture into danger? Yun Chen grasped the vines firmly, declaring, "Its presence constrains many of my actions. Whether it be exploring outward or seeking resources, I remain perpetually on edge. I have lived in Zhangzhou with a constant sense of trepidation for far too long. That feeling is excruciating." Yun Chen crouched down, picking up a twig and pressing it against her face. "I have always been an exceptionally timid person. When this audacious plan first emerged in my mind, I found myself pondering why I would conceive such a daring scheme and when I had acquired such courage." She raised her eyes to the vines, her gaze sparkling like stars. "It is you who have bestowed me with this courage. I refuse to be a mere ward of the city." The vines recoiled slightly, and then he heard her voice. "I wish to stand beside you and grow together." The little town found it difficult to encapsulate the bittersweet emotions of that moment. He felt joy intertwined with the urge to weep, not wanting her to fall into peril, yearning to become stronger. He extended the vines, embracing the young girl tightly. "Since this is your desire, I shall unwaveringly support you from behind." As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, a ghostly figure approached the place emanating human essence. It gazed at the towering walls, picking up numerous stones from the ground and from a distant high slope, hurled them inward. The stones struck with precision, shattering the glass. With a sudden jolt, Yun Chen awoke, her eyes fixed on the shattered window and the stones scattered on the ground. The man-eating ghoul considered itself an exceptional hunter. It had never regarded Yun Chen as a rival, all its actions merely a game to toy with its prey. Only when it had driven the prey into a corner would it begin to relish the hunt. Yun Chen flipped over and continued to sleep, disregarding the ghoul's attacks, understanding that only with proper rest could she better execute her plans. During the day, Yun Chen ventured to the crossroads to familiarize herself with the building's surroundings, aware that the malevolent spirit would not slumber in daylight. Thus, she chose an alternative route. Utilizing various rooms from the exterior, she ascended the building, mastering the layout and discreetly setting traps on the rooftop. The apartment building stood at a distance unreachable by the creeping vines of the dilapidated city, and each day, she observed with trepidation as Yun Chen scaled the outer walls like a nimble gecko. As night fell, the cannibalistic spirit continued its relentless torment outside the stone abode, leaving behind the carcasses of animals each morning. The remains bore no poison. Yun Chen had offered them to the wild dogs, which grew robust as a result. The spirit harbored a genuine desire for Yun Chen to gain weight. Each night, it hurled stones, branches, and eventually the decaying bodies of birds and the severed heads of monkeys over the walls of the stone house, provoking her further. Yun Chen remained increasingly composed, recognizing the spirit's taunts. It appeared to believe she had remained in the city solely for the sake of survival, oblivious to her movements within the building. For the first time, the city felt its own impotence. One of its reasons for existence was to protect humanity from the malevolent spirits, yet now, it could only watch helplessly as the entities wreaked havoc upon its domain. The turning point came when the spirit threw a torch over the wall, igniting sparks that grazed Yun Chen's arm. Instantly, her skin was marked with crimson. Within the aura of his city, she had been wounded. The green cocoon unfurled, and the once pristine city, as white as jade, transformed into a darkness, her once round eyes now mere straight lines. Yun Chen had only witnessed the city shift to shades of pink. Never had she seen it succumb to blackness. With a thunderous crack, the tiles shattered, and the city seemed to sink into the very ground beneath it, countless tendrils writhing in chaos. The verdant flora beneath the city's oppressive atmosphere withered away, as lightning flashed and thunder roared, reducing brick edifices and walls to mere rubble. A barrier of vines loomed above Yun Chen, who witnessed in the distance, branches striking like venomous serpents towards the ravenous ghoul. They pierced its shoulder, tearing away putrid flesh, while the vines ensnared its limbs, poised to rend it asunder. Yet, at that moment, a crimson glow permeated the inky darkness. The vines abruptly lost their direction, spiraling out of control, leaving them helpless as they watched the ghoul escape. The small, dilapidated city seemed to grow even more incensed. Yun Chen observed as the wailing phantoms around her were pushed further away by an invisible wall of air. The scope of the city's oppressive aura expanded to more than fourfold. The city appeared to revert to a ghostly white, the vines gazing upon the desolate scene, rooted in place, paralyzed by fear. The structures had collapsed, and the ghoul had fled, noticing the girl's profound silence. He pondered for a moment before claiming that the city's aura had indeed grown larger, ensuring that the ghoul would no longer pose a threat to those within the walls. It seemed that anger could greatly enhance his power. Yet it also instilled a chilling sensation from within. However, this expansion of Yun Chen's operational territory was promising. He began to dance with excitement. Yet, the figure before him was shedding tears. "Please, do not resort to such anger," she murmured. "Even if the city's aura diminishes, it matters not. I am untroubled by the ghoul's threats." Wiping her tears, Yun Chen whispered with a quiver in her voice, "I wish for you to grow up joyfully, to be graced by humanity's happiness and delight, rather than hatred and fury." The small, dilapidated city stood frozen in place, warmth dispelling the cold. What it beheld at that moment was indeed light. The following day, the small city, feeling aggrieved, trailed behind Yun Chen. Observing her grumble as she rummaged through the ruins in search of tools, not daring to utter a sound, Yun Chen raised her voice to the heavens, exclaiming, "Foolish wretch! I wish for your demise." Just as the small city was about to brandish a vine, it caught sight of the girl casting a fierce glance. Instantly, it straightened up, resembling a model of military posture. Yun Chen retrieved all the tools, nearly armed to the teeth, as she stepped into the rising morning sun. Heading towards the fork in the road. The night before, the gluttonous wretch had been wounded by the vines. Her preparations on the rooftop were nearly complete. Along the way, her gaze turned sharp. Seize the opportunity, take its life. A thick inky hue splattered across the clouds, obstructing sunlight from reaching the earth. At the fork in the road. Noted in Li Duan's diary, this place was referred to as Songjiang District, Hongjiangpu Road, while that building was known as Haiqin Apartment. Songjiang District was originally the city center, set to undergo extensive demolition before the apocalypse arrived. Haiqin Apartment was constructed after the first batch of old houses was razed, boasting excellent lighting in each unit. The gluttonous wretch particularly despised such brightness, but fortunately, today was overcast. Its unblemished hand grasped a large stapler from the table, stitching together the wound on its shoulder inflicted by the vine, while a small redstone, no larger than a fingernail, was placed amidst the viscous black liquid on the ground. The redstone seemed to absorb the dark energy from the liquid. The wretch rose, for even though it loathed this stronghold, it possessed a means of escape. The body it inhabits is deeply attached to this place. Should it be absent for an extended period, the decay of this body will accelerate. The once crystalline red gem has grown murky again, and the specter retrieves it, placing it in its mouth, a grim expression adorning its visage. The prey has provoked its ire, and it intends to hunt down the quarry this very night, to rend her into a multitude of shreds. Suddenly, the specter's fragmented ear perked up. It detected a sound. The crisp and familiar clinking of teeth, a chain of trophies it adores. Trophies ensnared by a trap, which it could claim through that very snare. The audacity of the prey to venture here is astonishing. A sinister smile crept across the specter's face as it tore at the wire binding its right arm, separating the bough from its flesh, blood and sinew writhing. It embedded a cleaver used for butchering into its arm, securing it firmly. It yearned to reduce that prey to mere pulp. The specter limped towards the entrance, where a young woman lingered at the corner of the third and fourth floors. Clad in a tactical jacket, she bore a belt at her waist, from which hung a straight knife, and her tool bag bulged with various implements. She raised her left hand, and the chain of teeth danced between her fingers. Retrieving the straight knife from her waist, she pressed it against the chain and forcefully severed it. The chain shattered instantly, teeth cascading down the stairs. One of the teeth landed at her feet, and with an indifferent expression, she crushed it beneath her shoe. This transpired in the blink of an eye. The thread of intellect within the specter's mind snapped abruptly. Its prized trophies, those were its cherished spoils. It strode forward with determination, pursuing relentlessly. The young woman fled upward without hesitation. The specter chuckled coldly, recognizing this as a path of self-destruction, and it ascended in pursuit, cornering its prey on the rooftop of the 6th floor. The rooftop is expansive yet far from desolate, cluttered with various obstacles, a dilapidated water tank, a rusted clothes rack, flapping plastic sheets, and toppled plant pots. For the limbless creature, this terrain proves detrimental to its mobility. The clothesline has fallen to the ground, ensnared amidst other debris, frequently causing it to inadvertently trip. Like an agitated ant, the annoyance is minor yet profoundly vexing. The creature feels humiliated. As a predator, it is now mockingly toyed with by its prey. Unable to endure the indignity, it brandishes its knife and severs the clothesline, causing a nearby pot to roll towards it. Initially, it pays little mind, but the sudden collapse of the clothes rack heightens its alertness. Could this be a trap? It swiftly evades. The thunderous noise signals not only the fallen rack, but also the precariously teetering wall nearby. Should it be struck by such debris, its existence would be irrevocably jeopardized. This prey has cunningly laid a trap upon the rooftop. The creature's gaze darkens. Regrettably, it is daytime. Had it been night, it would possess more means to resolve this confrontation. It proceeds with utmost caution. Yun Chen observes the crumbling wall, noting that rather than incapacitating the creature, it has heightened its vigilance, even indicating a potential retreat. A sense of alarm wells within her. She must devise a strategy to reignite its wrath. Intelligent, vengeful, and fond of hoarding trophies. 10 years ago, Yun Chen suddenly halted. The limbs of this creature were lost at that time. In its pursuit of hunting a similar being, it ultimately sacrificed a leg. Yun Chen is taking a gamble, wagering that this limb was lost during its encounter with Li Duan. The deranged spirit halted its advance, casting a sinister gaze upon Yun Chen. Its face half infested with writhing maggots, emitting a guttural, rasping sound from its throat. "I remember her," the spirit articulated, its voice gradually becoming more coherent. It menacingly continued. "She took one of my legs, and I took one of her fingers. You too shall perish." Yun Chen felt a tightening in her chest, though her visage remained impassive, laced with mockery. "With your current state, do you truly believe you can bring about my demise? Such a notion is utterly ludicrous. Have you truly inflicted any harm upon me? It is you who has lost an arm." With a resounding crash, the spirit's blade struck a nearby flower pot, its eyes almost bleeding with rage as it glared at Yun Chen. "In that wretched sanctuary of yours, hidden away like a coward, you and your kind shall soon become our sustenance," it roared, lunging towards her. Yun Chen adeptly leapt onto the water tank, using the wall to propel herself upward. As she ran along the edge of the tank, the spirit pursued from below. It withdrew a blowgun from its pocket, aiming with deadly precision while in motion, releasing a dart at great speed. As the dart neared, Yun Chen had already leaped off the tank, the needle barely grazing her hair. She landed deftly, cushioning her fall with her hands, and before the spirit could catch up, she surged forward. In an effort to disrupt the spirit's focus, she taunted. "Li Duan has a habit of keeping a diary, and she has mentioned you in it. You left quite an impression on her." The spirit cackled ominously, relishing the thought of instilling fear in its prey, a sentiment every hunter yearns to hear. However, its attention remained unbroken as it replenished the blowgun with another dart, continuing its relentless assault on Yun Chen. Yun Chen picked up the wooden plank from the ground, just as the blow dart fell upon it. She remarked. Li Duan stated that she has never encountered such a wretched specter. Her phantoms are classified into various categories, yet you are among the most feeble she has ever witnessed. Upon finishing her words, she keenly noticed the speed of the blow dart diminishing, proving effective. "Foolish spirit," she continued, "your roots are within my grasp. I have seized your very essence." Yun Chen scoffed. "You have lost a leg to her, and your only advantage lies in that grotesque form of yours. Now, as your body decays, even a child like me can toy with you for this long. Had Li Duan been present, you would have been reduced to mere pulp in 3 strikes. The foolish spirit trembled at Yun Chen's words. It dashed toward the edge of the rooftop, seemingly intent on escaping along the precipice. Clearly, it had set a trap up there, and upon realizing its predicament, it sought to flee. No wonder it had deliberately attempted to provoke me with its words, thinking it could block my escape route. The foolish spirit believed it had discerned Yun Chen's scheme and resolved to intercept her. It positioned itself to obstruct the prey's path. Witnessing the fleeting visage of the young one, filled with terror, it swung its blade. A dark, straight knife intercepted its attack, the sharp, grating sound of metal scraping filling the air. The young one surged forward, darting away from its grasp. By the time it turned around, the figure had vanished. All that remained was the sound of tattered plastic being whipped by the wind. Had it hidden away? Was it concealed behind the remnants of plastic? The foolish spirit swung its blade, shredding the bits of plastic, fragments cascading to the ground, yet the young one remained elusive. Just then, their position was on the edge. She chose to retreat not by running backward, but by changing direction and hiding within the building. The specter noticed the railing at the rooftop's edge, a perfect spot for hands to cling and conceal themselves. It saw them, faintly visible, resembling hands. It slowly approached, raising its right arm high, the blade glinting with a cold light. Before it could strike, that hand lifted, gripping the hilt of the knife, and forcefully struck the ground in a reverse motion. The specter immediately felt the ground beneath its feet tremble. How could this be? Could she possess the ability to affect the building in such a manner? It was then that it shockingly realized the area where it stood was riddled with numerous cracks, an inherently perilous zone. Due to debris intentionally obscuring its view, it had failed to notice the anomaly. The shadow of the hand it had seen, and all its conjectures, were part of the other's intricate scheme. From the very beginning, she had intended to lure it here. As the ground shook, the specter struggled to maintain its balance, the incline causing it to topple. As it was about to fall from the building, it grasped the railing. Its only intact arm clung tightly to the railing. It did not wish to lose this vessel it had possessed. Yun Chen deftly swung upward, preparing to lend strength to the specter. What in this world is truly worth clinging to? Embrace death. She swung her combat knife, the blade effortlessly slicing through the decaying flesh of the arm, severing it as though it were mere butter, the bones within already brittle beyond measure. Yun Chen's eyes reflected the specter's descent. Dark energy surged forth, suddenly revealing two intact spectral arms. The ghostly arms could not withstand the brightness of daylight, appearing for but a fleeting moment. In that instant, it grasped her arm, filled with intense hatred, and pulled with all its might. The oppressive heaviness and chill overwhelmed Yun Chen, leaving her unable to resist as she tumbled over the railing. The small, dilapidated city bore witness to the gluttonous specter gripping Yun Chen's arm, dragging her down from the 6th floor with a resounding crash. The embodiment of the gluttonous spirit shattered upon impact, its form reduced to a grotesque mass, oozing with blood bubbles and writhing maggots, a sight too horrific to behold. This pure specter could not withstand the harshness of daylight, even on overcast days. The ghoul emitted a piercing scream, its dark aura dissipating as it vanished into thin air, leaving only its remnants behind. Yun Chen had fallen. The small city immediately looked up. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting rays that danced upon the ledge of the building, swaying gently in the breeze. She had left a rope there, prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Yun Chen grasped the rope, leaping onto the balcony with a sense of lingering dread, murmuring to herself, "Thank goodness I had a backup plan. This ghoul is truly insidious." She leaned over the railing, waving at the vines below, revealing a broad smile. She had succeeded. The small city, nearly drained of energy, felt its own vitality wane as the horrifying scene had turned the vines a desolate yellow. Yet, as he gazed at her radiant smile, his spirits lifted. Amidst the ruins, the solitary city appeared bathed in warm orange hues, and sparkling fragments seemed to float in the air. The withered radish sprouts revived, glistening with vibrancy. At the intersection, the small city swayed the vines, urging Yun Chen to hasten her ascent. Yun Chen stepped from the balcony into the apartment, where the weather was now bright and the interior equally flooded with sunlight. The apartment felt desolate and cold, with remnants of a thick, black viscous liquid pooling in the corners where sunlight could not reach, indicating that this place was also a favored haunt of spirits during the night. As the small, broken city suggests, this place bears no resemblance to the Central Plains. During the day, the buildings do not harbor slumbering specters. The sole occupant of the apartment, a maddened spirit, has perished, allowing for unrestrained movement. Yet, Yun Chen continues to tread with utmost caution, for prudence has never been a folly. The apartment holds scant useful items. The edifice is dilapidated, its windows shattered, and numerous belongings have succumbed to the ravages of wind, rain, and sun, losing their original utility. From the 4th floor onward, conditions improve slightly, permitting the salvage of a few valuable items, such as a moldy plastic stool, empty beer bottles, a bundle of shopping bags, and a small cart. The collected items fit neatly within the cart, which consists of 2 wheels and a cloth bag, though the wheels have lost much of their agility. After giving the cart several firm kicks, Yun Chen succeeded in making it roll more smoothly. She couldn't help but commend the quality of many pre-apocalyptic items. Even after several years, they remained functional. Tugging the cart downstairs, her steps became somewhat unsteady. Just moments ago, when she was pulled down from the rooftop by the deranged spirit, she had inadvertently injured her right foot while pulling on the rope against the wall, leading to a dull ache in her calf. Fortunately, no bones were harmed. Otherwise, walking would be an impossibility for her now. After scavenging the 4th floor, she arrived at the 3rd. Yun Chen paused before the security door draped with human skin, meticulously scanning the interior for any lingering traps. Half of the room was tainted with a black liquid left by the specters, the acrid odor stinging her eyes. With precision, Yun Chen navigated several directions, retrieving a semi-automatic bow, a chainsaw, a standard saw, a military shovel, and a hefty hammer for wall demolition. Furthermore, she unfurled her supermarket vest bag, capturing an array of unfinished blow darts from the workbench. As she prepared to depart, she discovered a square box, approximately 3 centimeters in length, beneath the workbench. Upon opening it, she found plastic-wrapped bags and several sheets of paper adorned with familiar handwriting. Beneath the box lay something else, which she did not examine, but took along with the box. Upon reaching the ground floor, at the rear of the staircase, there was a locked basement, its rusted lock appearing quite feeble. A faded sign on the door depicted a lightning bolt. The interior was shrouded in darkness, accompanied by a musty odor. Yun Chen pressed the flashlight several times, its beam illuminating the basement. Various machines scattered across the floor came into view. This was the apartment's auxiliary engine room. Observing the assortment of generators, both large and small, Yun Chen, though not well versed in generators, recognized that the smaller, unanchored ones, lacking connections, could be taken. Perhaps she would not need them immediately. Yet the mere sight of them compelled a sense of possession. In a post-apocalyptic world, no one would disdain an abundance of resources. Little Broken City watched as Yun Chen hoisted 3 iron contraptions, the sky darkening ominously. As he dutifully wrapped the iron objects with vines, he urged her to hurry. She secured a collection of tools to her belt, wielding a hammer in her left hand and a chainsaw in her right, trailing behind Little Broken City. It was as if something was stirring. Suddenly, Yun Chen halted and inquired of Little Broken City, "Did you hear that?" He looked at her in bewilderment, shaking the vines. Had she misheard? After taking a couple more steps, she paused, scanning her surroundings, and indeed heard the peculiar sound. Where was it? Everything appeared normal, save for one spot, the patch of rotting flesh. The Little Broken City observed as the girl strode purposefully towards the decaying flesh, crouching down with furrowed brows, holding her breath, and stirring her hand within the putrid mass, as if in search of something. From the rotting meat, she unearthed a crimson stone exuding a dark aura. The sight of this stone filled him with unease. As Yun Chen held the stone aloft, the unsettling sound that had been resonating ceased abruptly. The decayed flesh on the ground oozed a viscous black liquid, the scent of sulfur intensifying until it gradually seeped into the earth, leaving no trace behind. What could this be? Yun Chen scrutinized the stone, intending to show it to the Little Broken City, only to realize that the vines were far from her. She inquired, "Are you afraid of this?" The Little Broken City nodded towards the vines. Simultaneously, he noticed that only after the red stone was extracted did the pool of blood and flesh vanish completely. If Yun Chen had not discovered this stone, could it be that the spectral entity could reassemble its form? This thought chilled Yun Chen's spine. Suddenly, her hand became sticky, glancing down. She saw the stone oozing a black liquid, reminiscent of the essence of the ghostly figure, coating her hand. "Ah," she gasped, flinging the stone to the ground. It tumbled and transformed into a crystalline entity, resembling a fine-quality red gemstone. The Little Broken City was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the stone evoked a sense of fondness within him, radiating warmth. As dusk fell, the ghostly figure made its timely appearance. Yun Chen exhaled in relief, just made it home. Due to the earlier fury of the Little Broken City, the area had turned into a desolate ruin. To her astonishment, she discovered that her carrot seedlings had remarkably regained their lush green vitality, prompting her to exclaim, "The resilience of carrots is truly remarkable." She offered reverence to the existing ruins, and the Little Broken City began to harness its urban energy to restore the area. It commenced with the stone houses, yet the fierce winds continued to sweep away resources. This time, the hurricane did not reach Yun Chen. She was cocooned within a protective embrace of intertwining vines. As she touched the cool inner walls formed by the tendrils, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Peering through the gaps in the branches, she observed the phantoms outside. In response to the city's wrath, the aura of the city expanded significantly, growing from a mere 200 square meters to approximately 600 square meters, placing the phantoms at a considerable distance from her. The identical stone houses reappeared in their original spots. According to previous experience, the Little Broken City should have exhausted its urban energy and required a day's rest before continuing construction. Today, however, it managed to restore itself along with the walls. Finally languishing on Yun Chen's shoulder, its branches gently brushing against her cheek. Yun Chen remarked, "You've worked hard." The vines swayed playfully, resembling a dog wagging its tail. She placed the supplies she had gathered today outside the house, knowing that she was the sole human here, and no one would steal from her. The items procured from the haunted house were not intended for immediate entry. She planned to disinfect them with hot water before bringing them inside. Before entering, she examined the generator. It appeared to be a diesel generator, but regrettably, She only possessed a barrel of kerosene, and the two fuels were incompatible. Yun Chen stared at the generator for a moment, lamenting her lack of attentiveness to electrical knowledge during her classes in Zhongzhou. She muttered, previously, I found the discussions about brushed and brushless motors, as well as single-phase and three-phase systems, utterly perplexing. I hardly absorbed any of it, feeling it would serve no purpose. Alas, the first part was beyond her comprehension. All she knew was that Yun Chen appeared rather dejected, prompting him to extend a comforting vine towards her. Yun Chen soon revitalized, igniting the stove to prepare a meal. She indulgently roasted an entire wild rabbit and even retrieved a piece of expired compressed biscuit. Though the biscuit had surpassed its expiration date, it still bore no signs of spoilage. Having not savored a staple food in quite some time, she found herself irresistibly tempted and couldn't help but consume nearly half of it. As long as she didn't suffer from any gastrointestinal distress the following day, the biscuit would remain a viable option for consumption. After finishing her dinner, she dashed outside, raising a box aloft and exclaiming, Look what marvelous treasure I have unearthed today, Sister Duwan's new diary. With that, she disdainfully discarded the box, extracting its contents to bring indoors, preparing to peruse them leisurely on her bed. Upon opening the door to the room where the city statue resided, her smile faltered, frozen in disbelief. Why? Yun Chen pointed at the object beside the statue. Is there such a large hole here? Little Broken City gazed upwards. Yun Chen glared at him fiercely, inhaling deeply before indignantly placing her hands on her hips and demanding answers. Under her persistent interrogation, Little Broken City finally stammered an explanation. In his anger, he had manipulated the vines underground, unknowingly revealing a deep chasm after their movement. His initial intention was to mend it directly, but he realized that such an action would pose a safety hazard, risking a sudden collapse. He recalled Yun Chen expressing a desire to live without constant anxiety, so he had deliberately made the dangerous area conspicuous. He even trimmed the edges meticulously, intending to surprise Yun Chen. To her surprise, Yun Chen realized that she was not particularly fond of the situation. Observing Xiao Pa Chung poking two twigs into the ground, she placed her hand on her forehead. This was not a surprise, it was a fright. The diary of Li Duan in her hands momentarily lost its significance, as her thoughts were consumed by the sudden appearance of a hole in her home. The hole, with a diameter of nearly 1 meter, was deep and dark, its depths obscured from view. Yun Chen fashioned a makeshift torch and cast it into the abyss. The flickering red glow illuminated the walls of the pit, revealing the outlines of roots and vines emerging from the earth. The flame descended, reaching the bottom for a brief moment before extinguishing. Just before the torch went out, Yun Chen discerned a passageway extending to the left at the bottom of the hole. She inquired about it with Xiao Pa Chung, who informed her that the left side led to a shallow corridor, blocked by soil. Being underground, his perception was limited. He could only sense the atmosphere above the surface. Based on the speed and duration of the torch's descent, Yun Chen estimated the hole's depth to be approximately 5 to 5 meters. She insisted that Xiao Pa Chung relocate her hammock to the side, as anyone sleeping above such a pit would find it impossible to rest. Reluctantly, Xiao Pa Chung complied, moving the hammock. Although Yun Chen lay just behind him, his small eyes did not directly behold her. The city felt immobile, as if unable to shift or turn. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, Yun Chen constructed a rudimentary barrier around the edge of the hole. She settled cross-legged on her hammock. A kerosene lamp suspended from a vertical vine illuminating the pages of her diary. Another vine rested upon her shoulder, listening intently as she read aloud the entries. Is it the year 2017, 2018, or perhaps 2019? I find it difficult to discern. I still have not located my grandmother. Last night, I encountered a rather peculiar man who seemed impervious to the attacks of phantoms. I concealed myself quite effectively, yet he managed to discover my whereabouts. By day, he sought me out at the camp, and I was certain I had left no trace behind. His tracking skills surpassed my expectations. He expressed admiration for me, astonished that there were still so many survivors in the eastern cities. He was quite loquacious, and I found it difficult to extricate myself from his company. As I was continually subjected to viewing photographs of his family and listening to him boast about them, I remarked that he was tempting fate. For those who utter such words often find themselves never to see their family again. He chuckled heartily, stating that he had lived a life devoid of purpose for so long and now wished to engage in something meaningful. When I inquired about what he deemed meaningful, he replied that it was to ensure his children could one day enjoy a day at the amusement park. It had been quite some time since I had conversed with anyone. This individual was intriguing and lifted my spirits considerably. Eventually, he departed, and I hoped he would remain alive. Curiously, I realized I had never witnessed him consume food. Was he truly human, or was he merely a figment of my loneliness? An imagined companion conjured from the depths of my solitude? Yun Chen leaned against the vines and asked, "Do you think Sister Du-Wan really encountered this man? A human who doesn't he suffer from phantom attacks and has no need for sustenance? It is quite possible he is merely a figment of her imagination." My mother once mentioned that prolonged exposure to oppressive environments without an outlet for stress can lead to psychological issues. Yun Chen fell silent for a moment before picking up the next page of the diary. In the autumn of 2020, under a clear sky, I found myself pondering a perplexing question. From whence do phantoms originate? They materialize unexpectedly at night and vanish with the dawn. Where do they conceal themselves during the daylight hours? Having encountered these apparitions on numerous occasions, I have developed a hypothesis that I spent 6 months validating. My discovery revealed that they emerge from beneath the earth. The phantoms dissipate permanently with the rise of the sun, making their appearance only after dusk, the clearer the day, the lesser the residual specter on the ground. On overcast days, upon closer inspection, one might observe a thin veil of dark mist upon the surface, gradually seeping underground. It was then that I first entertained the notion that these entities might indeed hail from the depths below. Upon further confirmation, I realized they slumber beneath the earth during daylight hours, remaining dormant as long as there is no direct physical contact. With the onset of night, they collectively awaken and emerge onto the surface. Driven by curiosity, I resolved to explore the subterranean realm, yet my equipment remained insufficient. I recalled a military base near Sungwoo Wharf, where the presence of astute military dogs posed a significant challenge. Their intelligence rendered them nearly impossible to distract. Alone, I could not contend with such a multitude of canines. The allure of the unknown is irresistible, and I am determined to descend. Thus concludes this page of my diary. Yun Chen and the little broken city exchanged silent glances before rising from the bed in unison, perfectly synchronized. Armed with wooden planks, I wielded vines to securely cover the gaping hole. As long as it remains unseen, it can be treated as though it does not exist. A cavernous abyss has recently manifested within the confines of the house, prompting Li Du-Wan to pen in her diary that specters emerge from the depths. Can one truly continue to lead a peaceful existence under such circumstances? As I compose this letter, I have resolved to embark on a journey. I believe there are choices deemed more prudent by the average person, yet as my grandmother often remarked, an insatiable curiosity courses through my veins, compelling me to uncover the truth behind it all. Did Sister Du-Wan truly venture into the subterranean realm? Yun Chen finds it difficult to fathom that this so-called underground could be the domain of these phantoms, their stronghold. What intentions could have driven Li Du-Wan to descend into the depths? Nonetheless, she is acutely aware that Li Du-Wan is a formidable individual, both in prowess and character, and a deeper admiration for her wells up within her. As the final page of the diary reveals itself, Yun Chen's eyes gleam with intrigue. It contains a record of the specters. She recites the contents aloud. The edict. After much contemplation, I deem this name most fitting for these apparitions. They are the swiftest among their kind, outpacing any other specters that enter a hunting mode. The edict typically operates within the confines of its self-defined territory, and to trespass into this domain incites their wrath, leading them to pursue their prey with ferocity. Interestingly, they exhibit greater velocity at a distance, yet their speed diminishes as they approach their quarry. One may discern their presence by observing their speed. In a wandering state, they are marginally swifter than ordinary specters. The edict is not particularly challenging to evade. They are incapable of detecting individuals who crouch down. This appears to be a unique rule governing the different types of specters. Encounter them, and simply crouch down without fear of being discovered. It is imperative to fully squat, lie down, or kneel. Any half squat will be discovered. The troublesome aspect is that nearby, there are often canine specters, which are quite challenging to deal with. I have documented my thoughts on the matter of these spectral canines on the subsequent page. Alas, the sight of me walking while adorned with garlic and oranges is rather unappealing. The diary contains only 3 pages, leaving much to be desired regarding the enigmatic canine specters. Fortunately, Yun Chen has come to learn of a new type of spectral entity associated with the edicts, previously mentioned in earlier diary entries. Furthermore, she has discerned the name of a spectral entity, the canine specter, and deduced its weakness from her notes, which may involve garlic or oranges. The paper of these diary pages is identical to that of her previous notebook, and Yun Chen carefully inserted them into the diary. The final page is made of sturdy cardboard, bearing the early handwriting of Li Duan. In contrast to her later, more refined script, this earlier writing is bold and unrestrained. She penned, "Live each day as if it were your last." Closing the diary, Yun Chen shifted her attention to another matter, the mysterious red stone in her pocket. Upon its emergence, it captivated the attention of the little broken city. The city, like a curious eye, was fixated on the red stone, with tendrils swaying in its wake. Why such a drastic change in attitude? The little broken city itself was uncertain, only aware of an overwhelming desire for the stone, perceiving it as something truly valuable. A deep longing. How to articulate this feeling? The little broken city recalled the delightful sight of Yun Chen relishing her food, and it danced with excitement. Mimicking the act of eating, it was hunger. Upon seeing the stone, it felt an intense craving, longing for sustenance. In the realm of urban vitality, the desire for sustenance is hardly surprising. Yet, is this truly devoid of complications? Yun Chen remained somewhat apprehensive, recalling the influences previously exerted upon her by the specters. As she spoke, her voice dwindled. The little broken city bore a pitiful gaze, reminiscent of the great guardian dog at the gates of Zhongzhou. Its tearful eyes fixated longingly upon the stone in her hand. The vines lay upon the ground, cautiously brushing against her. The city's whispers echoed in her ears. Ooh, here you go." Yun Chen relinquished the stone to the little broken city, which promptly caught it with its vines. Placing it beside the flower bud resembling a city within the green cocoon, akin to a child receiving a cherished toy, she sighed heavily, lamenting the challenges of guiding the young. As night passed, Yun Chen found little reprieve in slumber. With the dawn's first light and the cessation of the specter's wails outside, she leapt from her bed, lifting the wooden board that had covered the gaping hole in her abode the night prior. Shaking the flashlight vigorously, she ignited the oil lamp. Holding her breath as she directed the light downward, the beam gradually penetrated the darkness, revealing vines, soil, and wriggling insects. The illumination could not reach the depths, prompting Yun Chen to ignite a torch and cast it into the abyss. As it descended, she found no specters. Even if they lurked beneath, they were certainly not concealed within this portion of the underground. With her heart finally eased after a night of tension, she hummed a tune while engaging in her morning exercises, followed by breakfast. Oddly, the little broken city had not troubled her with its vines today. Typically, when she arose, it would awaken in tandem, yet now she wondered aloud, "Are you indulging in a leisurely slumber today?" The green cocoon lay in serene silence, as did the vines. Yun Chen sensed something amiss. Could it be that the stone truly had issues yesterday? She regretted having given the stone to the little broken city. Rushing to the green cocoon, she knocked forcefully. "What's wrong?" After a moment, the cocoon opened, and the vines, rubbing their bean-like eyes, gazed at the anxious girl with confusion. "I was dreaming," Yun Chen exclaimed. "You can talk now?" She noticed that the city appeared somewhat different. Just last night, the city resembled a tightly closed flower bud, but today it bore the semblance of one ready to bloom. "What has happened?" Hearing Yun Chen's words, the little broken city paused in surprise. "Can I really talk now?" Upon realizing, it exclaimed, "I can indeed speak. From now on, I can converse every day. I have so many things to say." Yun Chen, overwhelmed by the unceasing and monotonous flow of words, replied, "Speak slowly, do not rush. And pay attention to your pauses, otherwise, it becomes quite laborious for me to comprehend." The little broken city obediently responded, "All right." Its voice, still in the transitional phase of adolescence, possessed a unique neutrality, reminiscent of both a boy and a girl, tinged with a hint of childishness. Yun Chen inquired, "What about the stone?" "It's right here," the little broken city said, as it reached beside itself. However, it then froze in place, exclaiming, "It's gone. What should I do? I placed it carefully right here. Why is it missing?" It clearly required further instruction on the art of conversation. She assisted the small, dilapidated city in untangling its thoughts. "A stone rests within your green cocoon. Only upon contact can it be felt. The city has undergone such immense transformation, and now it can suddenly articulate. Could it be that this is an energy stone, absorbing the vitality within?" Yun Chen considered the possibility. After all, substances like copper or can yield elements. It is entirely plausible that a stone exists which enables the city to absorb energy. The small, dilapidated city replied, "How could I possibly know? Upon hearing the tone of the small city, Yun Chen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It dawned on her that this was her own manner of speaking. Her emotions became subtly complex. You mentioned dreaming earlier. What was the dream about? The small city abruptly raised a vine and declared, it was an exceedingly terrifying dream. Yun Chen nodded. Indeed, it sounds quite dreadful. What were the specifics of the dream? The small city replied, it was so terrifying that I can't recall a single detail. Yun Chen, observing the small city's lively demeanor and lack of distress, decided to abandon the topic. Today, I plan to go here. She produced a map of Li Duan and pointed to a location approximately 2.5 hours away. She estimated the travel time to the intersection based on the proportional distance indicated on the map, which was roughly sketched without a scale. The small city inquired, what purpose do you have in going there? Yun Chen explained, the mark indicating Duan seems to suggest it is a minor supply point, perhaps akin to a marketplace. I am in search of some new clothing. She glanced down at her attire, which was still the outfit she had worn when departing from Zhongzhou. The quality of the clothing is undeniably exceptional. However, it shows clear signs of wear and tear due to her frequent tumbling and rolling. The small broken city sways with vines, marking a division on the map with a blue streak that splits the entire city in two. What is this? Yun Chen inquired. Perhaps a river or a stream, she replied. She recalled the stories her mother had shared about the city and realized there wasn't a single city she knew of that boasted a river running through it. Her understanding of the geography of Jiuzhou was limited, with only a modest familiarity with the central region's terrain. Is this the place where we fetch water? The small broken city asked. Yun Chen shook her head, asserting, that could only be called a brook. A river is much larger. She suddenly realized that the small broken city could not reach the crossroads, and wondered if it could travel further to the marketplace beyond that. After a moment of contemplation, the small broken city remarked, it seems I can now. I have grown quite a bit. After a brief pause, she repeated, I have indeed grown. Yun Chen suggested, let us shorten the distance a little more. The small broken city adjusted her manner of speaking, and they set off. The journey turned out to be even shorter than anticipated. Yun Chen was not mistaken. It was indeed a marketplace. The street featured clothing stores, their display windows intact, showcasing garments within. The doors were closed but not locked. Upon inspecting the lock, Yun Chen noticed it had been forcibly dismantled, perhaps by Du Wanjie. The reason the clothes remained was that this was a children's clothing store. Yun Chen gazed silently at the garments, and after a protracted moment of despair, she stepped into the store. At her current height, she was still able to fit into children's clothing. At the cash register of the children's clothing store, there resided a fish tank, within which a turtle astonishingly thrived. Yun Chen filled 3 sacks with clothes, taking the turtle along with her. Beyond the confines of urbanity, the small dilapidated town remained voiceless. The essence of the city could only be heard within its boundaries. The remaining supplies were scant. Yet Yun Chen discovered numerous shoes and stuffed them into her sacks. As she rummaged through the bags for clothes, she stumbled upon the turtle. Oh, it turns out to be a turtle. It is quite beautiful, she mused. The small town, delightfully absorbing new knowledge, sincerely remarked, it is just as lovely as the turtle. Upon saying this, the branch covered its little flower atop its head, appearing rather bashful. Yun Chen retorted, is having a long mouth merely to annoy others? However, before Yun Chen could instruct the small town on the proper way to articulate, it reverted to its earlier state of utterance. Both individuals found themselves momentarily stunned. This entire transformation stemmed from that peculiar red stone. The small town described the distinctions between its morning and evening personas. The former being a state of overindulgence with energy seeking an outlet, while the latter was characterized by hunger and a desire to absorb energy. Yun Chen speculated that the red stone was indeed akin to an energy stone. It could temporarily invigorate the will of the city, imbuing it with vitality. Yet this energy was not inherent to the city's essence and would gradually fade over time. The small town felt quite dejected. Yun Chen utilized the contents of Li Duan's diary to enlighten the small town. One cannot perpetually rely on external forces to elevate oneself. We must strive to accomplish tasks through our own strength. The role of that stone is akin to forcing growth. One must mature independently. In the little town, Xiao Pecheng solemnly engraved Yun Chen's words in his heart, casting aside the delicious stones. The following day, Yun Chen returned with a pile of rubble, instructing Xiao Pecheng to expand the walls and construct a new outer barrier, thus demarcating their territory within the essence of the city. Xiao Pecheng, putting knowledge into practice, chuckled heartily. Vines gestured emphatically, earnestly advising Yun Chen not to always rely on his strength, as excessive dependence on external forces is detrimental. In summary, she urged Yun Chen to erect the walls using her own abilities. Yun Chen, taken aback, realized the child had grown and was starting to speak back. With a spark of inspiration, the young girl stood before the vines, earnestly asserting, "One cannot frame it this way. Strength cannot merely be labeled as external. We are a team, and a team requires reasonable division of labor, allowing each individual to harness their strengths." Xiao Pacheng, momentarily stunned, pondered this realization. Indeed, was it so? He moved the vines and firmly committed Yun Chen's words to memory, channeling the city's energy to construct the new barriers. Yun Chen then tended to the turtle she had nurtured in the stone pot. Later, she ventured to the market street, where she discovered several fine iron pots, leading to the honorable retirement of the stone pot, which transformed into a small turtle haven. The turtle appeared to be quite sprightly, yet it remained alive. Remarkably, turtles can go 3 months to 6 months without food, and there are instances of them surviving 3 years without sustenance. However, this should not extend beyond 3 years of eating. Was it fed by someone along the way, or was it merely a miracle? Yun Chen was uncertain about what to feed the turtle. Whatever she consumed, the turtle would partake in as well, albeit sparingly. The little city, curious about the second living being in the town besides Yun Chen, often observed her at midnight, attempting to feed the turtle with vines. However, the turtle showed no interest in the vines whatsoever. It had become her pet. Yun Chen tapped on the turtle's shell and inquired of the little city, "What do you think about giving it a name?" The little city nodded, encouraging Yun Chen to name the turtle. "You are so talented. Your naming will undoubtedly be splendid," it thought, recalling how she had named it so beautifully. Flattered by the little city's praise, Yun Chen felt a touch of shyness and decided to name it herself. After a moment of contemplation, she sought a name that resonated with grandeur. How about Old Wang Ba? It carries a beautiful meaning, symbolizing longevity for 1,000 years. With that, the name was set. Old Wang Ba became the first witness to the gradual improvement of this place. Residing in a stone pot, it was not restricted in its movements. Frequently, it would stroll around the stone pot, observing the world outside. The towering walls obstructed its green bean-like eyes, and it endeavored to climb the iron gate, surpassing the first wall. Yet, beyond lay an even taller barrier that denied it a glimpse of the outside world. Whenever Old Wang Ba felt the urge to take a walk, it discovered that its usual little square had been overtaken by a new house, one large and one small, completely disregarding the turtle's presence. Enraged, it resolved to relieve itself on the steps of the house as a warning. Having only traversed halfway, a girl with a slightly increased stature furrowed her brow as she lifted it. "Old turtle, refrain from wandering about. You might inadvertently trample something." It has now been a month since the demise of the malevolent specter, and Yun Chen and the little broken city have been thriving. During the day, there is no longer any need to worry about ghostly threats. They spend their time scavenging for supplies. Yun Chen has thoroughly scoured the vicinity, observing the newly constructed 2 buildings within the walls, as well as the brick structure that has been elevated to 3 stories. One of these buildings serves as a dedicated warehouse for storing various supplies, while the other is a tool shed, housing an array of instruments, situated beside the fields. The city, resembling a climbing vine against a stone statue, has already grown to 1/2 meter in height, its growth remarkably rapid. Upon hearing Yun Chen's words, the little broken city swayed its vines and declared, "I will do it myself, miser." Yun Chen smirked. Standing at the doorway, brandishing a straight knife above her head, and skillfully etched a horizontal line on the doorframe. This line was a full centimeter taller than the previous one, and her brows lifted in delight. Over the past month, she had diligently trained and consumed ample nourishment, resulting in a sudden growth spurt of 3 centimeters. Observing this, the little broken city immediately coiled around her. "I, too, want to." The vine straightened, reaching the height of the ceiling. Yun Chen shot him a sidelong glance, thinking it was a ruse. If one were to measure the height of the city, that would be its true stature. With that, she accurately marked the 1/2 meter height of the city beside her own height line. The little broken city gazed at the line, which was 1/3 of Yun Chen's height, and proclaimed, "I will grow very tall in the future." Yun Chen retorted promptly, "I will grow even taller." In a small, dilapidated town, a playful exchange unfolds between 2 individuals, Gao and Yun Chen, each claiming superiority over the other. They stand back to back, ignoring one another, as is often the case with children's quarrels that arise from the most nonsensical of reasons. Yun Chen ventures into the carrot patch, ready to harvest her crop. Carrots are a commendable yield, providing two forms of sustenance, the leafy greens and the root itself. She fills her basket with a total of 24 carrots. Although modest in size, they fill her basket to the brim. As she enters her home, she notices a vine peeking at her from the threshold. Yun Chen tilts her head away, while the branches behind the door dangle and tease her hand-cranked flashlight lying on the ground. Yun Chen takes a few carrots and squats in the yard to wash them, muttering to herself, "When we first met, we were always blooming together, and I crafted hammocks. Now, all I do is gaze at this wretched leaf. And you won't even help me make a fish tank." The leaves of the vine behind her tremble, causing the flashlight to tumble to the earth. The girl raises her voice. "You once claimed I was your favorite, your cherished city dweller. Yet now, with others around, you treat me with such indifference. If more humans appear, I doubt I'll even be worth a glance. What friends? It's all lies." The small town slowly shifts from the doorframe. As the vine glides to Yun Chen's side, brushing against her hand, she swats it away with a cold huff. It then nudges her cheek, prompting her face to turn aside, though her demeanor softens slightly. Quietly, it slips a branch into her hand. She tosses the branch aside. Yet a hint of a smile plays at the corner of her mouth. The small town, seeking to appease, presents a cluster of vines, and after a gentle rustle, a bouquet of flowers blossoms. "Look at the flowers," it says. Whenever he finds himself in a state of urgency, his linguistic abilities seem to transcend all limits. Yun Chen felt a twinge of regret for having thrown a tantrum. She clutched the vine tightly and shook it vigorously, exclaiming, "Why aren't you angry?" "No matter how much I act out," Little Broken City replied, "I cannot feel anger, resentment, or hatred. I remember them all." Gently stroking his tendrils, Yun Chen whispered, "You are my favorite." Little Broken City nestled against her shoulder, the flowers swaying. "I too hold you in the highest regard," Yun Chen declared. "We shall be lifelong friends." Little Broken City hesitated for a moment, pondering the term friends with a hint of reluctance. Surprised, Yun Chen sprang up, and they both dashed into the house. The multifunctional hand-crank flashlight radio on the floor crackled to life as it hit the ground, inadvertently activating its switch. Is it a human? Could that voice belong to a human? How is it that this decorative radio is capable of receiving signals? The radio echoed. "Is anyone there?" The voice was fragmented, the signal weak. Yun Chen inquired into the radio. "Who is it?" "There are, still, people?" The voice was exceedingly choppy, and after half a minute, the static ceased entirely. Yun Chen gazed at Little Broken City in bewilderment. There had indeed been someone speaking, hadn't he there? Upon noticing Little Broken City's appearance, her pupils dilated in shock. The vine stirred, revealing the girl as pallor as she lifted her hand beside the tendrils. The vine in front of Yun Chen was tainted with a sickly yellow hue, with leaves cascading downwards. Staring at the withered leaves, Yun Chen gasped, "Why is it shedding like this?" Little Broken City gazed in astonishment at the vines, bewildered by their sudden yellowing. Yun Chen hurried to the edge of the city. Signs of decay began at the base of the vines, with only the part connecting to the city retaining a hint of green. The rest was entirely barren. Yun Chen inquired of Little Broken City, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Little Broken City shook the vines, indicating no unease. Yun Chen searched intently, her gaze settling on a sealed opening beside the city. With determination, Yun Chen set about removing the boards that sealed the entrance. She pried them loose with a crowbar, the nails popping out as the boards lifted. Tossing the boards aside, she leaned in to inspect the opening, finding nothing amiss at first glance. Little Broken City asked, "What is wrong with the hole?" Just as Yun Chen was about to rise, her nostrils flared as she detected a faint whiff of sulfur. She rushed to the warehouse to retrieve a burning rod, which she then dropped into the hole. It descended steadily to the bottom, continuing to burn. Both Yun Chen and Little Broken City beheld the scene at the bottom of the hole. A patchy, black, viscous substance lay congealed. For half a month, Yun Chen had inspected the hole daily without incident, leading her to lower her guard and deem the opening harmless, even sealing it off. Now, she feared it might be the source of the problems plaguing Little Broken City, perhaps even the reason for its current condition. Despite the warnings in Sister Duwan's diary about specters from the underground, she had paid them little heed. She had not considered that the voice emanating from the radio could engage in conversation with her. Her primary concern had been Little Broken City. Her instincts told her that the underground was the key factor in Little Broken City's plight, and her instincts were rarely wrong. The burning stick continued to blaze. As Yun Chen turned to retrieve a climbing rope, securing one end inside the room and fastening the other around her waist. "I shall descend to take a look," she declared. Vines obstructed her path, and now the sky. After a brief pause, she thought, "I can see below." Yun Chen reassured Picheng, "It's all right. I'm merely going to the bottom of the cave. We haven't encountered anything spectral, have we?" Picheng hesitated but ultimately attempted to dissuade her. "It's nothing." His own sense of security remained unshaken, unaware of any unusual occurrences. The vines remained wilted and lifeless. Yun Chen circumvented him, a burning stick secured at her waist. And seizing the opportunity while the illumination persisted, she released the rope and descended along the cave wall. Halfway down, the vines lost their will to descend further, merely watching as the girl swiftly made her way to the cave's bottom. The cavern was relatively spacious, with an inward curving wall. It was here that the eerie liquid seeped. Yun Chen picked up the burning stick from the ground, examining the cave wall, straining her ears for any sounds, but silence enveloped her. She knocked against the wall with her hand. The sound echoed at the cave's base, resonating hollowly, as if it were solid. Stepping back slightly, she intended to kick it but instead withdrew her foot and unsheathed a dagger from her waist, meticulously excavating the surrounding soil. After approximately 10 minutes, she had created a hole suitable for observation. A faint breeze brushed against her. Surprised, Yun Chen pondered where this passage led, wondering how there could be wind. If it were a sealed chamber, the air would not circulate. She tossed a new burning stick into the opening. The stick tilted downward, revealing a passage behind the cave wall, leading to an unknown destination. She excavated the remaining wall, revealing the passageway. The interior walls were uneven and dotted with scattered red stones. These stones differed significantly from those found in the realm of madness. They were larger and possessed a much cleaner hue. As she descended deeper, the quantity of these stones increased. The burning stick fell a considerable distance before coming to a halt, and Yun Chen caught a glimpse of the black mist. Suppressing her astonishment, she climbed the cave wall using the rope. It was as if there were an entirely different world beneath the surface. Who had dug this passage? And why did it lead to the ruined city? After describing the subterranean landscape to the ruined city, she inquired, "Are there such things underground?" She recalled that the vines of the ruined city always rooted themselves deep within the earth. The ruined city swayed its branches, indicating that its awareness was limited to the surface realm. It could only perceive what lay above ground. It was incapable of sensing the subterranean depths. Perhaps the will of the city itself was blind to the underground. Yun Chen pressed her temples, feeling a slight headache. It had only been a month since she resolved the issue of the madness, and now she faced the perplexing anomaly of the underground passage and the ruined city. What should she do? The ruined city could sense her emotions. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the other vines retreating behind the city, leaving only one in front of her. The young girl suppressed her anxiety, her smile radiant. What a trivial problem. I've explored every possible limit nearby. I was just lamenting my boredom with nowhere to go. How fortuitous. There is an underground realm waiting for my exploration. Perhaps the underground had no connection to her predicament. The ruined city looked upon the lifeless vines with difficulty. It could control them, yet they appeared rather unappealing. She needed to embark on an adventure. Yun Chen noticed that the city's eyes, once round and bright, now appeared diminished and somewhat evasive. Casting a sidelong glance, she remarked, "Are you capable of deceit now?" Pa Chung, slightly shaken, responded, "A little, it matters greatly." Curious, Yun Chen inquired about the reason. Pa Chung explained that after she had shattered the wall of the cave, he felt a connection to another part of his being beneath the earth. This disconnection seemed to affect the tendrils that grew from him. For the first time, he realized that a portion of his essence remained buried below, forgotten when he had originally delved into the depths. Yun Chen pressed, "Where is this part of your being?" Pa Chung replied, "Very deep down, it's perilous." He pondered, as the embodiment of the city's will, why he could not recall the names or identities of other city wills, speculating that perhaps this amnesia stemmed from the loss of that fragment of his body. Pa Chung's expression was one of uncertainty. He stated, "There is something blocking the way outside, and I cannot remove it from below." Yun Chen then asked, "Tell me truthfully, if I were to intervene, would it affect you?" Picheng held nothing back, revealing that upon sensing the other part of his being, energy began to surge restlessly within him. It wasn't a consequence of Yun Chen breaking the wall. He had simply perceived his city's energy depleting at an alarming rate, which he initially assumed was normal. After all, even constructing a wall required considerable rest. He feared that if he allowed the situation to continue unchecked, he might once again succumb to slumber. After expressing his thoughts, Pa Chung observed as Yun Chen departed without uttering another word. He still remembers the radio, a conversational being of humanity. If he were to fall into slumber once more, would Yun Chen be able to find other humans? She has grown formidable, diligently honing her skills. She can thrive without the will of the city, much like Sister Duan. What is his purpose for existence? To protect humanity? But what if humanity does not seek his protection? Vine stood still. The first time he experienced the tumult of chaotic thoughts. The girl arrived, and all branches bent towards her. Yun Chen was inside the house, holding the map of Li Duan. I had never intended to deliberately seek out Sister Duan's camp or utilize her supplies, but now there are no alternatives. Exploring underground requires numerous tools, and much of the nearby area has already been scavenged by Sister Duan. Our exploration tools are limited. She spread the map across the ground, studying the ruined city intently. Do not worry, I am here. I will go to the places you have been. The map of Li Duan reveals the original layout of the entire city. If this is indeed the case, the city is not vast. Calculating with Yun Chen's swift pace, in a straight line without obstacles, she could traverse from one end of the map to the other within a day and a night, which would suffice to cover the city's area. Yun Chen has not ventured extensively beyond the ruins. She resides within the city, now possessing ample resources for survival, a home, land, food, and a pet old turtle for companionship. She is content with such a life. Yet, the harsh reality compels her to take steps forward. Does she feel no fear about exploring underground? She is indeed very afraid, but her fear of losing the ruined city far eclipses that dread. It is not the fear of losing the city's protective will, but rather the dread of losing family. The ruined city is her family. Yun Chen took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and spoke with a casual tone reminiscent of days gone by. Do you still remember the shopping street we once visited? There was a store selling wilderness survival tools, but the shelves have been completely stripped bare. Her warehouse is filled with various items, mostly daily necessities. But Li Duan has thoroughly scavenged the city, leaving behind little of significant practical value. Even the remnants have been well concealed. To put it elegantly, the items she can salvage now may largely be considered as refuse in Li Duan's eyes. The two useful straight knives she possesses were gifts from Li Duan. With the appropriate materials, the ruined city can produce cold weapons, albeit limited to everyday tools. The construction of more intricate items is beyond the assistance of the city's will, necessitating human intervention. Sister Duan prefers to mitigate risks. She has established multiple camps, all of which are likely well hidden, with the underground site being a prime example. She has marked resource points on the map, but these are merely locations she has scavenged, not indicative of her own stockpiles. I surmise there is a resource point here. Yun Chen pointed to a specific area on the map. The ruined city immediately trembled with vines, exclaiming, "It's too far." One thought. And Yun Chen might delay on the road, thus failing to reach the city in time by nightfall. Yun Chen remarked, "The map indicates there is a large gas station nearby, which contains diesel. With diesel, the generator might just become operational. Venturing underground, the light sources are limited. The burning stick suffices, while the hand-cranked flashlight serves its purpose down below. I require a headlamp and a powerful flashlight, both of which necessitate electricity. The nearby gas station has run out of fuel. The desolate city remains silent." Yun Chen points to other potential resource points on the map. These locations may harbor resources, but I am certain that there must be one near the gas station. The map indicates a watchtower nearby. Sister Duan's camp is either exceedingly concealed or exceptionally suitable for escape. Vines entwine around Yun Chen's wrist, brushing against her dangling fingertips. He is unable to reach the depths. To accompany her in confronting danger. I have ventured far on several occasions, and I shall return safely this time as well. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from such talk, Sister Duan. This is a flag, auspicious. The desolate city. You still. Yun Chen reaches up to the vines above, dislodging a heap of dry leaves, prompting her to stick out her tongue and make a comical face, causing the desolate city to stifle a laugh. A day later, Yun Chen times her departure with the rising sun, setting forth from the city. The desolate city follows until he can advance no further. He remains in place, gazing at the sun at its zenith, waiting for the crimson hues of dusk, watching the night descend, anxious, restless, powerless. At last, Yun Chen returns, treading upon the dark mist. Shadows slowly coalesce behind her, yearning to pounce, yet halted by an invisible barrier. The young girl bears a colossal backpack, her form slightly bent beneath its weight, with each hand grasping a large barrel. The pungent scent of diesel wafting through the air. Her cherubic cheeks are smudged with dark stains. She set down the pole and raised her hand to wipe her face. Noticing blood blisters forming on her palms and fingers, her hand fell quickly, and the injury was but a fleeting moment. Yun Chen placed her hands on her hips, shaking her head, thinking, I must be a fool. The watchtower stands near one of Sister Duwan's camps, and I only brought a portion of the oil for urgent use. She grimaced as she touched her hand, mumbling to herself as she walked in. It's merely a large warehouse, filled with many items. If only there were a vehicle that could be driven, but alas. This area is merely strewn with scrap metal. I can drive. I heard that adults operate such things in Zhengzhou, right? She glanced down at the vines that had rushed into her embrace. Pucheng, you're here. Yun Chen. Wow. Can you really say 4 words together? After the surprise, she noticed a faint quiver of sorrow in his voice. Yun Chen hoisted the vines onto her shoulder, swaying them back and forth with earnestness. I'm home. Pucheng, welcome home. Yun Chen responded with a heavy affirmation. In Warehouse 21, 3 small generators from Haichin apartment lay idle. After Yun Chen tinkered with them and added diesel, 2 of the generators became operational. With the generators running, the rechargeable flashlights could finally serve their purpose. Yun Chen gathered numerous flashlights, identifying 3 or 4 that were particularly useful. Little Pucheng observed the girl as she organized the equipment inside the room, while his vines worked diligently to enlarge the entrance for easier access. Helmet, backpack, water bottle, flashlight, flare, food, matches, chalk, candles. Yun Chen mumbled as she stuffed items into her backpack. She also needed a more durable outfit. Continuous exercise coupled with poor nutrition had caused her to grow taller. She had barely managed to fit into children's clothing before, but now it was no longer feasible. The garments she had acquired from Li Duan's supply point were excessively baggy for her current height, necessitating alterations before she could wear them. Originally, the outfits were quite stylish, but after her modifications, they had taken on a rather abstract appearance. Nevertheless, Yun Chen felt quite pleased with herself as she twirled in front of a city backdrop, the soles of her non-slip shoes producing a squeaky sound against the ground. She inquired, how do I look? Little Broken City replied, it looks good. Better than the patterns on old Wang's turtle shell. He instinctively refrained from voicing the latter part of his compliment. Feeling a sense of pride, Yun Chen declared, it seems I have a talent for altering clothes. She proceeded to take stock of her supplies, stuffing a pen and paper into the pocket of her top to chart her route. As night fell, Yun Chen fastened the strap of her safety helmet and lowered the rope, preparing to embark on her journey. Little Broken City expressed his deep concern. Are you really going down to search? Yun Chen grasped the rope with both hands, her foot finding purchase on the wall of the hole, raising a hand to gesture at him confidently. Trust me. With a graceful descent, she disappeared into the darkness. Little Broken City remained anxious. Half a minute later, Yun Chen emerged, awkwardly picking up 2 flashlights from the ground, struggling several times before successfully retrieving them. She clipped the flashlights onto her belt and cleared her throat, stating earnestly, this time, I truly went down. In the small, crumbling town, a sense of unease washed over Yun Chen as her feet touched the ground. She activated the headlamp on her helmet, illuminating the passage that led to the underground. The small stones embedded in the cave walls glimmered in the light. The air below seemed safe. She had previously tossed a wild rabbit into the abyss, and days later, it remained lively and vigorous. Taking a deep breath to steady her heartbeat, she realized she had no watch to gauge the passage of time, relying instead on her instincts. She was familiar with the duration of a minute, her heart rate resting around 60 beats per minute when she was still. The night's phantoms heralded an opportune moment to venture deeper, a notion she gleaned from Sister Duwan's diary, a belief she chose to embrace. As her heart rate stabilized, Yun Chen turned the corner, officially entering the subterranean passage. The tunnel was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of her footsteps and the rustle of her clothing. Thankfully, the limited reach of her headlamp and flashlight alleviated some of the anxiety that gripped her. The path continued its descent, leaving her uncertain of how much longer she would walk before reaching the end. The cave walls began to transform. The number of red stones increased, their sizes gradually enlarging. They sparkled like gems embedded in the rock, mesmerizing in their beauty. Yun Chen observed that the individual red stones appeared dull and lifeless, reminiscent of a fragment she had extracted from the decayed remnants of a ghoul, while clusters of these stones radiated brilliance and clarity. Unsure of their true nature, She mentally designated them as energy stones, precious gems capable of replenishing the city's vitality. Being her inaugural venture into the depths, Yun Chen treaded cautiously, her pace swift yet deliberate. After a considerable distance, the passage widened, revealing a more expansive space. Before her lay a vast expanse of level ground, adorned with clusters of large red crystals that emitted a faint, ethereal glow. Scattered around were pools of viscous black liquid. These crystals, akin to magnified versions of red stones, revealed an unexpected beauty. Upon contact with the spectral liquid, their vibrant hues dulled and faded. The plane connected to various openings, each beset by varying amounts of this ghostly fluid. Some openings overflowed with it, allowing the liquid to drip downwards, persistently. Yes, it dripped. Connecting the openings to the ground was a slender stone pillar, resembling a spider's web, linking the entrances to the plane. Its surface tinted a light crimson by the luminescence of the crystals, while below yawned an abyss of unfathomable depth. Yun Chen, taken aback by the sight before her, instinctively took a step back. She ignited a flare, casting it into the abyss. The fiery red spark descended, plummeting into the darkness, never to be heard touching the ground. Raising her hand, she pressed her palm tightly against her mouth, stifling any sounds of fear. The more perilous the situation, the more she needed to remain composed and silent. Gradually, she regained her calm and began to ponder the existence of such a place beneath the earth. It felt as if the ground had been hollowed out, as if a hidden realm lay beneath. The presence of the spectral liquid attested to the hauntings of spirits, perhaps indicating that they indeed rested here during the day. As Yun Chen surveyed her surroundings, the multitude of openings dazzled her senses. Each entrance appeared almost identical, indistinguishable in size, shape, or the glimpses visible within. Yun Chen retrieved a piece of chalk and inscribed a mark upon the wall of the cave entrance where she stood. The only traversable path led to a stone pillar, resembling a precarious single log bridge upon which her feet could not stand simultaneously. As she approached the bridge, she noticed traces of moss along the edge of the sixth entrance to her right, accompanied by slender twigs that would easily go unnoticed at a cursory glance. Could it be there? The mere thought that fragments of the small, dilapidated city might lie within spurred her into action. Yun Chen produced her tools and secured a rope to this side. Once her safety harness was fastened, she commenced her journey across the stone pillar. Her sense of balance was exceptional, allowing her to traverse the pillar with remarkable steadiness. After anchoring the safety rope on the platform, she retrieved a new one from her backpack and sought a suitable place to secure it. While fixing the rope, she caught sight of a crystal, its once lustrous surface now dulled by a malevolent liquid. Resisting the urge to reach out and touch it, she was startled as the crystal emitted a faint glow. Dark vapors seeped from the crystal, and droplets of black liquid began to evaporate from its surface, gradually restoring its brilliance. Yun Chen's fingertips warmed as she brushed against the crystal, which was also warm to the touch. She mused to herself about the peculiar nature of this place. Securing the safety rope, she proceeded toward the entrance adorned with twigs. Navigating the stone pillar posed no challenge for her. She moved swiftly. Upon reaching the cave entrance, she paused to observe the interior, feeling a breeze that hinted at its origin. Initially, she had carried a candle to gauge the sufficiency of air in the subterranean realm, but it now seemed entirely unnecessary. As she ventured further inside, the ground was damp, and each step elicited a distinct sound of water. Drops fell from above, and vines clung to the cave walls, roused from their slumber by the sudden presence of life, beginning to writhe as if preparing to strike. They indeed did so. Had Yun Chen not evaded quickly, she would have been speared on the spot. Nevertheless, her face was still grazed, a bead of blood oozing forth. Nearby, a branch stood silently, its tip adorned with a hint of crimson. The red hue bled into the branch, while green gradually spread. Yun Chen was terrified. Observing the color and the gnarled appearance of the vines, it seemed they belonged to a small, wretched city, yet their temperament was exceedingly savage. In that moment, she was at a loss whether to retreat or advance. The vines appeared to support the entire passage, with some twisting and entwining, a juxtaposition of verdant and withered hues. Yun Chen noted that the parts of the vines that had turned yellow were splattered with a dark red liquid, as if something had exploded in that very spot. Was that the reason for their decay? As she observed the vines, noticing they had no intention of further assault, she drew closer for a closer examination of that area. She produced a knife and scraped away at the surface of the liquid. To no avail. It had already penetrated deeply. While performing this action, she pondered a thought. The vines from the small, wretched city were notoriously difficult to injure. Why could she easily scrape away a portion with her knife? Was it perhaps due to their desiccation? With renewed determination, she struck down with her knife, severing the vine, causing the yellowing to continue spreading to other sections. Behind her, a vine that had been observing her suddenly stood upright, its form appearing much more at ease. Yun Chen was astonished that her actions had proven effective. Time was insufficient today, but she resolved to return tomorrow. As she departed, her wrist was ensnared by a branch, seemingly urging her to stay. Yun Chen reassured, "I shall return tomorrow." She briefly introduced herself, and under the vine's lingering gaze, she resolutely took her leave. Indeed, the small desolate town remains pitiably unchanged. On the return journey, Yun Chen sprinted with a speed exponentially greater than her initial pace. According to her estimations based on her heartbeat, dawn was imminent. The corner of the passage lay just ahead, with a flickering light filtering down from the cave's ceiling. Yun Chen hastened around the bend. The moment she emerged from the tunnel, she heard a peculiar gurgling sound behind her. A phantom materialized out of thin air. Its lower half composed of swirling darkness, and its upper half resembling a human figure, with pale skin and a vacant expression. It closed its eyes before her, the dark mist flowing languidly. Yun Chen forced an awkward and impolite smile, amusing herself with the thought that the specter indeed slumbered deep beneath the earth. She verified this for herself. Grasping the rope and climbing the cave walls with the agility of a nimble primate, she swiftly ascended into the room. The small town, having already sensed the commotion, awaited her at the cave's mouth, brandishing vines in greeting. Yet, he was met with her furious declaration, "You and I." The small town, bewildered, could only respond with silence. How could he possibly have committed such an act? Yun Chen vehemently recounted the events at the cave's depths, gesticulating animatedly as she repeated, "You and I." The small town attempted to clarify that the part of him in question was no longer connected to him, and upon realizing that Yun Chen was benevolent, he refrained from attacking. This indicated that even that part of him harbored affection for her. Yun Chen listened in silence, gnawing on dried meat, her dark circles accentuating her forlorn gaze directed at the small town as she reiterated, "You and I," regardless of how the small town sought to explain himself. She persistently echoed those three words, "You and I." The small town felt as though he were confronting a relentless parrot. He asked with a sense of grievance, "What should I do?" Yun Chen, with a playful glint in his eyes, reclined on the vine hammock and, in a nonchalant manner, proclaimed, "Quickly now. Give the world's finest teacher, Yun, a shoulder rub, a leg massage, and perhaps sing a little tune." However, it would have sufficed to state this directly, for it startled him. Xiao Pecheng swayed the vines towards the hammock, intending to inquire about the desired pressure, only to notice the girl's lips parted slightly, her breath shallow, as she lay on the bed, already asleep. Merely seconds had passed. The sun outside shone brightly, and the vines unfurled the quilt, gently draping it over the girl. Several branches simultaneously pulled the curtains, enveloping the brick abode in a dim ambience conducive to restful slumber. Xiao Pecheng gently rocked the hammock. As the weather warmed, birds chirped joyfully outside, singing mountain songs, while a tiger pounced on a deer, the latter letting out a mournful cry. The occupant of the bed furrowed her brow at these subtle sounds. A hush fell over the room. The sudden clamor of the city startled the local wildlife, and all activities of the natural world unfolded in silent tableau. The world was tranquil. The vines smoothed Yun Chen's furrowed brow, resuming the gentle sway of the hammock. Upon awakening, Yun Chen found herself in the afternoon, gazing at the dimly lit room, slowly coming to terms with the passage of time. Wait a moment. Why was there such an addition to her bed? Yun Chen looked in bewilderment at the draping veil beside the hammock. She reached out to touch it, finding the fabric soft as clouds, layered to bestow a whimsical charm upon the hammock. "You're awake." The branches of the small, broken city gently parted the sheer curtain, causing the other drapes in the room to follow suit. Sunlight flooded the interior. He remarked, "I crafted this using my own measurements. Is it not worthy of reverence?" Yun Chen caressed the white gauzy fabric, unable to part with its charm. At that moment, the hammock resembled a beautiful princess's bed from a bedtime story. The small broken city explained it was leftover material from earlier. Yun Chen realized that these were merely remnants from previous offerings. Just as she descended from the bed, the branches brought over a porcelain basin filled with lukewarm water, with a face towel resting inside. The branches eagerly attempted to wring out the towel, yet struggled to master the technique. Seeing his comical efforts, Yun Chen could not help but stifle a laugh and gently said, "You need not concern yourself with such tasks. I can manage on my own. She quickly wiped her face and body, redressed, and turned to the small broken city, stating, in truth, I do not relish the lifestyle I had in Zhengzhou, where everyone forbade me from doing anything. While their faces revealed nothing, one among them harbored affection for me. The small broken city, perplexed, inquired, why is that? Yun Chen gazed at him. I do not know. She was uncertain as to why everyone in Zhengzhou was compelled to toil, while she was exempt. Even when asked, she would refuse. She could not fathom her own disdain. Or perhaps she could guess. The small broken city tilted his head for a moment, then patted the girl's shoulder. You have me now. I cherish you immensely. Yun Chen's eyes crinkled with a smile. Thank you. Soon, nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Before embarking on her journey into the depths, Yun Chen, armed with the knowledge gained from her previous exploration, exhibited a newfound proficiency. She meticulously sketched the pathways traversed on paper, annotating her findings. Within the corridor before the platform, the viscous black liquid had increased slightly since yesterday. Had the number of phantoms that resided here during the day multiplied? The radiant crystals on the platform appeared to have dimmed a bit. Glancing over, Yun Chen noticed an abundance of phantom liquids surrounding the crystals. Far more than the previous day. The crystals that came into contact with this liquid transformed into stones tinged with a grayish red, exuding a translucent allure. Yun Chen affectionately dubbed these gems redstones. As she traversed the stone pillars, she felt quite the genius in naming things Little Broken City, Old Tortoise. Red stones, each moniker vividly encapsulating the essence of the original objects. Upon reaching the cave entrance, the vines seemed to anticipate her arrival, eagerly welcoming her. They were pleased that Yun Chen had kept her promise to return. Fortunately, the spread of the vines was not swift. Good morning, Yun Chen greeted the vines. Equipped today with a saw and a pair of abrasion-resistant gloves, which would surely enhance her efficiency compared to yesterday. The branches affectionately brushed against her cheek, shedding their initial hostility. Noticing the scabs on her face, the vines appeared somewhat anxious. Yun Chen reassured them, it's understandable to fear strangers after spending so long underground. Her voice was barely above a whisper, almost a breathy sound, as her hands sought out the withered sections to commence sawing through the branches. With each cut made through the areas tainted by the black-red liquid, the vines seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Curiously, Yun Chen inquired, why are you here? The vines tilted their heads, seemingly unable to comprehend her words. Yun Chen endeavored several times and discovered that this half of the small broken city was, in fact, incapable of comprehending human language. It could merely perceive emotions. For instance, upon realizing that it could not understand human speech, it felt a tinge of disappointment, which immediately prompted it to grow anxious, grasping Yun Chen's hand, fearful of her departure, much like the small broken city itself. As Yun Chen hummed a cheerful tune, she sawed through the vines, and at this pace, she estimated that within approximately half a month, she would have cleared the vines entirely. The stoutest vine lay obediently on the ground, its branches tinged with yellow, observing the gradual cleanup of the other withered branches. The vine felt increasingly lighter and was filled with joy. A gentle pop echoed as a small flower bloomed at the tip of a branch, gazing adorably at the maiden. Yun Chen, hearing the familiar sound, turned to look and stifled a laugh. The flower at the end of the branch drooped, resembling a wrinkled old woman. It seemed to be leaning with a feeble back, quivering as it implored Yun Chen, come and assist me. The vine appeared to be aware that the flower it had just bloomed was rather unattractive. Feeling dejected, it retreated to a corner within the cave, its branches tracing circles on the ground. After completing her task for the day, Yun Chen stood up to tidy her belongings and addressed the vine below. That will be all for today. I shall return. The vine gazed at her departure with reluctance, mimicking her gesture of farewell by waving its branches. Yun Chen took chalk and marked the entrance of the cave anew before traversing past the stone pillars. Arriving at a platform where the shimmering red stones beckoned to her, Yun Chen contemplated her actions, attempting to pry a fragment of the red stone from its steadfast grip with her gloved hands. The crystal was remarkably resilient, resisting her efforts whether she struck it with a knife or sawed at it, yielding no portion from the crystal cluster. The walls of the passage were adorned with numerous red stones that appeared equally formidable, prompting her to make a few attempts to dislodge them, though equipped with protective gloves. Her movements were somewhat hindered. She removed the gloves, brandishing a straight knife, and employed both the blade and her fingertips to manipulate the red stones. These stones were firmly embedded in the cave's walls, and, while not as unyielding as those in the crystal cluster, proved challenging. Through her relentless endeavor, She managed to extract a stone roughly the size of her palm, significantly larger than those acquired by the foolish ghost. As she continued her work, she noticed a spectral figure materializing around the corner. Yesterday it had been one, and today, in the same spot, there were two. They manifested in the depths of the earth. Their eyes closed, enveloped in a serene, dark mist. A sense of unease washed over Yun Chen, but she stifled it and ascended the cave, grasping a rope. With the little broken city awaiting her at the entrance, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room, as the girl mysteriously retrieved a translucent red crystal from her back. The vines sprang up with exuberance. "Is it mine? Is it mine? Is it mine?" the little broken city exclaimed, bouncing in place with its vines perked up. Yun Chen shook her head playfully, teasing, "No, this is a gift from my old tortoise." The little broken city stood frozen in shock, processing the revelation for a moment before timidly asking, "Why? What about mine?" With a stern expression, Yun Chen replied, "Oh dear, I forgot." "Forgot?" the little broken city echoed, perplexed. A small branch of the little broken city reached out, grasping Yun Chen's pinky finger, swaying gently as it spoke. "Next time, just me, all right?" Unable to contain her laughter any longer, Yun Chen burst into giggles, tossing the red stone at the little broken city. "Who else in this room would need it? It must be a gift for you. What could the old turtle possibly desire?" On the other side of the wall, an old turtle, dozing in the stone pot at the corner, lazily lifted its eyelids to glance at the commotion next door. "One day, I shall outlast this human and this city. This is truly my domain." Meanwhile, the little broken city twirled in place, clutching the red stone as the green cocoon unfurled, allowing him to place the stone beside the city model. Even after Yun Chen finished her meal, he remained transfixed by the red stone, grinning like a fool. Yun Chen said, "I'm going to take a bath and change my clothes. Could you please help me take out the items from my clothes and the tools on top?" The little broken city obediently replied, "Sure." Yun Chen retrieved a large wooden bucket, filling it with cool water. She removed the necklace from around her neck and submerged it into the water. The necklace rested on a nearby wooden bench as Yun Chen leaned over the bucket, gazing at it. The ring on the necklace was exquisite, adorned with simple yet delicate patterns, and at its center lay a profoundly deep red gemstone. Yun Chen recalled how her mother would always display a gentle expression whenever she spoke of the ring. He made this ring with his own hands. It embodies his dedication, his promise. She would always stroke Yun Chen's head, saying, "He may have left us, but he loves you dearly." Yet, this was not the perspective Yun Chen held. To her, her father was merely an indistinct symbol. After her mother's passing, who had always thought of him, she even harbored resentment towards him. Yun Chen was submerged in water, bubbles rising to the surface one by one. Behind a rudimentary curtain, the vine meticulously examined each pocket, extracting its contents. The little dilapidated town hoped that Yun Chen's pockets concealed more redstones, treasures yet to be discovered. The branch turned the garment inside out, revealing an inner pocket. Inside lay a family photograph. The man's face was mostly obscured by pencil marks, yet his radiant smile could still be discerned. He was half squatting beside a woman in a wheelchair, both cradling an infant. The little town cherished this photograph, feeling warmth upon its first touch. It could sense emotions, including the remnants of feelings embedded in certain objects. Flipping the photograph over, it noticed a line of small handwriting on the back. Having learned to read, it recognized the words and their pronunciation. The branch glided along the letters, experiencing an intensity of emotion it had never known before. "You are the beauty of 1,000 years, my dearest lady." It felt as if nothing in this world could compare to the meaning held within those two words, lady. The branch lingered on this title, favoring it. More than the term friend, it preferred the fervent emotion captured in the photograph. What kind of emotion was this? After finishing her bath, Yun Chen stepped out to replenish her water supply, clearing nearby traps in the process. These small traps were effective for catching numerous rabbits, and as usual, she released the pregnant doe, adhering to the principles of sustainable development. As she descended to the next trap, she heard the faint whimpering of a small creature. She gazed at the unfortunate creature ensnared in the trap, a sense of exasperation washing over her. It was a cruel metal device, and what it had caught was a mere puppy, likely a stray from a nearby pack. How had it ended up alone in her vicinity? Yun Chen approached cautiously, and the little dog bared its teeth defiantly. With a swift motion, she grasped the nape of its neck and pinned it down, freeing it from the trap. The small town was filled with wonder as it beheld the gray puppy. Its family? Yun Chen stifled a yawn, her weariness prompting her to nod absently. After tending to the puppy's wounds with minimal fuss, She tossed it toward the little town. I shall take my leave for a while. In contrast to the indifferent old turtle, the little town found greater joy in the playful wagging of the puppy's tail, which responded eagerly to a vine. Despite knowing the puppy could not speak, the little town enthusiastically inquired, "What is your name?" The puppy replied with a series of barks. "Woof, woof, woof." The little town exclaimed, "I understand. Your name shall be, let her decide." The puppy responded with a bark. "Woof, woof." The little town echoed, "Woof, woof, woof." The puppy questioned, "Woof?" Having trampled through her fields, torn her clothes, and even urinated at her bedside, Yun Chen clenched her fists in frustration. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed the little town holding one vine in front, while another swayed rhythmically alongside the puppy, their movements perfectly synchronized. The puppy barked, "Woof." The little town mirrored, "Woof." Yun Chen recalled their previous game of tossing stones. "So, you have transformed into a dog, have you? Shall I give it a name?" Before Yun Chen descended into the cave, she made a request to the small broken city to name the little dog. After pondering for a moment, she quickly conjured a resounding name. How about Little Dog Egg? Typically, one would expect the small broken city to rejoice upon hearing Yun Chen's choice. However, today, its reaction to her naming skills seemed somewhat restrained. As Yun Chen cleared away the dirt from the underground vines and established a closer connection with another part of her being, her memories began to resurface. Instinctively, she felt that Little Dog Egg was not an apt name. The small broken city urged, "Think of another one." Yun Chen rolled her eyes in response. "Look at how capable you are. Think of one yourself." "I shall proceed below first." The small broken city revealed its city-like appearance, blinking its dark, beady eyes, and said, "Be careful." Yun Chen acknowledged with a grunt and entered the cave. Today, she had brought a pickaxe, convenient for excavating stones on her return journey. The black, viscous liquid in the passage had increased significantly, permeating the air with a pungent sulfuric aroma. Yun Chen turned her head, illuminating her path with her headlamp. The walls and the ground were coated in a dense layer of black, sticky liquid, just as the temperature would drop in areas where phantoms appeared. This served as a method to discern their presence. This liquid posed no harm to the human body. However, once contaminated, it was exceedingly difficult to cleanse, only evaporating under the sun's rays. Today, as Yun Chen ventured down the passage, she found herself stepping into these liquids every few paces. The red stones lining the walls appeared increasingly dull. She halted, noticing the distinctly darkened red stones showing signs of detachment from the walls. The ethereal liquid does not pose any harm to humanity, yet could it exert an influence akin to that of an energy stone on the will of the city? Yun Chen did not delve deeply into this thought, as she needed to assist in cleaning the stains from the subterranean vines. One might ponder whether there exists a connection between the thin, dark red liquid and the ethereal liquid. This notion suddenly flickered in Yun Chen's mind. The crimson light from the hands of the now-vanished flesh-eating specter had the power to repel the vines, upon extracting the red stone from its corpse. The body rapidly decayed into nothingness. While the stone remained, the putrid flesh seemed to linger in a state of existence. What was the sound she had heard at that moment? Yun Chen gazed at the red stone upon the platform. Could it emit sounds? Much like the will of the city? She chuckled at her own fanciful imagination. If these energy stones possessed consciousness, what would they be called? The will of the red stone. Perhaps, as she stepped onto the stone pillar, the vines greeted her at the cave's entrance. Yun Chen inspected their condition. The segment she had severed 2 days prior had sprouted new branches, and no new withering had appeared. The existing withered parts continued to spread slowly, prompting her to grasp the saw and begin her work. The subterranean vines clung to her shoulder, reminiscent of a small, crumbling city. In contrast to the vines above ground, those below were remarkably robust. Even the slenderest matched the thickness of the main vine of the small city, while the thickest resembled the trunk of an ancient tree. The vine resting on Yun Chen's shoulder was not the thickest, but still weighed heavily. She nearly faltered under its weight. Regardless of how endearing or pitiable the vines appeared, she resolutely rejected the notion of allowing them to rest upon her shoulders. Her petite frame could not bear such a tremendous burden. Vines. Yun Chen need only to eliminate the obstructions that hinder the underground vines. The small, dilapidated city would manage itself. It is said that as long as she can re-establish her connection with the subterranean body, it will instinctively ascend and reconnect. At that moment, possessing her entire form may lead to the restoration of her memories. Which city in the eastern region was this small, crumbling city originally? She is aware that prior to the apocalypse, There were 7 cities in the eastern part of the Kyushu region, yet she can only recall the names of Chafu, Jiangyu, and Dongqiao. The rest have faded from her memory due to the passage of time. She distinctly remembers one city that was often mentioned by adults with a tone of melancholy. Many families had their loved ones residing there. The severed vines were discarded into the abyss outside. The vines stained with red-black liquid could not be placed within, as they would contaminate the others. The vines fell silently into the void. As Yun Chen gazed into the endless darkness, she felt an unsettling notion that numerous phantoms might suddenly emerge from below, causing her to shiver at the thought. As she lifted another vine, she unexpectedly spotted a glimmer of silver in the soil. To her astonishment, it was a lighter. Had someone been here before? Yun Chen contemplated questioning the vines that remained, standing there in their foolishness, but she dismissed the thought. With the task of sawing the vines complete, she bid them farewell and picked up her pickaxe to excavate the crystal clusters. Regrettably, she still found it impossible to break through. It appears that the only option is to focus on the crimson stones embedded in the cave walls. The brighter the hue of the smaller stones, the easier they are to extract. The larger ones, however, require considerably more effort. If not for her gloves, the vigorous digging would likely have worn away a layer of skin from her palms. Gradually, she delved deeper, where the eerie liquid flowed abundantly, and the cave walls revealed many stones of a grayish-red hue exhibiting signs of flaking. Yun Chen, through her gloves, began to unearth the crimson stones. Surprisingly, these stones did not necessitate much effort. With a gentle nudge, they fell from the walls, varying in size. She collected a substantial amount of the grayish-red stones and stowed them in her backpack, distinguishing them from the normal crimson stones in her pocket. Upon exiting the cave, she was soon confronted by the small, dilapidated city. Had she not evaded quickly, she would have been nearly overwhelmed. While she managed to avoid the small city, she could not escape the small dog. The dog eagerly wagged its tail while resting against her legs, fully aware that she was the one who had rescued it from peril. Yun Chen muttered to herself, "That trap was set by me, after all." She affectionately patted the dog's fluffy head and was about to step outside to arrange the stones when she sensed a mournful gaze behind her. "What about me?" inquired the small city. "Are you going to compete with the dog?" Yun Chen replied. "What is the difference?" The small city retorted. With an exasperated sigh, she responded, "Let me wash my hands and put these items away first." The small city followed her eagerly, while a similarly enthusiastic little dog trailed behind. Upon opening the door, she initially intended to dump the contents of her pocket onto the ground. After a moment's contemplation, she stepped beyond the city's atmospheric reach, enclosed an area with a fence, and poured the stones inside. It is perfectly normal to wait for them to be basked in sunlight. Only then does the city seem to exhibit subtle changes. The red stone resembles a rapidly charging crystal, capable of enhancing the city's willpower in a brief span. Though not all of this energy is absorbed, a portion remains. This conclusion was drawn by Yun Chen after observing and inquiring about the little broken city. The sunlight was just right, illuminating the red stone. When Yun Chen asked the little broken city, "Have you chosen a name for the puppy?" Yun Chen was somewhat astonished, not expecting the little broken city to actually come up with a name. She felt a twinge of anticipation, wondering if it might be something like Silly or Iron Pillar. She had already devised ways to comfort the little broken city. Under the sunlight, the red stone showed no signs of change. Is the sunlight ineffective? This was contrary to what Yun Chen had anticipated. She produced a clean red stone and placed it alongside the ashen one, quickly observing that the pristine stone became tainted with darkness. The little broken city's branches froze mid-air, nearly on the verge of tears. "Oh dear, is it not supposed to be this way?" Yun Chen paused, then retrieved another red stone, placing it next to the ashen one. This time, the ashen stone gradually regained its cleanliness, slowly exuding a black liquid. How peculiar. Yun Chen boldly picked up both stones, her bare hands making direct contact with their surfaces. Suddenly, the left hand's ashen stone became sticky. Upon closer inspection, the stone had transformed into a remarkably clean state. This bears a striking resemblance to the transformation of the stone within the body of that peculiar ghost. Yun Chen gazed intently at the black liquid in her palm, pondering whether the factor that cleansed the red stone was not sunlight, but rather herself. The city's will, which yearned for yet dared not approach the stone, could it be that a mere touch from a human could render it pristine? Yun Chen experimented with several red stones, each one regaining its clarity in her hands. Overwhelmed with joy, she suddenly comprehended. The city's will could protect humanity, and in turn, Humanity could assist the cities in purifying the tainted red stones. Indeed, humans and the cities were destined allies. Upon hearing the word friend, the small dilapidated city lazily swayed its branches. Unlike before, it showed no inclination to echo the young girl's sentiment. Yun Chen, oblivious to the city's shift, continued her rapid examination of the stones. Only after cleansing them all and presenting them to the small city did she finally retire to wash up and rest. The small city cradled a collection of shimmering red stones, stuffing them into the city's green cocoon. A vast and abundant energy surged into the city's form, seemingly strengthening the connection with its subterranean body as a torrent of indistinct memories flooded in. She sought to clear the mist, yet merely succeeded in thinning it, completely depleting the energy from these redstones. Even the abundant energy within the city's form was exhausted. The sound of waves crashing against the stones echoed. The small city, feeling somewhat aggrieved, nestled beside Yun Chen. The recovery of the city's energy accelerated slightly. Yun Chen cast a glance at the city's form, finding the green cocoon empty. After a moment of silence, she remarked, "If you consume this much every time, I simply cannot afford to sustain you." The little city cautiously gestured with a palm-sized red stone, its branches resting gently against the girl's calf, lightly tapping. "Then I shall eat this much from now on." Yun Chen, filled with surprise, exclaimed, "Your speech has become far more coherent." The little city replied, "The aura of the city has also expanded significantly." Not wishing for Yun Chen to exert herself so much, the little city added, "I eat very little." After a brief pause, it pondered whether the walls needed further expansion, as the offerings had yet to be fully utilized. Yun Chen, already reclined, waved her hand dismissively. "No need. The outer walls are ample enough for our current needs. Why expand? We occupy too much territory, leaving them no place to thrive." She referred to the creatures that had previously come to offer their tributes. The little city shifted its vines and, mimicking the girl, laid down upon the pillow. A small dog rested by the bedside, occasionally glancing warily towards the entrance. Yun Chen lay turned to the side, and upon witnessing the little city's actions, she couldn't help but chuckle. After her laughter subsided, she extended a fingertip to touch the tip of a branch, asking, "What name have you given the little dog?" The little city observed as the girl yawned heavily, and the branches lowered the thickened curtains. The room dimmed, a perfect ambience for slumber. As drowsiness enveloped her, Yun Chen strained to hear the name of the dog. Just as she was on the verge of drifting off, the whispers of the cities caressed her ears. "Nianen. It is called Nianen." Yun Chen mumbled, "You have become quite the literary city." The little city gently lowered the canopy of the hammock and, before retreating, softly murmured, "I wish to see that river. I have heard its voice." Yun Chen remarked, "All right, we shall go see it tomorrow." Wait a moment. Did she just hear an unusual appellation, or had she misheard? At that moment, half awake and half dreaming, she inquired, "What did you just call me?" The little broken city adorably responded, "Sweet dreams." As the narrative unfolds, Yun Chen agreed to accompany the little broken city to view the river. However, she was reluctant to delay her task of clearing the subterranean vines. That night, she continued her work in the depths, hastening her efforts to finish earlier. As she gathered her belongings, the vines lay on the ground, waving goodbye languidly, as if behaving like a grand gentleman. Yun Chen found this indolent demeanor rather exasperating. Sensing her subtle shift in mood, the vines immediately sought to appease her, nuzzling against her palm before obediently waving farewell. Yun Chen remarked, "Now that is more like it." As she progressed with her cleaning, the connection between the subterranean vines and the little broken city above grew increasingly intricate, and it seemed that the vines had regained a semblance of intelligence. In the dim passageway, only the light from her headlamp and hands illuminated the surroundings. The beam struck the cave walls, revealing a thickening and more viscous spectral substance that furrowed her brow. Were there truly more phantoms here? Yun Chen observed numerous red stones on the cave walls that were absent from the ground. She was certain that before she left yesterday, the quantity of red stones had not been so abundant. With a sense of unease, she exited the passage but did not immediately depart the cave. Instead, she remained in place, awaiting the dawn. At the end of the passage, the phantoms appeared, this time numbering a full 8. Suddenly, Yun Chen noticed that one particular phantom, its lower half enveloped in swirling black mist, was stirring with unusual intensity, betraying the lethargy of a dormant spirit. Its movements were sluggish, as though time itself had conspired to slow its actions. Unlike the other phantoms, it hovered at a certain altitude above the ground. The airborne specter, known as Yuji, possessed keen auditory senses. Yun Chen remained utterly silent, discreetly concealing herself, opting not to flee immediately, but instead to observe from around the corner. She witnessed the phantom gathering fragments of crimson stones scattered on the ground. Upon picking them up, a viscous black substance oozed from its fingernails, enveloping the stones entirely before it ravenously devoured them. Its previously sluggish motions transformed into a more agile rhythm, moving with a speed slightly less than that of the nocturnal phantoms, all the while consuming the stones and gliding towards the passageway. Its silhouette gradually expanded like a balloon before vanishing into the depths of the corridor, leaving its destination unknown. The remaining phantoms continued their slumber undisturbed. As Yun Chen exited the cave, the phantom's peculiar behavior weighed heavily on her mind. Did the crimson stones hold some significance for them? The vines, eager to welcome their returning mistress, sensed her troubled emotions and halted the little broken city in its tracks. What troubles you? Yun Chen met its gaze and recounted the events that had transpired at the cave's bottom. The little broken city tilted its head for a moment. It seems to be quite a serious matter, so let us go and see Jiang. Let us see Jiang. Yun Chen felt her anxiety dissipate in the face of its carefree demeanor. Pondering endlessly proved futile. After all, what could she do about the phantoms lurking underground? The little broken city had no authority over them, and she could not simply confront the phantoms and demand they cease their actions. Fear not, for they shall not rend her asunder on the spot. What need is there for concern? When challenges arise, one must face them with resolve. For now, she need only maintain her optimal state. Yun Chen smiled as she declared, I shall change my attire, and then we shall embark. The small, dilapidated city swayed with its tendrils, while she selected her garments. The branches stealthily reached toward the subterranean depths, attempting to peer below. The will of the city could not influence the underground, and as the tendrils ascended halfway, they stilled, resembling an ordinary vine. How, one wonders? Does that portion of the body govern the actions of the tendrils? Before her, the young woman was in the midst of changing clothes. Upon her arrival, she had been frail and diminutive. Now, she stood taller and her physique had become distinctly robust. With each motion of donning her garments, the contours of her muscles became increasingly evident. As the city prepared for departure, the river that traversed the entire expanse was positioned centrally on the map. The tendrils of the small, shabby city could not have reached such a distance before. Yet now they could. Nian and yearned to accompany them on their outing. But her foot was still injured, compelling her to remain within the confines of the walls to recuperate. Once the iron gate closed, it incensed her, prompting her to furiously dig in Yun Chen's vegetable patch. The tendrils entwined around Yun Chen's hand, forming a verdant bracelet that swayed in rhythm with her arm movements. She had to quicken her pace to reach the distant spot. Alas, no suitable means of transportation could be found. Before reaching the riverbank, she could already hear the resounding crash of the water against the shore, powerful and vigorous. The small city tightened its grasp around the young woman's hand. It was this sound, a melody it had repeatedly heard in its memories. Ahead stood a tall fence, and with both hands braced, Yun Chen leapt onto it. Before her lay a broad river, roaring as it swept across the banks. The river spans several hundred meters in width. Once adorned with a bridge that now lies severed at its center, rusted and overgrown with moss and verdant plants. The buildings along the banks have collapsed significantly, presenting a scene of desolation. Yun Chen also observes the remnants of broken ships floating on the water, more than one in sight. The wind by the river is fierce, lifting her hair completely, carrying with it the distinct scent of mud and silt. Such a wide river, traversing the city, ought to be a prominent landmark. Yet, the name of the city eludes Yun Chen's memory. Regrettably, in this post-apocalyptic world, people no longer feel the need to learn about different cities, as few can afford to leave, and even fewer wish to escape the protective embrace of their urban existence. Yun Chen, too, has her knowledge of other cities rooted in the bedtime stories her mother once told her during her childhood. The dilapidated city, entwined with vines, stands in silence as she gazes at the crumbling structures on either side. This sudden surge of emotion within her, could it be what humanity defines as sorrow? Yun Chen muses aloud, I wonder if one could fish here. Alas, it is too far. If only the city's atmosphere could extend a bit further. Perhaps I could visit more often. The small, ramshackle city nuzzles against her cheek gently. Along the path, remnants of walls are visible, with dried bloodstains faintly discernible on certain parts of the buildings. Lush vegetation conceals the traces of humanity that once thrived within this city, transforming it into a desolate landscape. Yet, they proceed forward, taking a few more steps. In the woods, a tall wall stands, marking the new home they have begun to construct together. As long as they do not relinquish hope, the possibility of revival remains. This city will one day gradually restore itself. He shakes the vines, eagerly moving to open the door. Yun Chen gazed perplexedly at the little broken city, which ambled along as if performing a folk dance. The days seemed to blend together. Just the day before, the dogs barked incessantly, and today, a melancholic air hung over the place, reminiscent of the bittersweet pangs of adolescence. Rather than dwelling on the little broken city's apparent sorrow, a smile involuntarily crept onto the girl's face. After witnessing the ruins, her heart swelled with satisfaction upon seeing this haven, encircled by high walls, which offered a profound sense of security. Like the little broken city, she pranced into its embrace, her steps echoing the rhythm of a folk tune, humming, "Today is a splendid day." The melody wafted within the walls, prompting Nian to perk up her small ears, rolling her body before darting towards the iron gate. Old Wang Ba mused to himself, convinced that this dog would surely outlive him. He believed she could endure all the challenges this city posed, emerging as the ultimate sovereign. Yet, before achieving such a status, a troublesome fate had already tightened its grip on his shell, as the girl effortlessly scooped him up. "Old Wang Ba, you're merely a turtle. Refrain from wandering about. Lest Nian bites your head off," she warned, eliciting a bark from Nian, and Yun Chen cast a sidelong glance at the turtle, pondering aloud. "I can't shake the feeling that old Wang Ba secretly curses me every day. Has he lived so long that he has become sentient?" The little broken city, bewildered, inquired, "What does it mean to become sentient?" Yun Chen explained, "It refers to an entity that, lacking any cognitive ability, suddenly gains the capacity for thought akin to that of a human. That is what it means to become sentient." The little broken city contemplated for a moment, asking, "Have I become sentient?" Yun Chen replied, "I suppose the will of a city wouldn't quite qualify." She then deftly shifted the conversation, asking, "What prompted your sudden desire to visit the riverbank?" In the quaint little town, a thought flickered in my mind, as if the mere sight of familiar scenes could awaken dormant memories. Alas, it seems that a complete restoration of my body is imperative. Yun Chen, shaking his fist with a radiant smile, declared, "Leave it to me." In the days that followed, Yun Chen maintained his nocturnal habits. While the specters slumbered during the day, so did he. When night fell and the phantoms roamed the surface, he seized the opportunity to delve underground. This routine continued daily. Nian was now able to place her feet firmly on the ground. Though she had not fully recovered, she no longer needed to tread cautiously. The little dog grew rapidly, thriving in the town with ample food and rest, its stature surpassing its previous size. Yun Chen and the little town had always assumed it to be a small gray dog, but after a bath, it transformed into a fluffy, snow-white confection. With its two shiny, black eyes, it resembled the charming, beady eyes of the town's inhabitants. The underground vines were nearing completion in their cleansing endeavor, expected to be finished in about 3 days, allowing Yun Chen to eradicate the tainted portions entirely. The bond between the little town and the subterranean vines deepened significantly. The vines above ground had nearly all regained their vibrant green vitality, influenced by their underground counterparts, and had grown in size. Meanwhile, the underground vines developed the ability to comprehend human speech, enabling communication with Yun Chen, making the arduous task of pruning them less monotonous. The redstones served as a vital source of energy for the city's essence. As long as they were absorbed in abundance, even when their energy was depleted, the residual energy would suffice for the little town's growth. This growth manifested in the increasing size of the town's effigy, which now stood nearly a meter tall, and the aura of the city expanded significantly. The exact size of Yun Chen remains uncertain, as she has not encountered the elusive specter by night. According to the accounts of the dilapidated city, it has expanded geometrically. With her days and nights turned upside down, Yun Chen's complexion has grown increasingly sallow. The thought of only 3 days remaining to uncover the city's original name invigorates her spirit. She yearns to dwell underground for an entire day and night, combining both times for her cleansing. As dusk descends, Yun Chen stands at the doorframe, wielding a straight blade, tracing a line with the reverse grip. A new scratch appears on the frame, higher than the previous marks. With a grin, she exclaims, "Look, I have grown taller." She then draws a height line for the dilapidated city, proclaiming, I shall undoubtedly be a striking beauty with curves. The city, perplexed, inquires, what does curves mean? Yun Chen replies, though my mother is in a wheelchair, she possesses an exquisite figure, and I am certain I will resemble her. She gestures to illustrate an exaggerated S-curve. The city, even more baffled, sincerely questions, but you are currently a straight line. How can you transform into that? Yun Chen is aware of the answer already. The city's tendency to provoke is well known. Donning her helmet and slinging her backpack, she enters the cavern with a determined expression as night approaches. The city lingers behind, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Yan sits at the cave's entrance, peering curiously. The city harnesses its energy to enhance the warehouse's aesthetics. Suddenly, it hears a menacing sound emanating from Yan's throat. The direction it faced was into the cavern. As she ventured deeper, she activated her headlamp and bright flashlight, casting light into the dim recesses of the cave, where the ethereal liquid had indeed increased in quantity. With every step she took, her shoes became ensnared by the viscous black substance, impeding her pace. The quantity of red stones adorning the cave walls had dwindled significantly. Yun Chen had taken away the majority, leaving behind what might be claimed by the specters. She could not forget the figure that had consumed the red stones and vanished at the tunnel's end. Today, an unusual anxiety gripped her. The surroundings appeared unchanged from usual, with only the sound of her footsteps breaking the silence. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. With this disquietude, she traversed the passageway, past the stone columns, and arrived at the platform. The faint glow emitted by the crystalline clusters offered her a measure of solace, as she felt an inexplicable affinity for the red stones. Unlike the small, dilapidated city that craved the energy contained within the red stones, she sensed a gentle warmth emanating from them. Securing one end of the rope to the safety clip, Yun Chen approached the opening of the subterranean vines. The branches swayed in welcome. Good evening, she greeted as she entered the cave, donned her protective sleeves, and grasped the saw, beginning to clear the contaminated vines above. The underground vines also cherished the red stones, yet they were of no use to them. Only the essence of the city could harness the energy within the stones. In a hushed tone, she conversed with the vines. That fellow upstairs mocked me today, claiming that I am no longer nurturing. What a ridiculous statement. Can you believe he said that? The vines swayed in indignation, vehemently condemning the small, crumbling city above. As Yun Chen deftly sawed through the vines, she remarked, though I am 15, no, with the arrival of the new year. I am now 16. I simply grow at a slower pace than my peers. I assure you, I shall not grow any taller. Observing the vine's fierce and resentful demeanor, she couldn't help but place her hands on her hips and laugh heartily. Suddenly, Yun Chen's voice trailed off as she swung the saw. In that moment, both she and the vine seemed to be frozen in time, as if an unseen force had pressed the pause button. The temperature plummeted, and goosebumps prickled on Yun Chen's skin as she caught a glimpse of a shadowy presence lurking nearby. Could it be a specter? How could that be? It was night. Weren't spirits supposed to roam the earth below? Just as Yun Chen prepared to move, the vine acted with swiftness that surpassed her own. It ensnared her completely, and the tendrils at the base of the wall slowly parted, revealing a narrow crack in the wall. The vine hurriedly pushed the girl into the fissure, along with the tools she had brought. The wall of vines sealed shut behind her, and Yun Chen witnessed several specters dart into the cave's entrance. The branches lunged at them without hesitation, yet their attempts were futile. The spirits were impervious to any form of attack, including that of the city's will. In the dark crevice, Yun Chen gasped silently, her heart racing. Why now? Why were the spirits appearing at this moment? Why had they come to the subterranean vines? She could hear their piercing screams and chatter. Spirits, after all, were capable of speech, though they seldom chose to engage in conversation. A chilling, eerie voice permeated the vine-covered walls, uttering, "No problems have arisen. It remains here." Yun Chen assumed it referred to her, her heart racing to her throat. Soon after, she heard the mechanical voice say, "It will soon slumber once more." Slumber? The will of the city? This reminded her of the dark crimson liquid that resembled the viscous black substance often left by phantoms after an explosion. Was this deliberate? A terrifying thought crossed Yun Chen's mind. The phantoms seemed to exist solely to hunt humans, displaying no interest in anything else. The will of the city appeared to protect humanity from their disturbances. The phantoms had become aware of this. They sought to plunge the will of the city into slumber once again. The mere possibility sent shivers down her spine. Silence enveloped her. She was uncertain of her current predicament. With acute hearing, she dared not move recklessly. Instead, she cautiously examined the crack, using her headlamp to distract herself. The fissure was narrow, just wide enough for her to wedge herself inside. It was also deep, seemingly leading to another space. Tilting her head gently, she illuminated the far end of the crack. Upon discerning the scene before her, Yun Chen was taken aback. It was a small space evidently inhabited. Ashes remained from a spent fire, along with iron cans strung together by wire, and a dusty backpack lying on the ground. Had someone from below come here? Perhaps Sister Duan. She carefully inched toward the crack, every muscle taut, moving soundlessly. She reached the confined space. This space can only accommodate a single adult curled up in repose. After placing other items, the area for resting becomes even more limited. Yun Chen settled down. Facing the extinguished fire pit that had long since died out, her back pressed against the wall, the protrusions of the stone surface proving abrasive against her clothing. She picked up the backpack from the ground, her movements languid. The zipper of the bag was ajar, revealing a scattering of contents within. Yun Chen raised her gaze to survey her surroundings. Iron cans lay strewn across the floor, remnants of the fire having naturally burned out without any intervention. Casting a glance outside the fissure, she noted the vines still tightly obstructing her view, compelling her to suppress her rising panic as she continued to inspect the items. Inside the backpack, she discovered a few basic first aid supplies, now past their expiration. There was little else of value. Among the scattered items was a folding knife, a roll of dried, darkened bandages stained with blood, and several sheets of paper bearing signs of weathering. The handwriting on the paper was familiar to Yun Chen. It was addressed to Li Duan. She picked up the paper, but before she could examine it further, a rustling sound emanated from the fissure, and the vines parted. Quickly, Yun Chen stuffed the items into her backpack and squeezed through the opening, followed by the branches that called out to her, sealing the fissure once more. This once temporary refuge, previously occupied by someone, was again cloistered by the encroaching vines. Yun Chen remained silent, wary of potential phantoms lurking outside. The branches provided a cautious glance beyond the entrance, looking left and right, yet no apparitions were in sight. The ground outside was perilous. Yun Chen nodded in acknowledgement. As she exited the fissure, she extinguished her headlamp, relying solely on the faint glow emitted by the crystals outside to navigate. She proceeded slowly, bracing herself against the wall as she approached the cave's mouth. The temperature still chillingly low. Were there still phantoms lurking beyond? Just as Yun Chen was about to step outside, she noticed the crystal's light on the platform quivering ever so slightly. She caught a fleeting glimpse of a shallow shadow on the ground. The vines had helped her survey the front and both sides, revealing no specters. Yet, he had overlooked the ceiling. A chilling sensation crept from her soles to the crown of her head. Yun Chen slowly raised her gaze. Beneath the dim glow of the crystal, she beheld a dozen phantoms suspended like bats from the cavern's apex. Li Duan had once penned in her diary, "I detest encountering winged beings at the bottom of a well. In this regard, they are akin to bats." In that instant, Yun Chen's pupils dilated dramatically, her hands pressed against her mouth, stifling an almost instinctual scream. Her pupils reflected the eerie sight above. The winged beings indeed resembled bats, humanoid bats with pallid skin, their lifeless eyes and expressionless faces hanging upside down, ears slightly twitching as if attuned to the surrounding sounds. The string of fear within Yun Chen's mind snapped completely, replaced instead by a profound composure. She gestured to explain, then sat cross-legged on the ground, meticulously assessing the provisions of food, water, and other tools within her pack. He gestured anxiously, "What shall you do?" Having finished her inventory, Yun Chen was acutely aware of what she had brought. Recounting it once more provided her with a sense of reassurance. She tilted her head to one side, resting her arm on her knee, her back cradling her face, while her other hand silently tapped upon her thigh. The rhythmic tapping, from her index finger to her pinky and back again, was a manifestation of her growing impatience. The vines were nearly frantic. Yun Chen retracted her hand, stretched languorously, allowing her body to relax. Rising to her feet, she retrieved a handmade slingshot from her belt, pondering the acute sensitivity of the winged being's hearing. Just how precise was it? What was the extent of their auditory range? She approached the edge of the cavern, initially intending to use her slingshot directly, but then recalled that the slingshot would produce a faint sound upon release. She also became aware of the subtle noises made by her shoes scraping against the ground and the rustling of her clothing. These sounds were minuscule, yet the avian creatures outside remained undisturbed. In light of this, the sound of the slingshot might go unnoticed. To be cautious, Yun Chen first tossed a small pebble onto the platform across from her. She calibrated her strength perfectly, estimating that the sound produced by the pebble's descent would be even less than that of her clothing and shoes. The creatures above remained silent. Yun Chen felt no elation. She remained composed, attempting the process repeatedly. Through her experiments, Yun Chen gained a clearer understanding of the volume and range that would startle the avian creatures. They possessed keen hearing, but it was not excessively acute. Her provisions of food and water would sustain her for several days. However, no one could predict when these creatures would depart. After dawn, the number of specters underground would likely increase, leaving her uncertain of avoiding their presence. She harbored deep concern for the dilapidated little town below. The unease in her heart intensified. After much contemplation, she opted for a high-risk plan filled with uncertainties. Sitting before the vines, she closed her eyes and meticulously reconstructed the entire underground terrain in her mind. A three-dimensional topographical map materialized within her thoughts, and she guided an imaginary figure across this map, simulating various routes. The platform represented the most perilous area, where the crystal formations occasionally emitted crackling sounds, volumes that would surely attract the attention of the avian creatures. Beneath her eyelids, her eyes darted about, signifying her rapid contemplation and calculations. The vine was unaware of what the girl was doing, yet it too was striving earnestly to convey the circumstances beneath the ground to those above. Their connection was perpetually intermittent, leaving one to wonder if the message had truly reached the other. The vine found itself powerless, its tendrils barely extending to the edge of the cave, unable to traverse the profound chasm that lay before it. In a state of agitation, it swayed its vines, attempting to guide the girl back into the safety of the crevice. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, revealing a pair of remarkably bright and clear orbs amidst the darkness. Yun Chen rose, stepping out from the cave and directly onto the stone pillar. She could not secure the rope to the safety clip, for that sound would attract the attention of the feathered creatures. Glancing down into the unfathomable abyss beneath her, she advanced with resolute steps. The stone pillar was narrow, barely accommodating a single foot. Walking upon it felt akin to traversing a precarious tightrope, with the endless void below offering no reassurance, and even with protective measures in place, most would hesitate to proceed. Yun Chen moved steadily and deliberately, knowing she could not afford to rush. Caution was paramount, and she must not create any noise that might draw the creature's attention. As she progressed, she found solace in the thought that the specters would only attack upon detecting a human presence, which provided a significant advantage while evading them. Yet there lingered the possibility of a specter capable of sensing human scent, reminiscent of the canine-like creature mentioned in Li Duwan's diary. The inclusion of the character for dog in its name, combined with Duwan's naming conventions, led her to wonder if it possessed a keen sense of smell akin to that of a dog. If so, evasion would indeed become a formidable challenge. Having arrived at the platform unscathed, Yun Chen noted that the winged specter overhead, though its eyes were open, remained oblivious to her presence, a testament to their deficient eyesight. She proceeded with measured steps, her hand clutching a slingshot and a stone pellet, prepared to create a diversion at a moment's notice. The crystalline clusters were substantial, large enough to conceal her form, yet the winged specter loomed above. As she advanced, Yun Chen pondered a question. If the winged specter's vision was so poor, how had the one that spoke been able to ascertain the condition of the subterranean vines? Could there have been other types of specters present at the time? Suppressing her conjectures, she pressed on, nearing the completion of a fraction of the platform's expanse. Having removed her shoes, she walked only in her socks, as the thick rubber soles of her shoes would have created too much noise against the ground. Fortunately, the terrain here was not particularly rugged, and her socks were thick enough to protect her feet from injury. The crystalline clusters contaminated by specter fluid were more prone to shedding fragments, and Yun Chen deliberately avoided those crystals, even if it meant taking a slightly longer route across the platform. It was a worthwhile precaution. As she skirted one such area, a cluster shed some crystals, drawing the attention of the specter above. With swift reflexes, she caught the falling crystals, and the winged specter in the cavern roof remained undisturbed. Since they've already fallen, might as well take them, she thought, and casually deposited the crystals into her pocket before continuing onward. While contaminated crystals were more likely to shed fragments, uncontaminated ones also had a certain probability of doing so. Directly ahead, Yun Chen spotted such a crystal on the verge of detaching. Before it could fall, she launched a stone pellet from her slingshot, striking the crystal with a resounding thud. The feathers atop the cave soared past, striking the crystalline cluster with force, causing it to vibrate twice, yet not a single shard fell. As she was about to step onto the stone pillar, she noticed a thick black mist swirling in the passage ahead. The darkness grew denser, revealing undulating, ghostly white arms. She inwardly cursed, recalling that just the previous night, not a single specter had been seen. Why then, did they suddenly appear today? Could it be related to the nearing end of the vine clearing in the small, dilapidated city below? Yun Chen had also contemplated leaving the saw for the subterranean vines to enable their self-clearing, allowing the small city to shed its own tendrils, which he should have been capable of doing as well. Yet, the underground vines were incapable of such an endeavor. Only Yun Chen could sever their branches. He felt the temperature around him plummet as the specters drew nearer. In the distance, the subterranean vines observed the unfolding scene through their branches. Witnessing the phantoms emerging from the passage, she rapidly contemplated methods of evasion while gazing upward at the ceiling, taking shallow breaths. It was shrouded in darkness, nothing discernible. The small, dilapidated city overlooked the cave, perplexed by Nian An's calls from below. He admonished, "You mustn't call out indiscriminately." Nian An, rigid with tension, continued to bark insistently. Was there truly something down there? The small city resolved to trust Nian An. He extended a vine towards the cave. Although the vine could not reach the bottom, it could extend halfway. Perhaps getting closer would provide greater clarity. It remained dark, being underground, and he could not perceive anything. I ought to fetch a lamp. The small city retrieved a flashlight, and as the vine flicked the switch, a gentle glow emanated forth. He raised the flashlight and extended it into the depths of the cave. The darkness of the subterranean hollow was pierced by light, revealing the haunting scene within. The beam illuminated pale, ghastly faces, their claws reaching out as they crawled along the cave walls. Upon seeing the light, they turned towards the vines and the small dog, displaying menacing grins, their eye sockets and fingernails oozing with a viscous black substance. Yun Chen was still below. It was nighttime. Why were there phantoms lurking underground? The branches outside the small broken city revealed that the malevolent spirits, shrouded in the city's essence, remained numerous and undiminished. The malevolent entities scaling the cave walls were thwarted by the protective aura of the city above. Their faces pressed against an invisible barrier of air. They cackled wickedly as they scraped their hands along the walls, dark mists swirling beneath them. Each of their hands glowed faintly with a crimson hue, wielding significant destructive power against the vines. The small broken city was engulfed in terror, the cave lying perilously close to it. In his memories, he recalled that if the city statue were to be harmed by these spirits, the will of the city would fall into a deep slumber once more. He remembered a time from his childhood when the malevolent beings had attempted to assail his city statue, which prompted him to envelop it in a thick green cocoon. At some point, the spirits developed a strong intent to attack the city's will, seeking any opportunity to plunge it into slumber again. Fortunately, the essence of the city could fend them off, even if they launched a surprise assault from the depths below. But what of Yun Chen? She remained beneath. What was to be done? He murmured, "Is everything all right?" The small broken city strained to extend the vines underground, yet he found himself powerless to do so. He embodies the will of the city. Wherever he awakens, he is bound to remain, expanding the reach of his essence. He yearns desperately to move, to seek the uncertain fate of Yun Chen. Alas, no matter how fervently he desires it, the city remains immobile, fixed in place. He summons every vine, the roots beneath the soil twisting and turning, yet they cannot penetrate the depths below. Must he merely wait in this helplessness? Suddenly, the small, dilapidated city sensed the vines underground. A voice emerged. Yun Chen is in peril. Malevolent spirits are emerging from the passage, and her position is difficult to evade. Woof, woof, woof. The small city gazed at the snow-white puppy, saying, "Nianin, I wish you health and well-being." Without hesitation, he enveloped the green cocoon with spiraling vines until it became immensely thick, threatening to burst through the confines of the building. Two branches emerged, lifting Nian An and the old turtle, transporting them beyond the inner wall. Nian An lowered her head, meeting the old turtle's green bean-like eyes. She questioned Woof. Grasping the turtle, she attempted to return to the inner wall. The turtle struggled fiercely, flailing its limbs like a reluctant maiden. A resounding rumble echoed from within the wall as the structure began to collapse. Nian An's fur bristled, and she turned to bark at the sky. Countless spirits drew near, unimpeded by any barrier, and they were unstoppable. Behind Nian An, A massive green cocoon rose within the wall. The small city retracted his essence, leaving no trace of his presence to shield it from the outside. To the malevolent spirits, he was now a delectable cake, far sweeter than any human. As he observed the spirits emerging from the cavern, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Would this be sufficient to ensure Yun Chen's safety? Ordinary specters are incapable of inflicting any harm upon the vines, yet those emerging from the subterranean caverns are an entirely different matter. They possess the same ominous red glow as the frenzied spirits, capable of effortlessly severing the vines. A thick, black mist envelopes the surroundings, obscuring all visibility. As countless tendrils of darkness flicker before Yun Chen's eyes, she observes the encroaching shadows suddenly dissipate, as if the feathered barrage above has sensed something delectable. Rushing into the passageway, an overwhelming sense of unease grips her heart. What has transpired on the ground? What is the fate of the small, crumbling city now? Rising from behind the crystal, she surveys her surroundings, but finds no specters in sight. The plight of the subterranean vines seems orchestrated by the specters, who wish to plunge the city's will into slumber. Can she interpret it this way, given that the underground vines are on the verge of being eradicated, and the small city is about to regain its entirety? They do not desire the restoration of the small city. Do ordinary specters possess such cognitive abilities? They appear more akin to beasts driven by instinct, unworthy of such capacity. Their actions are coordinated and meticulous, as if guided by an unseen force instructing them on how to proceed. What should she do now? Should she return to the surface to assess the condition of the small city? Or should she seize this opportunity to thoroughly eradicate the underground vines, thereby facilitating the complete restoration of the small city? Yun Chen clenches her fist, her nails piercing her palm. She is wagering that the restoration of the small city will herald a turning point. The passageway is teeming with specters. What could she possibly accomplish by venturing there? She even wonders if the small city has sensed her predicament underground, drawing the specters away to ensure her safety. If he were aware, he would undoubtedly act in such a manner. The little dilapidated city would not ensnare her in peril. Yun Chen was acutely aware that she must undertake the tasks she was capable of at present. As she traversed the stone pillar, halfway across, tendrils of shadowy mist began to emerge from the boundless darkness below. Several pale, greenish arms materialized from the abyss, originating from the inky depths. Gazing at the woman upon the stone column, the phantoms, arising from the netherworld, were indeed of the true underworld. Yun Chen's muscles tensed. Yet she could hear the phantoms chattering amongst themselves. Why must we ascend when we could converse below? There are no humans left here. Why should we come up to sit? Why can't we go elsewhere? Behind you stands a human, and she is staring at us intently, which makes me feel rather embarrassed. It has been ages since I last encountered a human here, and she is but a little girl. I relish the tender and succulent flavor of little girls. I can hardly contain myself. Look, I adore the way humans tremble in fear when they gaze upon us. When do you think she might speak to us? Human girl, if you merely utter the words, I beg you, spare me. We shall pretend we have seen nothing at all. You are but a morsel. Allow us to feast. Yun Chen regarded the phantoms that had suddenly appeared, proceeding forward without a word. Her eyes sparkled with illumination as she pondered the existence of the extraordinary. For how else could she have fortuitously encountered phantoms that resembled her grandmother? In the records of Li Duan, they were the only spirits devoid of lethal intent. Ignoring them, Yun Chen grasped a saw and swiftly began to sever the vines. These gossipy specters encircled the young girl by the entrance, each emanating a sinister smile that betrayed their capacity to perceive the innermost thoughts of others. They mimicked a plethora of voices, all echoing the discussions that Yun Chen had once overheard. Yun Chen, I know about that little girl who receives special care from Meng Ranlin. I just arrived. Could you share some insights with me? Aren't all in Zhongzhou required to work? Why are she and her mother exempt? It feels rather unsettling. What else is there to say? The woman in the wheelchair is quite remarkable. She does not labor at all, merely reciting lines from a book. And Meng Ranlin is utterly captivated. Isn't there a gentleman named Xia Fengmian who is particularly fond of Yun Zhangshu? I recall their affection for one another. Xia saved Meng, which is why old Meng is so attentive to them. Yun Chen paused in his task of sawing through the vines, his focus sharpening. The spectre-s words resonated with him, for they were indeed discussions he had heard firsthand. What powers do such apparitions possess? From where do they glean their knowledge? Can they truly see into the human heart, or even extract memories? Yun Chen found himself perplexed. The existence of these phantoms eluded comprehension. Their strange abilities, while peculiar, seemed almost to evoke no astonishment. Both men and women engaged in these dialogues, forever indulging in conjectures about others, yet the truths they spoke were but fabrications. Mother and Uncle Meng share a profound bond, albeit one expressed with few words. Uncle Meng, though not eloquent, harbors a deep affection for his family. Unfortunately, his family has been swayed by the rumors circulating in Zhongzhou, leading them to harbor disdain for the mother and daughter. Mother often remarked that Uncle Meng's attentiveness towards them stemmed from a significant debt of gratitude owed to Xia Fengnian. She would recount Uncle Meng's promise that when Xia Fengnian was no longer present, Meng Ranlin would equally cherish and regard Yun Zhongshu and her mother as treasures. However, following Mother's passing, circumstances shifted dramatically. Yun Chen felt a sense of resentment towards Uncle Meng, as she had always yearned to contribute, believing herself to be a part of Zhongzhou and deserving of the opportunity to work. Yet it was Uncle Meng who barred her from doing so. Once he finally allowed her to labor, his demeanor took a turn for the worse, becoming exceedingly unpleasant. She had to tread carefully, constantly on edge, ultimately falling victim to cruel pranks. Yet, from this misfortune blossomed unexpected fortune, as she encountered the charming little broken city, an experience beyond mere words to describe. As Yun Chen gazed at the vines, a smile illuminated her face. She began to saw a tainted vine, redirecting her focus towards a new goal. Auntie Gu, beside her, chuckled merrily. Do you wonder where we glean such tales? A mere utterance from you would unlock our secrets. Yet, if she remains silent, what can be done? My frustration mounts, and I find myself wishing to devour this little girl, for perhaps then I could uncover even more of her stories. Allow me to indulge, for it has been an eternity since I relished the thrill of tearing apart humanity. If you wish to know the truth, consuming you would yield the same outcome. Once we are aware, all shall be enlightened. He. The voices of Yun Chen and others drifted to a nearby vine. The vine, not particularly robust, could be severed in due time. The elder ant lingered behind Yun Chen, where the temperature perpetually remained low. Suddenly, one elder ant mimicked the wailing of a young girl. Mother, mother, please stay, do not depart. If you leave, who will love me? The other elder ants chimed in unison. Ha ha ha, she is crying over there. Who could possibly love a child born of misfortune? Your mother is a monster, and you too are a little aberration. Do not engage with us. My father has said that your birth caused your mother great peril, summoning malevolent spirits, leading to the demise of good souls due to your mother and yourself. Yun Chen lifted her gaze, scanning her surroundings until she spotted a vine. She grasped the vine from the earth, allowing it to elevate her upward. The elder ants, unable to soar, vociferously continued their discourse, a harbinger of misfortune, a little calamity. What shall we do? So pitiable, longing for affection, yearning for kindness. Surely, all who loved you have perished. For one who craves love, does living bear any significance? How about we consume you? We could aid you in devouring those who speak. In truth, we have already feasted upon some, otherwise, how would we possess such knowledge? By our actions, we may even be deemed avengers on your behalf. What are you saying? We are not human. The elder ants erupted into raucous laughter, their mirth piercing and shrill. Yun Chen pondered to herself that she should have kept earplugs at hand. Her considerations had proven insufficiently thorough. The young girl remained composed. Yet the subterranean vines were unable to endure the situation. They could now comprehend human language and recognize that the words spoken were exceedingly harsh and injurious. The tendrils lashed out at the ants, but they could not inflict even the slightest harm upon them. The ants, discovering a new plaything, simultaneously identified a novel point of attack. The will of the city conveyed its disdain towards us. However, it seemed to hold a certain fondness for you humans. Do you believe the will of the city favors you? Not at all. It cherishes humanity as a whole, not just you. Yun Chen's actions of sawing through the vines abruptly halted. Observing this, the ants grew even more fervent, declaring, regardless of your stature, as long as you are human, you shall receive the city's welcome. It has been a long time since any humans have graced this place, and with your presence, you will be treasured by the will of the city. When humanity evolves in the future, will you be the one favored by the city's will? Yun Chen gently caressed her thumb, recalling the cool touch of the tendrils when they first met. She had made a pact with the little broken city, which had promised to cherish her forever. The subterranean vines were in a frenzy, their branches desperately attempting to strike at the phantoms, yet achieving nothing. They endeavored to explain to Yun Chen that the entity above truly held a fondness for her. Aware of the dangers she faced, it was willing to plunge into peril itself to ensure her safety. The underground vines persistently attempted to elucidate, their branches swaying in agitation, regardless of whether Yun Chen comprehended their message. This, in turn, provided the ants an opportunity to concoct their narratives. Among humans, they resembled gossips, seizing upon any trivial matter to spin elaborate tales. Do you believe that the will of the city maintains you for a specific purpose? It seeks to utilize your abilities to restore itself, thereby avoiding the slumber that accompanies the loss of this part of its corporeal form. The elder who uttered these words was met with a sharp slap from another elder. Why do you let every thought escape your lips? Do you not understand the importance of discretion? Regardless, it seems that the current situation is dire. We merely need to create a disturbance for her. Another elder struck the first elder again. Your mouth is wider than some men's rear ends. Perhaps you should utter fewer words. Yun Chen remained silent, hastening her efforts to sever the creeping vines. The malevolent entities observing her movements were incensed, and soon they resorted to attacking one another, blaming each other for their verbal indiscretions. The elder was not particularly astute, far inferior to the flesh-eating fiends she had previously confronted. They were merely skilled in verbal sparring. According to the elder's remarks, they could absorb human memories by consuming them. Thus, if one elder feasted upon a human, the other would also acquire corresponding memories. In the realm of humanity's myriad relatives, it is indeed true that when one individual learns a secret, nearly the entire clan becomes privy to it. Yun Chen mused that Sister Du once certainly possessed a knack for naming. Some elders had previously consumed individuals from Zhongzhou. It was unclear how many. Yet those they devoured seemed to have engaged in considerable discourse about her. Furthermore, the elder's mention of the will of the city indirectly corroborated her suspicions. She was not angered by the elder's words. Rather, this indignation transformed into a source of strength, enabling her to clear the vines with greater efficiency than usual. The previously chaotic movements of the underground vines became clear to her. In her current state, how could she possibly lack love? Love is not solely an emotion reserved for humanity. It permeates the very fabric of existence. The small, dilapidated city harbors a profound love for her, and she reciprocates that affection. They are her dearest family, close friends, and companions, sharing a deep connection and a willingness to sacrifice for one another. Yun Chen gazed at the tainted vines to his right, noting that it was the last remaining one. It had to be severed, marking the completion of the cleansing task. The expression on his aunt's face turned a deeper shade of green as they jostled against one another, ultimately emitting a piercing, shrill cry. This scream was not directed at Yun Chen, but seemed to serve as a signal, a spectral warning. Yun Chen speculated that these ants might be alerting the spirits to hasten their approach, and indeed, this was the case. On the ground, the spirits were devouring the green cocoon, soon to unveil the silhouette of the city, a pale white figure gradually becoming visible. If they continued their assault, they would soon be able to grasp the city's form. At that moment, the crimson sun began its ascent on the horizon, and the spirits slowly faded from the surface. The small, dilapidated city struck at the vines, emitting no urban essence, causing the spirits to hesitate. What to do? The small city grew increasingly frustrated, angered by its inability to protect Yun Chen. Just as the city silhouette threatened to surge into darkness, it quickly retreated. Yun Chen urged it not to be angry. But what could be done? In this helplessness, the small city suddenly sensed an intensifying pull from beneath the ground. The gravitational force grew stronger, causing the existing vines to burrow deeper into the earth. Any obstructions revealed the remaining bodies. How could she have forgotten? Yun Chen was formidable. She was no longer the timid girl who startled easily upon their first meeting. The stout vines underground connected to the slender vines above, and in an instant, the soil below was violently upheaved. In an area where the boundaries are indistinct, a powerful earthquake strikes, sending the birds and beasts of the forest into a frenzied flight. The tremors of the ground persist for an eternity. They witness the tendrils of vines enveloping a startled maiden within a cavern, with grotesquely thick branches cascading down to blanket the ceiling. A crackling sound reverberates as the ceiling and walls of the cave are torn apart. A voice, devoid of emotion. In tones, something has gone awry. An explanation is required. The ancient figure leaps into the abyss, followed by the voice, their crimson glow diminished severfold. The remaining phantoms close their eyes. It is daylight, and they must succumb to slumber. The subterranean expanse is densely populated with sleeping specters. Unlike before, the ceiling above is draped in vibrant, lush vines, bursting with life. They possess immense power, as if lifting the very land itself. The vines undulate slowly, producing the sound of branches colliding. Inside the vines, Yun Chen is blinded by a dazzling radiance. After being ensconced within the vines as if in a sushi roll, she is subsequently bathed in a luminous white light. She merges with the brilliance, momentarily glimpsing the cityscape of a world before its end. It appears to be a memory of a small, dilapidated town. Suddenly, Yun Chen finds herself standing in the center of a broad crossroad. Towering skyscrapers line either side, and the thoroughfare is bustling with vehicles and pedestrians. Some wear smiles, others exhibit blank expressions, while some seem enshrouded in drowsiness, brushing past Yun Chen one by one. A figure approaches head-on. Instinctively, she raises her hand to shield herself, only to realize that the individual passes straight through her being. These are merely phantoms from the recesses of her memories. She gazed towards the alley, a place that once flourished as a highly developed city, where glass-clad office buildings bustled with men and women, each adorned with name badges, exuding an air of professionalism. Suddenly, the scene around her accelerated. The buildings, vehicles, and figures transformed into a blur of lines, yet she perceived them with remarkable clarity. Her perspective was peculiar, seemingly overlooking the entire city while simultaneously experiencing every quaint corner. In the early morning, the denizens of the alley drew water from a well, while others hurriedly donned their shoes, fastening their laces as they bid farewell to their families. "Mom, why didn't you call me? I'll be late for work. I've eaten. Just go buy a fried dough stick." "Boss, 2 fried dough sticks, and a soy milk, the kind in a bag. I'll put the money in the can." This individual jogged along the cobblestone path, taking a bite of the fried dough stick. The crisp sound echoed as crumbs fell to the ground, enticing a stray dog that scavenged nearby. The dog, drawn by the scent of food, licked the crumbs and the dirt from the stones until everything was spotless. Yet, the meager remnants were insufficient to satiate its hunger. It craved more sustenance. With a bark, the stray dashed out of the alley. Yun Chen's perspective followed the canine's movements. The alley served as a boundary. Behind it lay the lowly old houses, while ahead loomed the modern steel behemoths. The stray dog wagged its tail at the passers-by on the road, yapping playfully. As I rushed to work, nearly late, my thoughts drift to the small yellow dog from my childhood that used to trail behind me. It was fiercely protective of me, yet aggressive towards strangers, and I learned to evade it as it became more fearsome. Eventually, I heard it had fallen into a trap. There were many opportunities, yet I pondered why we came here to toil. Let us persevere, for life encompasses more than the mundane struggles before us. Ah, there's a bug in your hair. With a light flick of my arm, the tiny creature slid down and quickly took flight, its wings fluttering towards another destination. From Yun Chen's perspective, the vast urban structures appeared welcoming to the diminutive insect. Behold the windows of the towering buildings, where humans dangle, diligently cleaning the facades, unperturbed by the dizzying heights below. Do you know what the lunchbox contains today? More rice, I presume. The taste of a hearty meal is always a delight. I glance at the sanitation workers in blue uniforms, seated on a garbage truck, enjoying their breakfast by the green belts. Their hands are reddened from the cold, yet their rugged faces reflect a yearning for a better life. "Old Sheen, I heard your daughter has been accepted into a prestigious high school. Is it a district level or city level one?" "Yes, indeed, it's city level. I've heard it's a renowned institution for students from that high school. Even the most distinguished universities seem ordinary." "That sounds truly impressive." "Oh, it is not as exaggerated as you all claim. The tuition fees at school are somewhat steep, which is a source of concern for me. Other students come from well-off families. The least fortunate among them drive luxurious cars, and I fear attending parent-teacher meetings where my daughter might be looked down upon. Alas, education is paramount. It is through learning that one can achieve greatness." A fly buzzed past the heads of a group of sanitation workers, who swatted it away with their rough, cracked hands. The creature, bewildered, flitted aimlessly until it collided with a building, eventually finding refuge on a smooth tabletop. Suddenly, a napkin descended from above, enveloping it, and it was discarded into a trash bin. "Achu, have you caught a cold? You mustn't fall ill. You are the only one capable of mixing cocktails. Hang in there. I assure you that tonight, I will concoct a few more refined beverages. Keep an eye on me, as I intend to check out the new DJ." The atmosphere seems rather dismal. Yun Chen surveyed the vibrantly illuminated venue, pondering what this little city was. The scene shifted from blurry to clear, and she heard the mournful sounds of a riverboat along the banks. Although it was night, the city remained aglow. The neon lights illuminated the river's surface, creating a kaleidoscope of colors, as if she were witnessing a dreamscape. Suddenly, she was overtaken by an overwhelming wave of sorrow. Instinctively, she raised her hand to her face, realizing her cheeks were already damp, unaware of when the tears had begun to flow. This was her grief, the grief of the city. Dark smoke seeped slowly from the openings of a manhole cover. The city was the first to sense that something was amiss. It wished to alert the inhabitants living within its bounds, yet none were perceptive enough to notice. Unbeknownst to them, humanity continued their lives, oblivious to the looming shadows. A pale arm lifted the manhole cover, and the first specter emerged into the dimly lit alley. It approached the window of a nearby house with deliberate slowness. The warm yellow light illuminated its face, and through the glass, a child inside pointed at the peculiar figure, asking, "Daddy, who is that?" Upon hearing this, the father stepped outside, irritated by the sight of the seemingly deranged individual standing at his doorstep, and barked, "Have you lost your mind, standing there like that?" As his voice faltered, he realized that this was indeed a person. The specter instantly revealed a grotesque grin, extending its claw-like fingers. The surrounding darkness thickened, and more phantoms began to materialize one after another. On the bustling marketplace, where throngs of people gathered, curious onlookers observed the bizarrely dressed, motionless figures. Are they filming something? How did they achieve that realistic black mist effect? Someone remarked. "Excuse me, could you please not stand in the middle of the road? You're disrupting public order," another added. Yet, the figures remained utterly still. Some amused spectators pointed and laughed, mistaking the scene for performance art, while others found it disturbingly unsettling and called the police. As sirens wailed, the responding officers arrived. The specters, now stirred into action, ensured that none on the street could escape. A scent of blood permeated the city air, and humans scrambled in panic, seeking refuge in every possible hiding place. They made frantic phone calls, posted desperate messages online, and sought help wherever they could. The military mobilized to search for any surviving humans, but artillery proved ineffective against the phantoms, resulting in the tragic sacrifice of countless soldiers. In the corners of the city, a girl adorned with heavy, smoky makeup in an internet CF pulls down the rolling shutter. Her amulet, nestled within a pink sachet, sways violently with her movements, directing those hidden beneath the bar to maintain silence. A specter glides past the bar, oblivious to their presence. The girl, trembling, scribbles a note to the terrified network administrator, inquiring if there exists a backdoor to the CAF. Accompanied by a group seeking refuge from the apparition, she stealthily departs, eventually uniting with a contingent of soldiers who have come to their aid. Meanwhile, a woman, freshly off her shift, stifles her sobs in a wardrobe. Promotion awaits her tomorrow. She has just made the down payment on a house and soon hopes to bring her parents from the countryside to live in the city. Why has such calamity befallen them? Memories of the 2012 doomsday rumors, once dismissed as absurd, flicker through her mind. A pale, ghostly hand reaches through the gap of the wardrobe door, prompting her to force a wretched smile. She prays that her home remains unscathed, that this turmoil is confined to this place, and that someone will soon discover a means to vanquish these monsters, regardless of the city's cries. He can only watch helplessly as those who share his life succumb one by one into pools of blood. Despair and helplessness envelop him as darkness looms ahead. A vibrant and bustling city can descend into desolation and sorrow overnight. The anguish is profound and inescapable. Yun Chen clutches at her chest, gasping heavily. Resembling a fish washed ashore, struggling for breath yet feeling suffocated. In this moment, Yun Chen seems to embody the very will of the city, deeply attuned to its emotions. The humanity that coexists within a certain realm forms a unique tapestry of thought and culture, for it is only through humankind that the notion of a city is conceived. Without humanity, there can be no cities. When cities can only watch as humanity endures calamities, they are engulfed in profound anguish, a pain that pierces the depths of their very souls. At that moment, devoid of self-awareness, they nonetheless comprehend the essence of suffering. The cities can only witness the relentless hunt of humanity by malevolent spirits, rendered powerless to intervene. This torment is boundless, overshadowing even the brightest skies with a shroud of gray. One day, the city suddenly perceived a voice. It resonated deep and rich, as though it emanated from the heavens or the very bowels of the earth. Awaken, for that which you wish to protect. Awaken. Is it the voice of Jiuzhou? From that moment forth, the city attained self-awareness. The will of the city emerged, dedicated to safeguarding humanity. They could receive offerings from humans, harnessing energy to assist and protect them. The small, dilapidated city also stirred from its slumber, albeit in a state of confusion. Yet, here, humanity had vanished. Amidst the cries of suffering, she had already heard the name of the small, dilapidated city. She had never fathomed that a city once held in such high regard could fall into destitution. She looked up at him and said, "You are." Vines lifted the girl from the ground, their branches brushing aside the stray locks that obscured her vision. A voice, warm and youthful, sighed in her ear, "So, I am Hueding, Jiuzhou Hueding, an eastern coastal city. It was originally a small island, thriving due to the local fishing industry. In the decades leading up to the apocalypse, the city experienced an unprecedented surge in development, rapidly ascending to become the economic capital of Jiuzhou and one of its most prosperous cities." Yun Chen whispered the name of the small, dilapidated city. Hueding? He let out a gentle murmur. He was Hueding, yet he remained the Hueding of old. The once bustling city of Hueding, adorned with towering buildings, had long ceased to exist. What remained was merely a diminutive, dilapidated town that scarcely spanned a square kilometer. Yun Chen tenderly embraced the vines of this small, broken city, her movements filled with affection and gentleness, as the vines draped over her shoulders. He paused for an extended moment before uttering a title he had long yearned to express. The emotions he sensed from the photograph. This title could only be bestowed upon someone of great significance, someone he cherished even more than a friend. Hueding said, "Madam." Yun Chen nearly snapped the vine in her grasp. "Pardon? Madam?" The astonishment on Yun Chen's face was palpable. Was it her ears that had deceived her, or was it the small, broken city that had faltered in speech? She incredulously countered, "What did you just call me?" Hueding had anticipated that a girl hearing such a title would be elated. However, he was taken aback by her reaction, which diverged from his expectations. Was this term not delightful? He cautiously raised a vine, asserting, "I encountered a phrase behind the photograph, and I could sense the emotions contained within. This must be a term reserved for someone of great importance. You are significant to me." Yun Chen was uncertain whether to feel anger or amusement. After the tense experiences of the night, she wearily supported her forehead with her hand as she sat on the ground. Beneath her lay the vines of the small, broken city, their branches coalescing beneath her to form a makeshift chair. Hueding observed Yun Chen with a mixture of anxiety and concern. Yun Chen sat above, pondering the term "madam," which in modern vernacular is typically used to address the wife of a male spouse, a designation reserved solely for married couples. She felt a sense of unease and added, "After regaining your memory, are you still unaware of the meaning of madam?" Vines sprawled across her lap, and Hueding, feeling aggrieved, replied, "I have recovered my memories. Yet I only recall the day the specters appeared. Everything else remains shrouded in obscurity." Observing Yun Chen's confusion, he elaborated, "I am not alone in this. The other city wills share a similar plight. We require human assistance to help us recollect matters pertaining to our cities. Information related to our original cities could greatly aid us. Remembering the cultural essence of our former cities would bring us immense joy." Yun Chen suddenly understood. No wonder the city wills were so fond of cultural offerings. This was the underlying reason. However, the inhabitants of Hueding. The young woman fell into silence, realizing that the first city to succumb in the east was indeed Hueding. How many survivors remained? Was there still a wealth of knowledge regarding Hueding's culture, history, and customs? Yun Chen lowered her gaze and noticed Hueding, who was amusing himself with the twigs on her lap. He was but a small, dilapidated city, rather than the illustrious metropolis that everyone yearned for in the east. How could she possibly assist this humble, broken city? The sun shone brightly, illuminating the area that had been transformed into a complete wasteland, with only the outer walls standing precariously, preventing total collapse. Yun Chen sighed, lamenting, "What a troubled abode." The entrance to the underground cave lay buried beneath the ruins, its current state a mystery to her. She lifted her arm, indicating several areas that required immediate repair. Fleeting images of the original form flashing in her mind. The ruins ahead stirred. The small, dilapidated city harnessed its urban energy to mend its structures, as a wind, seemingly conjured from nowhere, swirled around some debris, gently rotating. Yun Chen gasped, lowering her hand as tranquility returned to the scene. The vine of Huatian did not fall to the ground, but instead propped itself beside her. Calmly, he declared, "You are now my city's patron, naturally entitled to wield my energy." A city's patron, an embodiment of the urban will. For instance, Meng Ranlin serves as the city's patron of Zhongzhou. Yun Chen realized that the role of a city's patron was to convey the thoughts and needs of the urban will to others, And only today did she comprehend that the patron could also harness the power of the urban will. A profound weight of trust settled upon her. Yun Chen grasped the vine and shook it, exclaiming, "Such an important matter? And you did not consult me? When did I become your city's patron? I was unaware. We made a pact. If Yun Chen had known that a city's patron could wield the power of the urban will, perhaps she would have." What Dion sensed her regret and suddenly felt a twinge of discontent. "You regret it." Yun Chen kicked a small stone lodged in the crevice of the vine, murmuring, "City patrons are the favored ones of the urban will. As more people gather here, you will realize I am merely an ordinary human." After merging with the subterranean vines, Hua Dian understood that the elder had spoken extensively to provoke a reaction from Yun Chen. When Yun Chen stood resolute, he knew that she would not truly care. Hua Ding spoke without hesitation. "My only favorite is you. And here, there are no other humans." Upon noticing Tangmin's stunned expression, she realized her tone had been somewhat harsh. So she softened her voice, saying, "Do you not wish to remember the past? I have spent time in Zhongzhou, where exploration teams are prevalent in populous areas, gathering news from other cities. If we can find a way to repair the route leading elsewhere, perhaps." The girl's words trailed off as she embraced Tingmin tightly, her grip seemingly intent on melding them together. Hua Ding, with a determination akin to Yun Chen's, declared, "My only favorite is you, my city's beloved, only you." Hua Ding elaborated that the city's will chooses its beloved without the need for procedures. It is merely a thought that can manifest. The essence of the city's will must be whole. Previously, when it was incomplete, it could not select any humans as its beloved. Those chosen by the city bear a mark upon their bodies. After searching for some time, Yun Chen finally discovered a miniature emblem resembling a shattered city, located just beneath her right earlobe. She remained silent for a moment before stating, "I do not wish to bear a blemish on my skin." Hua Ding retorted vehemently, "I am not a blemish. This is a bud." Yun Chen shot back, "That miniature version clearly resembles a blemish. Why is your city emblem white, while the one behind my ear is a green blemish, no less a moldy green blemish? It is utterly unattractive." "A moldy blemish?" Hua Ting felt a pang of disappointment as he softly remarked, "In due time, flowers will bloom, and when they do, everything will improve." Yun Chen, in a huff, crossed her arms and plopped down on the ground, throwing a tantrum. "I don't care. Change the location. I refuse to place it behind my ear." Hua Ting replied, "I cannot control where it appears." An idea struck him. "Why not let your hair grow longer? It would cover your ears, and then it wouldn't be visible." Yun Chen shot him a sidelong glance. "Long hair is quite a hassle. Both washing and moving around become inconvenient. Are we to braid our hair when we wash it?" Hua Ting clenched his small fist. "I could learn." Yun Chen stood up, covering her mouth to stifle a smile, and huffed. "Who said you could help? I'm perfectly capable of managing myself." Hua Ting followed her. "Are you angry? Why are you angry? You are truly a budding flower, destined to become beautiful." Yun Chen waved him off. "Enough already." Hua Ting insisted. "I am not a moldy green bag. I am quite well." Yun Chen merely sighed, reflecting on how much he cared about his appearance. Suddenly, a joyful bark interrupted them. Nian leaped towards Yun Chen and then bounded towards the vines. Yun Chen eagerly rubbed the soft, furry face of the dog, which licked her face with its slobbery tongue, bringing a radiant smile to her face. Dogs truly are delightful companions that bring joy. After Nian's excited antics, it attempted to run ahead, encountering a fragment of broken wall. It tilted its head in confusion. Woof! Yun Chen and Hua Ting headed towards the house. Realizing it was time for some repairs, the young girl prepared to make an offering when she heard the cities will inquire. "Would you not like to test the abilities of the city's guardians?" Constructing something through the hands of the guardians would consume less energy than if the cities were to utilize it directly. Upon hearing this explanation from the small, dilapidated city, Yun Chen felt compelled to give it a try. Hua Ding briefly outlined the essential elements of utilizing the city's energy for construction. Firstly, the principle of equivalent exchange must be adhered to. Any deficiency in materials would render the structure unviable. Secondly, one must possess a general mental outline of the intended building. Without the ability to envision the spatial form, construction would be impossible. Furthermore, the more one understands the corresponding structure, the less energy will be consumed. Conversely, ignorance leads to greater expenditure. Additionally, the complexity of the building's design correlates with increased energy consumption. Yun Chen committed these principles to memory, as visualizing specific shapes was not a challenge for her. In her previous endeavors of crafting traps, she would always have corresponding structural diagrams and predictive models of her prey's movements in mind. Unfortunately, her limited knowledge of architecture hindered her from further reducing energy expenditure. There seemed to be a library on the map. She wondered how many tomes it contained and hoped to find relevant books there. After merging with the underground vines, Huiting's voice transformed from that of a child to that of a youth, resonating with clarity and purity. His tone was lively, yet carried a hint of languor and nonchalance. Each time the cities will spoke, it felt as if someone were whispering directly into her ear. Yun Chen felt a bit awkward, attributing this discomfort to the sudden maturation of her once youthful motherly instincts. The extent to which a city dweller can harness the energy of urban will is contingent upon the willingness of that will to bestow its energy upon the dweller. Yun Chen, intrigued, pondered how much energy the dilapidated city would allocate for her use. She tapped her chin, reflecting on her arduous efforts to clear the vines in the subterranean depths. Surely, a modest percentage of energy should not be an unreasonable request. At that moment, after concluding his explanations, Huiting gently addressed her. Let us commence. During this first attempt, I shall guide you. Yun Chen, perplexed, inquired, guide? Green tendrils began to entwine around her arm, leading her forward. He grasped her hand, tucking away the remaining fingers, leaving only her index finger pointed towards the crumbling stone structure. An intangible energy coursed through her being, enveloped by sunlight and the gentle flow of a stream, inducing an irresistible desire to immerse herself within it. Huiting announced, "It has begun." No sooner had the words left his lips than a tempest erupted. Yun Chen's dark hair was swept backward, strands dancing wildly in the wind. Her pupils reflected the scene ahead. Where she pointed, the formless energy surged forth, reconstructing the materials of the dilapidated stone structure through the power of urban energy. In her mind, she conjured the image of the most vivid memory of that stone house. And in an instant, it stood before them anew. It was a small dwelling, half of its roof collapsed, shabby yet capable of providing her shelter. Yun Chen raised her hand to touch her nose, withdrawing her arm and tracing circles on the ground with her toes. In a hushed tone, she murmured, "I apologize for wasting your energy. I do not know why, but my mind suddenly conjured this image. Perhaps it would be better if you tried instead." Just as she was about to move, the tendrils lifted her arm anew. Huiting reassured her, "You are merely inexperienced. With a few more attempts, you shall improve." She heard the gentle laughter of the small, dilapidated city. "You are willing to sever my ties. In exchange," Huiting whispered softly in her ear, "all that I possess belongs to you. As a devoted inhabitant of Huiting, the energy at your disposal is boundless." After numerous trials, Yun Chen finally mastered the ability to control the city's energy at the moment of construction, shaping the images in his mind. With a mere touch of his fingertips, structures began to materialize. 3-story brick houses, warehouses, tool sheds, enclosing walls, and even the fields were arranged with meticulous precision. Yin called out, squeezing through the gap in the brick house door, swinging it wide open. Under Huiting's guidance, Yun Chen constructed the outer walls as well. She suddenly realized that after merging with the underground vines, the small, dilapidated city had indeed become more formidable. Previously, he would need to rest midway through building the walls. "This is splendid," he thought eagerly, gazing at a pile of reddish stones in the corner of the wall, hoping Yun Chen would clear them away. These were the crystals unearthed from beneath the ground during the fusion of the underground vines and the small city, a considerable quantity stacked like a small hill. Yun Chen did not rush to purify the red stones. Instead, she first entered the house to inspect the cave. When she had previously repaired the house with the city's energy, she had not sensed the existence of an irreparable cave. Now, upon entering, she found that the cave adjacent to the city had vanished. The ground was smooth, merely covered by the spreading vines, as if the cave had never existed. In the depths of the subterranean passage, a labyrinth of crimson stone platforms lay, inhabited by phantoms of the underworld, alongside the spectral figure of an ancient crone emerging from the deeper shadows. Yun Chen inquired of the small broken city, "Are those entities still present underground?" Huiting shook his head in response, "I cannot say for certain. My influence extends only to the surface. The depths remain beyond my reach. They harbor a profound fear of the underground, an expanse that my essence cannot encompass." The they he referred to were the creeping vines. During their amalgamation, a tumult of these vines had caused the cave that originally connected to the subterranean realm to collapse, rendering the passage into the underground utterly vanished. At present, the surface of the underground is enveloped by his vines and the city's aura, ensuring that no further openings akin to the previous cave will manifest. The malevolent phantoms, illuminated by a sinister red glow, seemingly lacked the capacity to penetrate the city's protective essence. Upon hearing Huiting's words, Yun Chen exhaled in relief. Such trials of courage were best avoided, for they could easily shorten one's lifespan. Curiosity piqued, Yun Chen remarked, I have always been eager to uncover a particular mystery. With 2 branches cradling the main vine, Huiting encouraged, feel free to inquire. I shall share whatever knowledge I possess. What is the nature of your vines? I have never encountered a similar ability in Zhongzhou. As Yun Chen reached out to touch the vine, a delicate blossom instantly unfurled at the point of contact. After a moment of contemplation, Huiting delved into his memory repository for the answer, and after a lengthy pause, he uncertainly stated, it seems to be related to the city's innate talents. Yun Chen, perplexed, questioned, city's innate talents? What does that entail? Huiting, cradling the petite bloom with a branch, replied, I am not entirely certain of the specifics. It may require my further maturation to comprehend fully. Upon the subject of growing up, Yun Chen noticed that the city-like structure within the half-open green cocoon had already reached a height of 1 meter. Excluding the base of the vines, the upper portion, consisting solely of white buds, stood at 1 meter tall. With the addition of the vine base, he found himself at the same height as the young girl, and he could even sense that he slightly surpassed the pointed tip of one of the buds. Yun Chen remarked with a hint of amusement, your growth rate is quite impressive. Soon you will catch up to my towering stature. He jested, if it becomes necessary. Shall we perhaps remove some of the vine base from this little structure? A mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes as he discreetly stared at the base beneath the white bud. Huiting felt an inexplicable sense of dread. After a brief nap, Yun Chen rose to tidy the house and organize the items in the warehouse. With the reconstruction of the building underway, certain damaged materials were lacking, making restoration impossible. After taking stock, a smile graced her face. Fortunately, the majority of the items remained functional, albeit their appearances were less than appealing. She set about purifying the red stones, swiftly cleaning one in each hand. Meanwhile, Huiting was amusing a dog with a branch that bore a piece of leftover roasted meat from Yun Chen, causing Nian to bark anxiously. Yun Chen couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, yet the thought eluded her. Since she could not recall it, it must not have been of great importance. She placed the clean stones into a small wooden box. As soon as one box was filled, a nearby vine swiftly wrapped around it, dragging it into the house and placing it beside the city-like structure. Yun Chen was rendered speechless. She admonished, you should conserve your appetite. We cannot access the underground now, and our supplies are limited. Once you finish eating, there will be nothing left. Huiting appeared as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. The red stones continued to fill the wooden box, while a sturdy vine suddenly brushed against Yun Chen's knee. The vine, feeling aggrieved, sobbed softly. Huiting lamented, am I destined to go hungry from now on? Yun Chen, with an expressionless demeanor, pushed him away, saying, you are quite heavy now. You're pressing down on me. Huiting, taken aback, replied, do you not feel any sympathy for my plight of hunger? I do. Yun Chen gently responded, you starve, and I shall feel heartache. Go play elsewhere and refrain from causing trouble here. Should you continue, I will not assist you with the stones. The city, devoid of a belly, could not truly experience hunger. Huiting, twisting the vine, departed and squatted on the ground, addressing Nian, you have contributed this time as well. Strive just as hard in the future, and when you grow up, you must protect Chen well, understand? Nian barked in response. Yun Chen glanced at him, elongating his tone to inquire, who is Chen? Huiting replied, it's you. Yun Chen placed his hands on his hips and insisted, call me Teacher Yunyan. Mimicking his stance, Huiting countered, I want tea. Your name is unpleasant. The audacity of this little rascal to retort left Yun Chen flabbergasted. He flung a stone in his hand and shouted, what is wrong with the name I chose? Is yours any better? Nian chimed in, I'll name it. Huiting thoughtfully provided examples. Redstone, Old Tortoise, you name it. Yun Chen scoffed, well, I named it Little Broken City. Isn't that unappealing? Huiting fell momentarily silent, and after a pause, he stammered, his voice tinged with a hint of childishness. It's quite lovely. The vine twisted shyly. He adored being called Little Broken City by Yun Chen. Yun Chen realized something and solemnly inquired of Xiao Pa Cheng. Have you seen Old Wang Ba? Huiting remained silent. It seemed that Old Wang Ba had never been sighted. Go find it. Old Wang Ba, an ambitious turtle whose longevity was uncertain, understood that it was time to seek a broader horizon upon witnessing the collapse of brick and stone dwellings. With a disdainful glance at the yapping puppy nearby, it turned and departed. This turtle, harboring grand aspirations, was being beckoned by freedom. It is well known that turtles are among the swiftest creatures in nature, capable of traversing at least 60 meters per hour. Old Wang Ba journeyed for quite some time, and as darkness enveloped the sky, hunger gnawed at it, prompting a decision to rest upon a stone. Just as it settled, a voice from behind called out, "Old Wang Ba, so this is where you are." It found itself ensnared by the cruel hand of fate, expressionless as it was compelled to endure the sentimental reunion of owner and pet. One day, it would outlast them all. Yun Chen embraced Old Wang Ba, patting its shell, assuring, "Rest easy, we are all family and shall not abandon you." Huiting poked at the turtle's shell, remarking, "It seems rather displeased." Yun Chen confidently replied, "Nonsense. It must be overwhelmed with joy, astonished that we have come to find it," leaving it momentarily speechless. As night fell, phantoms emerged, still numerous, though not as densely packed as before. The location where they found Old Wang Ba remained under the influence of the city's atmosphere. After becoming a citizen of the city, Yun Chen was able to perceive the specific extent of the urban aura's coverage. The small, dilapidated city felt as if it had grown significantly. However, the range of its urban aura remained largely unchanged. She inquired about this, to which Hua Ting elucidated. Each city possesses a limited capacity to emit its urban aura. To disperse any surplus aura, it is necessary to establish a replica of the city. Yun Chen was familiar with city replicas, having encountered them frequently in Zhongzhou. The offerings to the human city's essence were facilitated through these replicas. Hua Ting continued, explaining that separating a replica requires energy, and once established, it is preferable for humans to inhabit the coverage area, or else the energy would deplete rapidly. He extended a branch to clear the obstructing foliage before him and added, "At present, I can sustain a maximum of 3 replicas. Maintaining these alongside the primary form will hinder my ability to undertake other actions." The old turtle struggled in Yun Chen's grasp, and she rapped on its shell until it quieted. Yun Chen understood the implications. She had initially considered having the small city create a replica for her exploration endeavors, allowing for movement later. However, since she could not control its placement, she decided against it. "That one at home is my primary city form," she remarked. Hua Ting paused momentarily, emphasizing, "My city form is a bud, not a bun." Yun Chen shot him a glance, noting how this small city held grudges. "Do the replicas resemble the primary form?" Hua Ting shook his head, stating, "The primary form is the largest, while replicas are smaller in size, but maintain the main characteristics of the primary." Yun Chen was taken aback, realizing that only the primary form was indeed the largest. Huiting nodded, and soon he heard the girl inquire, "Is the city's essence only visible to its chosen ones?" "Indeed," Yun Chen murmured, "I believe I have glimpsed the essence of the city of Zhongzhou." She recalled a colossal, partially unfurled, softly glowing scroll-like statue imbued with ancient charm. Huiting exclaimed, "Typically, such an essence is not revealed to others. Zhongzhou must hold you in high regard, or else you would not have witnessed it." Noticing his familiar tone, Yun Chen could not restrain her curiosity. "Do you know Zhongzhou?" "Though I have not laid eyes upon it, we are aware of each other." Huiting replied calmly, "We were all awakened by the will of the 9 provinces, myself included. Originally, there were 35 cities in the 9 provinces, and they should all have awakened." "The 9 provinces? Is that not the nation we inhabit? Does it possess consciousness as well?" Yun Chen asked. "Is it the voice I heard?" When she perused the memories of the small, dilapidated city, a deep, resonant voice, indistinguishable in gender, had echoed in her ears. By this time, they had arrived home, and Yin pounced, its branches guiding it aside as the door swung open. Huiting uttered a nonchalant hum, and with a tone that stirred Yun Chen's emotions, he spoke, "You are children nurtured by this land. The 9 provinces merely seek to safeguard its offspring." Unable to contain her concern, Yun Chen asked, "What is the state of the 9 provinces now?" Huiting whispered, "It is fragmented." Yun Chen, feeling despondent, busied herself with boiling water, while the small, dilapidated city lingered behind her. The vines swayed back and forth, and its branches embraced the vines as if mimicking a human gesture of affection. He lamented inwardly, realizing he should have refrained from disclosing the matters of Zhongzhou to Yun Chen. Yun Chen intended to prepare a rabbit and radish soup. In the pantry, she found an abundance of well-preserved salt, and with her mind wandering, she carelessly placed all the ingredients into the stone pot before rising to fetch the salt. The old turtle remarked, "If the vines do not grow swiftly today, this pot shall become turtle soup." Huading reassured the old turtle, "Do not worry." She simply lost her focus. "It is not because you scurried about today that she wishes to consume you. You are still alive, and I assure you, you shall continue to thrive for many years to come." Once the old turtle touched down, it swiftly flailed its limbs and retreated to a corner in solitude. The young girl soon emerged from the pantry, but instead of salt, she held a backpack in her hands. As she descended into the underground, she carried that very backpack. While hiding from the specters amidst the subterranean vines, she had stumbled upon Sister Du Wan's diary. Without perusing its contents, she hastily stuffed it into her bag. It had slipped her mind until now. She had forgotten about this matter. Huading inquired, "What is inside?" Yun Chen replied, "Sister Du Wan's diary." Huading responded with a pause. Yun Chen continued, "How should I put this? Sister Du Wan's diary is indeed intriguing. However, every time I find it, calamity seems to follow shortly thereafter." Taking a deep breath, Yun Chen extracted the diary pages from the backpack. The handwriting was somewhat blurred and exceedingly scrawled, as if hastily penned in a state of urgency. The characters required careful scrutiny to be deciphered. The first page of the diary lay before her. The 11th Spectre, known only as the Nameless, emerges as a formidable leader, endowed with extraordinary intelligence, immense strength, and unparalleled commanding abilities, devoid of any weaknesses. "It has found me." As I gazed at the final few words inscribed in the diary, a chill crept through the room, the temperature seemingly dropping several degrees. Has the Nameless discovered Sister Du Wan? Reflecting on the description of the Nameless as utterly invulnerable, and recalling Sister Du Wan's previously teasing tone towards the specters in her diary, I realized that this was undoubtedly a remarkably powerful entity. What fate awaits Sister Du Wan now that the Nameless has located her? The atmosphere within the stone chamber grew palpably still. Even Ning En's breaths became soft and measured. I remained motionless, contemplating that to navigate alongside a specter and discern its movements, to classify its type, is an endeavor of formidable magnitude. Sister Du Wan possesses not only immense strength, but a mind of even greater fortitude. She is the embodiment of aspirations. Having gleaned much wisdom from her diary, I have long regarded Sister Du Wan as my guiding light. In light of the recent events in the cave, had I not been enlightened by her writings regarding the types of specters, survival would have been exceedingly difficult. I fervently wish for Sister Du Wan's safety. Will the remaining pages contain the answers I yearn for? The small, dilapidated town posed a question. Is Sister Du Wan well? Its branches rested gently upon my shoulder, conveying concern. This page of the diary bore no further content. I turned to the next leaf, discovering 2 sheets stuck together. The paper above bore a sanguine hue, devoid of any writing. Uncertain of the situation on this single sheet, she cautiously separated the 2 pieces of paper. The second sheet was stained with blood and contained inscriptions. The characters were now faint, some blurred by the crimson fluid. When held against the light, the ink revealed itself, appearing darker than the blood. Yun Chen retrieved a fresh white sheet, placing it over the diary page. With the light shining through, she meticulously traced the characters obscured by the blood. Fatigue began to set in, yet she persisted with the first line. Yun Chen continued to outline the letters. She felt no need to vocalize the diary's contents. The small city boy had already acquired a substantial vocabulary and demonstrated remarkable aptitude for learning in this regard. The pen's tip produced a soft rustling on the white paper, drawing the curious gaze of old Wang, who was bewildered by the commotion in the adjacent room. The atmosphere within was heavy with silence. The second line was nearly unveiled. Nianen emitted a gentle sound of dismay, while the vines tensed, bracing themselves at the tips of their branches. Ah, is there truly no escape? Yun Chen paused momentarily, then resumed her effort to reveal the third line. I still wish to traverse through hell. Is there truly a miracle to be found in this world? She quickened her pace, and at last, the final line emerged. How I long to savor some braised pork. The paper slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, enveloping the room in silence. After a moment, Yun Chen bent down to retrieve the diary page, gently dusting off the non-existent particles and tucking it away. With a smile, she remarked, Sister Du Wan is so formidable. Surely, she will manage to evade this time as well. Her laughter was filled with joy, yet the small city boy sensed an undercurrent of sorrow. The words inscribed on the diary paper, along with the bloodstains, suddenly hinted at something profound. Huading extended a branch, and Yun Chen counted on his fingers. I arrived here around December of the 31st year. And now it is either February or March of the 32nd year. Sister Duan was 18 in 2014. If she were still alive, she would now be merely 36. In the prime of her vigor, the items I found in the crevice contained no remnants of human bones. Huading pondered whether he should caution her. After all, the malevolent spirits feast upon humans, leaving no remains behind. The subterranean vines possess no recollection of the crevice. They merely acknowledge that such a hiding place exists. Yet he remains oblivious to the deeper mysteries within it. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, Sister Duan would surely be pleased if she could practice alongside her diary and eliminate that troublesome man-eating specter. Yun Chen clenched her fists in affirmation. Certainly. I hope to reunite with Sister Duan someday. With that, she bypassed the nightly ritual of washing up and hastily leaped into bed, pulling the blanket over her head, surrendering to slumber early. The entire city lay enveloped in tranquility, with the occasional chirping of insects in the grass. As the aura of the city expanded, the spirits were pushed far from the brick houses, rendering their piercing wails inaudible within. Huading too would rest at night. The city's energy restoration method encompasses 3 approaches. The first involves brief periods of sleep, allowing for a slow recovery of the city's vitality. Secondly, the offerings of humanity are not merely material, but rather energetic in nature. The more closely these offerings align with the essence of the city itself, the greater the restoration and provision of energy to the urban environment. Thirdly, there is the redstone, which harbors energy capable of being utilized by the city. Among these 3 methods, the restoration of energy is the slowest, whereas the redstone replenishes energy at the swiftest pace. The growth of the city spirit is contingent upon energy, as is the execution of any endeavor. Huading finds solace in allowing Yun Chen to sleep beside the city. Perhaps this brings him joy, significantly accelerating his energy recovery. Being in Yun Chen's presence gradually replenishes his vitality. He harbors a deep affection for Yun Chen, and he particularly cherishes the endearing moniker of Little Broken City. It seems as though there is a certain resonance. Awakening. Huading perceives a muffled sobbing emanating from within the cocoon of the quilt in the hammock. Is Yun Chen weeping? Could it be due to Sister Duan's matter? Why is there such profound sorrow? She has never even met Sister Duan. Can one become so emotionally invested merely by reading another's diary? Huading, unable to fully comprehend such emotions, recognizes only that Yun Chen is in distress, and he wishes to alleviate her sorrow. He initially intended to amuse her with playful antics, yet he refrained from that course of action. His tendrils glided towards the edge of the hammock. The occupant beneath the covers, possessing acute hearing, detected the sound of his movements and ceased her weeping. He lingered above the quilt, then gently descended, softly patting and smoothing the fabric. On the day the apocalypse arrived, he recalled several striking scenes from the city. Such gestures seemed to convey comfort. The tender caresses, transmitted through the quilt, were soothing. Suddenly, the door's sentinel perked up its ears as the sound of inconsolable crying resonated from within, prompting it to crouch down and whimper in sympathy. The following day, a heavy rain fell, rendering the path to the cemetery muddy and arduous. Yun Chen plucked numerous small, fragile flowers from the wild, gathering them into a bouquet as she made her way along the road. Vines encircled her, forming a natural canopy of leaves above her. Upon reaching the cemetery, the rain ceased. The stone slab, inscribed with the handwriting of Li Duan, remained unchanged, yet the rain had polished its surface to a remarkable smoothness, rendering the characters all the more conspicuous. The well concealed a hidden passage. Yun Chen smiled, recognizing the signal at a glance. It had only taken a fresh perspective for her to uncover it. She produced a rope and secured it to a nearby tree. The well was now accessible. As she switched on her headlamp, a bright radiance illuminated the space. With practiced ease, Yun Chen opened the small door and vanquished the ghostly entity that had possessed the body. She returned to this place once more, leaving behind a note akin to the one she had previously penned. The vines trailed behind her, this time unfazed by the door that closed of its own accord. The beam of her headlamp illuminated the confined space of the well, which she had purged, leaving only a bed and a table. Upon the table lay a note, alongside the kerosene lamp she had left behind. Yun Chen retrieved a fresh piece of paper from her waist pouch, upon which she had inscribed her thoughts that very morning. Your record regarding the various specters has saved my life. I am currently residing in the stone house to the left at the crossroads, where a benevolent urban guardian named Huading resides. Both he and you are my saviors. I wonder if you are aware of the urban guardian. The cannibalistic specter of hygiene apartment, which regarded me as prey, sent a gray wolf to my doorstep, its belly grotesquely split open. Just as I had departed from the well not long ago, I pondered if it was a gift from you. In my training notes and reflections, I have learned a great deal, particularly regarding the intricacies of traps. I owe my survival from the clutches of the malevolent spirits to you. Additionally, my knowledge of the various types of phantoms and their respective weaknesses has undoubtedly saved my life. In the city where I reside with Huading, a sinkhole has emerged, leading down into the abyss. Should the opportunity arise, I sincerely hope to meet Sister Duan in person, as I yearn for your guidance. Have you managed to locate your spouse? I wish you both well. She carefully folded the paper, placing it alongside the previous one within a protective plastic sleeve. Securing the sleeve tightly, she used a kerosene lamp to seal it, leaving a bouquet on the table as she departed from the depths of the well. The nameless specter referred to by Sister Duan, does it still linger in the realm below? As a leader among spirits, what is its true purpose? Those apparitions that seemingly pursue specific objectives, are they perhaps connected to it? Presently, the passageway to the underground has collapsed, rendering any pursuit of truth impossible, and I find myself devoid of the means to seek it. The crisis may be closer than anticipated. All they can do is strive for self-improvement. As one grows stronger, myriad responses to challenges will emerge. For instance, regarding the flesh-eating specter and the sinkhole incident, had she neglected her training, she would have perished long ago. She resolves to treat each day as if it were her last. She is capable of achieving this. Good morning. The vibrant voice of a young girl roused the small, fearful town from slumber. He had barely closed his eyes, yet dawn had arrived. Huading glanced out the window. The sky remained shrouded in darkness. Yun Chen, fully armed, stood with hands on hips before the city statue, pushing aside the green cocoon with her hands. She squeezed her face in, resembling a ghoul from a horror film. Huading remarked, "Goodness, it's still dark. Are the spirits still on duty? Is she really heading out now? Wake up. Hurry and train with me. Let us run alongside the walls to greet the rising sun." Yun Chen beamed with a radiant smile, twirling her knife, practicing the feel of it in her hand. Once dawn broke, they would commence road repairs and visit the library. Their schedule was quite full, and they could not afford to squander precious moments of sleep. As for the reason she wanted the small, dilapidated city to train with them, based on Yun Chen's inquiries and insights from the previous day, the vines utilized by the small city would not drain its energy. Thus, neglecting such valuable vines would be nothing short of wasteful. Naturally, Huading would acquiesce to the young girl's request. Wherever she was, so too would he be. However, his movements with the main vine were slightly slower. Yun Chen did not comment, merely retracting her smile, her brows arching with a subtle shift in demeanor, the rhythm of her knife twirling quickening. There was an undeniable sensation that she might hurl the knife at any moment. Huading thought, this is too frightening. Yun Chen had indeed changed. After the incident with the man-eating fiend, she had transformed slightly. Following the events in the underground cavern, she had altered further. The short-haired girl led the way, cleaving through the underbrush. This area of shrubs grew rapidly. With just a day or two's absence, they could flourish once more. Behind her right ear lay a green bud mark entwined with vines, a symbol of the city's guardianship. Huating cautiously trailed behind the young girl. Once they stepped beyond the city's embrace, words eluded him, leaving only the tendrils of vines to communicate. In the past, even outside the city's confines, Yun Chen would engage in cheerful conversations. Yet now, she scarcely uttered a word. He had intended to weave whimsical shapes with the vines to lift her spirits. But as he contemplated this, he suddenly grasped the reason for her silence. She was intently observing her surroundings, meticulously recording the terrain and cross-referencing it with Li Duan's map to redraw a new one. Simultaneously, she was calculating the optimal route for road construction. Huating was taken aback. When he first encountered Yun Chen, she was evading malevolent spirits, seeking refuge within his city's protective boundaries. Her captivating features were tinged with both fear and reverence. Delicate and slight, she approached tasks with deference and spoke with innocent exuberance. She would weep piteously, pleading for mercy, believing he intended to bury her alive. In moments of support from his vines, she would weep uncontrollably. Yet, when savoring a morsel of warm rabbit meat, her smile would blossom into something truly sweet. Noticing her distraction at the crumbling fortress of her shoulders, Yun Chen inquired, "What troubles you?" By this point, they had reached the riverbank, with the library situated on the opposite shore. The bridge lay in ruins, and the vessels were battered. The roads marked on the map had all turned to wasteland. Yun Chen lowered her gaze, calmly updating the map. Hua Ting studied her profile. The baby fat on her cheeks had diminished significantly, revealing sharper facial contours. She seldom laughed now, becoming more reserved in her emotions. Injured during training, she tended to her wounds, only able to emit muffled groans of pain instead of the loud cries she once unleashed. Now, her brow is perpetually furrowed, her gaze no longer soft but imbued with a hint of sharpness. She is consumed with concern for the elusive commander, troubled by the fear that the specters may strike again, pondering when she might share the news of awakening with the realm, hoping to see the return of the former inhabitants of Huading. Huading rested her head on her shoulder, feeling dejected. Her companion had suddenly matured overnight, akin to a child. What should she do? Nian called out, bounding over, now a considerably larger rice dumpling, meandering around the feet of the girl and the vines. Huading's spirits lifted somewhat as she twirled in place with Nian and Huading. The spinning motion ceased. Yun Chen had cultivated a patch of land not far from the outer wall, crafting numerous mechanisms, which she utilized for reflex training, believing that her body's natural responses to danger were far too sluggish during subterranean movements. Originally, Yun Chen would train alongside her each day, but for reasons unknown, the matter was never mentioned again. Huading watched as the girl exited through the iron gate. She said to Nian, "She previously asked me to accompany her in practice, yet I could not bear to strike her with the vines, and the thought of doing so never crossed my mind. I even hesitated to observe her training, fearing I might inadvertently disable those mechanisms that attacked her." Nian, holding a bone, placed it before Huading, tilting its head. "Woof?" Huading, somewhat irked, pushed the bone aside and squatted in contemplation. Nian, "Woof woof woof?" Huading, "Do you think I am useless?" Nian, "Woof." Huading, "How could you still look down upon me? I wish to no longer witness the suffering of humanity, especially her, the pain left behind on her final day." Nian, "Woof?" Huading, "You are right. My desire to avoid seeing her in pain is merely an act of evasion. I should not shy away." The little white dog gazed blankly at the vines that had dashed away from the stone house, perplexed by the nature of their exchange. It stared at the bones scattered on the ground, devoid of companionship for play, and bored, it nudged the door open to gnaw on the shell of the old tortoise. Old tortoise. Whoosh. The last bamboo arrow pierced through from the rear right. After dodging, Yun Chen rested her hands on her knees, panting heavily for a moment. Exhaustion engulfed her, yet she persevered to reset the mechanism. She practiced such exercises more than twice daily, with half of that time squandered on reconfiguring the traps. Sitting beneath a tree, she replenished her stock of bamboo arrows. Suddenly, her legs became ensnared by the trunk, and she spun around it, her head downward, gazing at the vine deeply embedded in the bark. A flicker of surprise danced in Yun Chen's eyes, her tone lifting as she exclaimed, "How did you arrive?" The vine withdrew from the trunk and swayed leisurely towards her. A cluster of leaves trembled, and a delicate flower blossomed. Just as Yun Chen was about to chuckle, another vine lunged from below. You can even employ feints. She swiftly rolled, grasped the trunk, and propelled herself down the tree with haste. The vines of the little broken city were clandestine, emerging from the depths in endless abundance. She remained uncertain about when an attack might occur, how many adversaries would emerge simultaneously, or from which directions they would come. This constant state of vigilance was exceedingly taxing both mentally and physically. Yun Chen was wholly focused on evasion, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Her eyes sparkled with determination, her form agile and movements graceful. Huading, concealed behind a sturdy tree, cautiously extended a few tendrils, resembling a curious little head peeking out to observe the scene ahead. The girl, drenched in perspiration, possessed long limbs brimming with vitality. Then she spotted it. A smile graced her lips, her eyes crescent-shaped, revealing a small, shallow dimple on her right cheek. Her radiant smile illuminated the surroundings. Huading could not help but embrace the tree trunk, shaking it vigorously, enchanted by Yun Chen's joyful expression. With a resounding crack, the branch swayed too forcefully, causing the great tree to splinter. Yun Chen turned just in time to see the massive tree collapsing towards her, a dark shadow looming overhead. Threatening to crush her, she bolted away. To her astonishment, the little town had engaged in such intense training. It was as if they were wielding the utmost intent to kill in their practice with her. As she ran, the tree thundered down, bringing with it an avalanche of timber that overwhelmed the entire trap, causing the ground beneath to sink slightly. Huading wanted to clarify that it was a misunderstanding. There had been no intention to use that great tree against Yun Chen. The tendrils, disheartened, trailed behind the girl, who was equally troubled. One lamented the blunder she had caused, while the other fretted over whether her previous comments had dampened the spirit of the little town. As they entered the realm enveloped by the city's aura, phantoms slowly began to emerge from the shadows outside. Yun Chen, just now. Meanwhile, Huating also focused on a matter of utmost importance, excitedly exclaiming, "You should call me Papa." Yun Chen vehemently denied this. She had merely stuttered out of fright, intending to refer to her as Little Broken City, certainly not resorting to such a sentimental moniker. Huating twisted like a vine, insisting, "From now on, I shall be Papa, and you must call me Papa every day, never Huating." Yun Chen replied, "Are you certain?" Huating nodded vigorously, determined that Yun Chen would address her as Papa. When called Huating, she always felt a subtle sense of detachment. With a resigned sigh, Yun Chen grasped the vine tightly, embracing it and giving it a hearty rub. Huating felt an extraordinary warmth emanating from the girl's chest, akin to the comforting sensation experienced when breaking through the Earth's surface, accompanied by a significant increase in energy. The branches clung to her, reluctant to part. Seeing the impending dismissal, the vine immediately whined, "I want to be petted." Yun Chen, rendered speechless, indulged it, vigorously tugging at the tattered leaves, knowing full well that the vine would not feel any discomfort. After one vine was petted, another would come forth. The vines were endless, continuously vying for her attention, either snuggling against her or seeking the warmth of her palm. If not being petted, they would incessantly surround her, seeking affection, either blossoming, rubbing against her face, or lying in her path in a playful manner. It was reminiscent of Nianin, who would leap at her feet, yearning for a hug. She bore the weighty vines as she walked into the house. Fortunately, her strength had increased considerably due to her training. Otherwise, she would have found it impossible to carry this oblivious and ever-growing companion. Initially, she had believed that the other's mood was off today and had planned to console her later on. At present, observing her seemingly carefree demeanor, it appears that nothing troubles her. Yun Chen sits on a stool, preparing dinner. Resting her chin on one hand, she gazes absently at the small, dilapidated city where Nian is racing. She mindlessly adds the prepared ingredients into the pot, her thoughts drifting to the memories she witnessed for the city dwellers that day. The anguish endured by Huading and the events that have transpired are more than enough. Having matured, she feels capable of handling it all on her own. Suddenly, a powerful struggle in her hand draws her attention. To her astonishment, she finds that she is gripping an old turtle, nearly dropping it into the boiling pot. The hot water almost touches its shell, steam rising in a cloud. In those green bean-like eyes, she perceives a profound despair. The old turtle seems to convey, "If you do not wish to keep a turtle, you need not resort to such extremes." Yun Chen utilizes the debris from the original road near the outer wall, employing the city's energy to attempt to repair the path. She employs tools to clear the overgrown bushes encroaching upon the roadway, thereby minimizing the energy expenditure required for the cleanup during the construction process. Imagining the approximate shape of the road needed based on the existing terrain, she envisions its length, width, and overall appearance. The intangible energy mobilizes the remnants of the road beneath her, reorganizing them. Swiftly, from the iron gates of the outer wall, a broad, grayish road begins to extend forward, halting before the dense thicket. Yun Chen intends to continue clearing away the bushes before proceeding with the road construction. The city dwellers utilize the city's energy for their building endeavors, consuming significantly less than the inherent will of the city itself. The small, dilapidated city possesses limited energy, still needing to support its own growth. Thus, she must conserve its use. As she pondered this, the small, dilapidated city suddenly spoke. Yun, you may freely utilize my energy. Your consumption of energy is significantly less than I anticipated, almost negligible. Yun Chen had grown accustomed to the abrupt repetition of names by the small city. Her name had been arranged in various combinations, from Yun Chen Chun to Little Yun Chun and Little Chun, and even to Great Yun and Great Chen Chun. The entity seemed to be in search of a preferred appellation, though none had yet emerged. She inquired, perplexed, "Why is that? Previously, you mentioned that city dwellers would merely reduce consumption." Huating was equally bewildered, according to her understanding. City dwellers could diminish energy consumption, but would never exhibit an energy utilization as minimal as Yun Chen's. Initially, she had dismissed the minimal energy usage as an illusion. when the city resembled a red stone placed nearby, attributing the energy replenishment to the red stone. Now, with the city devoid of red stones, after several attempts, she found that the energy she borrowed did not incur any consumption. While Huating was confused, she felt a sense of joy. This indicated that their road construction speed could be significantly accelerated, at least within the range of the city's aura, without the need to worry about insufficient city energy causing delays. In any case, this is a positive development. Yun Chen concurred, asking, "Will it be the same outside the city's aura?" Both individuals decided to test this theory. The will of the city could not utilize city energy beyond its aura, but city dwellers could. The farther one strayed from the city's aura, the more rapid the energy consumption became when utilizing city energy. Yun Chen distanced herself from the city's pervasive atmosphere. Harnessing its energy as a bud behind her right ear began to emit a gentle warmth. The vine upon her shoulder, disheartened, patted her lightly. The city's energy was fleeting and dissipating at a considerable pace. Yun Chen reassured herself, one good thing is enough to be content. The small, dilapidated city seemed to concur, reflecting that both in life and in urban existence, one should embrace contentment. She lifted a slender branch and charged forth. With a resounding rumble, the trees and shrubs of the jungle were simultaneously overwhelmed by the advancing vines, startling the fauna into flight. An invisible force surged from the skies, unveiling a previously concealed pathway, which was soon followed by a tempest that swept stones and debris along the newly revealed route. Hidden within the canopy, monkeys chattered, while serpents coiled around branches and small deer sheltered behind trunks. The creatures of the forest observed this spectacle in hushed silence. Suddenly, a broad concrete road emerged amidst the dense thicket, yet they remained unfazed. Prior to this, they had received word from the city that a new roadway would be established for human use, explicitly assuring them that it would not encroach upon their habitat. This assurance, unexpected yet welcome, left them pondering the prospect of coexistence, wondering if maintaining such a balance would allow them to thrive. Leaves rustled softly, and the little monkey perched in the treetops emitted a series of chirps, prompting the more perceptive animals to glance towards their rear. Deep within the thicket, a disturbance stirred. A robust green vine swung through the air, gripped by a powerful hand that clung to the branch beneath, swaying towards the summit of the tallest tree. The maiden stands firmly on the tree trunk, her hands unfurling a map, while tendrils grasp a pair of binoculars, positioning them before her eyes. From this vantage point, the city unfolds in its entirety. It resembles a steel behemoth, ravaged by nature, its remains cleaved in twain by a broad river, with the desolation on either side strikingly similar. Amidst the verdant expanse, a slender gray line emerges, halting at the riverbank, connecting to a grand bridge. Yun Chen, comparing the map with the existing roads, retrieves a pen and draws a straight crimson line leading to the river. Within a mere fortnight in this city of ruins, she has carved a direct path traversing half the metropolis. A smile graces Yun Chen's lips, but suddenly, her limbs tense, and she whirls around to look behind her. The leaves rustle, and out pops a monkey, chattering softly. It is a small creature, not large in stature, with round, dark eyes, cradling a collection of red and green fruits, strawberries, and jujubes. It sets the fruits down, cautiously retreating while clinging to the tree trunk, its eyes glistening as it gazes at Yun Chen. Are these for me? Yun Chen relaxes her muscles, crouching down with a smile to inquire of the little monkey. Seeing her friendly demeanor, the monkey places its forelimbs on the ground and slowly crawls out, extending a paw to nudge the fruits closer to her. Upon witnessing Yun Chen accept the offering, it emits a couple of chirps and swiftly scampers down the tree. Yun Chen remarks, "How adorable." Upon hearing this, Huiting promptly raises the main tendril, playfully leaning against the tree. Observing her actions, Yun Chen instinctively crouches to embrace the lower branches. And indeed, her instincts prove correct. A resounding thud echoed as the remarkably tall and robust branch trembled violently in place, its sound reminiscent of a piercing scream, causing all nearby creatures to flee in terror. Huiting, in a state of bewilderment, fell silent. Yun Chen cast a glance at the significantly thicker main vines. She harbored doubts that, should they continue to grow at this rate, the subterranean vines might one day elevate the very foundations of the city itself. Next time, you might consider using the vines instead of the main trunk, she suggested. Huiting extended a slender twig and gave it a few half-hearted shakes. No, the main vines are capable of conveying sensations which the others cannot. Yun Chen surveyed the road beneath her, recognizing that with the aid of the city's will, road construction had become a remarkably manageable task. During her time in Zhongzhou, she had heard adults discuss the challenges of road building. There were plans to erect watchtowers along the roadside and implement barriers that could effectively thwart the movements of malevolent spirits. Such endeavors required an immense investment of human and material resources, marking them as an essential pursuit. Zhongzhou had sacrificed numerous adults to construct pathways leading to various cities. Akin to the coverage of a game map, a flicker of confusion crossed Yun Chen's mind. Throughout the past fortnight, as she harnessed the energy of the city's will, she increasingly found her previous existence to be peculiar. It was strange that, despite the presence of the city's will, city dwellers, and a vast population of humans, the pace of construction remained so sluggish. She could not fathom that the adults lacked the requisite knowledge. They must possess greater understanding than she, particularly those who had survived before the apocalypse, who had received education and held specialized knowledge. Uncle Meng, as a city dweller, should have been able to acquire the necessary knowledge to aid in the restoration of the city, thereby minimizing the consumption of the city's energy. She had encountered that colossal city-like scroll, which was likely the embodiment of the will of the Central Plains. She recalled that the scroll stood over 2 meters tall. The small broken city had mentioned that a city-like figure was a manifestation of the city's will. Generally, the larger the figure, the more formidable it represented. Yet, why did the Central Plains still develop at a sluggish pace? Could it be related to the specters that slumbered within the buildings during the day? Or perhaps to the numerous city-like replicas in the Central Plains? Yun Chen remembered the small broken city, stating that city-like replicas required energy to sustain their operation. When the human population was abundant, the energy consumed was relatively lesser. Conversely, it would be greater in scarcity. Furthermore, with the assistance of the city's will, a considerable number of factories and the original infrastructure of the cities should have been restored. It was all rather perplexing. Was there an underlying reason she was unaware of? She noticed Tung Wan wearing a worried expression, contemplating something. Huading pointed to the sky, reminding her of the time. Yun Chen wiped the strawberries and jujubes that the little monkey had given her on her clothes, then stuffed them directly into her mouth, swallowing them whole. Grasping Tung Wan, she wrapped a vine around her hand and said, "Let us go." She hadn't found a suitable mode of transportation. Initially, she had considered the leopard and black bear in the forest, as they feared the small broken city. Leveraging the small broken city's reputation seemed a viable option for a short ride. However, she soon realized that no creature could traverse the forest as swiftly as the vines of the small broken city, which were proliferating, particularly in the past half-day. As long as she wished, she could summon the vines that resided underground at any moment. Thus, she hastened her daily journey to the riverbank. Standing upon the shore, she shed her coat, leaving only her snug undergarments, and plunged into the river. The bridge spanning the water required a concerted effort for its complete restoration. This place, distant from the urban atmosphere, consumed energy at an alarming rate, and the meager resources of the small, dilapidated city could not suffice for such an endeavor in one breath. Cloud Chun was utterly unfamiliar with the structure of the sunken ships and cruise liners within the river, having never encountered vessels of such magnitude. She could not envision their complete form, nor could she harness the city's energy for repairs. An alternative idea for crossing the river struck her. The waters surged tumultuously, with the young girl bobbing amidst the murky, slate-gray currents. This aquatic expanse concealed its true ferocity until one was submerged, revealing the terrifying velocity of the flow. The tumultuous river demanded more stamina than ordinary training. This was no mere exercise, but an outright adventure. Fortunately, no perilous aquatic creatures lurked in the depths. Cloud Chun emerged from the churning waters, half her head above the surface, her hair drenched and slicked back, while the vines above anxiously observed her. The vines of the small, crumbling city could extend halfway across the river. For the remaining stretch, she resolved to swim directly. Otherwise, before she could reach the other side, she might very well meet her untimely end at the tender age of 16. After swimming for half an hour, Cloud Chin finally surfaced. Huading promptly draped a blanket over her and handed her a cup of water. Perched on the railing, she sipped, her gaze fixed upon the ruins on the opposite bank. An instinct whispered to her that she would discover something novel in the other half of the city. The venture into the unknown beckoned, and Cloud Chun, fully prepared, commenced her crossing of the river. Yun Chen donned a lightweight attire and carried a waterproof backpack on her back, containing clothing and tools. The backpack was remarkably compact, snugly fitting her body and causing minimal resistance in the water. The young girl warmed up on the shore, her hair growing rapidly. She had not had it cut recently, and the ends now brushed her shoulders. With each movement, strands of hair danced against her face and around her eyes. Yun Chen. She extracted a straight blade from her bag, preparing to cut her hair. However, before the blade could meet her locks, tendrils restrained her wrist, preventing her from proceeding. Hua Ting skillfully wove several resilient branches around the strands of hair, binding them together, ensuring that each filament obediently remained close to her scalp, avoiding her neck and face to not obstruct her. Yun Chen raised a hand to touch her head, feeling two small bunches tightly secured by the branches, neat and tidy. Would they not wash away with a mere splash of water? She scrutinized the little city with suspicion, pondering where he had acquired such hair-tying skills. Hua Ting, in his pursuit of knowledge across various domains, would periodically revisit the memories of the city as it was on the last day. Though these memories were but a single day, they stemmed from a once thriving metropolis, abundant with an immeasurable wealth of knowledge. Each exploration of these memories brought him immense pain. Nevertheless, he wished to grow up alongside Yun Chen. Even employing such methods, recalling the cultural essence of the past city, proved to be exceedingly challenging, as human behaviors tied to culture remained indistinct and elusive. Noticing her skepticism, Hua Ting, with a scowl, placed his hands on his hips, stomping the branches at his sides onto the ground to express his current displeasure. "How could you doubt my capabilities?" Yun Chen exclaimed. "I undoubtedly believe in you. You are the most formidable embodiment of urban will and will surely become a distinguished leader among them." She anticipated that the small, dilapidated city would feel bashful, but to her surprise, it remained steadfast, inscribing characters in the soil with a twig. It wrote, "Shenzhen is the true capital." Yun Chen was astonished. Within the realm of urban will, did a hierarchy of leadership truly exist? Perceiving her bewilderment, the twig continued its writing on the ground. It is not merely about leadership. Shenzhen holds a unique significance for humanity as your spiritual pillar amidst the desolate remnants of the world. We are reliant on humankind. Suddenly, Yun Chen was enlightened. She recalled her mother mentioning that prior to the apocalypse, Shenzhen was the capital of the 9 provinces. For one born after the end of the world, her understanding of the 9 provinces was rather vague, particularly concerning cities referred to as capitals. What she vividly remembered was that Shenzhen was the first city to awaken. As Yun Chen absorbed this newfound knowledge of urban will, she glanced at the pinion of the word leader inscribed in the dirt and remarked, "Have you been slacking off on the character recognition assignments I give you daily? Do you intend to be a city devoid of culture? It is rather disheartening that even a city will relies on pinyin for leadership." Hua Ting responded, "I have merely absorbed an overwhelming amount of knowledge recently and momentarily forgot how to write certain characters. I am not uncultured." With a playful tone, Yun Chen said, "Take me along." The vines gracefully lifted the young girl, moving steadily as they transported her to the center of the river. He gently placed her into the water, watching as she swiftly glided towards the opposite shore like a fish. What lay beyond that shore? Yun Chen swam with remarkable speed, feeling the occasional slick brush of fish against her legs. As she swam, her mind pondered a question. Could phantoms traverse rivers? They might be obstructed by buildings. Perhaps rivers could hinder certain types. Surely, there were phantoms capable of crossing. She recalled that there seemed to be types that could pass through walls, as mentioned by Sister Duan, who noted that not all types possessed this ability, indicating the existence of those who could. Thinking of Sister Duan, Yun Chen's expression darkened. She hoped fervently that Sister Duan was alive, but the contents she had seen that day. After taking a breath, she plunged into the water once more. With a determined effort, she reached the opposite bank. She did not rush to emerge, but instead took a moment to observe her surroundings. The area was a desolate ruin, overrun with wild foliage, devoid of any signs of human habitation, resembling the environment on the other side. Upon reaching the shore, she encountered a railing identical to that on the opposite bank. She dried herself partially, changed into fresh clothes and shoes, and secured her belt before setting off. With a quick glance at her map, she confirmed her bearings. Her destination was the library, situated approximately an hour's journey from her current location. Accounting for potential obstacles along the way, the path was cloaked in greenery and shrubbery, with moss stealthily creeping across the ground, camouflaging itself among the plants, seemingly set to ensnare any unsuspecting passerby. The nearby buildings appeared on the verge of collapse, either succumbing to the encroachment of vegetation or facing both fates simultaneously. Phantom liquid emerged every few steps, evaporating under the sun's rays. Compared to the terror and desolation she felt upon first witnessing such sights, Yun Chen now found herself deep in contemplation. The area where Huading once thrived is now overtaken by verdant growth, spreading with a rapidity that far surpasses that of Zhongzhou. Forests stand in majestic clusters, and the remnants of the city resemble relics ensconced within this lush wilderness. One wonders whether this transformation of greenery bears any relation to the creeping vines that envelop the ruins of the small town. Another thought crosses her mind regarding the city's architecture. She recalls hearing adults remark that without maintenance, the steel reinforcements would succumb to corrosion, resulting in cracks and gradual deterioration. Yet she never imagined such a swift collapse. Her childhood recollections of these warnings were vague and hazy. The road ahead is cloaked in tranquility, with the gentle rustle of grass in the wind and the symphony of chirping insects and singing birds. Yun Chen's pant leg brushes against a tiny creature resting on the grass, causing it to tumble onto the soil, where it swiftly burrows into the earth. Just ahead lies the destination of Yun Chen's journey. Although she has long anticipated arriving at this place, she now finds herself frozen in place, paralyzed by the sight before her. This was meant to be an expansive library, resplendent in its grandeur, a bastion of knowledge that should inspire awe even in its ruin. Yet now, it stands as little more than a charred skeleton of its former self. Clearly, the library has suffered a devastating fire. The towering structure lies in ruins. Its steel framework melted, flames having ravaged its once majestic form. The buildings flanking it are equally tragic in their disrepair. Yun Chen had come to the library in search of books, eager to delve into the history and culture of the city or to acquire knowledge on various subjects. She believed that finding pertinent literature would be the swiftest means to achieve her quest for understanding. In this charred library, she harbored no illusions of uncovering any remnants of fortunate tomes, yet she felt compelled to take a look. The young girl circled within the confines of the building, her path obstructed entirely by the ruins resulting from the fire's wrath, rendering deeper exploration of the library impossible. Although she could harness the city's energy to remove the impediments, the expenditure of such energy was exorbitant, and she was unwilling to deplete the meager resources of the small, dilapidated city for an uncertain gain. After searching for a considerable time, Yun Chen found no accessible route within the premises. Reluctantly, she abandoned her exploration indoors and turned her attention outside. She circumnavigated the structure, either gazing upwards or bending downwards, in search of potential handholds for climbing. If she could manage to ascend, she would return equipped with protective gear. Suddenly, her footsteps halted between the crevices of two buildings. In this shadowy corner, untouched by sunlight, she stumbled upon several battered oil barrels half buried in the soil. The handles of the barrels bore traces of desiccated black liquid. By the scent wafting from the liquid, she deduced it to be the residue left by a specter. She had never encountered the black liquid in its dried state before. Leaning down to inspect closely, she discerned that it indeed was the spectral fluid. How long had the barrels lingered here, and why did they bear the ghostly substance? A fleeting thought crossed her mind. She recalled the silver lighter she had discovered while clearing the subterranean vines. Initially, she had assumed it belonged to someone who had ventured nearby. Later entering the crevice and finding items left by Sister Du-Wan, mistaking the lighter as hers. What if the true owner of the lighter was not Sister Du-Wan, but rather a specter? A barrel smeared with black liquid, a vine-like lighter, and a library engulfed in flames. Yun Chen immediately rose, smoothing the goosebumps that had arisen from her own conjectures. She found herself inexplicably convinced that a malevolent spirit had set the library ablaze. Spirits are impervious to fire, yet they harbor an aversion to it. They detest anything that radiates light. How could they possibly ignite a flame? Yun Chen, feeling an overwhelming urge to leave this place, found her mind spiraling into chaotic thoughts. Among the spirits, there exists a leader. The spirits have discerned that the will of the city can safeguard humanity, and they possess a formidable aggressiveness towards it. No longer are they mere, simplistic human hunters. Their actions now exhibit planning and intent. What significance does the burning of the library hold for the spirits? Yun Chen pondered the issue from their perspective. She shed her clothing, stowing it in her backpack, and leaped into the river. On the other side, Huating had already spotted her and extended a vine in welcome. The will of the city cherishes human culture, and books serve as a vital vessel of that culture. Even in the absence of books, humanity would still endeavor to pass down this culture. Thus, it would not significantly affect the will of the city. But what if time were to stretch? As humanity struggles for survival, they become increasingly indifferent to the cultural heritage of the pre-apocalyptic world. Presently, among the survivors of the bygone era, who will remember the city's culture in the future? For children like her, born after the apocalypse, their education revolves solely around enhancing their survival rates. When the cultural vessels are destroyed and humanity forgets its former heritage, what will become of the will of the city? As Yun Chen swam to the center of the river, her limbs gradually stilled. Would the spirits contemplate such actions? Her thoughts seemed exceedingly whimsical. At that moment, she forgot to breathe, swept away by the current. Above her, a vine plunged into the water, entwining itself around her waist, pulling her up from the depths. Yun Chen's limbs flailed as droplets cascaded from her body, and she gasped for air. A branch pierced through her bent knee, while another supported her shoulder, allowing her to cling to the bank. Sitting on the ground, Yun Chen inquired, if the culture of the past were to vanish, what would become of you? Huoding tilted the vine, gazing at Yun Chen. The 35 awakened cities were indeed the fruits of human culture. They embodied the will of the cities that preceded them. Should the vessel cease to exist, humanity would inevitably forget its culture, and with it, the essence of the cities formed upon such culture would also dissipate. Until a new culture arises, perhaps new cities will emerge, but they shall not be theirs. The vine affectionately brushed against the girl's cheek, puzzled by her inquiry. Sensing her unease, it caused blossoms to bloom upon the branches. Yun Chen embraced the dilapidated city, her damp forehead resting against the blooming flowers. She closed her eyes, fervently praying that all her speculations were mere folly. During her prayer, a wave of frustration surged within her. She could not comprehend why, whenever change loomed, a dismal occurrence would shatter the beauty of the moment. She felt stifled and yearned to scream. And scream she did. The girl lamented, "My feet ache. I do not wish to walk. Let me be consumed by specters here. Living is far too exhausting. It's hardly worth it. I long to see my mother." Huoding looked on in bewilderment, unsure of what had suddenly befallen Yun Chen. She does not wish to walk. Then let us assist her in her journey. Rarely does she indulge in a display of petulance, yet it is quite endearing. As dusk descends, he extends a vine, gently placing it upon the curve of the maiden's knee. One particular tendril supports her back. With a tender lift, he elevates her from the ground. The vines move swiftly, undulating gracefully, while within his embrace, she finds unparalleled stability. Yun Chen stands momentarily stunned. Her outburst was merely a fleeting expression. That uninhibited shout served as a release for her pent-up emotions. After her exclamation, she intended to rise. Yet she was taken aback by the rapid movement of the little broken city. She completely relaxed, leaning against the main vine, idly tugging at the leaves along its branches. They entered the city's ambience. Huating remarked, "What are you doing? This will leave me bare of leaves." Yun Chen replied, "Why not? Is it not permissible to pluck a few leaves? Why be so stingy? My hands are already aching from the effort." Huating responded, "Well then, go ahead and pull away, if it injures your hands." As they breached the confines of the towering gray walls, over 35 meters high, the subtle, enchanting sounds generated by the city's energy resonated, while crystalline particles floated in the air. A wooden table, a meter wide, awaited their attention. "Shall we move it inside now?" Huating inquired, ready to transport it at Yun Chen's nod. Yun Chen agreed, instructing, "Dust off the shavings and place it in the study on the second floor." As the weather gradually warmed, a light jacket was all that was needed during the early morning and evening. Clad in a delicate garment, she appeared taller, her feminine silhouette beginning to take shape. Huating exclaimed, "All right." The vines effortlessly lifted the table, applying just the right amount of force without damaging it. One by one, the branches engaged in a relay, transporting the table to the left room on the second floor. The 3 rooms on the second floor, originally mere storage spaces, were newly designated by Yun Chen and Xiao Pacheng as a study, intended for housing the various types of literary works they had collected. The walls on either side of the study, as well as the door side, were transformed into walls of bookshelves. Currently, these 3 walls of bookshelves stood largely vacant, save for a small corner that housed numerous tomes, once used by the students of this city, whose covers had yellowed at the edges and whose pages were brittle. Huoding placed the table directly in front of the window, where the light streamed through the glass, illuminating the wooden surface beautifully. Just as he was about to shift his focus from the awareness clinging to the vines, He noticed books precariously teetering on the shelf. He quickly extended a branch, cautiously nudging them back into place. They needed to cherish what they had. After scouring half the city, Yun Chen and he were horrified to discover that all books, newspapers, and periodicals, indeed, any printed material, had vanished from the city. Residential buildings, schools, community libraries, government offices, and museums. Even street signs and stone tablets by the bridges, much that could be taken had been removed, and what remained had suffered significant damage. Yun Chen's suspicions might indeed hold truth. If it were the work of malevolent spirits, their intentions were terrifyingly bleak. Yet soon, they regained their spirits. Their earlier search had been rather cursory, and many hidden or inaccessible places remained unexplored. Surely, there were still remnants to uncover. These assignments originate from an office buried beneath the ruins of Hutong High School, having been marked with red ink by a teacher. Regrettably, the collection comprises predominantly mathematics assignments, with only a solitary history assignment present. To make matters worse, all the assignments are incorrect, devoid of the right answers. During their subsequent search, they stumbled upon a piece of good news. The items that had vanished were primarily printed books, while a plethora of handwritten materials, such as assignments, diaries, and copybooks, remained, albeit many were severely damaged. As Yun Chen honed her skills in wielding the city's energy, her ability to create items using this energy accelerated. Within the city's atmospheric reach, she harnessed this energy, which, in turn, drained her own vitality. Huarding understood the underlying reason, according to his understanding of the city's will. It selected humans as its favored inhabitants, significantly reducing the consumption of urban energy. This, he believed, was a fortuitous development. In addition to the slow accumulation of energy while waiting, he had discovered a method for rapid growth. However, the use of urban energy left Yun Chen fatigued, akin to the physical exhaustion experienced after intense exercise. To sustain her use of this energy and enhance the vitality of the small city, she needed to elevate her physical stamina. This was a daunting task, filled with urgency. The second wooden table and accompanying wooden chairs were arranged, with one set intended for the dining area and another dispersed between the upper and lower floors. She pondered whether to venture to the opposite bank today, as time was of the essence. Pausing briefly, she searched for books and uncovered a 10-year road map of Huading, which detailed routes leading to other cities. According to the road map, their current location is at the northwest corner of Huading, with the tea house situated further north. This direction is in stark contrast to their previous course. The path leading to the tea house extends northward from the area previously known as the Bamboo Grove. Yun Chen remarked, "We are now closer to the tea house. We must find a way to repair the road in that direction," hoping that survivors still remain there. He had not previously heard of the eastern city well. Those who had fled from the east to Zhongzhou spoke of the north being safer, and they were all heading northward. Huading expressed his disappointment, stating, "Without humanity, the city will become exceedingly frail. It may fall back into slumber after awakening." Yun Chen gently patted him, suppressing his thoughts. Is there a possibility of awakening again after such slumber? He had not anticipated that the red stones would possess such utility. A twinge of regret washed over her, albeit slight. The situation was dire, and neither she nor the little broken city could extract more red stones from the depths of the earth. As Yun Chen watered her vegetable patch, a large dog lay sprawled on the ground, lazily dozing, its ears twitching slightly. Once she completed her tasks, she intended to visit the cemetery to lay a bouquet by Sister Du Wan's well. Following her visit to the cemetery, she would continue repairing the road. While watering, Yun Chen jested, "Do not consume those red stones. Save them for the potential future need of awakening the city will." Without a moment's hesitation, Huading agreed. He resolved to preserve all the red stones for any future city that might require assistance. The young girl was utterly astonished as he earnestly stated, "Not a single city can be spared. The loss of even one would render the 9 provinces forever unable to awaken." Last time, the small broken city remarked that the 9 provinces lay fragmented and ensnared in slumber. Yun Chen immediately ceased his watering, astonished. Will the 9 provinces awaken? What would that entail? Huading raised a branch, cryptically stating, "The will of the city can protect humanity, and similarly, the 9 provinces can do so." Yun Chen found this notion perplexing, pondering, isn't the 9 provinces a nation? A city safeguards a region, while a nation protects an entire continent, does it not? Huading affirmed, "There's a significant difference. The energy required for my awakening is substantial, and the 9 provinces would undoubtedly demand even more energy." Yet that is merely one aspect of the necessity. Yun Chen, in response, illustrated the energy requirement of a fingernail, subsequently alluding to the immense energy demand of the 9 provinces. According to the small broken city, each city will seem to possess a fragment of knowledge regarding the 9 provinces, yet the content varied across each will. Only through synthesis could one perceive the entirety of the 9 provinces. She cast a glance at her modest 3-story abode, fell into silence for a moment, and then waved her hand, stating, "Let us focus on the matters at hand. You go and pick some flowers while I finish gathering insects for the cemetery." Huiting bounced in place. "Are we going to pay respects to Sister Du Wan?" "I will prepare a beautiful bouquet," Yun Chen replied, taking a deep breath. She unveiled a gentle smile. "I do not possess Sister Du Wan's remains. She is not dead." Huiting responded. "Understood." He shrank back into the vines, retreating to a corner, while Nian scampered to his side to offer comfort. After Yun Chen spoke, she too let out a sigh. Those who fall victim to malevolent spirits leave behind their corpses. Even those who perish within the confines of the city find their lifeless forms consumed by phantoms under the cloak of night. The remnants of their bodies, nearly scattered in the wilderness, evoke a haunting obsession within her, akin to that of Sister Du Wan, who relentlessly sought her grandmother, persisting in her search until the very end. How could one even hope to find a body? What are these specters, truly? Yun Chen pondered the tomes she had nearly uncovered within the city, now reduced to ashes in the burned library. Seemingly remnants of the nameless specter's messages left by Sister Du Wan before her demise. A weight of melancholy enveloped her. Suddenly, a bouquet of small flowers appeared before her, vibrant in shrimp pink, with hints of yellow amidst the rosy hue, blazing like fire in her sight. Yun Chen took the bouquet, gently caressing it. It resembled a rhododendron. The small, dilapidated town seemed to blossom in fixed patterns, as if with a mere thought. One could conjure forth an array of floral varieties. "So, this is what they call rhododendron. I have encountered them before, and they are indeed beautiful." The bouquet was placed at the well, the fiery red contrasting vividly against the well's muted gray, symbolizing life blooming amidst death. Standing before the well, Yun Chen felt compelled to utter something. After a moment of contemplation, she managed to articulate, "Previously, when I descended into the well, I could stand upright. Now, I must bend to navigate its confines." Beside her, a branch fell to the ground with a soft thud, as if surprised that such a typically loquacious person had become so bereft of words. The wind whispered, and silence enveloped the surroundings. What Yun Chen wished to express had already been inscribed in the letter she left at the bottom of the well. Today, she merely intended to present a bouquet. She paused for another moment before turning away to depart. The towering tree ahead remains robust, its trunk bearing remnants of ropes once used for descents. Yun Chen paused midway, halting under Huiting's perplexed gaze. She approached the trunk, bending down to scrutinize it closely. Her fingers traced the damp marks left by the ropes. They were fresh. Imprints made today or within the past few days. Having not visited the cemetery in recent days, she pondered who these marks belonged to. Yun Chen unfastened the climbing rope from her waist, securing it to the tree. She donned her headlamp, switching it on beforehand, and informed Huiting, "I shall descend." With agility, she leapt into the well, moving with utmost caution to avoid disturbing any remaining traces. Yet, she found no evidence of others. Instead, the eerie liquid left behind by the initial descent of the specter lingered at the bottom, untouched by sunlight. Either no one had ventured down, or those who did were exceedingly careful. Upon opening the door beneath, she discovered her belongings intact, showing no signs of disturbance. Exiting the small chamber, she closed the door behind her and retrieved a fishing line from her toolkit, snipping off a small segment to place in the gap of the door. This door operated from both above and below, and she expertly wedged the fishing line precisely in the center of the lower seam. With meticulous precision, she ensured the line stood upright, perfectly aligned without deviation. She marked the fishing line with a small, conspicuous notch, facing outward. Once the door closed, the fishing line was entirely concealed beneath. Huiting heightened his vigilance in the vicinity, detecting no trace of humanity, yet he was certain of the presence of specters. On the first day, the fishing line remained undisturbed. On the second day, the fishing line still lay in place. On the third day, the fishing line remained in the depths, yet Yun Chen squinted, scrutinizing the line. The transparent strand stood vertically, piercing through the crevice of the door. With the opening facing outward, its position had shifted, now precisely centered within the door's gap. She was certain that the door at the bottom of the well had been opened, and the intruder possessed a cautious demeanor, with keen observation and meticulousness. Who had ventured into the depths? Yun Chen initially sought to dismiss the possibility of a ghostly presence. The spirit could possess a body. Yet during the previous actions of the flesh-eating specter, it had left behind a spectral residue, showing no intention of eradicating it. However, there existed several types of unclear specters, alongside the one described as devoid of weaknesses yet possessing high intelligence. Both ghosts and humans were plausible. Were there still secrets in the well that she had yet to uncover? Yun Chen meticulously searched the depths, aided by the little broken city. Yet she found no mechanisms or hidden passages. The sound produced by tapping the walls of the well seemed entirely normal, unlike the hollow walls deep underground. Curious, Yun Chen murmured to herself, pondering why the individual had come to the depths more than once and what their purpose could be. She remained calm, not succumbing to panic or fear as she contemplated the matter. The situation was indeed alarming, but at most, it could mean being targeted by a specter once again. Her hand brushed against the wooden bed frame, a simple construction made of several planks that creaked upon sitting. The little broken city had previously discovered a map and diary left by Sister Du Wan beneath the bed. Yun Chen's gaze shifted, and she noticed that one particular seam in the assembled bed was unusually large. Huading also discovered that with a firm tug on the branch, the wooden bed began to disassemble at various points. Tightly wedged between the boards was a bundle of fabric, so compact that Yun Chen nearly broke her nails trying to pry it loose. In an act of desperation, she smashed the wooden planks, causing the fabric to spill out. It was a small, exquisite silk pouch, no larger than a quarter of a palm, in a delicate shade of pink, with yellow-tinted edges, sealed at the opening with a red cord. Was it an aromatic sachet? Inside the pouch lay an object, and as Yun Chen emptied its contents, she discovered a crumpled piece of yellow paper, its red markings entirely blurred, rendering its original shape unrecognizable. What is this? Yun Chen inquired. The pouch was attached to a long, frayed string, which had decayed and broken. She gestured to indicate its length, which seemed just right for wearing around her neck. I feel as though I have seen this before, somewhere, Yun Chen mused. Huading nodded in agreement, acknowledging the familiar sensation. Indeed, it seems reminiscent to me as well. The small broken city had also witnessed this, and Yun Chen asked, could it be a memory of the city on the day of the apocalypse? Huading rested her branch on her knee, and the room fell into silence. In the front yard, Nianen, seeing the girl seated at the dining table, assumed it was time for a meal and hurriedly scurried over, a white ball of fluff. Upon realizing there was no food, it angrily charged at the corner where the old turtle lay sleeping. The old turtle, seemingly unfazed, attempted to retaliate against the little white dog with a vigorous flailing of its limbs and an extended neck. It was a cyber CAF. Suddenly, a chorus of shouts erupted within the room, startling Nianen, who dropped the old turtle onto the floor. The old turtle, retreating into its shell, feigned death in stillness. Huading joyfully shook the girl's hand, for indeed, they had encountered such a sight before. In the city's collective memory, they had witnessed a scene in an internet CAF where a girl, adorned with heavy, smoky makeup, commanded others to evade phantoms. The girl bore a pink cloth pouch hanging from her neck, its patterns, shape, and the color of its strings identical to the one before them. Yun Chen approached the hammock, retrieving from beneath the pillow a plastic-wrapped diary belonging to Sister Du Wan. The first page of the diary bore the phrases "Do not cry," "Do not make a fuss," "Do not hang yourself," alongside a selfie of a girl with deep, dark eyes accentuated by equally dark eye makeup, her thick bangs framing her face as she raised her middle finger to the camera. The girl from the internet CAF exhibited an unusual composure. Sister Du Wan's diary recounted the day of the apocalypse, revealing that she had spent the night in the CAF, thus missing the opportunity to meet her grandmother. The girl from the internet CAF was indeed Sister Du Wan. Sister Du Wan had concealed this item so well, indicating its significant importance to her. As for the entity descending into the well, she remained perplexed. Huading asserted, I will continue to keep an eye on that direction. He added, albeit uncertainly, there should be no incidents within the city limits. As the embodiment of the city's will, he should have felt assured in his ability to protect humanity. However, after encountering man-eating fiends and the cave incident, doubts began to cloud his confidence. Yun Chen nodded, I entrust this to you. Huading, elated, raised a branch and swayed it back and forth in place. He caught a glimpse of Nianen, who was also swishing her tail, and cleared his throat, moderating the sway of the branches. The vines trailed gently behind the young girl, undulating softly. Yun Chen filled a cup with pure water and stepped outside with the vines. The unexpected turn of events could not deter her from her original plan. She intended to repair the road connecting the tea house and Huiting. She believed that there would be more human survivors in the east. As they walked towards the bamboo grove, still within the city's embrace, Yun Chen inquired, "Do you remember the sound emitted from the hand-cranked flashlight on the day your vines withered?" Huiting replied, "I remember. It was the sound of human voices." Yun Chen continued, "That device must have been a radio." I asked, "Who are you?" And it seemed like the other party heard my question, replying with something akin to "Hua." "Run." Huiting pondered. Indeed, it appears that when he contacted us through the radio, he was aware that this place was Huiting. Curiously, Huiting asked, "What is it?" Yun Chen responded, "I know walkie-talkies can facilitate conversation, but can radios also communicate with others?" Huiting gasped, "What? So radios cannot converse with others?" Yun Chen replied, "I am not certain. No one has ever informed me." A silence enveloped the two, each feeling as though they were trapped in a realm of ignorance, unable to comprehend or inquire meaningfully. Before arriving at Huiting and experiencing all of this, Yun Chen believed that mere survival in the apocalypse was sufficient. Now, she realized that existence cannot merely be for the sake of survival. Traversing through the bamboo grove and moving a few kilometers ahead, one encounters a road riddled with numerous depressions. This area lies beyond the reach of urban ambience, where the thoroughfare has similarly succumbed to nature's encroachment. Yun Chen diligently repairs sections of the road each day, and gradually, the path is regaining its former appearance. Given time, a broad thoroughfare will once again emerge here. Huiting utilizes vines to relocate abandoned vehicles that once obstructed the road to the side, while he removes the grass sprouting from the sunken areas using twigs. Yun Chen employs urban energy to mend the depressions. The debris resulting from the road's collapse is readily available nearby, eliminating the need to seek additional resources for repairs. The collaboration between one person and the city is efficient and swift. "What is this?" Yun Chen bent down and extracted a rectangular package wrapped in leaves from the fissures of the depression. She tore off the leaves, her pupils widening in astonishment. Inside the package were several elongated cylindrical objects, each topped with a wire, all of which were bundled together, connected to a longer fuse. She recognized this contraption. It was explosives. The dignitaries of Zhongzhou occasionally utilized explosives to blast through mountains, clearing the rubble to create new paths. Just a couple of days prior, there had been none of this. Following the thin layer of soil that covered the fuse, she discovered over a dozen such explosive packages buried at various locations along the road. Should they be detonated, the route she had painstakingly repaired would collapse entirely. Could this be linked to the individuals who frequently visited the depths of the well? Yun Chen instructed the little broken city to secure the explosives. Having uncovered them, they were now hers. Initially anxious, Huiting's demeanor gradually calmed as he observed the young girl tracing the fuse to uncover the clues left behind by others. Recognizing the issue and seeking to resolve it was all that mattered. Yun Chen used a straight knife to pry open a patch of loosened soil, revealing deliberately concealed footprints beneath. The footprints were small, and the attempt to cover them seemed rushed, as if made in a state of pursuit. Utilizing the creeping vines of the dilapidated city, Yun Chen left no traces of her own beside the prints. The ground bore only the signs of crushed grass from the vine's movement, thus resembling the marks left by an animal. Following the trail for several hundred meters, the footprints eventually vanished. Yun Chen searched the vicinity for an extended period until twilight began to descend, at which point she discovered a faint trace of blood at the base of a tree trunk. Specters do not bleed. Only humans do, or perhaps those possessed by the madness of a fresh human corpse. The blood was not limited to this spot. There were other traces as well. The darkness fell unusually swiftly today, with thick clouds overhead, intermittently revealing flashes of lightning within the tumultuous sky. As Yun Chen stepped into the realm of urbanity, a dark aura materialized behind her, and apparitions emerged from thin air, sniffing for human scent and lunging ferociously. They were halted by an invisible barrier, their expressions grotesque. Had their numbers diminished slightly? Yun Chen pondered, reflecting that even in the tales of Zhongzhou, where a singular ferocious ghostly siege was recounted, the described multitude of specters paled in comparison to the terror of the current scene. Rain began to pour unexpectedly, with each drop growing larger and more relentless, swiftly soaking her hair and garments. Yun Chen lamented that the bloodstains she had previously discovered would likely be washed away by the downpour, leaving her unable to continue her nocturnal endeavors. She was not alone in this realization. Huading had also taken note. What was happening? The spirits crowded together, and the dark mist swirled around them. In the midst of a crowded crevice, Yun Chen and Hua Ting beheld a specter unlike any they had encountered before. Its form was entirely distinct from that of other apparitions, featuring 2 human heads and deep crimson skin, moving swiftly among the phantoms. It appeared to sense the gaze upon it, as its 4 eyes subtly shifted, locking onto Yun Chen. A chill ran through her, yet the entity paid her no heed, quickly diverting its attention in search of something. The specter's speed was astonishing, so rapid that it seemed but a fleeting shadow. With a resounding roar, thunder and lightning erupted. The dual-headed specter abruptly halted, momentarily frozen in place. As the thunder subsided, it resumed its movement, leaving behind a viscous pool of black liquid. Each time the thunder boomed, it ceased its advance. When silence reclaimed the air, it continued on. To observe this entity more closely, Hua Ting extended its branches, snapping several trees that obstructed its path, creating a natural barrier. Yet, Yun Chen watched in dismay as it effortlessly traversed the fallen trunks, instinctively murmuring, "It is hunting." What could be the quarry of this newly emerged 2-headed specter? Might it be destined for the depths of the well? Unlikely, for when it paused amidst the thunder, it lingered only briefly, leaving behind a considerable amount of phantom liquid. Was its target perhaps the one who had ventured to the well's bottom? Could it be a human? This night was far from tranquil. Yun Chen and the small broken city spent a restless night. With the dawn, they set forth to trace the path of the dual-headed specter, following the trail of its spectral residue left in pursuit of its prey. The dark liquid left by the 2-headed specter is distinct from that of other phantoms. It exudes a more potent scent of sulfur, its viscosity and thickness nearly solid. Along the way, the spectral liquid from the 2-headed specter is easily identifiable. One person, one city, progressing along the path. The route becomes increasingly familiar to Yun Chen. And not far ahead lies a gas station. Beyond that, the outpost camp of Sister Du Wan. Yun Chen remarked, "I have been here before. I once procured fuel for the generator and acquired a considerable amount of exploration gear from Sister Du Wan." She had only once taken items from Sister Du Wan's supply points, and during that occasion, she mentioned returning to gather more, yet she never deliberately revisited those supply points. The spectral liquid accumulates near the outpost, suggesting the phantoms have been lingering beneath it, yet they have not ventured inside. Having entered the outpost before, Yun Chen recalls that its walls and door are particularly robust, thicker than the trees that fell yesterday. Could it be that the 2-headed specter can pass through walls, albeit with some limitations on thickness? Yun Chen approached the entrance of the outpost, momentarily taken aback. The door now bore black spray paint, which had not been present during her previous visit. The graffiti read a large phrase, "Beast, continue the chase," pinned in a hasty script. Upon discerning the style of the writing, she recognized the familiar smiley face that had appeared in Li Du Wan's diary, as well as the use of beast to describe the specter. Yun Chen gasped in astonishment and delight. Could it be Sister Du Wan? Did she escape from her captors? Has she been here all along? Might she still be inside? Yun Chen sought to open the watchtower's door, only to find it firmly blocked from within. She instructed Little Broken City to extend its vines and peer through the skylight atop the tower to ascertain whether anyone was inside. Huading promptly complied, and the tendrils climbed the tower with grace. After a fleeting moment of joy, Yun Chen regained her composure and halted Little Broken City's actions. Huading, puzzled, withdrew and nestled on her shoulder. If it were Sister Du Wan or another human, why would they not enter the city? Yun Chen caressed the vines of Little Broken City, speaking gravely, "The aura of the city you currently exude is not easily overlooked. Furthermore, the walls surrounding us and the inscriptions upon them clearly denote my human identity." Huading gently patted Yun Chen's shoulder, reminding her of the man-eating fiend that lured humans. With a shift in thought, Yun Chen recalled the fiend before Little Broken City's warning. Indeed, those ensnared by the schemes of malevolent spirits would remain wary. Yet, within the confines of the city's will, did the other party remain oblivious to this force, or did they simply distrust it? Yun Chen inquired. "You have not sensed any other humans besides me, have you?" Huading nodded subtly. After merging with the underground vines, Little Broken City's tendrils now sprawled across this half of the city, responding only when someone had brushed against the exposed vines above ground. Little Broken City's tendrils were scattered throughout the city. Only those who understood the nature of the vines and deliberately evaded them might escape detection. Beneath the meticulously repaired road lies a concealed explosive, a means to evade the tendrils of urban will. having ventured to the depths of the well twice. She now finds herself pursued by phantoms. Yun Chen increasingly suspects that this individual is indeed Sister Du Wan. Most would have perished for engaging in such perilous acts. Yet if it is truly Sister Du Wan, one must ponder her motives. Observing the furrowed brow of the young woman, Hua Ting could not resist extending a branch to gently press against her forehead, soothing the tension with a subtle motion. Yun Chen softly urged, "You should ascend and take a look, but be cautious not to attract attention. Pay particular heed to what lies behind the door." The skylight atop the watchtower afforded a clear view of its interior. Although she could forcibly open the watchtower door, she refrained from doing so. Firstly, the watchtower provided a barrier against the phantoms capable of traversing walls. She was uncertain if the tower harbored secrets, and whether its destruction might deprive those within of a sanctuary. Secondly, if the occupants were Sister Du Wan or others involved in such deeds, they would surely not merely be leaning against the door. Understanding his implication, she approached the watchtower's entrance and struck the door with considerable force. The sound resonated, deep and authoritative. She called out, "At the northern fork of the road, there exists a wall where humanity resides, under the protection of urban will. As long as you are human, the urban will shall embrace you." After delivering her proclamation, she left a note secured with a stone at the foot of the watchtower and turned to depart. The communication from the little broken city conveyed two messages. There is something within the watchtower, and the door shall remain shut. Hooting began. There is a figure draped in a crimson cloak, presumably human, seated upon the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood, wielding a firearm aimed at the entrance. Yun Chen remained silent, aware that the little broken city had yet to conclude. Hooting continued, "Above the door lies a trap, akin to one you encountered previously. Should the door be opened, a multitude of blades will descend." He paused to articulate the crux of the matter. That human's right hand is missing the ring and pinky fingers. Sister Du Wan had once fallen victim to the trap of a man-eating fiend, losing 2 fingers in the process. The likelihood of the individual being Li Du Wan grew increasingly plausible. It could very well be her. Hooting expressed his delight, proclaiming, "She is likely Sister Du Wan." Yet, Yun Chen felt a decline in her initial exhilaration. What could be the motive behind Sister Du Wan's actions? And how could the watchtower serve as a barrier against the specter's intrusion? Hooting cautiously inquired, "Are you not pleased?" The primary vine gently leaned against her shoulder. Yun Chen's shoulder sagged at once as she gazed in astonishment at the little broken city. "Have you gained weight again?" The weight pressing against her nearly threatened to fracture her bones. Hooting immediately refuted this claim, asserting with conviction, "I have not. It is you who has neglected strength training recently, causing your power to diminish." Yun Chen regarded him with suspicion, feeling her own muscular arms, undeniably robust. Observing the little broken city, that vine twisted in a manner that betrayed his unease. Yun Chen came to understand. This fellow was particularly concerned about his image, previously emphasizing that he was a bud, not a bun, and now insisting that the vine was light and not heavy at all. The city bears a weighty burden of intent. She lowered her gaze to wipe the blades. As night fell, the specters known as the doppelgangers did not appear. The number of phantoms surrounding the essence of the city had diminished considerably since yesterday. Had they retreated to the watchtower? Considering the injuries sustained by the other party, she rummaged through the warehouse for expired medications and some medical bandages to send to the watchtower. The liquid specters surrounding the watchtower had increased significantly. Numerous cracks marred the walls, remnants of heavy impacts. The note left behind yesterday had vanished. Yun Chen shouted once more, leaving a new note along with the medication she had brought. She diligently repaired the roads each day, observed the number of phantoms nightly, and visited the watchtower every 2 days to deliver supplies. As time passed, Yun Chen gathered a bounty of wild vegetables and radish greens, unearthing several sweet potatoes. Outside the iron gate, beneath the towering walls, stood a handsome brown steed before the closed gate, its head straight and elongated, a bamboo tube hanging from its neck. Inside the tightly shut iron gate, Yan heard the excited footsteps of the girl returning, calling out joyfully. Yun Chen approached with caution. After careful observation, she confirmed that the horse bore no mechanisms that could activate unexpectedly. The horse exhibited no fear. Upon seeing Yun Chen, it began to munch on the vegetable leaves she held, intended for that evening's meal. Yun Chen opened the bamboo tube hanging from the horse's neck. Discovering it contained a piece of paper, she extracted the paper, unfolding it with a glimmer of surprise. Hooting, it is indeed the handwriting of Sister Du Wan. It truly is her. Yun Chen joyfully read the contents inscribed on the paper. On the front of the white paper, a ray of light emanates from point A, -3, 5, and strikes the line L, 3x, 4y40, subsequently reflecting off and passing through point B, 2, 15. We are tasked with finding the equation of the line that represents this reflected ray. On the reverse side of the white paper, it is noted that not all entities sharing the city S will are human. Spectres possess minimal logical reasoning, computational skills, and spatial imagination. Attempting to solve this simple mathematical problem serves as a testament to one's humanity. The moment of joy upon discovering the handwriting of Sister Du Wan swiftly dissipates. Yun Chen, unable to comprehend even the problem, mutters, "Excuse me, she is unworthy of being human." Yun Chen can solve the mathematical problems inscribed on Sister Du Wan's notes, as can the small broken city. Individuals scoured the invaluable mathematics assignments within the second-floor bookshelf, striving to grasp the theorems presented, yet they remain perplexed for a considerable time. The objective is simply to demonstrate the cognitive abilities that specters lack. Yun Chen scribbles on the paper, 1234. 1005050, a rudimentary perspective drawing of a brick house. Such imaginative visualization is essential for her construction of the brick dwelling. Rendering it directly is not a challenge. She also notes how she discerns signs of someone's prior presence in the well by observing the deviation of the fishing line's position. Ultimately, she writes, the content inscribed resembles intricate microsculpting on paper. She refrains from utilizing a new sheet, as Sister Du Wan instructed her to pen the answer on this very paper, mindful that a different sheet may not reach her at all. Waiting remarks, "I believe Sister Du Wan would be overjoyed to encounter a human." Yun Chen pointed to the first line on the paper, asserting that only humans coexist with the city's will, and remarked, "I am more curious about what has transpired with Sister Du Wan." Hua Ting believed that the first line was merely an excuse uttered by Li Du Wan, expressing his confusion. The cities will can only accept humans. Yun Chen countered, "Wraiths can disguise themselves as humans." Hua Ting argued, "While foolish spirits may possess humans, those they inhabit can still enter the city's essence. If the cities will cannot distinguish between wraiths and humans, allowing these entities to freely traverse the city's essence, what significance would their existence hold?" Yun Chen seemed to grasp the sentiments of the small broken city. She tucked the paper into a bamboo tube and hung it back on the brown horse, saying, "Thank you for your trouble." The horse, displaying an extraordinary understanding, nodded and galloped away from the iron gate. She wondered why she had not noticed the horse before. Otherwise, it would have served as a more reliable means of transport. A thought crossed Yun Chen's mind, and she addressed the small broken city. "Perhaps the wraiths have found a solution specifically targeting you. It is precisely for this reason that we must better comprehend the situation. Understanding the why will enable us to devise a response." As she gently caressed the main vine of the small broken city, arranging its clusters of leaves, Hua Ting immediately felt invigorated, his branches forming a tight bundle. "Indeed, I can grow steadily and become extraordinarily formidable. The wraiths cannot deceive me." Yun Chen concurred. "Exactly," she inquired. "After encountering Sister Du Wan, did you sense the essence of humanity?" "Very faintly," he replied. "I could only perceive the taste of humanity after seeing her." Hua Ting was reminded of memories from that time by the girl's words, and he continued, "She still carries the sin of the red stone, unmistakable. Yet I can perceive it, a faint trace of humanity. Could it be that Sister Du Wan relied on this to evade the pursuit of phantoms? As for the scent of the red stone, it is curious that she bears it after venturing underground." Yun Chen remarked, "As long as she is human, that is sufficient." Hua Ting suddenly realized, "Do you also doubt her humanity?" Regarding the discovery of Sister Du Wan in the cave, she herself believed she had escaped. Based on her diary entries over time, do you think she would utter such despairing words? At that moment, she assessed her chances of survival as nearly non-existent, which is why she left behind such words devoid of struggle. Yun Chen gazed earnestly at the dilapidated city, pondering, did she survive by encountering a miracle that could save her, or was she spared by that highly intelligent phantom? The girl smiled, suggesting that it was indeed the latter. Hua Ting was taken aback. "Why?" Yun Chen replied, "You claim she is human." Hua Ting hesitated, but, what if there truly exists something that could deceive me?" Yun Chen waved his hand dismissively, walking toward the iron gate. "I have faith in you." The vine stood motionless, and after a moment, lunged forward toward the girl, his voice trembling with emotion. "Yun." The girl was pinned to the ground by the sturdy vine, while Nian raised his paw, covering his eyes in fear of what he might witness. In that instant, a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground, with cracks spreading around its edges. Huweting. Yun Chen. She did not perish at the hands of the specter, but narrowly escaped death in the wretched little town. Under the veil of night, a horse named Machio once again rapped upon the iron door of the stone house, delivering a new response from Li Duan. TSK, have you never been educated? The answer is rather clever. For the time being, I shall trust in your humanity. The first step towards establishing amicable relations is to return my talisman of safety and allow your cities will to withdraw the eye that watches over me from the edge of the well. Yun Chen instructed the little town to comply. She stuffed the pink cloth bag into a bamboo tube. So this is the talisman? With the return of the item and the cessation of surveillance, Yun Chen demonstrated her sincerity, though her curiosity about what significant things lay beneath the well lingered. However, the following day, while repairing the road, she stumbled upon buried explosives, identical to those she had previously taken. Yun Chen pondered why Duan had repeatedly obstructed her efforts to mend the road. Simultaneously, she marveled. One must admit, Duan's vitality is truly remarkable, despite severe injuries. She can still scurry about. Huweting concurred. As they returned home, Machio conveniently arrived at the iron gate. Huweting removed the bamboo tube from the branches and placed it in Yun Chen's hands. The reason for road repairs prompted Yun Chen to pause for an extended moment. Finally inscribing, perhaps the Chafu possesses survivors from Huweting. They are aware of matters concerning Huweting. What is the cause of the obstruction? Machio departed with the response and returned under the cloak of night. The paths accessible to humanity are also traversable by specters. So, you are indeed a Huweting dweller. Yun Chen contemplated for a considerable time, realizing how to engage in dialogue with Duan. Li Duan was akin to a stone that is both soft and hard. Leaving her at a loss for approach, she wrote, perhaps you should venture down to the well and take a look. She hoped that Sister Duan could perceive the heartfelt emotions embedded in her letter, thereby fostering a sense of trust towards her. The following day, a response from Li Duan arrived. Ah, quite impressive. This time, the human intellect faltered, and just as the trap was laid, you discerned it and fled. I shall keep a vigilant watch over you. Yun Chen, clutching a blank sheet of paper, lamented to the little broken city. Sister Duan has never believed I am human. It turned out that Sister Duan's initial suggestion to remove the surveillance from the well was, in fact, a linguistic trap. Hua Ting reassured her, saying, look on the bright side. Her wariness towards specters surely indicates she is human. The coal ball would arrive daily, bearing Li Duan's menacing message, I am watching you. Initially, the coal ball conveyed the news, but soon arrows pierced the surrounding walls. The arrow feathers were adorned with white cloth, upon which red ink delivered the ominous message, I am watching you. Yun Chen and Hua Ting exchanged glances. Is Li Duan truly a specter? Why does she evoke a sense of dread even more profound than that of a ghost? At night, the red-skinned, two-headed specter would appear if Li Duan had ventured outside the watchtower during the day, relentlessly pursuing her. The little broken city's vines failed to capture Li Duan's whereabouts. Her evasion techniques were masterful, as was her ability to elude the city's will. Even if Li Duan placed her trust in them, there existed the possibility of other humans on this land. Yun Chen and the little broken city felt a genuine sense of joy. Humanity firmly believed that as time passed, Sister Duan would come to trust them. With such a formidable Sister Duan nearby, even the specters seemed endearing. The sky was clear and bright. Yun Chen wore a radiant smile as he bore the weight of the main vine of the small, crumbling city, with Nian and trailing closely behind. Upon opening the iron gate of the outer wall, they strolled through the jungle, stepping beyond the confines of the city's atmosphere. Suddenly, the woman at the forefront halted. Her ears twitched. Something was amiss. A sense of peril surged from her feet to the crown of her head, compelling her to swiftly seek refuge behind a sturdy tree. In that moment, she heard a sound slicing through the air, followed by a series of cracking noises emanating from the tree trunk that served as her shield. Instantly, she rolled to the side, narrowly escaping a projectile that pierced the trunk and struck the earth beside her. Sister Duan intended to kill her. Was that the sound of a gun being chambered? Yun Chen grasped the vine tightly, and the small city, in perfect synchrony with her, propelled her forward at great speed. She was not fleeing. Rather, she was advancing towards Sister Duan. If Sister Duan was willing to believe her humanity, explanations would be futile. It was terrifying to be pursued by such a stealthy and lethal hunter. She needed to find a way to communicate with Sister Duan. If all else failed, she could bind Sister Duan to a chair and gradually elucidate her intentions. Li Duan moved with remarkable swiftness, and Yun Chen was well acquainted with the terrain. Just as Duan was. Selecting a location for confrontation, familiarity with the surroundings was paramount. Yet, this method of enticing pursuit, alongside the adversary's trajectory, it was feasible to follow. Yun Chen abruptly halted, concealing herself behind a tree, her gaze fixed upon the woods ahead. They appeared as safe as ever. Yet she was certain they were fraught with traps. A flash of red similarly sought refuge behind a tree. Yun Chen grasped a branch and shook her head, urging, "Do not approach. She has undoubtedly devised a scheme that ensnares you as well." Hua Ting paused, remaining concealed behind a tree. Due to Li Duan's near harm to Yun Chen, he found himself developing a certain fondness for her. Although she was a human within the ambit of his protective duties, how could he possibly harbor affection for a mere mortal? Hua Ting was ensnared in a web of conflict and self-reproach. Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice rise in urgency as she called out, "Sister Duan, I am indeed human. I arrived here by accident, and while being pursued by malevolent spirits, Little Broken City shielded me. He witnessed firsthand my flight from these phantoms. Only humans are hunted by such entities, correct?" The figure behind the tree remained immobile. Yun Chen continued, "Little Broken City discovered the diary you left in the cemetery. The classifications of the spirits you recorded have been immensely helpful, aiding both him and me through numerous challenges. We vanquished the flesh that the cannibalistic specter in Hai Chin apartment had possessed, and we also uncovered your final message underground. Fearing that you had been abducted by the Nameless One." The tree continued to show no sign of response. She even heard the sound of a gun being reloaded. The dark barrel emerged between the branches. Hua Ting's vines shielded Yun Chen. Seizing the moment, Yun Chen declared, "I also understand how I found myself in this sealed-off place. I had been living under the protection of the will of Zhongzhou, but due to others' malicious pranks, I strayed beyond the city's embrace and nearly fell victim to the spirits, inexplicably arriving here." A low, chilling female voice emanated from behind the tree. "Ha, Zhongzhou, the Nameless One, I shall seek vengeance for the child you have usurped." The muzzle emerged once more, and in that moment, Yun Chen noticed the faintly visible wires on the ground. Could it be that explosives were buried here? She was uncertain about the extent of the buried explosives and the force of the impending detonation, wondering if the small broken city could indeed facilitate her escape, or if the vines would withstand the impact of the explosion. A chill ran down her spine, not only for her own life but also for the information hinted at by Sister Duan. Yun Chen shouted at an alarming speed, "I have not been replaced. My name is Yun Chen, born on August 12, 2016. My mother is Yun Zhongshu, and my father is Xia Fengyan." Li Duan repeated, "Xia Fengyan?" Yun Chen could distinctly sense a shift in the other party's intent to attack. However, she did not let her guard down. Seizing the opportunity, she inquired, "Do you know my father? I always thought he was boasting." With a gentle motion, 3 fingers emerged from beneath the cloak, producing an object. A piece of something was shot over, landing precisely at Yun Chen's feet. It was a tainted red stone. "Prove it, that you are Xia Fengyan's daughter," the woman commanded. Yun Chen picked up the familiar red stone. The instant she grasped it, a viscous black liquid oozed from its surface, rendering the red stone remarkably translucent. She observed that this stone was darker than those buried in the ground. Raising it, she asked, "How can I prove it?" From the woods across from her, a woman clad in a red cloak and cradling a firearm stood poised. She remained there nonchalantly, yet exuded the latent energy of a coiled leopard, ready to pounce. Her visage was obscured by a hood, revealing only a delicate curve of her jaw, marred by a prominent scar. Yun Chen was momentarily taken aback. The crimson cloak was the very garment she had worn upon her arrival that day. Having awakened in the water, the cloak had become too waterlogged for her to keep. Sinking beneath the surface, "How did it end up with Sister Duan?" Li Duan remarked, "You have already proven it. The day is drawing to a close." She turned, stowing away the red stone that Yun Chen had tossed back, as if preparing to depart. "Come find me here tomorrow. Only tomorrow remains. After which I shall leave this place." The red hue faded into the distance, akin to an elusive dream. Yun Chen covered her mouth with one hand, while the other grasped the tendrils of the small, dilapidated city, trembling in place. Stars sparkled in her eyes. "Sister Duan, you are simply magnificent." Upon returning to the embrace of the city's ambience, Yun Chen and the small ruined city settled down to discuss the events of the day. Nianin, that canine, had grown increasingly timid and fearful with age. Aware of its own shortcomings, it clutched an old turtle in the corner of the room, effectively confining itself. The old turtle remained silent. Yun Chen produced a large wooden board, inscribing it with chalk. Nameless, middle state, Li Du Wan, Xiaofengyan. She circled nameless and noted. Nameless can transform into a human, can act in daylight, and can evade the perception of the city's will. Huiting likewise picked up a piece of chalk, encircling Li Du Wan, stating, "It seems that Nameless can be killed when transformed into a human, which is why Sister Du Wan is so intent on devising a way to eliminate you. You are indeed correct." Yun Chen was once again drawing circles under the name of Xiaofengyan. Sister Du Wan was acquainted with Xiaofengyan. They had met before. What peculiarities did Xiaofengyan possess that could lead the ever-skeptical Sister Du Wan to trust me? Huiting noticed that Yun Chen was directly referring to her father as Xiaofengyan. He had intended to inquire further, but upon sensing the girl's intricate emotions, he chose to refrain from delving deeper. Yun Chen, perplexed, remarked, "What does holding the red stone in my hand prove?" Huiting responded, "It might be." Yun Chen looked at him. What? At that moment, Huiting had a broader view of the branches on the tree than Yun Chen could see. He observed Li Du Wan extracting the tainted red stone from the crimson cloak with her bare hands and propelling it towards Yun Chen. Yun Chen focused on the significant point mentioned about the small broken city, bare hands. When she touched the tainted red stone with her bare hands, it became cleansed. Could it be that Sister Du Wan used this to ascertain her identity as Xiaofengyan's daughter? Was it possible for all humans to purify the red stone? Yun Chen pointed to herself in disbelief. Am I the only one capable of this? Huiting, equally perplexed, replied, "We can ask Sister Du Wan tomorrow." He then glanced at the wooden board depicting Zhongzhou and inquired, "Why is there still Zhongzhou?" Yun Chen remarked, "When I mentioned Zhongzhou, Sister Du Wan reacted strangely, almost as if she were enraged, her tone laced with disdain and hatred." Huiting listened quietly, still struggling to comprehend human emotions. Yun Chen expressed her concern, saying, "Sister Du Wan's reaction fills me with dread. It feels as though something has gone awry in Zhongzhou." Yun Chen held an affection for Zhongzhou, where she had grown up. Though she had encountered malevolence, she experienced even more kindness. Uncle Meng had only grown fond of her after her mother's passing. Before that, he had treated her with great care. The mischief originated from Uncle Meng's son, unrelated to Uncle Meng himself. With a sigh, Yun Chen felt the branches encircle her gently, offering silent comfort. The following morning, Yun Chen and the little ruined city hastened to the lookout tower. The walls of the tower were adorned with fresh, ghostly liquid, including the peculiar essence of a two-headed specter. It appeared that the tower had also endured considerable assaults the previous night. With enthusiasm, Yun Chen knocked on the door, exclaiming, "Sister Du Wan, I have arrived. Please open the door." After a moment, a small hole appeared in the door, and the voice of Li Du Wan emerged. "Let us just say, is it conceivable?" A soft chuckle escaped Li Du Wan's lips. "There are hidden realms beneath the surface. Stones can transform into humans. If a city possessed will, the end of the world would arrive by the close of 2012. Having witnessed enough in this world, nothing is beyond belief." Yun Chen was taken aback. "What you say is true." The branches beside her patted her shoulder, and the little ruined city encouraged the young girl to include his sentiments. Yun Chen promptly added, "Little ruined city, also known as Huiting's will, says he admires you greatly and holds you in high regard." Li Du Wan, slightly surprised, retorted, "Does the will of a city truly have affections for humanity?" To which Yun Chen replied, "Is it so wrong to speak so plainly?" Huiting interjected, "What is wrong with having affection for humans?" Yun Chen cast a glance at the beleaguered little city below, stifling a laugh as he perched on the watchtower's door like a gecko, fiddling with a diminutive hole. "Sister Du Wan, why do you regard me as a nameless entity?" He casually recounted his encounter with the little city from the previous day. Upon hearing this, Li Du Wan replied in a solemn tone, "You are not mistaken. When the Nameless One disguises itself as a human, it presents the perfect opportunity to strike. In its spectral form, it possesses all the advantages of a ghostly being, devoid of any weaknesses. However, when it assumes human form, it can be vanquished, but the attack must be lethal. Even severing a limb would allow it to regenerate its body from that fragment." She paused briefly. Compared to the moniker Nameless, Thousand Faces is far more fitting. It can adopt the appearance of any human and wholly embodies that identity, exhibiting any traits of the ghostly realm. Even the closest companions of the transformed individual would find it exceedingly difficult to discern any difference. She continued, "The Nameless One has a limited repertoire of human identities, likely restricted to 2 or 3. I am uncertain if this number has increased. The method to unravel its transformation is quite simple. Locate the original individual it has impersonated and obliterate their visage, thereby causing the nameless to relinquish that human guise. Yun Chen inquired, "Why do you not communicate with the city's will?" The little city, nearby, gently swayed its vines, suggesting that if spoken to, the city's will would surely listen. Li Duwan scoffed, "The city's will only interacts with the city's dwellers. It is utterly non-communicative." In their minds, there was only her sudden shift in tone, deliberately adopting a saccharine and nauseating manner as she exclaimed, "Oh, my dear human baby has been wronged. I must protect the delicate human. How could there possibly be any wicked human babies in this world? Whether there is or isn't, I refuse to listen." Yun Chen was taken aback. Was the will of the city truly so terrifying? She glanced towards the dilapidated city. Huading paused in silence, the branches swaying listlessly. The will of the city, indeed, could not be so. From her recollection of several city wills, upon awakening, they would likely possess such a temperament. Observing the response of the dilapidated city, Yun Chen fell into silence as well. The city wills were indeed diverse, each exhibiting a unique personality. Li Duwan resumed her cold tone, stating calmly, "That is the case. As for considering you as an unnamed, I can identify the unnamed human through a certain object. It has limited uses and has reacted to you. I did not anticipate another possibility." Her voice trailed off, becoming softer. Yun Chen strained to hear, inquiring, "What did you say?" "I did not catch the latter part." The idle chatter ceased. Li Duwan's voice resonated once more. "In fact, I enjoy superfluous narration, but I shall be succinct. You must remember everything I am about to say. It concerns Zhongzhou." "Zhongzhou? Indeed, has something happened there?" Her premonition from yesterday had not been mistaken. Yun Chen stood alert at the tower's entrance, fully attentive, fearing she might miss even a single word. Li Duwan succinctly stated, "Zhongzhou is no more at the hands of the unnamed." Yun Chen gasped, "Ah?" In an unexpected turn of events, the enigmatic entity known as Nameless has infiltrated the realm of Zhongzhou, masquerading as a loyal protector of the city. Under the pretense of excavating underground energy stones to enhance the city's consciousness, it has forged pathways below the surface, leading to the destruction of Zhongzhou's urban essence, plunging it into a deep slumber. Without the safeguard of the city's will, the survivors of Zhongzhou have fallen prey to the malevolent assaults of phantoms. The spirit of Zhongzhou, though not destined for eternal slumber, depleted its final reserves of energy, sacrificing a portion of humanity in the process. The subterranean energy stones have transformed into traps meticulously laid by these specters. They were originally situated much deeper underground. Should anyone entice you to excavate these stones, exercise caution and discern their true intentions. Nameless is singular in its existence, its ultimate objective being the eradication of humanity. The annihilation of the city as consciousness serves as a means to achieve this aim, as its true desire lies in the obliteration of the city's spirit. These are the crucial truths you must retain. Suddenly, Li Duwan coughed, her voice taking on a hoarse quality. She continued, "I have followed the trail of Nameless and discovered its presence in Zhongzhou. By the time I arrived, the city had already fallen victim to its schemes. And Zhongzhou returned me here. I sensed a reaction from that entity and assumed Nameless had also returned. The phantoms it values most were in pursuit of me. Yet it appears to have been a mere ruse. It understands that it cannot move yet. I must continue my pursuit. Nameless is already here. There is no need for you to worry. As a protector of the city, your sole responsibility is to cultivate the city, unite humanity, remain vigilant against the phantoms, and safeguard yourself." The outside remained enveloped in silence as Li Duwan's voice rose slightly. "Do you have no questions?" Outside the watchtower, the young girl maintained a tranquil demeanor, her hands tightly clenched into fists, faint traces of blood seeping from her palms. She spoke, "Sister Duwan." After a prolonged pause, she inquired about the time when Meng Ranlin, the beloved of Zhongzhou, was supplanted by an unknown entity. Li Duwan replied softly, "I surmise it occurred between 2025 and 2027. He has disguised himself for an extended period, delving into the depths with great effort. Do you know that beloved of the city? 2025? That was indeed the year when Yun Chen's mother, Yun Zhongshu, passed away. From that year onwards, Yun Chen noticed a peculiar change in Meng Ranlin." Yun Chen reflected, "Uncle Meng is a friend of my parents. They owe him their lives. After my father left, he took good care of my mother and me. But shortly after my mother's death in 2025, he became increasingly strange. I thought he merely felt he had repaid his debt of gratitude." Li Duwan asked, "Did Meng Ranlin spend an extended period away after your mother's passing?" She added, "I have not seen him leave the house." Li Duan remarked. The talents inherent to Zhongzhou render his departure unnecessary. It seems an unfortunate incident must have occurred. Yun Chen murmured to herself. I clearly noticed the oddities but failed to confide in anyone. It is all my fault. She had initially believed her aunt was ensnared by someone who truly understood her. Yet, could it be that the people of Zhongzhou have all been consumed by malevolent spirits? Had she confided in others sooner about her peculiar feelings regarding Uncle Meng, perhaps Zhongzhou would not have descended into such despair. Do not shoulder the fates of others. The only life you can truly save is your own. Li Duan's tone suddenly sharpened as she interrupted Yun Chen's spiraling thoughts. They exist in a post-apocalyptic world, yet have lost the essential vigilance required for survival. What concern is that of yours? She continued, saying, at your age, it is natural to be sensitive and prone to melancholy. Focus less on trivial matters. Yun Chen, taken aback, asked, Are you comforting me? Li Duan replied, Is there nothing else? Yun Chen inquired, What is the innate talent of Zhongzhou you mentioned? Li Duan responded, It pertains to your city's will. Yun Chen remarked that he was unaware of such matters. Li Duan advised, Ask him again after he levels up. Pose a different question. Yun Chen pressed on, Why can this watchtower withstand the attacks of malevolent spirits? After a brief silence, Li Duan's voice returned, I cannot disclose that for now. After I depart, you must reduce your visits here. As for the energy stone, it should be the red stone. To confirm, Yun Chen reiterated the question to Li Duan and received an affirmative response. He then posed another query. Why do you persist in pursuing the nameless one? Even for you, this seems perilous. Your dedication to humanity is truly admirable. Just as Yun Chen was about to inquire further, Li Duan interjected. I must tell you, I hardly know him. I have only encountered him once, yet he saved my life. He appears to be a remarkably kind individual. Yet I have never encountered a being more selfish than him. Li Duan began to cough again, her fit lasting a considerable time before it subsided. Yun Chen felt a twinge of concern, but she reassured him that it was merely an old ailment, not worthy of worry. Do you believe that my actions stem from a sense of greatness? In truth, my desires are perilous. They involve engaging with phantoms. Merely coinciding with the notion of saving humanity, the watchtower was dimly lit by a sliver of light filtering through the skylight. Leaning against the door, Li Duan gently polished the firearm cradled in her arms. She simply yearned to eliminate the nameless one, much like Xia Fengyan, whose every endeavor was simply to take his wife and daughter to an amusement park. Initially, I possessed no aspirations, but now I wish to grow alongside this little broken city, transforming it into a bustling metropolis filled with life. Outside the watchtower, the invigorating voice of a young girl resonated, prompting a light laugh from Li Duan, who felt as though she were regaining her youth. Is road construction your sole purpose? I believe the nameless one seeks to obliterate the cultural fabric of the city, severing the very essence of its spirit. Thus, I intend to gather more individuals from Huading to enlighten the little broken city about its origins, and I wish to convey this knowledge to other city spirits. You mentioned that road construction would facilitate the movement of phantoms. Is that true? There is no inherent issue with constructing roads. The phantoms traverse the very paths that already exist, unaffected. So you have discovered, you two are now engaged in a great endeavor. Not at all. In comparison to what Sister Duan is undertaking, my efforts are utterly insignificant. I have seen your letter. You have perused my diary. I have taken the lives of many. And I am no virtuous being. Your acts of violence must surely stem from the flaws of those you have slain. What is it that draws you to me? It is because you possess remarkable prowess. Before I encountered your diary, I was merely a living soul, prone to tears, timid, yet aware of how to harness my own strength. The young girl rambled on. On the other side of the wall, a woman draped in a crimson cloak rested her chin on one hand, listening intently, a flicker of emotion crossing her eyes. She rose and addressed the wall. I must take my leave. May fate bring us together again. Yun Shenrong's demeanor softened as she caressed the tower's wall, saying, Sister Duan, farewell. A light, airy voice from within the cave echoed, Go and look at the well. Suddenly, the watchtower began to tremble violently, followed by a deafening crash as the entire structure collapsed. The midday sun cast a blinding glare. Yun Chen and the small, dilapidated city gazed helplessly at the ruins before them. The conversation with Li Duan felt like a fleeting dream. Go and look at the well. In the cemetery, the gnarled trees welcomed spring, budding with new life, their greenery striking against the backdrop of the setting sun. From the well, constructed of gray stones, emerged a short-haired girl. her backpack brimming with supplies. She playfully swatted at the waiting vines beside her. She even gifted me a lollipop, assuring me that as long as I didn't fear the consequences of an upset stomach, I could indulge. Upon returning home, Yan and Old Wang Ba awaited me at the door. Old Wang Ba was not one to exhibit the canine habit of eagerly awaiting its master. He had been brought out instead. Yun Chen ignited the kerosene lamp, ceremoniously retrieving items from her backpack. A stack of papers encased in plastic, along with a long, slender package. Rather than unwrapping the package first, she eagerly turned her attention to the words pinned by Sister Duwan. The little creature perched upon her shoulder strained its neck to glimpse the contents of the paper. What had been written? The first page was blank, while the second bore a succinct message. To Yun Chen, if a person possesses sufficient faith, they can create miracles. Greetings, Yun Chen. I am one who relishes expressing sentimental words face to face, as it often makes me feel quite nauseous. You attribute all your achievements to me, and I wish to acknowledge that. Indeed, my meticulous categorization of ghostly encounters and the insights I've recorded are but external influences. The results you have attained through training stem from your own perspiration. Your triumph over the flesh-eating specter is a testament to your intellect. Your ability to assist the city Eswell in the abyss is a reflection of your courage and resolve. Discovering my traces in the well and the traps I set in the forest showcases your vigilance and observational prowess. These are all exceptional qualities inherent to you. To navigate the realm of phantoms and confront crises is a feat that many can articulate, but it is a challenge only a few can truly meet. You have accomplished it. You are extraordinary. Do not belittle yourself. Huading glanced at the girl, a hint of envy in his tone. Your smile is practically stretching to your ears. Yun Chen retorted playfully. This will be my family heirloom. I intend to frame it. Huading sighed in disappointment. Sister Duwan hasn't even praised me. As Yun Chen gazed upon the word city will, she promptly nudged Tung Man, urging her to take notice. Huadian, the city where I have resided from childhood, holds a profound affection in my heart. I had never envisioned Huaiyan's city will as anything but a loyal companion. Quite admirable indeed. Yun Chen remarked. Sister Duwan praises you. Huatian replied. I am no longer so easily deceived. He had previously sensed that Li Duwan seemed less fond of the city will, merely feeling a tinge of frustration as he continued to read. Hey? Tung Man tapped the young girl's shoulder. You must see this, little one. If one day in the future, someone tells you that for the sake of the 9 provinces and all humanity, you must sacrifice yourself. Yun Chen was taken aback, wondering who would casually utter such words to her. The subsequent line was a response from Sister Duwan, magnified in font. She continued to read. Apologies. I must teach the child to use coarse language. The reason for my statement is elaborated upon later. If you believe you can accept the truth and overturn your previous perceptions, then continue reading. 39, Breach 39. Yun Chen immediately set the paper down. In just a few brief lines, it resembled the surface of the sea, serene above, yet tumultuous below. She was convinced that Sister Duwan would not jest about such matters. What could possibly be inscribed in the content following this page? Subverting previous perceptions, what truth necessitates such a warning from Sister Duwan? Huading sensed the tension emanating from the young girl, as he gently encircled her wrist with a branch and whispered, if you are truly afraid, you may set it aside and revisit it later. Yun Chen's hands hovered at the edge of the paper, maintaining a distance, as she pondered whether to look down. The opportunity to grasp the truth beckoned. What kind of truth was it? And did she possess the courage to bear its weight? Just as she was about to shake her head in response to the words from the little broken city, a flash of white lightning streaked past the window, followed by a sudden tempest that made the window scream in protest. The vines by the window swiftly closed it, yet the wind had already invaded the room. It surged through unhindered, lifting lightweight objects in its path, including the letter paper on the table. Yun Chen managed to catch the fluttering sheets just in time. Fate had already made its decision for her. The wick of the oil lamp abruptly extinguished, and a spring thunderclap tore through the night sky, illuminating the first line on the yellowed paper's edge. Yun Chen, you are not entirely human. Huading was taken aback. With a decisive snap, Yun Chen pressed the paper down, retrieved her backpack, and in the darkness, gathered everything within. Isn't it time to sleep? She remarked, as the chair beneath her emitted a loud screech against the floor, followed by the sound of her shoes scraping the ground before coming to a halt. Huading trailed closely behind her, unwavering in his support of whatever decision she made. The vines remained beside the young girl, closely entwined with her arm, imparting a faint warmth. Click. The flashlight flickered to life. Yun Chen's thoughts began to wander, her imagination unfurling as she prepared herself for the worst. Perhaps she was, in fact, a specter of sorts. However, that seemed improbable. If she were truly a ghost, Sister Du-Won would have undoubtedly shattered her skull by now rather than engage in conversation. She retrieved several sheets of paper from her bag, the scent of kerosene lingering in the air. Once more, she perused the sentence that stirred a tempest within her heart. You are not a complete human. Having absorbed such a proclamation, she felt that no subsequent revelation could astonish her further. After the awakening of the city's will, the once scientific realm had devolved into chaos. The very core of our planet seemed to have been hollowed out, giving rise to an entirely new and uncharted world beneath. The specters emerged from this underworld, and the energies sustaining the cities will predominantly originated from below. This cities will absorb energy at a remarkably sluggish pace. The city's aura, which repelled the specters' assaults, was nearly equivalent to the energy drawn from the subterranean depths. To replenish this energy, one had only to wait for time's passage or rely on humanity's offerings. As Yun Chen contemplated this, a question arose in her mind. Was the city's will truly so slow in its energy absorption? The small, dilapidated city seemed to restore energy at a rather swift rate. The rain lashed against the window with great intensity as her curiosity compelled her to read on. Another means of energy was the energy stone. One might wonder if children born in the apocalyptic era had ever encountered Journey to the West, wherein one of the protagonists, the Monkey King's son Wukong, emerged from a stone, traversing the world in his simian form, endowed with remarkable longevity. If one had laid eyes upon the energy stones from the depths, they would have surely discovered something remarkable. When a contaminated energy stone is placed alongside other normal energy stones, the tainted one gradually becomes purified. Yun Chen's expression subtly shifted. Akin to the flickering flame of a wavering oil lamp, Huiting's branches embraced their main vine, leading him to conjecture that whatever allowed Sister Du-Won to instantly recognize Yun Yun's identity must possess considerable uniqueness. No wonder he always felt that when he rested against Yun Chen, his energy recovery accelerated. No wonder when Yun Chen harnessed the city's energy, her own energy showed no signs of diminishing, but rather appeared to increase. Yun Chen was not entirely human, she was half human, which permitted him to choose her as a city dweller. Her other half, Huiting, halted his speculation. As Yun Chen continued to gaze at the content on the white paper, the next line read, "Only energy stones can purify one another. At this juncture, I trust you comprehend the implications." Indeed, both the individual and the city fully grasped the situation. As city dwellers, the mysteries that had long perplexed them finally found resolution. Yun Chen was at a loss whether to weep or rejoice. After years of living as a human, she suddenly learned that she was not entirely human after all. Huiting was unsure how to console her, but the girl had already rallied herself. I am prepared to accept that I am, in fact, a spectral entity. Looking on the bright side, this is indeed a fortuitous revelation. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the vine. With my presence, you need not worry about the city's energy deficiency. Is there anyone more suited to be a city dweller than I? Huiting did not feel joy. He gently tucked aside the hair framing the other's face and remarked, I did not choose you as my companion for this reason. Yun Chen nodded, of course. You chose me for my charisma. Precisely. Huiting affirmed with a nod, but a moment later, he questioned, what is charisma? Yun Chen shot him a sidelong glance. They continued watching the unfolding narrative. In the face of the upcoming summer, I pondered whether he was overly confident in his plans or simply too trusting in human nature. Given that he was currently absent and the energy stone was being exploited by an unnamed entity, it seemed his schemes had not come to fruition. Having only met him once, I had gleaned so much information, it was apparent he had little to say. Yun Chen suddenly chuckled. To my mother, Summer Fengnian will always be a hero. To Sister Du-Won, he resembles a child. Huiting found himself at a loss for words. After that, Li Du-Won refrained from further discussing Summer Fengnian. You carry your father's blood and possess the same abilities as he. Perhaps one day, you will be propelled down a path you wish to avoid. You must strive to become stronger. Strong enough that no one can compel you to do what you do not desire. In the apocalypse, tears are of little value. Amidst the ruins of humanity, there is no distinction of gender. Before those you trust, do not reveal any weakness. These were Li Du-Won's words to Yun Chen, seemingly also a reminder to herself. Yun Chen took them to heart. She placed the completed papers at the bottom and continued to peruse the remaining content. There was still much left unread. Sister Du-Won truly left her an abundance of notes. In your letter, You expressed a desire for my guidance. Here are some of my insights from battle. Not solely against the specters, but also regarding combat with humans. Yun Chen briefly scanned through this section, which spanned several pages, including Du Wan's exclusive techniques for setting traps. She was profoundly moved and decided to read these details meticulously in the daylight. On the next page, Yu inquired whether I had found my grandmother. Coincidentally, I have carried this portion of the diary with me all along. Sister Du Wan had thoroughly examined your words with great care. Yun Chen remarked. Sister Du Wan is indeed my favorite person. Huating immediately asked, what about me? Huating perked up, leaning on her shoulder, and urged, please read on. The following pages contained entries from Li Du Wan's earlier diaries. The handwriting was hasty, and the little broken city had difficulty deciphering the cursive script. Yun Chen began to recite the diary's contents. The date was unclear, but it noted a windy day when I rescued a pair of siblings on my way to the city. They were quite young. The sister was named Yu Qingxia and the brother Yu Zhaojia. The sister was quite clever and had a fierce disposition. In truth, she could manage without my intervention. Her character would allow her to survive for a long time. The siblings were heavily guarded and intended to go to the tea house. The grandmother had followed a group of wanderers but succumbed to illness due to her advanced age during the journey. She passed away, her body cremated, as the leader of the group wished to prevent her from being consumed by the specters. After taking the siblings to verify the situation, I suddenly felt lost. Yu Qingxia told me, grandmother has always taken great care of me, secretly sharing her food because she believes my eyes resemble those of her granddaughter. She hopes that by doing so, her granddaughter will also receive such care from others. She wishes more than anyone for you to live. Indeed, my grandmother loved me, yet by the time I comprehended how to express that love, she was no longer present. The rain outside ceased, yet within the room, sorrow fell upon the faces of those inside. Huading quickly grabbed a cloth and gently wiped the girl's face. Yun Chen cried out even more vehemently, "That's a floor cloth." Huading replied, "I just mistakenly grabbed it in a moment of urgency." After a brief pause, Yun Chen regained her composure and began to write on another piece of paper about how to discern the nameless through clumsy means. The nameless indeed lack computational ability, as does the entity itself, though it remains oblivious to this fact. Those who compel you to question their identity may perform mathematical problems before you. Provided the problems require substantial calculations, they will reveal a suffering that is unique to those unaccustomed to such tasks. There are, however, unexpected circumstances. The individual may simply be academically challenged. Yet, considering your situation, children born in the post-apocalyptic world have received little education, rendering this method potentially ineffective. The true horror of the nameless lies in its ability to masquerade as anyone, leaving humanity defenseless and in a perpetual state of vigilance. Yun Chen sighed, realizing that for now, she need not concern herself with this issue. After all, she was the only human present. Oh, but she wasn't entirely human. How profoundly melancholic. Only 2 pages remain. This is a secret known solely to you, one that even the will of the city cannot reveal. At the opportune moment, this secret shall be unveiled. As Yun Chen finished reading, the small, dilapidated city instinctively withdrew. Huading remarked, "I have closed my senses." Yun Chen perused the contents of the paper, which pertained to the sentry tower. Why can the sentry tower thwart the attacks of phantoms? Why does Sister Du Wan remain in the tower without departing? Why did the tower suddenly collapse, and how did Sister Du Wan vanish from it? After reading, Yun Chen folded the paper and lifted the lampshade of the oil lamp. The flickering flame cast reflections, illuminating her pupils with the image of the burning paper. Huading, catching the scent, inquired, "Have you finished reading?" Yun Chen replied with an affirmative sound, "You may come closer." Huading, curious, asked, "What is it?" Yun Chen, feeling the tendrils of his vines, reclined on the hammock and said, "It is a secret we cannot yet touch. Good night." Huading obediently rested beside her, refraining from further questions. "Good night." The branches drew the curtains, and the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a hazy moonlight. On the 40th day, just before dawn, Huading was awakened by Yun Chen. The green cocoon opened, revealing the pristine visage of the city. The city's bud-like shape became increasingly pronounced, resembling a flower poised to bloom. The young girl stood before the city, already dressed for her outing, her arms crossed and chin slightly raised. "I must discern my physical capabilities. I currently have 3 cases to investigate." The small, dilapidated city listened attentively. Yun Chen raised a finger, proclaiming, "Indeed, as the saying goes, like attracts like. A shared lineage facilitates understanding. I seek the aid of my kin." Within the grand hall of the stone house, illuminated by bright windows, an array of small wooden boxes poured forth energy stones onto the floor. The crystalline red stones formed a diminutive carpet, upon which Yun Chen seated herself cross-legged, closing her eyes to commune with her kindred. The room enveloped in profound silence. The city outside appeared to gaze at her with eager anticipation. Yun Chen mused, Nian observed her, noting that she had transformed from a petite white orb into a substantial white mass. The atmosphere within the chamber was so peculiar that even the old tortoise could not resist emerging from its lair to investigate. The tortoise's gaze fell upon the black-haired maiden seated on the floor, her visage aglow as the sunlight danced upon the red stones, casting a rosy hue that rendered her complexion more radiant than ever. Such beautiful stones, I could just snatch one, the tortoise thought. Yet just as it contemplated this, a green branch nearby fixated its gaze upon it. Bored and listless, the tortoise lay sprawled on the ground, curious to see what would transpire among these peculiar entities. As time trickled by, the maiden remained motionless in her meditative pose. Nian shifted from sitting to lying down, while Hua Ting hesitated, contemplating whether to reach out and touch the branch. Suddenly, they were all startled as Yun Chen abruptly opened her eyes, her expression icy as she rose. Hua Ting quickly inquired, "How did it go? Was your communication with your kin fruitful?" Yun Chen picked up a stone and held it close to his face, pondering. Am I truly of the same kind as these red stones? They are merely a collection of rocks, devoid of any means for communication. Huiting remained silent for a moment before responding. Indeed, they are stones. He then suggested, why not attempt to absorb their essence? Yun Chen shook his head. I feel nothing at all, let alone the ability to absorb them. Let us put them away. I shall pursue Plan B. Yun Chen moved closer to the statue, tapping his body and declaring, let external forces awaken my power, enabling me to sense its presence. I require assistance. How may I assist you? Huiting inquired. To facilitate Yun Chen's proximity to the statue, Huiting spread the green cocoon, allowing tendrils to cascade thickly across the ground. Yun Chen stated, by placing the energy stone beside the statue, I can absorb its energy. I will place my hand nearby to perceive the sensation of absorption. Huiting cautioned her that the energy stone would soon vanish when placed beside the statue. Undeterred, Yun Chen replied, my hand will not suffice. My hair is also a part of my body. I shall employ it instead. She took a strand of hair, severed it, and placed it beside the statue. Observing the time it took for the small broken city to absorb the energy stone, she noted that her severed hair had not been absorbed. She then placed a new strand of hair, uncut, in its stead. Standing before the statue in a remarkably peculiar posture, she bewildered Nian and old Wang Ba. After a while, Huiting sensed a warmth unlike that of ordinary energy stones, a warmth enveloped in a comforting embrace akin to water. He murmured, so familiar. I have seen it before. A wondrous sensation welled within Yun Chen. It was as though she could perceive something flowing, reminiscent of the sound of water, yet akin to the clashing of stones. She had encountered this sound before, prior to retrieving the red stone from the pool of decaying flesh left by the cannibalistic fiend. She had heard this very sound. The sound was exceedingly subtle, and an instinctual awareness told her that it was insufficient. Rising to her feet, her hair cascaded from the statue of the city. Hua Ting felt a pang of loss. He yearned for something warmer. The hair appeared inconsequential. And to err on the side of caution, Yun Chen resolutely decided to experiment with a relatively less significant part of her body, the little toe of her left foot. Under the unwavering gaze of an old Wang Ba, she procured a chair and seated herself upon it. Upon removing her shoes and socks, her feet, having long been shrouded from light, were astonishingly paler than her face. She straightened her foot, the bluish veins prominent against her skin, forming a stark contrast. Ignoring the anxious protests of the little broken city, she placed her little toe against the statue. Yun Chen declared, I hope my toe can endure. Hua Ting, with a sense of resignation, lifted a branch to support her calf and foot. An inexplicable discomfort washed over him, leaving him puzzled by the nature of this emotion. He considered inquiring with the esteemed teacher Bo Yun, but upon glancing over, he found her eyes already closed. He resolved to seek answers next time, should he encounter this peculiar feeling again. In that moment, the extraordinary sensation Yun Chen had previously experienced resurfaced, but this time, the perception was significantly heightened. From the reluctantly meager flow of energy, Yun Chen endeavored to discern, recognize, and ultimately master it. Her little toe remained intact, which further reassured her in her quest for control. The warm energy flows gently into the body, more soothing than that found within energy stones. Akin to the tender nature of Yun Chen, leaving one in a daze. The outstretched branches cannot help but droop downwards, alongside the main vine, softly resting upon Yun Chen's knee, swaying gently from side to side. If Huading knew what it meant to be intoxicated, he would use this term to describe himself. Hours later, Yun Chen thoroughly masters her body. Indeed, within her lies an energy that, if not specifically noted, remains undetectable, yet it exists within limits. Once it is depleted, an unusual fatigue envelopes her, though her physical form remains unchanged. At this moment, Yun Chen is utterly exhausted. She lifts her gaze and is momentarily stunned. The city before her, usually pristine white, has transformed into a delicate shade of pink, her once round eyes now appearing as two horizontal lines. The vines lay against the ground, their green hue more vibrant than usual, occasionally swaying to assert their presence. Yun Chen muses, how has it changed like this? It feels so comfortable. I do not wish to move. The newly sprouted tender branches entwine themselves around her arms. Will this be tiring? Yun Chen shakes her head. Not at all compared to my usual training. She pinches a branch, allowing a trickle of energy to escape from her fingertips, as effortless as drinking water. Huading exclaims, ugh. Yun Chen, bewildered, watches as the branch falls with a soft thud to the ground. She shakes her head. Fortunately, I won't need to use that. The little city rises once more. What is that? She wonders. I suppose I could inflict a small wound and let a bit of blood flow. Yun Chen gazed at his fingers, his brow furrowing slightly as he remarked, yet my intuition tells me that it is best to proceed this way. After a series of endeavors, a day had passed. Yun Chen hung the oil lamp above the bed, perusing the battle insights left by Sister Du Wan. The surroundings were dim, illuminated solely by her notes. He extinguished the lamp and, in the enveloping darkness, inquired, what, precisely, is the talent of the city? Huading replied, when I grow a bit older, I shall understand. Is the talent of Zhongzhou merely the ability to transport people? From Sister Du Wan's perspective, it seemed so, which could also explain why I was suddenly transported from Zhongzhou to this place. Yun Chen reflected, at that time, I was surrounded by eerie spirits, believing I was doomed. Yet it turns out Zhongzhou saved me. The mention of Zhongzhou cast a melancholic atmosphere. Huading pondered, Zhongzhou lies in slumber. If these energy stones are offered to him, will they awaken him? Yun Chen was uncertain, yet she optimistically asserted, if all else fails, there is still me. Upon saying this, both the girl and the city succumbed to their worries. The little dilapidated city felt anchored, fearing that if Yun Chen were to leave, she might abandon it. The city whimpered, I do not wish to part. Yun Chen encouraged, let us strive harder. If the vines grow stronger, we shall endeavor to lift the entire city, along with the ground beneath, and journey together. She chuckled at her own words. Huading, believing in her words, responded, then I must work even harder to grow up. Yun Chen replied, indeed, one must not undermine a child's confidence. In the pursuit of constructing and repairing roads, the primary task for Yun Chen and the little broken city is to establish a passage leading to the tea house. The endeavor of road repair is undeniably tedious and monotonous. Each day, they dedicate half of their time to mending the route to the tea house. With the presence of Yun Chen, a humanoid energy stone capable of gradually replenishing energy for the little broken city through the main vine, their pace has significantly accelerated. However, their efforts are constrained by a certain range. Should they exceed the city's energy limits, they are rendered unable to continue their repairs. Despite this, they have successfully forged an extensive path. Originally, this road was fractured and collapsed, choked with overgrown shrubs and fallen trees, obstructed by various impediments. Now, viewed from a distance, it resembles a vast gray stone carpet nestled amidst lush greenery, quietly awaiting humanity's return to restore its functionality. Yun Chen feels a profound sense of accomplishment regarding the road she has repaired, eagerly pondering whether anyone will traverse it. As the weather warms and spring fully arrives, she finds herself clad in a light garment. The forest is alive with the melodious calls of birds, and the trees have donned their vibrant green attire. Low shrubs have blossomed with delicate and charming forsythia flowers, interspersed with the striking hues of purple bauhinia, creating a vivid contrast. The little broken city, eager to join in the celebration, begins to bloom as well, effortlessly producing any flower it encounters along the way, mimicking their forms. Its branches roll through the forest soil, and Nianan imitates its actions, playfully tumbling about. In an instant, the dog transforms into a black hound, prompting Yun Chen to feel a surge of annoyance. She gently instructs, "Clean yourself up." Startled, Yen promptly scampers ahead. It resembled a statue amidst the pebbles of a stream, a mere replica of the small, dilapidated city. Fortune smiled upon it. As the aura of this replica harmoniously intertwined with that of the original city, the path leading north, seamlessly connecting along the edges of the newly repaired roads. Under the energy transmission from Yun Chen, this quaint little town has experienced a remarkable growth, and the burden of housing a replica devoid of human existence has become trivial. The location of this replica conveniently facilitated Yun Chen's daily endeavors, whether fetching water or hunting. Her activities predominantly occurred within this vicinity. As the mud splattered upon the statue from Yinen's playful antics, Huading promptly retrieved a cloth from Yun Chen's toolkit, vigorously wiping the replica clean. This little town exhibited a surprising penchant for cleanliness. On her journey home, she skillfully caught a pair of courting wild chickens. Enhancing her living conditions and the internal environment of the city had become her secondary objective alongside Yun Chen's aspirations. In this sector of brick and stone dwellings, Yun Chen resided alone. She had no intentions of expanding her abode, but rather aimed to establish functional zones. The perimeter wall she had constructed was ample for her current needs, and she had yet to cultivate the surrounding soil. Glancing at the wild chickens in her grasp, she resolved to designate a section within the perimeter wall specifically for breeding. Previously, she had hesitated to raise livestock due to the abundance of nearby game and her focus on honing her hunting skills. However, now that her proficiency in hunting had matured, dedicating time to procure everyday sustenance was no longer necessary. Raising a few wild chickens and rabbits would suffice. Wild chickens, being capable of flight, required an enclosed space, as did the rabbits. Compared to the traces left behind last month, she had grown considerably taller this month, nearing the height of 160 centimeters. She harbored hopes of blossoming into a stature akin to that of Sister Duan, a tall and graceful figure. She must grow to at least 1.70 meters, no, 1.80 meters. Yun Chen's inner world was rich, though it did not manifest on her face. Through deliberate training, she had learned to control her facial expressions, suppressing excessive outward emotions. The little broken city placed the winter jasmine she had plucked into the fish tank. The old turtle happily flipped onto its back in the corner of the tank. Noticing the distance between the turtle and the winter jasmine, Yun Chen thoughtfully wedged the flower stem into its mouth, saying, "This is better." The old turtle thought, "This human constantly adds to my woes." It glared with its bulging eyes until it saw the human walk into the neighboring space, from which mysterious sounds emanated. Yun Chen leaned her forehead against the city statue, her palm resting on its edge, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Don't you feel that energy absorption is too slow? Are you really not worried about me? I can endure." Hua Ting remained silent for a moment before gently replying, "I cannot endure. Your energy surpasses that of the energy stone, and I will be sated soon." Yun Chen, using her other hand, poked at the city statue, asserting, "It's precisely because your appetite is too small that you grow slowly. You are not as tall as I am, excluding your vines." Hua Ting, hearing her recurrent remarks about height, chose to ignore them, quietly absorbing the abundant energy that flowed in. Yun Chen nodded repeatedly, when suddenly, a cracking sound caught her attention, and her gaze became vacant as she stared at the city statue. She noticed that the area where her finger pressed began to slowly fracture. The gaps widened, spreading across the entire colorful statue. Fragments of the statue began to fall, triggering a chain reaction, causing other fragments to drop as well. A faint light emerged, and from the fissured statue, a new city statue began to take shape, still adorned with the same beady-eyed flower bud, but with the petals at the top slightly unfurling. The city appeared to have risen slightly. This was the first time Yun Chen had witnessed the transformation of the small, dilapidated town. She caressed its new visage, feeling as though its texture resembled that of jade. "You've grown." "Indeed," replied Huading, his voice unchanged, still resonating with the gentle, refined timbre of youth. There have been some alterations, particularly in relation to the vines. He could now utilize the vines to seek resources below. Yet he still found himself unable to access the passage that once was. Regrettably, Huading's town was not endowed with abundant resources beneath. Nevertheless, possessing such a newfound ability significantly enhanced their daily lives. At the very least, Yun Chen no longer needed to expend time and effort gathering various items. The small town could effortlessly provide these for her. Turning to the now sturdier vines, Yun Chen cheerfully inquired, "Is this your city's innate talent?" Huading did not entirely refute her assertion, The vines were indeed a facet of his city's gift. With further growth, our combined energies should suffice to repair that bridge across the river. At that moment, the maximum reach of the vines was already approaching the other bank. Yun Chen nodded, stowing away the hand-cranked flashlight from her table, wary of receiving messages from other humans. They had placed this flashlight, which also functioned as a radio, nearby. Yet since that incident, it had remained silent. She discarded the items into the storage and retrieved her farming tools from the triangular shed beside the vegetable field. She diced the potatoes, ensuring to cut through their eyes, and transported them to the newly designated farmland along the outer wall, planting them in the spare soil. The nearby small bok choy has begun to grow, and this leafy green is particularly susceptible to pests. She has observed numerous insects nibbling on its leaves. That is her bok choy. Before she could reach out, some branches darted out, skillfully capturing the caterpillars with remarkable efficiency. Yun Chen offered commendations to the little broken city, adjusting its energy. In the corners of the outer walls, where debris lay like small hills, she waved her hand and erected new structures within the inner walls, residential quarters, training facilities, restrooms, planting areas, escape routes, and an expanded lower level for storage, all protected by vines on the interior walls. She specifically relocated the kitchen outdoors, constructing a stove in a less flammable corner, creating a semi-open little kitchen. The houses were not arranged in a linear fashion, but rather positioned at various angles against the inner walls, allowing for a spacious area in the center for daily activities. The ground was paved with stone pathways, eliminating concerns of muddy footsteps. Noticing some leftover timber, Yun Chen casually crafted a doghouse beside the brick and stone farmhouse. Upon seeing the new doghouse, Nianen rushed inside with glee. Huading suggested, "Let us create some curtains for the third floor." He entered the storage area, reporting a chaotic pile of fabric, currently dirty and disheveled. Once the city energy is harnessed to reorganize them, they will become pristine. Yun Chen wielded the city energy without concern for depletion. On the contrary, it would enhance the energy of the little broken city, and she was generous with her resources. With a flick of her wrist, sparkles filled the air. The fabric instantly transformed into new curtains, albeit their appearance left much to be desired. Huading was at a loss for words. Realizing that while Yun Chen was adept at many things, her aesthetic sense was somewhat lacking. He gazed at the patchwork, earthy-toned curtains, juxtaposed against the sophisticated neutral gray drapes. Within the fabrics, delightful shades of pink, exquisite purple, and serene teal could be found, yet she had chosen the dull ochre. Yun Chen remarked, "What has to hold up? This hue is splendid. Draped over oneself, one could blend into the forest unnoticed." At last, Hua Ting grasped Yun Chen's aesthetic sensibilities as he hung the curtains on the third floor. The facade of the stone house revealed 8 windows, 3 on the third floor, 2 on the second, and 3 more on the first. The half-drawn curtains on the second floor, in shades of gray and black, harmonized beautifully with the vibrant green branches peeking through, creating an exceptional contrast. Upon reaching the third floor, the color transformed into a subtle ochre. Yun Chen sighed. What a lovely hue. Hua Ting surveyed the room and stretched out 2 branches to cover the main vine. Oh, how utterly unattractive. It's completely discordant. It must be replaced, secretly, of course. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the radiant smile of a young girl nearby, her dimples subtly revealing themselves. He turned back to the curtains, realizing that the color chosen by Yun Chen was indeed unparalleled in beauty and practicality. Unlike his own choice, which was drab, dark, and utterly lacking in character. Yun Chen placed his hands on his hips and declared, "Today is a joyful day. Let us kill a chicken for a feast." The young girl in the small city waved her branches in delight. She caught a wild chicken from the fence, drew a small knife from her belt, swiftly severing its neck to drain the blood. She prepared hot water for plucking the feathers. At that moment, she had 3 knives of varying lengths hanging from her waist, one of which resembled a military dagger, an endearing gift left for her by Sister Du One from the well. She meticulously gathered every herb resembling spices found in the woods, her hands dusted with seasonings. Although she preferred bold flavors, the subtle taste of her own cooking was undeniably more delectable. By the time Yun Chen finished cleaning the wild chicken, dusk had settled in. She placed the entire bird into a pot, where the boiling water released an unpleasant odor. After changing the water twice, the chicken began to smell more palatable. Covering the pot, she adjusted the fire beneath it, wielding her spatula and spoon, eagerly anticipating the fragrant dinner. Suddenly, Hua Ting's voice took on an alert tone. "Humans have entered my perception range. They are approaching." Yun Chen's eye sharpened instantly. Grabbing her tools, she moved swiftly through the dim glow of the dwindling embers. The thrill of encountering humans after such a long absence was exhilarating. Yet she understood that they could also be nameless entities. She grasped a vine as she navigated through the forest. A young man tread cautiously among the trees. His movements light, suggesting he was well acquainted with this path. To his astonishment, Huating still existed, now imbued with a considerable urban essence. He had not anticipated that this route would be restored, facilitating his arrival here greatly. As he scanned his surroundings, hoping to find some fruits for sustenance, a glimmer caught his eye. Was that a city wall? Before he could stride forward, rustling from the treetops heralded the emergence of a figure. She descended gracefully, suspended by a vine, her gaze appraising him. Startled, he stumbled back against the trunk of a tree, terrified by the sudden appearance of this enigmatic girl. His fear was not solely from the surprise, but stemmed from the cold blade pressed against his neck. Sister, please calm down. I harbor no ill intentions. He inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity emanating from the formidable aura of the child before him, particularly in those eyes. The young man suddenly realized. You are Li Duan's son, aren't you? I am Yu Chaojia. I was saved by Sister Li before. Is she still alive? Upon uttering these words, the knife, which had merely been held in a threatening manner, was pressed deeper. The vines behind the youth also took on a posture indicative of an impending attack, as if his words had triggered an explosive reaction. Yu Chaojia thought to himself, I knew it. The compatibility between me and Huiting is utterly flawed. I am not Li Duan's daughter. Yun Chen did not speak the truth. She inquired, who is this person? The small, dilapidated city fell into a stupor. Why would Yun Chen claim not to know Sister Duan? He refrained from exposing Yun Chen's deceit, recognizing that she must have her own reasons for doing so. The young man in front chuckled. It seems I mistook you for someone else. My apologies. Please, do not be alarmed. I am not a bad person. After all, we are both human, fellow compatriots. Yun Chen grew increasingly suspicious. Would an ordinary person introduce themselves in such a manner? She asked, what is your identity? The young man promptly began his self-introduction. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Yu Chaojia. I hail from the tea house. The tea house is under the protection of the city's will, currently thriving and reminiscent of a flourishing small town from before the apocalypse. I'm a well-liked young man in the tea house, here for Li Duan. His sister, Yu Qingxia, was rescued by Li Duan over a decade ago. Li Duan treated them as her own children, meticulously escorting them to the tea house, after which she vanished without a trace. Upon hearing Yu Chaojia's account, Yun Chen raised an eyebrow. Had it not been for Sister Duan's diary regarding this pair of siblings, she might have almost believed his words. The branches of Huiting struck the ground in discontent, her own children. Sister Duan had praised Yun Chen, yet had not spoken extensively to her in person. Yun Chen observed Yu Chaojia for a moment, her instincts sensing no imminent threat. She inquired, are you human? Seeing her relaxed demeanor, Yu Chaojia flicked his braided hair and replied, of course. This is already within the urban atmosphere. Am I to be a phantom otherwise? With a cheerful smile, Yu Chaojia continued, can you let me go now? What is your name, little lady, and how old are you this year? She took a step ahead. Yu Chaojia was astonished to see the vines moving as if alive, binding him like a zongzi. In his nervousness, he keenly noticed a mark. The girl's hair was entirely tied up, and her ears bore distinct green bud-like symbols, a city dweller. Relaxing, Yu Chaojia mused that, disregarding other factors, the representatives chosen by the city's will generally exhibited commendable character. He looked down. The green vines enveloping him concealed their original plant identity. Resembling a peculiar mutation, could it be a manifestation of Huiting's urban talent? The scenery along the roadside changed swiftly. Yu Chaojia could not discern any specters. Realizing that Huiting's urban influence extended further than his own, he felt a twinge of confusion. Could there be many survivors in Huiting? Soon, he spotted a human habitation, encircled by walls. He lifted his gaze, straining his neck. Yu Chaojia. He increasingly felt that there were numerous survivors in Huiting. Otherwise, how could such towering walls have been constructed? He was led further inside. So this is merely the outer wall. One must admit, the substantial thickness of the wall instilled a profound sense of security. Yu Chaojia's gaze lingered wistfully on the outer wall as he moved toward the inner enclosure, where he was met with astonishment. The loosely arranged houses, vast leisure spaces, and clearly well-organized living quarters, even with the leisurely pursuits of dog-keeping and farming, presented a vibrant residential area that was quite common before the apocalypse. In the aftermath of the world's end, the urban atmosphere had become constrained. rendering personal living spaces exceedingly small. It was unimaginable for one to occupy such a large expanse alone. Upon observation, Yu Chaojia discerned from the utensils that only one person was living here, based on his experience and the circumstances surrounding his departure from Huiding. It was evident that no survivors remained. This young girl must have arrived in Huiding from elsewhere. Given the scarcity of humanity in Huiding and its lack of a certain appearance, it was remarkable that such a thriving space could exist. Yu Chaojia, suppressing his excitement, inquired, "May I be set down now?" Throughout their journey back, Yun Chen quietly studied Yu Chaojia, noting that his emotions were easily read on his face. Unsure if this was genuine or merely a facade, she replied, "First, we need to verify your human identity." She entered the house and ascended the stairs, leaving Yu Chaojia amidst the vines. He noticed a white dog lazily sprawled on the ground and remarked, "In the apocalypse, dogs cannot be kept in such a state." "Is this Huiding?" In the small, dilapidated town, a sound only Yun Chen could perceive emerged. "Should I ask him to speak?" Yun Chen replied, "Humans should converse more. This should be a human endeavor." She nodded in agreement. As she rummaged through her mathematics workbook, she found herself at a loss regarding which problems demanded considerable calculation. Thus, she resorted to selecting problems based solely on their visible steps, predominantly those numbered 23 and 24, each containing 2 or 3 subquestions. The answers required validation through the teacher's correct markings. As for the incorrect problems, the small town could not provide her with the accurate answers. Within the dim glow of the kerosene lamp, a sheet of white paper filled with mathematical queries lay before her. Yu Chaojia shifted her gaze from the paper and pondered. "What is this?" Yun Chen replied, "Solving problems. These are math questions." Yu Chaojia retorted, "I am aware of these math problems. Why must you compel me to solve them?" "Sister, please do not suggest that this ludicrous method could ascertain my humanity. Such elementary mathematics insults my intellect. If I cannot solve these, I am unworthy of being considered human." Meanwhile, Yun Chen, equally perplexed by the problems, consoled herself in the small town. "At least we are not human." The atmospheric pressure suddenly dropped, and Yu Chaojia, startled, exclaimed, "I apologize. I shall complete the problems immediately. Please provide me with a table and a pen. If there is no table, I can write on the ground." The girl entered the room, one hand carrying a broad wooden table while the other held a chair. Yun Chen placed the table and chair on the ground, and the small town seated the young man in the chair, only releasing the tendrils of her grip. "Let us begin solving." Yu Chaojia raised his eyes in astonishment. Many girls were speaking, yet it was the voice of another boy. Could it be Huiding? He mumbled a phrase that was inaudible to anyone, swiftly solving the questions on the blank sheet of paper. Yun Chen craned her neck to see, and upon comparing the answers in the palm of her hand, they appeared quite similar. With a sharp sound, Yu Chaojia set down his pen. The white paper was filled to the brim, and he proclaimed, "Done." Yun Chen glanced at the answers to the 3 minor questions, all of which were identical to those on the math assignment. She casually responded, "You humans can let him go now." "Hello, I am Yun Chen. The vines loosen. I am Huiding." "Yu Chaojia." He repeated his name, stretching his limbs lazily, and inquired, "Why do you think I'm not human? In the city, there are only humans. That is the greatness of the city's spirit." He gave a thumbs up, revealing a dazzling smile adorned with bright white teeth. Even in the night, his radiant smile could serve as a beacon of light. Yun Chen wore a gentle smile. Encountering her human compatriots brought her joy. She possessed half of her humanity, and humans were her kin. This delighted her, and the small, humble city seemed equally pleased, as evidenced by the subtle swaying of its main vines. Yu Chaojia was about to speak when his stomach let out a loud growl. Cradling his belly, he wore a serious expression and said, "I apologize for coming in and immediately asking for food. How about this? If you give me a bite to eat, once I finish, I shall reveal to you a significant secret that could greatly enhance the survival rate of humans." Yun Chen felt a sense of curiosity. Having already acquired numerous cooking techniques from Sister Duwan, she was eager to learn even more. She remarked, "I boiled the chicken, but it is not fully cooked. I shall return to the stove, and soon it will be ready to eat." She made her way to the kitchen, while the small town's Yu Chaojia engaged her in conversation. "What is the current state of the tea house?" he inquired. Yu Chaojia responded, "Are you referring to the tea house as spirit or its present development?" Hua Ting interjected, "I am well aware. Could you kindly enlighten me?" Yu Chaojia, assuming that Hua Ting's previous experience with the city would render him aloof and difficult to approach, was pleasantly surprised by his politeness. He said, "The spirit of the tea house, particularly fond of mischief, is difficult to articulate. The tea house has now transformed into a mid-sized city, with an urban area encompassing over 800 square kilometers. Yun Chen perked up, stirring the chicken soup in her pot. Hua Ting, puzzled, asked the mid-sized city. Yu Chaojia, inhaling the aroma of the chicken soup, became oblivious to all sounds around him, his senses solely attuned to the chicken and broth, which felt like his ultimate belonging. May I taste a chicken leg? The backside will suffice as well. Yun Chen exchanged a meaningful glance with the impatient Yu Chaojia, signaling him to wait until this individual had finished eating. Hua Ting composed himself, while Yun Chen observed Yu Chaojia's voracious appetite. A steaming pot of poached chicken was placed upon the wooden table, and the youth, with a face as pale as flour, disregarded the heat, reaching directly into the pot to serve himself, all the while exclaiming his hunger. As Yu Chaojia ate, he spoke to Yun Chen, saying, "You must be a resident of Huading. Judging by your height, you are merely 13, I presume. Your voice resembles that of someone who has just awakened from a long slumber. I would venture to guess you have been awake for merely 5 or 6 years. It is evident that you have encountered much in your short life, developing a cautious disposition towards humanity." He sighed, taking a bite of chicken leg. "But I assure you, I am a good person, a truly exceptional one. Do not be deceived by my youth. Like you, I have also faced numerous trials." Yu Chaojia, despite his youthful appearance, spoke with the gravitas of one far older. Yun Chen speculated about his age. "Are you perhaps 17 or 18? Yu Chaojia thumped his chest emphatically, declaring, "I have just turned 22. He lamented, "At the tender age of 2, the apocalypse arrived. You cannot fathom the days I have endured from childhood until now. Allow me to share my experiences." Yun Chen and the small, desolate city remained largely silent, accustomed to tranquility. The young man continued to chatter incessantly, pausing only to sip his chicken soup before resuming his monologue. Yun Chen discreetly retrieved a pair of seldom-used earplugs from his bag and inserted them, seeking solace from the incessant noise. These earplugs had been crafted by his great-aunt, who had prepared several pairs for him over the years. Once the earplugs were in place, the world fell silent. However, the voice of the city's spirit could not be silenced by mere earplugs. "May I touch?" he inquired, just as Yu Chaojia reached a particularly sorrowful point in his tale. Yu Chaojia waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for such kindness, sister. A grown man should not allow a young girl to touch him indiscriminately." Beneath the table, a robust vine languidly sprawled across the young girl's lap. Huading whispered softly in her ear, suggesting a prolonged touch. Yun Chen felt an itch deep within his heart. The silver moon in the night sky cast its ethereal glow, while Yu Chaojia wiped the grease from his mouth after indulging in meat. The vine offered a piece of cloth, which Yu Chaojia gratefully accepted, thanking the sender. Yun Chen cast a glance at the cloth, but refrained from mentioning that it was the towel used to clean Yinan. The young man, while wiping, took a deep breath of the soft towel, remarking, "Your towels carry a delightful fragrance." Yinan, lying nearby, immediately barked in protest, her eyes filled with a resentful expression, as if subjected to an indignity. Yun Chen then picked up a straight knife, drawing it lightly across the wooden table, leaving no mark as it remained sheathed. Suddenly, the knife fell with a thud, coinciding with a voice that was cold and indifferent. "What secret are you going to reveal to us?" Yu Chaojia jumped in surprise. The occasional display of intensity from this young girl was truly intimidating. He cleared his throat, lowering his voice conspiratorially, and said, "This secret is that there are different types of specters. Each type has distinct characteristics, and knowing their categories can significantly increase the likelihood of encountering them. Is anyone in this city not astonished by such a monumental revelation?" Yun Chen inquired, "What types of specters are there?" He initially intended to ask Yu Chaojia what types of specters he knew, but it became evident that discussing their categories would lead to a broader understanding. Yu Chaojia learned about the types of specters through other channels. Or perhaps it was as before, with his knowledge stemming from Sister Du Wan. Yun Chen believes it to be the latter. According to the records, Sister Du Wan cataloged the types of specters prior to rescuing the pair of siblings. In total, she documented 10 types of specters, including the formless one, making it 11. Yun Chen is currently aware of 6 types of specters, including the formless one, as well as the grandmother, feather strike, wandering soul, obsessive spirit, and the lawgiver. Perhaps Yu Chaojia possesses knowledge of the remaining 5 types. Filled with anticipation, the small, fragile city sensed the excitement, and the vines tightened somewhat, mirroring his own eagerness. Upon adopting a posture of expectation, Yun Chen noticed Yu Chaojia's immediate transformation from lethargy to exuberance, once again adopting the same enigmatic tone as before. He stood upright, leaned forward, and rested on the table, raising a finger. The finger was positioned quite closely, with the small city's vines parting to the side. The youth's voice was soft, yet peculiar. As his face flickered in the light of the oil lamp, alternating between brightness and shadow, there was once a tale of a malevolent spirit that used colored inks to paint exquisite features on human skin, donning this guise to transform into beauty, quietly appearing behind you as you traversed your path. Suddenly, the flame of the oil lamp flickered sharply. Yun Chen calmly used a knife to lift the wick, urging, "Speak quickly." The small city was reminded of the formless one, fully immersed in the experience. He shrank against Yun Chen's shoulder, frightened by the eerie atmosphere deliberately conjured by Yu Chaojia, and he too urged for expedience. "You are in a hurry, and I wish to describe the first type of specter, which bears a resemblance to the malevolent spirit in this tale. This entity is obsessively fixated on beautiful exteriors. Once it selects its prey, it relentlessly pursues a singular target until it has acquired the outer shell of its victim." Yu Chaojia picked up a chicken bone and struck the table with a resounding clap. This type of specter is known as the Hua Pai. The vines quivered with excitement, their leaves swaying. Upon hearing Hua Pai, Yun Chen's eyes flickered. Sister Du Wan had mentioned this particular flesh-eating spirit in her writings. Noting that encountering such a troublesome entity as the Hua Pai was indeed rare, Huading inquired, "What does it mean to acquire the outer shell?" "Ah, a splendid question." Yu Chaojia struck the table once more. "The so-called Hua Pai perceives the outer shell as the very layer of human skin we possess. The Hua Pai is among the few spirits that feast on human flesh. They are solely interested in human skin, and once they obtain it, they depart. Individuals such as ourselves, who possess striking appearances, may very well catch the eye of a Hua Pai, which would fixate upon us with intent." Yun Chen provocatively asked, "If all specters share a similar visage, how can one discern which is a Hua Pai?" Yu Chaojia chuckled. "That depends on the behavioral traits of the specter, with the exception of particularly unique entities. Most specters possess ghastly faces and dark auras, yet their actions are uniform." He sighed again. "The behavioral traits of a Hua Pai are not easily distinguishable. One need only observe whether it fixates on a single prey to take action." Yu Chaojia likely learned about the ghostly types from Sister Du Wan, whether through her direct recounting or by perusing the remaining records of these spectral entities. Yun Chen mused, having articulated the descriptions and characteristics of the ghostly beings. The next topic would inevitably be their vulnerabilities. As anticipated, Yu Chaojia revealed the weaknesses of the painted skin. This entity is notably averse to mirrors adorned with garlic. The garlic must possess a potent and pungent aroma, with the entire bulb required, while the mirror should be in a state of disrepair, yet still functional. The garlic must be suspended above the mirror, which, when properly directed at the painted skin, will render it immobile. Yun Chen and Xiao Piqing diligently noted the characteristics and weaknesses of the painted skin, committing them to memory. The more knowledge they acquire about these apparitions, the better. You mentioned that the painted skin is the first type of ghostly being. Are there others? There should be a total of 10 types of these spectral entities. Yu Chaojia delicately touched his nose and cleared his throat. However, I am only aware of 5. Those who delve into the study of such ghostly types typically hope to gain comprehensive understanding. He was also familiar with another type of ghostly being. Yun Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It would be ideal to learn about the remaining types. Throughout Yu Chaojia's description of the ghostly types, he maintained a watchful gaze upon Yun Chen. This resident of Huading exhibited a demeanor of profound restraint, his expression bordering on indifference, far from that of a child. In a post-apocalyptic world, children tend to mature rapidly, yet those sheltered under the aegis of urban will often retain a youthful innocence. Their furtive glances met, and Yun Chen regarded Yu Chaojia with a quiet intensity. Though he was human, he represented a trust that could be forged anew. Yu Chaojia, flustered, revealed a faint smile as he disclosed the second type of ghostly being, the Yuaning, is an idiom typically used to denote individuals who covertly attack or entrap others. Clearly, Yu Chaojia possesses a profound familiarity with the fates of every spectral entity. He elucidates, in the folklore of our 9 provinces, there exists a creature known as the Yuan, which conceals itself in water, retaining sand to cast shadows upon humans. Those struck by the sand from the Yuan shadow are destined to suffer a grave illness. Yun Chen and Xiao Piqing listened with rapt attention, for they were unacquainted with the tale behind this idiom. Yu Chaojia narrated with a rhythmic cadence, employing gestures to enhance the atmosphere. The old tortoise squeezed through the cracks of the brick house, resting on the steps, its beady eyes scanning the newcomers with curiosity. The shadow of the yuan embodies the essence of, akin to the yuan itself, as they both require concealment in water. Similarly, they harbor sand within their mouths. Once a person's shadow is struck by this sand, their vitality wanes, leading to illness and an overwhelming thirst, compelling them to seek nearby water sources. Notably, as Yu Chaojiao raised his hand, it became evident that those affected had regained lucidity, resembling puppets under parasitic control. Wandering beyond the city's aura in search of water outside its periphery, Yun Chen promptly inquired, "Do humans within the city's aura also fall prey to the yuan's shadow?" Yu Chaojiao affirmed, "Indeed, the sand from the yuan's shadow lacks the scent of specters, allowing it to bypass the city's defenses. The range of the yuan's shadow is extensive, spanning 7 to 10 meters." Yun Chen furrowed his brow, realizing that during the night, the outskirts of the city's aura could harbor peril. In truth, the yuan shadow is the most formidable of spectral beings, possessing distinctly evident vulnerabilities. Yu Chaojia cast a longing glance at the chicken bones on the table, his eyes filled with desire. He remarked, "The Yueying is timid and only dares to attack those who are alone, as long as 2 or more individuals act together. One need not worry about a Yueying assault." Huading noticed Yu Chaojia's gaze. After seeking Yun Chen's consent, Tingmin retrieved a piece of sun-dried jerky from the stone house and placed it beside the young man. Yu Chaojia was deeply touched. Compared to the dismissive brothers at the tea house, Huading was truly gentle and understanding. He eagerly bit into the jerky, and a moment later, he covered his mouth, tears welling up in his eyes. As Tingmin's cup of water was set on the table, the liquid within trembled. The rippling motion seemed to mock his expression. After a prolonged pause, Yu Chaojia continued, "The Yueying has another weakness. They are terrified of malicious individuals with venomous tongues. As long as one fits this description, even if alone, they would still be targeted by the Yueying." Yun Chen inquired about the definition of a malicious individual with a venomous tongue. Yu Chaojia hesitated and replied, "In fact, even the term malicious individual is quite challenging to fulfill. A malicious individual must be someone who has taken many lives. The concept of a venomous tongue is easier to grasp. Such individuals often speak harshly, peppering their speech with coarse language interspersed with a few decent words." Yun Chen and the small broken city nodded in understanding, realizing they had encountered yet another type of ghostly entity. The third type of ghostly entity bore a peculiar connection to dogs. Yu Chaojia made a few sounds towards Nianin, who responded to him. He stated, "Xiangjian, a ghostly entity with an acute sense of smell, comparable to that of a hunting dog." Xiangjian, Yun Chen recalled, was mentioned in the records of ghostly entities that included legal decrees. The vicinity of the decree is invariably haunted by canines, a particularly elusive specter whose formidable sense of smell presents a significant challenge. Sister Du Wan describes her fragrant presence, adorned with garlic and citrus, as remarkably elegant. The vulnerability of the canine specter lies in citrus? Yun Chen ponders this notion in silence. In the same manner, the small town recalls the accounts documented, reflecting on Yu Chaojia's words as he contemplates. Both individuals possess remarkable memories. Yu Chaojia states, "Although I comprehend the reasoning behind the specter's olfactory capabilities, it is inherently a peculiar creature, and possessing a myriad of abilities is entirely normal. The behavioral traits of the canine specter are easily distinguishable. If one were to articulate it, their aggressive nature is strikingly evident, marking them as a notably aggressive type of specter." Yun Chen inquires, "Do they possess any weaknesses?" "Indeed." Yu Chaojia responds animatedly, gesturing emphatically. "If this group had no vulnerabilities, how could one possibly?" He pauses, then continues, "The canine specter's strength lies in its olfactory prowess, yet its weakness is also rooted in this sense. They harbor a profound aversion to the scents of citrus fruits and pungent spices. Whenever such aromas are present, they are rendered incapable of discerning human scents. This is contingent upon the absence of factors such as injury, body odor, foot odor, or flatulence that might obscure the scent with those citrus and spice fragrances." Yun Chen nods in understanding, "I see. As long as the specter has an exploitable weakness, it becomes exceedingly formidable." Yu Chaojia then strikes the table with a chicken bone, declaring, "Next, allow me to regale you with a terrifying type of specter, one I have never encountered and fervently hope to avoid." Yun Chen and the small broken city immediately perked up their ears. What terrifying specter could be more fearsome than a being capable of transforming into a human? This specter is known as Dream Weaver. The Dream Weaver is a malevolent dream weaver, and even among phantoms, it is an exceedingly rare breed. It is said that the Dream Weaver can disregard the aura of a city, weaving beautiful dreams from afar, thus luring unsuspecting humans into the traps it has meticulously laid. The Dream Weaver grows more powerful in complete darkness. Complete darkness, just like the environment we find ourselves in now. Yu Chaojia suddenly raised his voice. Hooting gasped, and the vines stood upright. Yun Chen embraced the vines, casting a silent glance at this childish adult. Was it amusing to frighten him? Yu Chaojia. He intended to scare this young girl, the embodiment of the city's will. Indeed, how could such a robust city will possess such a timid heart? The small broken city was the truly cowardly one. He was merely startled by Yu Chaojia's sudden shout. As a city will, what could he possibly fear from a specter? Could a specter truly harm him? The vine resting on his shoulder suddenly felt heavy, as if bereft of hope. Yun Chen raised his hand to support it and inquired, "What is the weakness of the Dream Weaver?" His tone bore an impatience towards the youth that he himself barely recognized. Yu Chaojia, feeling guilty, instinctively touched his nose. He sat upright in his chair. The weakness of the Dream Weaver is light. It must be firelight, specifically from a flashlight, incandescent bulb, or any electrically powered illumination. Yun Chen nodded slightly. This is the first type of specter. Do you know what the fifth type is? Yu Chaojia replied. They are called Wei, with Wei meaning Rondu written as snake in the context of serpents. Wei is a creature from the mythos of Jiuzhou. There exists a kind of enormous serpent dwelling in marshes. Purple in hue, possessing a human head and a serpentine body, adorned with 2 human heads, red in color, and of a length comparable to a cart axle. They are terrified of thunder. Upon hearing it, they cease their movements. At this point, Yun Chen felt a profound familiarity. Yu Chaojia's ensuing words confirmed this. The specter Wei is the only one that can be instantly recognized by its appearance, as it possesses 2 red human heads. Yun Chen and Xiao Pacheng had previously encountered this specter. The red, double-headed specter that pursued Sister Du Wan was indeed Wei. The young man noted that the Wei's weakness also lay in thunder. Yun Chen and Xiao Pacheng had witnessed the Wei halt its actions upon hearing thunder. At that time, the Wei had a clear target, relentlessly pursuing Sister Du Wan. The reason behind its pursuit of Sister Du Wan. Yun Chen pinched his fingertips, certain it was connected to the secret Sister Du Wan had revealed to him. Yu Chaojia continued. Wei can traverse walls, possesses formidable attack power, and moves with great speed. They are perilous. To be discovered by one is to court misfortune. After speaking, he yawned, his complexion haggard and dark circles prominent beneath his eyes. Yu Chaojia recounted the types of specters with utmost clarity, his sincerity evident and devoid of falsehood. Yun Chen initially intended to share her insights on the various types of spirits with Yu Chaojia. Sister Du Wan hoped that more individuals would become aware of the classifications she had meticulously compiled. Observing Yu Chaojia's condition, she decided it would be best to allow him to regain his composure first. The resting quarters are over there. Yun Chen indicated towards a small, unused room to the right of the stone structure. It is furnished with chairs. You may sit for now. I will bring bedding shortly. Thank you, Yu Chaojia replied, rising to his feet. Curiosity sparked within him as he inquired. You are not a local from Huading, are you? How did you come to be here? Yun Chen regarded him thoughtfully. What leads you to that conclusion? Yu Chaojia explained. When you spoke of the spirit classifications, your pronunciation was remarkably precise. Many locals struggle with distinguishing between the nasal sounds due to dialectal influences. Moreover, your Mandarin pronunciation resembles that of individuals from the northern central regions. Pondering this, the small town seemed to reveal a surprising depth of understanding in this man. Yun Chen politely encouraged Yu Chaojia to rest while she ventured to the storeroom to procure clean bedding. She also fashioned a makeshift wooden bed from the items available, a plank and several wooden posts. Yu Chaojia was taken aback. He had anticipated sleeping on the ground, but to his astonishment, he found a bed prepared for him, leaving Nian and to stand guard. Yun Chen took a final glance at Yu Chaojia as he cheerfully arranged his bedding. She scrutinized him once more, particularly noting the soles of his shoes as he stood on tiptoe. A slender vine had been left on the windowsill, resembling the climbing ivy adjacent to the small room, blending seamlessly into the surroundings. How peculiar he was. Seated beside the bed, Yun Chen contemplated the many curious aspects of Yu Chaojia. I have observed that he possesses no pockets capable of concealing items. The thickness of his clothing does not suggest the presence of tools within. As he traverses the outdoors, he carries nothing on his person, no tools, no sustenance, not even drinking water. His shoes are in impeccable condition, with the upper unscathed and the soles appearing entirely normal, inconsistent with the state of one who has embarked on a lengthy journey. The distance from Chafu to Huoding is considerable. It seems he did not walk here. Given the abundance of humanity in that vicinity, it is plausible that he arrived by car, thus facilitating a swift arrival in Huoding. If he did travel by vehicle, did he drive himself, or was he driven by another? The young woman rises, moving through the cityscape. As she walks, she speaks, questioning how he came to know of the presence of people in Huoding. Was it that voice emanating from the hand-cranked radio? At that time, the human voices transmitted could barely convey discernible content, their tones indistinct and unable to match that of Yu Chaojia. Upon his arrival, he seemed preoccupied with observing the house, wearing a smirk as if he had uncovered something he desired here. Huoding intended to console Yun Chen, assuring her not to worry. Unexpectedly, the young woman preempted this gesture, touching the cityscape with determination, declaring, "Do not fear, I shall protect you. Whether from humans or specters, I will not allow their actions to cause you harm." The cityscape of Zhangzhou resembles an unnamed trap. In a certain sense, humanity has inadvertently offered assistance. The branches of Huoding gently caress the palm of the young woman, a testament to her genuine concern, as warmth flows within her heart. The vines brushed against Yun Chen's palm, causing a delightful tingling sensation. She smiled as she caressed the scattered clusters of leaves on the vines, their lush green hue cool to the touch. Suddenly, the movement of the vines ceased. Yun Chen inquired, "What is it?" Huoding, with a hint of hesitation, responded, "Yu Chaojia is engaged in some rather peculiar behavior." Yun Chen, now alert, pressed further, "What sort of peculiar behavior?" Just as she was about to step outside, the small, dilapidated city remarked, "He is licking the floor tiles and walls," all the while muttering about what kind of stone this is and what kind of stone that is. He has stopped licking now, but walked around the house several times, as if measuring distances. He is currently lying in bed, his eyes closed, asleep. Yun Chen halted in her tracks. What was Yu Chaojia's true purpose for coming here? He claimed to be searching for Sister Du Wan, yet it was evident he had not yet reached her, appearing entirely unhurried in his quest. The branches encircled her wrist. Huoding said, "It's time to sleep." Yun Chen replied with a soft removed her outer garments, leaving only her fitted attire, and lay down flat. The branches lowered the gauzy curtain, and the vine hammock swayed gently, akin to a lullaby for a child. Yun Chen turned over, resting her head on the quilt, her fingers brushing against the necklace at her chest. Xia Fengyan was not human. He was a stone that had transformed over countless years. She was the offspring of a human and a stone. It was no wonder her mother described her birth as a miracle upon learning the truth of her lineage. She finally grasped the profound meaning behind those words. Indeed, it was a miracle. The ring on her necklace held a red stone. Initially, she assumed it to be a ruby, but in light of her mother's words, it became clear that it was not a ruby, but rather an energy stone. Yun Chen caressed the energy stone on the surface of her ring, its touch warm and soothing, reminiscent of the small city's essence. As her thoughts shifted, she released a sliver of energy from her fingertips. In an instant, she was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of love, fervent and sincere, rendering her momentarily breathless. The energy felt boundless and profound, rich in depth. It was the first time Yun Chen sensed her father's presence. As the released energy dissipated, that sensation faded away. Unable to resist, she unleashed another trace of energy, immersing herself in the warmth of Xia Fengyan's essence. In the midst of darkness, the girl curled the corners of her lips upward. Her mother had been right. Xia Fengyan truly loved her. The emotions conveyed through the energy were genuine and undeniable. A faint, delicate sound echoed in her ears. Startled, Yun Chen sat up, parting the gauzy curtain, her once misty vision suddenly clear. She approached the city statue, and the green cocoon sensed her arrival, automatically opening a small gap. Light illuminated the room, and the opening gradually expanded, revealing the flower bud-like city statue, appearing somewhat forlorn. Huoding said, "I had a nightmare. The city's consciousness needed rest at night, a means of accumulating urban energy." Yun Chen stood barefoot on the vines, her attire light. She inquired, "What nightmare?" "I dreamt of that haunting specter known as the Dream Invader," Huoding exclaimed, waving the vines. "I found myself ensnared in a dream woven by the Dream Invader, lured by its temptation, unable to awaken, merely watching as it stepped beyond my city's borders." Yun Chen remarked, "With so many vines, couldn't one be used to bind me, preventing my escape?" Upon hearing these words, Huoding felt even more aggrieved. In his dream, The vines had entirely vanished, leaving him stranded, unable to take any action. Yun Chen immediately sought to console him. This is merely a nightmare. The weakness in dreams is the electric light. We shall devise a way to procure more diesel or explore other alternatives. If we keep the lights on at home during the night, the dream shall have no power over us. However, Huiting did not find solace in this proposed solution. His despondency remained unabated. Are you still feeling unhappy? Huiting gently nudged the girl towards the bed. Reluctantly, Yun Chen arrived at the bedside, her gaze falling upon the quilt. A thought crossed her mind, and she seized the quilt, maneuvering through the vines and trotting lightly towards the city statue. Under the astonished gazes of the small, dilapidated city, she hoisted the quilt, perched herself upon the base of the vine, and leaned her shoulder against the statue. With a flourish, she spread the expansive quilt, shaking it lightly. One half enveloped her, while the other half draped over the statue of the small, worn-down city. The fresh floral-patterned quilt could only cover a portion of the statue. Huiting relished this feeling as a hint of his despondency dissipated. He fashioned a small bed with the vines beside Yun Chen, allowing her to lie down with greater comfort. Leaning against the statue, Yun Chen inquired, "Why do you remain unhappy?" After a moment of silence, Huiting replied, "In the dream, as I stepped beyond the city's aura, I could not sense you, only gazing at your retreating silhouette, drifting further away from me." Yun Chen's palm pressed against the silhouette of the city as she murmured, "That is merely a nightmare, intertwined with tendrils. Even if I escape the city's embrace, it shall linger by my side." Huiting seldom contradicted Yun Chen, yet this time he did. He asserted, "It is different." He yearned to roam freely, like a human, unshackled by any constraints. Observing the human who had traveled from the tea house to Huiting that day, he realized that humans do not confine themselves to a singular locale. As long as the opportunity arises, they will wander freely rather than remain fixed in one place. He dreaded the possibility of being left behind by Yun Chen one day. Would they part ways in the future? The voice of a heartbroken youth timidly emerged in his ears, evoking sorrow in Huiting. Was he saddened by the mere thought of their eventual separation? Truly, he was a sentimental little city. "What is this?" Yun Chen inquired, tapping the object draped over them. Huiting replied, "A blanket." Yun Chen softly stated, "We are now covered by a blanket, symbolizing that we shall be together for eternity. Never to part." Huiting exclaimed, "Really?" Yun Chen elongated her tone, "Indeed. If you doubt me, we can make a promise." Upon hearing the mention of a promise, Huiting immediately interjected, "Yes, let us do it quickly." The branches reached out, eagerly anticipating the girl to extend her pinky as she had done during their first promise. Yet this time, he was met not with her pinky, but with a disapproving scowl. "How could you not trust me?" Yun Chen clenched his fist and struck the cityscape, quietly expressing his frustration. In this dilapidated little town, she had rushed to comfort him in the dead of night upon hearing his voice. He refused to believe her words and insisted on a pact for assurance. If he didn't trust even me, whom did he expect to believe? That newcomer from outside. He had only just arrived. Yet I had already proven to be his first trusted human. Sister Du Wan was right. We, the embodiments of the city, seem to have a penchant for judging humans, Hua Ting exclaimed. "Ah?" Yun Chen threw off the covers and prepared to leave, uttering, "Sleep by yourself." After taking just 2 steps, his wrist was ensnared by a vine. Hua Ting whispered, "Just believe." Yun Chen gazed at him for a long moment, then scoffed. "I truly have no way to deal with you." The little dilapidated town continued to cling to her, joyfully anticipating a lifetime together. He remembered as dawn broke. Yun Chen and the little town rose early as usual. They occupied the courtyard, one engrossed in reading, the other engaged in exercise. Typically, this would be the time for them to scour the city for hidden corners. However, that was not feasible now, as Yu Chaojiao was present. Yun Chen cast a glance toward the small house, where the curtains were drawn tightly and the door securely shut. Nian lay by the door, her ears twitching occasionally. She and the little town were absorbed in their respective activities, while the sunlight grew ever brighter. Yet, Yu Chaojiao remained in slumber, still deeply asleep within the confines of the house. He had been sleeping for quite some time. Hua Ting lamented that he had never slept as long as Yun Chen. It wasn't that he didn't wish to sleep, but rather that he couldn't, for the previous time had been far too insufficient. Yun Chen remained speechless, unsure whether Yu Chaojiao was simply carefree or what. Her stomach growled, indicating it was already noon. As she was about to catch a rabbit for dinner, a sudden thud echoed from within the house. Instantly, the door burst open, and a young man, clutching his abdomen, screamed, "Where is the bathroom?" Yun Chen gestured towards a corner, and Yu Chaojia vanished in an instant. Xiao Pucheng inquired, what happened to him? Perhaps he overindulged yesterday and is now suffering from indigestion. Yun Chen approached the rabbit cage, where the wild rabbits had gnawed the wooden bars to a pitiful state. Yet they were powerless against the outer layer of vines. Under normal circumstances, the vines in Xiao Pucheng were quite resilient to damage. She picked up a gray rabbit and glanced inside the cage, noting the pale ground was littered with claw marks. Rabbits have a tendency to dig burrows. If the ground were muddy, it wouldn't be long before all the rabbits escaped. Yun Chen instructed Xiao Pucheng to catch the rabbit she held while she cleaned out the rabbit droppings from the cage. Compared to carrots and leafy greens, rabbits preferred hay. If they refrained from consuming fresh vegetables, their excrement merely carried the scent of grass, devoid of any foul odor. The cage was filled solely with male rabbits. We should catch a few female rabbits to breed, she suggested. Nianen became agitated, letting out a bark as it charged at the young man's backside, only to be ensnared by the vines and pulled aside. Huating admonished, Nianen, no. The dog's name was rather cultured, Yu Chaojia remarked with a grin, his gaze fixated on the rabbit in the girl's hands. That rabbit is truly adorable. Are we having rabbit meat for lunch? I particularly enjoy spicy rabbit heads. By the way, you didn't mention where you're from yesterday. Yun Chen inquired. How do you know Huating has news of living people? Yu Chaojia stood beside her, towering over her by several heads. His height estimated to be around 1.80 meters. He inquired, are your walls and houses constructed using urban energy? It must require a considerable amount of energy. Yun Chen, having snapped the neck of a wild rabbit, replied coolly, there are no seasonings here, nor the person you were searching for. With rabbit's blood splattered on him. The odor pungent, Yu Chaojia lamented, had I known, I should have brought some seasonings along. It is indeed a pleasure to encounter other humans in this apocalypse. Yun Chen concurred, you have a point. Both Huiting and he smiled. Yet the emotions they were meant to convey were tense. He intended to inquire about the medium-sized city mentioned by Yu Chaojia the previous day. When he posed the question, the young man evaded it, muttering something about exchanging a meal for information, and that one night's stay would also require informations. Only through equitable exchange could they proceed. After digesting this statement, Huiting suddenly asked, what information do you exchange for the lunch you just had? Yu Chaojia replied, very well. The medium-sized city is a classification of your city's will, determined by the total coverage area radiated by the urban aura. It is divided into 5 levels: small city, medium city, large city, extra-large city, and super-large city. He spread his hands. Once the city S will reaches the medium city level, this matter becomes apparent. You asked me about this. I am not trying to lead you astray. Huiting did not mind. His curiosity was piqued. As the main vine swayed upon the girl's shoulder, Yun Chen placed the rabbit meat into the pot and remarked, you possess a profound understanding of the city's will. Yu Chaojia pointed to his forehead with 2 fingers and proudly declared, of course, I understand the city's will. My sister is also a loyal citizen. Huiting interjected. Speaking directly to Yun Chen, those chosen by the city's will are certainly not bad individuals. This remains to be assessed. Huiting gazed intently at Yu Chaojia, hoping he was indeed a good person who could remain here. It wasn't that he was particularly eager to develop the city. Yun was shouldering too much alone. If there were others to assist her, her burdens would be significantly alleviated. In his heart, Huiting silently repeated, Yu Chaojia is a good person, a good person, a good person. After finishing lunch, Yun Chen ventured out to hunt, and Yu Chaojia accompanied her. She consented and provided him with some rudimentary hunting tools. The two, along with the dog, made their way into the forest. Just as a fox was about to step into a trap, it swiftly darted away. Yun Chen calmly turned to the young man lying on the ground and asked, are you here to cause trouble? Huiting could hardly bear to watch. Yu Chaojia clearly struggled with coordination, stumbling after just a few steps in the woods. He likely had no prior hunting experience. He was utterly unfamiliar with the lasso and trap tools that Yun Chen had given him. Yun Chen was not angry. Rather, she was somewhat astonished. How had he managed to survive in the apocalypse with such unsteady mobility? She became increasingly convinced that Yu Chaojia had reached this point unscathed due to the city's innate talents, akin to those found in Zhongzhou, perhaps facilitated by transportation. Yu Chaojia, with a wry smile, rose from the ground and said, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Unfortunately, physical activity is my greatest weakness. Within the embrace of the urban atmosphere, Huiting inquired, you mentioned encountering the apocalypse at the tender age of 2. How did you manage to survive amid such chaos with your limited capabilities? She raised her hand, positioning the blowpipe against her lips, aiming in a particular direction. Yu Zhaojiao paused, contemplating for a moment. Because I have an elder sister who protects me with her very life. With that, the dart was released, piercing through the midsection of a patterned snake. As the temperature rose, the underbrush teemed with serpents, the majority of which were venomous. One must avoid their bite at all costs. Huiting gleefully lifted the still quivering patterned snake. Its jaws entangled in the vines, causing her no discomfort. With Yu Zhaojia, who had a knack for causing disturbances, present, the wildlife had been scared off, leaving her with no prey. Yu Zhaojia exclaimed, "Oh," as he forged ahead. "How splendid! I prefer the confines of the city. This untamed flora makes me rather uneasy." He proceeded at a brisk pace, but soon noticed that Yun Chen and Huiting had halted, their expressions subtly scrutinizing him. Yun Chen asked, "Where are you intending to go?" Yu Zhaojia replied with a chuckle, This way. I was merely jesting with you." Neither Yun Chen nor the small broken city believed his words. Moments prior, he had appeared utterly convinced that the house lay in that direction. Previously, when Yu Zhaojia had been ensnared by the vines upon entering the city, Yun Chen had not noticed. Now, as he walked on his own, she recognized that this individual not only lacked a sense of direction, but was also completely disoriented. Such a person. Yet he had somehow managed to arrive at Huiting's side. Yu Zhaojia's peculiar nature increasingly puzzled Yun Chen. The individual who instills a sense of unease in her does not wish for him to remain in Huiting, particularly as he seems to bear ulterior motives. Speaking in a veiled manner, within the confines of the walls, Yun Chen inquired once more, "Is your purpose in Huiting solely to seek out Li Duan?" Receiving no response, he continued, "It matters not that Sister Li is absent. I can search for her gradually in the vicinity. You may not realize it, but she is exceptionally capable. Even if she is not within the city, she can sustain herself." Yu Chaojia expressed his astonishment. "You know Li Duan?" Huiting cast a wistful glance at Yu Chaojia, pondering that if this person were a tad more sincere, perhaps Yin Yun would consider accepting him. The tendrils quietly caressed the girl's head, offering solace for her sorrow. With one human approaching, there will surely be more in the future. There is no need for concern. The branches felt cool, yet Yun Chen's head was enveloped in warmth. She addressed Yu Chaojia. "Indeed, I am quite familiar with Sister Duan. I will compile the remaining types of specters for you. It is getting rather late. If you wish to depart, it would be wise to leave early tomorrow morning." Yu Chaojia interjected, "Wait." At that moment, he was at a loss for words. Should he be astounded by the fact that this young girl was already aware of the specter types, or should he be shocked that Li Duan was indeed alive? Li Duan was a woman he both admired and feared during his childhood. He had never encountered anyone as formidable as her, not even among men. This girl's familiarity with Li Duan explained the subtle aura of strength she exuded. Compile? Did she possess Li Duan's diary as well? Yu Chaojia's thoughts became a tangled mess, akin to a knotted ball of yarn. From the chaos, he managed to extract a thread, which was the crux of the matter at hand. He cannot be driven away. Huiting playfully fixed his gaze on the young man, who displayed a rapid succession of emotions: tension, worry, anxiety, joy. Is it truly possible for a human to experience such a plethora of feelings simultaneously? Yu Chaojia declared, "I cannot leave." Yun Chen replied, "Your purpose for coming to Huiting is Li Duan. She is not here." The youth and the maiden stood face to face. Though the young man was taller, his presence seemed diminished in comparison to the girl, despite her light tone. He took a step back. Yu Chaojia realized that if he did not speak the truth, he would indeed be forced to leave. Even if the other party could not bring themselves to be harsh, he had no means to uncover further information. Hesitation, indecision, contemplation. Ultimately, he resolved to say, "In truth, my purpose for coming to Huiting is this." Yun Chen and the small city observed as the young man crouched down, his expression grave. Removing his shoes and extracting a small energy stone from his sock, no larger than a fingernail. This stone possessed the ability to provide energy to the city's will. Yu Chaojia's feet emitted an unpleasant odor. The energy stone he retrieved was tainted with an unsavory scent. In a city that cherished energy stones as culinary delights, this scene was utterly disconcerting, even somewhat nauseating. Yun Chen, being half of the same kind as the energy stone, felt even more uncomfortable. The usually good-natured duo grew tense. Yu Chaojia, noticing their silence, became anxious. He hurriedly slipped on his shoes and raised the energy stone towards the two individuals. "You are the only human here. Yet you have managed to construct such edifices. You must have borrowed energy from the city. The energy from cities below the medium level, which automatically regenerates. is scarcely sufficient to erect such a multitude of buildings. You must be familiar with the energy stones. You have utilized them. Do not deny it, for I have tasted the essence of those materials. The structures constructed by humans using city energy possess a distinctly different flavor, something others may not perceive, but I can. As he spoke of the architecture, there was a remarkable confidence about him, in stark contrast to the earlier timid and slippery persona. Yun Chen offered another possibility. If it is merely a matter of repairing existing buildings, the expenditure of city energy would not be excessive. Impossible, Yu Chaojia exclaimed, pointing to the small dwelling where he had slept the previous night. This very room was completed in less than a month, more precisely, within 20 days. Huiding was astonished. Indeed, that small house had been hastily constructed by Yun Chen just 15 days prior. Yun Chen glanced at the energy stone in Yu Chaojia's hand. The tea house has also acquired energy stones. She suddenly recalled matters concerning the Central Plains. Why are you seeking energy stones? When did the tea house acquire them? And how long have you been aware of their existence? Speak the truth. Do not weave further lies. This matter is crucial. One city consciousness has already perished due to this. Huiding's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of seriousness. As the atmosphere shifted, the demeanor of the other party grew solemn and combined with the implications of her words. Yu Chaojia realized that there might be something extraordinary regarding the energy stones. This extraordinary nature was not to be construed positively. Allow me to recount the events from the beginning. Li Duan did not escort them to the tea house. Rather, she parted ways with them midway, amidst an encounter with swarms of malevolent spirits. The separation was hasty, and Li Duan tore off a portion of her summarized diary regarding the types of spirits, providing it to them, thus ensuring their safe arrival at the tea house. At that time, the city as consciousness had already awakened. Within its confines resided numerous human survivors, with malevolent beings outliving the virtuous. Among these survivors, the nefarious outnumbered the righteous. Upon entering the realm of the city's essence, he and his sister immediately heard the voice of the city's consciousness. The will of the tea house demanded them to become guardians of the city, tasked with restoring order within its domains. His sister succeeded, leaving the tea house populated solely by those who adhered to her regulations. The wicked either transformed into law-abiding individuals or departed to join the ranks of the spirits. However, the limited scope of the city's essence was insufficient to accommodate their search for an increasing number of human survivors, and the cultural offerings of humanity proved inadequate for the growth of the city's consciousness. By a stroke of serendipity, he stumbled upon a method that could rapidly enhance the energy growth of the city's consciousness. Yet, utilizing this method required the city's energy, which was in short supply. In the throes of this vicious cycle, his sister, during her explorations, discovered an entrance leading underground, filled with these energy stones. The path was convoluted and uncertain, descending ever deeper. For safety considerations, my sister only permitted everyone to superficially extract energy stones. Even when the energy stones were depleted, she did not allow anyone to blast open further passages. According to the routes drawn from the underground passages, the inhabitants of the tea house discovered a path leading to Huiding. The tea house harbored many survivors who had escaped from Huiding, and they were aware that Huiding was swarming with malevolent spirits, far more perilous than other locales. After the energy stones were exhausted, leaving only a few emergency reserves, the tea house transformed into a medium-sized city, awakening its urban talents. They attempted to reach out to surrounding cities, but received no response. Years passed, and through the urban talent of the tea house, they unexpectedly re-established contact with the people of Huiding, recalling the route from many years prior. Yu Qingxia speculated that Li Duan might still be alive. That woman was exceedingly tenacious and would not abandon her homeland unless absolutely necessary, making it likely that the Huiding inhabitants were indeed her. Yu Qingxia believed she now possessed the means to repay her kindness and wished to bring Li Duan to the tea house for her retirement. Others, however, surmised that Huiding might possess more energy stones and saw this as an opportunity to explore the situation. Thus, the primary objective of their journey emerged. Apart from Yu Qingxia, the others deemed it more crucial to focus on the current development of the city rather than the seemingly futile endeavor of repaying past kindnesses. Consequently, Yu Chaojia arrived here. After the young man spoke, he turned to Yun Chen and Huiding, awaiting their reactions. You have become city dwellers? Both of you siblings are city dwellers? The tea house has 2 city dwellers? Yu Chaojia nodded, pulling down his collar to reveal an unmistakable mark of a city dweller on his prominent collarbone, a small, slender leaf. He stated, "The will of the tea city is akin to a pair of brothers. There may exist two guardians of the city. My sister corresponds to the elder brother of the tea city will, while I am the guardian of its younger sibling. What precisely is the issue with the energy stone?" Yu Chaojia gasped in disbelief as the astonishing revelations continued. Sister Du Wan designated it as nothing. This entity can masquerade as a human, and one method of discerning its true nature is through mathematical problems. Once nothing transforms into a human form, even the closest individuals find it challenging to recognize it. It can deceive the city's will and infiltrate the essence of the city. Yun Chen, having heard from Sister Du Wan about nothing and its dealings with the underground energy stones, conveyed the scheme to manipulate Zhongzhou, leading to the slumber of its will. Yu Chaojia, upon hearing this, was astounded and urgently inquired, "Quickly, provide me with a radio, a walkie-talkie, or a mobile phone, anything that can function as long as it has power." Seeing his urgency, Huading retrieved a hand-cranked flashlight from the warehouse, asking, "Will this suffice?" "Yes." Yun Chen questioned, "What do you intend to do?" Yu Chaojia cranked the handle, declaring, "I need to inform my sister about this matter. According to your assertion, shouldn't every human be concerned? The city, where the essence resides, must have someone to guard it. Although not everyone can perceive it, it still exists in that location. There has never been a thought of concealment among us. How could such a situation arise?" Yun Chen and Huading had previously experienced anxiety. They understood Yu Chaojia's shock and fear, but at this moment, their curiosity was piqued. "How do you plan to make contact?" Upon completing the charging process, Yu Chaojia activated the radio and remarked, "The urban talent of the tea house is named Flying Dragon Riding the Clouds." The radio emitted a persistent crackling sound, and it was only when Yu Chaojia harnessed the energy of the city that Huading began to perceive it. City dwellers can utilize the urban talents derived from the city's will. The higher the level of the city's will, the greater the range available for the city dwellers to draw upon. Fortunately, this location still permitted such usage, albeit with considerable effort. This was the first time they encountered such phenomena, novel and intriguing. Yun Chen and the little dilapidated city disregarded Yu Chaojia's earlier oddities, their eyes fixated on the radio, eagerly awaiting the emergence of dialogue within. Buzz, 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 buzz. Nearby, Nian shifted positions, exposing her belly and lying on her back. Her glistening eyes mirrored the brilliance of the setting sun as the old turtle crawled out from its stone abode to rest upon the ground. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yun Chen inquired, "Is it still not working?" Even if communication is lost, has the tea houses will not detected Yu Chaojia's continuous usage of the city's energy? A shiver ran through her. Could it be that something had gone awry at the tea house? She glanced at Yu Chaojia, hesitating to voice this possibility, yet ultimately decided to speak. Yu Chaojia was momentarily taken aback and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No, no, no. It's quite common for communication to falter." Huading was equally astonished, asking, "Why is that? Are there instances when urban talents fail to function?" Yu Chaojia appeared reluctant to elaborate, finally admitting, "Well, it's not exactly that." He continued, "The will of the tea house is akin to a pair of mischievous brothers who are somewhat at odds with one another. The term flying dragon riding the clouds refers to the collective urban talents of the elder brother and the younger brother. In reality, each sibling possesses a distinct urban talent. The younger brother's talent lies in connecting with others, while the elder brother's gift is to prevent others from making connections. Consequently, when I reach out to the tea house using the younger brother's talent, I often encounter failures." Yun Chen inquired, "Do they not perceive the depletion of urban energy?" Yu Chaojia replied, "They can sense it, but both brothers are the type who think, as long as he is not thriving." "I am particularly pleased." Yun Chen and Huating exchanged bewildered glances. Is this truly the will of a city? How could there exist such discord among the entities within a single city? Yu Chaojia sighed and remarked, "Fortunately, there are only two of them. According to these siblings, when the 9 provinces awaken them, you are aware of this matter, right? In any case, only one will of the other cities awakens. As for the tea house, the most absurd case, upon awakening, there were a full 13. Yun Chen and the little broken city responded, "Aren't they merely a pair of brothers?" With the radio out of power, Yu Chaojia continued to hand crank it to recharge, stating, "The 9 provinces could not endure this, letting them rest 11 of them, and only retain the 2 that seemed more obedient. Who would have known that these 2 would be particularly adept at disguise? It is said that as the level of urban will increases, their personalities tend to align more closely with the characteristics of their respective cities. becoming especially pronounced after reaching a medium-sized city. One wonders what sort of character Hua Ting will embody in the future. Yun Chen recalled the memory of that bustling city that never sleeps. What essence would such a vibrant city possess? Is it truly as unattainable as the divine capital described by adults? She inquired. Will you also change in the future? The static from the radio crackled. Yet his voice emerged, gentle and soothing. The little broken city will forever cherish Yun Yun. When the will of the city whispers in your ear, it feels as though someone is intimately close, sharing hushed secrets. The first encounter with the voice of the city is a moment of shock and joy, causing an unusual tingling sensation in your ears, a slight numbness. Once accustomed to this experience, such feelings become rare. Yun Yun adores the little broken city, and the little broken city reciprocates this affection. They often exchange such sentiments. However, when framed in the context of limitations as now, the feeling transforms significantly. She cannot articulate how exactly it differs. After Huiting spoke, a tingling sensation coursed through Yun Chen's ears. She had a habit of counting her heartbeats, and just moments ago, the count exceeded the usual rhythm. Why this change? Pondering, Yun Chen glanced at the young man fidgeting with a hand-cranked flashlight, clearly anxious yet unable to act decisively. She began to comprehend the reason for her accelerated heartbeat. She was anxious on behalf of others. As for the tingling sensation in her ears, it seemed she ought to clean them. Truly, she was a master of her body's little quirks. Yun Chen exuberantly embraced the vines as a response to the promises made about the little broken city, much to Huiting's delight. Only Yu Chaojia appeared particularly discontent. With a mournful expression, he returned the item in his hand to Yun Chen, stating, I can't get in touch. I will have to return to the tea house tomorrow to personally inform my sister of this matter. Yu Chaojia now speaks quite candidly. It was my sister who drove me here. The damage to the buildings and roads within the city is rather severe, yet the roads between cities are still passable. I will walk over after she drives to the midpoint. A single day will suffice. My sister left me a car, and I still remember its approximate location. As long as I can find the vehicle, I will drive back. Yun Chen and Little Broken City nodded perfunctorily. The next day, Yun Chen pinned down the 6 types of phantoms she was aware of and handed the paper to Yu Chaojia. The dawn was just breaking. The young man stood before the iron gate of the outer wall, equipped with an EDC bag and some self-defense tools gifted by the local master. He waved to those inside, saying, Thank you for the information. I will return another time. As they gazed at his departing figure, Yun Chen felt a twinge of worry. Do you think he might perish on the way? I don't know, Hua Ting replied after a moment of silence. When he appeared, he wasn't heading in the direction he is now. He must have come from the road we were repairing. Yun Chen rubbed her forehead. We should see him off. Before she and Little Broken City could set out, the young man reappeared. Astonished to see them, why are you here to see me off? Upon noticing the wall behind them, Yu Chaojia's voice suddenly trailed off. Yun Chen and Little Broken City chimed in. You don't know the way. Yu Chaojia responded. Yun Chen then inquired, Where did your sister hide the car for you? Yu Chaojia earnestly described. In a dense thicket of trees, many towering trunks stood tall, surrounded by a myriad of vibrant blossoms, one resembling the shape of an elephant. Silence lingered, stretching into an eternity. Yun Chen struggled to articulate his thoughts. What is the general direction? Were there any markers left behind? Are there any notable landmarks nearby? Yu Chaojia replied. In truth, I am familiar with the route. However, I find it challenging to distinguish between the trees. If it were a building, I could identify my location merely by observing the walls and the ground. But here, the trees are abundant and the structures scarce. He remained motionless, clearly aware that pride could prove fatal. He confessed, I apologize. I truly do not know the way. Yun Chen calmly inquired, Why did your sister send you here? Is she not concerned about your safety on the journey? Yu Chaojia whispered, If it truly is Li Duan, and others come seeking her possessions, as my sister has warned, those who approach may well be met with dire consequences. I might stand a chance of survival. Moreover, it was my own volition to come here. I pleaded with her for quite some time before she acquiesced. Were it not for Yu Chaojia's repeated assurances of his sister's exceptional qualities, Yun Chen might have been inclined to believe she had sent him here to face certain doom. Huiting queried Yun Chen, Should we allow him to stay here and continue liaising with the tea house? As it stands, he appears to harbor no ill intentions. The conversation was audible only to Yun Chen, who nodded slightly. Yu Chaojia was thus persuaded. The day had only just begun. Yun Chen and Xiao Pecheng set out to the city in search of any remaining books, yet found themselves in a desolate realm devoid of literature and people, making the pursuit of knowledge exceedingly arduous. Upon inquiring further, Yu Chaojia learned of their intentions to delve into the depths of the buildings to gather information. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "During the day, the specters slumber within the structures. With so many blind spots, the presence of these phantoms is bound to be greater. Are you not afraid of rousing them?" Yun Chen discerned the underlying meaning in his words. In the tea mansion, the specters, much like those in Zhangzhou, lay dormant within the edifices during daylight hours. However, Xiao Pecheng's situation was indeed peculiar. Yun Chen reassured him, stating, "There are no phantoms within the buildings. They only manifest at night." Upon hearing that specters do not appear in the buildings during the day, Yu Chaojia eagerly asked, "May I accompany you? I promise I will not be a nuisance. I simply wish to witness the original architecture of Huading once more." Following their previous search route, Yun Chen and Xiao Pecheng resumed their exploration. Along the way, they encountered the remnants of structures, with collapsed buildings revealing their skeletal steel frameworks, while dark, viscous liquid dripped from areas untouched by sunlight. Yun Chen felt a twinge of concern, fearing that Yu Chaojia might clumsily disrupt their efforts, much like during a hunt. Yet, her worries proved unwarranted, for Yu Chaojia not only refrained from causing any disturbances, but also proved to be quite helpful. For instance, when she and Xiao Pecheng sought to enter a school library that was entirely sealed off, they contemplated utilizing the city's energy to forge a pathway. However, Yu Chaojia pointed out that such an action would compromise the structural integrity of the building. Rather than creating an opening, it would increase the likelihood of the already fragile edifice collapsing. Through careful observation and calculation, he identified an alternative passage that could be opened. Indeed, the newly established route proved to be stable. Yun Chen and Xiao Pecheng regarded each other with newfound respect. In the school library, not a single book could be found, nor in the basement. Yu Zhaojia remarked, "Is this how things are here? The tea house has been this way for 3 years. Aside from the original collection, all the books scattered throughout the city have vanished." Yun Chen succinctly reiterated her conjecture. Yu Zhaojia was taken aback, muttering, "My sister once intended to establish a school at the tea house, allowing children to continue their studies. Many opposed the idea, deeming it a waste of space, arguing that the world has changed so drastically that there is no need for theoretical texts. Skills and techniques essential for survival are of utmost importance. The cities should be transformed into offerings. Surrendering those items to it suffices." Yun Chen replied, "In Zhongzhou, it is similar. Children only learn the necessary subjects." Vines entwined around her wrist as Xiao Pecheng had thoroughly scoured the underground, yielding no results. Yu Zhaojia inquired, "What are you seeking? Books?" Yun Chen affirmed, "Yes, I wish to learn about Huading, to acquire more knowledge of transformation." Yu Zhaojia asked, "Is there any specific area you are interested in?" Both Yun Chen and Xiao Pecheng nodded simultaneously, for they were nearly oblivious to everything. They strolled across a playground once filled with the joyous laughter of children. The asphalt surface now barely remained. A school building in the distance lay in ruins, with an accessible elevator for the disabled half embedded in the ground. The elevator's once silver surface was now tarnished and rusted, its doors ajar, revealing an interior flooded with stagnant water, desiccated bloodstains, and a viscous black liquid. Yu Zhaojia pointed at the elevator and said, "Look at that. That is the elevator." In 1889, elevators were introduced in the Yusher building. Yusher is a nation located in the western hemisphere of the Terra's planet, which held the title of the most powerful nation before the apocalypse. In the early 20th century, elevators began to appear in Huading. And after the introduction of passenger elevators in 1906, multi-story and high-rise buildings in Huading started to incorporate elevators. Observe the exposed steel reinforcements in those buildings. Prior to the introduction of Western architectural techniques, our traditional structures in Jiuzhou were predominantly composed of wooden beams and columns. Yun Chen and the small broken city gazed at the school's fractured walls, where the steel reinforcements were long exposed and now rusted. They heard Yu Chaojia continue. After the opening of Huading in 1843, Western traditional architecture began to emerge, characterized by brick and stone walls alongside timber-framed structures. Following 1917, modern steel frameworks and cement started to permeate civilian architecture. After the 1990s, Huading began to employ concrete and reinforced concrete in construction. By the way, look at the cement floor. What about the cement floor? Yun Chen glanced down at the cracked surface, which seemed utterly unremarkable, a common sight amidst ruins. The small broken city, puzzled, poked the cement floor with a vine, finding nothing particularly distinctive. Yu Chaojia chuckled. I am not suggesting there is anything wrong with it. Rather, I am referring to its origin. In 1890, Huading first utilized cement as a building material when paving roads. Prior to this, only stone sidewalks were employed in Huading. The youth extended a finger towards himself, revealing a broad smile showcasing his pearly whites, and declared, while I may not grasp everything, I possess a fair understanding of the architectural history of Eastern Jiuzhou, especially Huading. The small, dilapidated town swayed with the embrace of vines. And he could sense that as Yu Chaojia recounted tales, the fog obscuring the memories of related cities began to dissipate. The process was slow, yet undeniably in motion. Yun Chen gave a thumbs up to Yu Chaojia, exclaiming, Brother Yu, you're in for some roasted chicken tonight. At the mention of roasted chicken, Yu Chaojia was overwhelmed with excitement. He clumsily stumbled as his left foot stepped on his right, falling awkwardly to the ground. The two shared a moment of gentle camaraderie, both fond of the humble town. As night descended like ink, shadows danced eerily around, with only the warm glow of firelight emanating from within the walls. In the courtyard, a wooden table was placed, where the two sat surrounded by vines, the table laden with a pot of snake soup and a half-eaten roasted chicken reduced to mere bones. How do I know all this? Yu Chaojia mused, tearing into a chicken leg. Upon hearing Huading's inquiry, he mumbled, I read about it when I was a child. Yun Chen, taken aback, asked, But weren't you born after the onset of the apocalypse? In the chaotic early days of the cataclysm, one wonders where he procured books and how he found the time to study. Back then, and even now, survival consumed everyone's efforts. Yu Chaojia's chewing slowed as he recalled, at that time, Huading was suddenly haunted by specters. My father was at his workbench sketching his new designs when he heard a commotion outside. It was already past midnight. Yun Chen and the small town listened intently. In the year 2012, on the day when the specters descended, Yu Mingyan paused his pen and gazed out through the floor-to-ceiling window of a residential complex in Huading. He observed that many floors of the opposite building had illuminated lights. Puzzled, he glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight. Typically, at this hour, few households in the complex would still be awake. The tranquility of the late night often inspired him, as he cherished the solitude to sketch architectural designs. However, tonight felt different. An unsettling restlessness stirred within him. He tapped the side of the table, extinguishing the lamp, and proceeded to the room to check on his children. The siblings, Yu Qingxia and Yu Zhaojia, were nestled together on the same bed, with the sister embracing her younger brother, who was playfully gnawing on his own foot. A smile tugged at Yu Mingnan's lips. But suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside. Given the soundproofing of the building's structure, such noise could only arise from an extraordinary commotion. He opened the door to find a throng of people in the hallway. Grasping the arm of one individual, he inquired, Lu Gu, what is happening? The man he referred to as Lu Gu was not only his neighbor but also a colleague. Lu Gu replied, I'm not quite sure. Suddenly someone knocked and claimed that the apocalypse has arrived, waking everyone up and urging us to check the forum for updates. They say there are man-eating monsters in the city center, and everyone should hurry to nearby air raid shelters for refuge. After years of peace, who would have thought we need air raid shelters? The underground garages have barricaded them completely with parked cars. Yu Mingnan adjusted his glasses, which were non-prescription blue light blockers. He chuckled. How could so many people believe such absurdity? Lu remarked, Indeed. I have an early shift tomorrow and must head to the construction site afterwards. That aunt truly is. Her son is out reveling, causing a ruckus at this late hour, disturbing us. Locals can be quiet. Yu Mingnan immediately gestured for silence, a refined smile gracing his lips. Lu, what does it matter whether one is local or not? Such regional discrimination is unwarranted. We are all citizens of the great land. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. And not just his. Many others in the vicinity felt the same tremor. This year had seen a surge in touchscreen devices, with most in the building having upgraded. Yet Yu Mingnan clung to his trusty old slider. The text read, Citizens are advised to promptly select the nearest safe area for evacuation alongside the military. It was an official notification. Qingxia, change your clothes. We must leave this place, Yu Mingnan instructed. Yu Qingxia, rubbing her eyes, innocently asked, Daddy, where are we going? Are we going out to play? Yu Mingyan crouched down, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder and gazed intently into her eyes. Qingxia, listen to your father. Something very dangerous is happening. You and your brother must stay close to me. Yu Qingxia nodded, albeit still a bit bewildered. The path to evacuation was fraught with difficulty. The elevator was packed. Yu Mingnan led his children down the stairs, and given their high floor, it was no simple task. The sensor lights illuminated as they moved, revealing that they were not alone in opting for the stairs. Others were making the same choice. Stepping out of the building, a throng of people had gathered on the streets of the community. Yu Mingnan overheard someone mention that the army was on its way, urging everyone to seek refuge in the air raid shelter. He clutched his daughter's hand while cradling his son, closely following the massive crowd. Many remained skeptical about the emergence of such monstrosities, even questioning whether this was merely a prank orchestrated by the country's service provider, UCEI. The air was filled with the sounds of conversation and laughter, albeit tinged with a hint of anxiety. What was that? Not far ahead, a peculiar figure with pale, greenish skin materialized. Or rather, it was not human. It lacked a lower body, instead manifesting as a swirling mass of black mist hovering just above the ground. Upon sensing the commotion, it turned its head, the joints of its neck creaking ominously. A sinister, eerie smile stretched across its human-like visage, revealing a mouth filled with teeth reminiscent of a shark. It emitted a piercing, chilling scream that caused some to experience ringing in their ears and bouts of dizziness. The creature charged forth. Its razor-sharp claws effortlessly pierced through flesh, as if puncturing mere parchment. The individual at the forefront was torn asunder in an instant. Blood and entrails spilled across the ground, the thick, metallic scent of gore attracting even more beasts. Run, run, run. Yu Mingnan held his daughter tightly in his arms, desperately fleeing for their lives. He cursed himself for neglecting physical fitness, realizing he was unable to run any faster. Glancing back, he witnessed the monsters devouring human flesh. They only moved on to hunt again after satiating their hunger. He even secretly rejoiced, thankful that there were others behind him, capable of. The years of quality education he had received promptly dispelled this thought from Yu Mingnan's mind. He recalled the direction of the air raid shelter and resolved to head there. However, halfway through, Yu Mingnan abruptly halted. He found himself locked in a gaze with several grotesque creatures, poised to attack. He understood clearly that there was no escaping these monsters. The only fate that awaited him was death. In a moment of desperation, Yu Mingnan pushed his children towards a vacant path. He removed his glasses and placed them in his daughter's embrace, his voice trembling, and hurried. Qingxia, from now on, these will represent Daddy. They will accompany you as you grow. Hide well, and remember to protect yourself. Only come out when you see the soldiers. His gaze lingered on his young son, who was utterly helpless, yet he refrained from instructing his daughter to protect her brother. He urged his daughter, run. He charged forward, confronting the dark, ominous creatures, letting out a tremendous shout to divert their attention. Qingxia held tightly onto the glasses with one hand while clutching her brother closely with the other, his head nestled in her embrace. She carried her brother away from that dreadful place. Behind them came the sounds of something being torn apart, along with the muffled groans of a man in agony. As the path ahead of her blurred with mist, she would not only safeguard herself, but also protect her brother. Home, to a child, is a sanctuary filled with security. Qingxia removed the key from her neck and, holding her brother, hid inside the family wardrobe. Throughout the night, no monsters invaded their home. Days passed, one after another. Qingxia realized that the monsters only appeared at night. However, even during the night, no monsters had ever intruded upon their home. Residing on the 15th floor, it seemed these creatures could ascend only as high as the 10th. Unsure of what to do, Qingxia turned to the telescope in her home to survey the surroundings. She witnessed an abundance of blood and flames rising, accompanied by plumes of dark smoke. Glancing back, she found her younger brother seated on the floor, silently observing her without a single tear or sound. Qingxia understood that her brother suffered from mild autism, rendering him unable to speak. After the traumatic loss of their mother during childbirth, their father had been consumed by guilt, and upon discovering her brother's condition, he became even more tormented. Their home was stocked with ample food, sufficient to sustain 2 children for an extended period, since no monsters had ever appeared in their abode. Qingxia and her brother remained sheltered within its confines. During the day, with little else to occupy her, she endeavored to teach her brother to read. Yet, she was uncertain whether he absorbed any of the lessons, as he showed no response. The study was filled with numerous professional books that their parents had utilized for work. Their father was an urban architectural designer, while their mother had formerly been employed at the Urban Cultural Heritage Protection Bureau, which filled their home with an array of architectural literature. Once their supplies dwindled, she would venture to other floors in search of food, leaving her brother in the study with various books to peruse. This routine persisted for several years as they grew up together. Yu Qingxia noticed that the number of monsters in their building was significantly lower than in other areas, suggesting that some unseen force was repelling the creatures, rather than mere luck favoring them. By the time Yu Chaogao reached the age of 9, he still spoke infrequently, uttering only the word sister. His frail condition prevented him from accompanying her outside, leading him to endlessly flip through the books in the study. The nearby vicinity had nearly exhausted its food supply. At that moment, 2 men arrived, searching the building, and discovered the hidden siblings within. Yu Qingxia sensed the impending danger and wished to flee with her younger brother. One of the men seized her more delicate-looking brother, causing her to be thrown aside. As the man pinned her brother to the ground and began to remove his trousers, Yu Qingxia seized a vase and struck him, rendering him unconscious. After the ordeal, she wept uncontrollably, holding her bewildered brother, who was oblivious to the chaos that had transpired. Once her tears subsided, she trembled as she donned the glasses left behind by Yu Mingnan. The lenses, shattered by the earlier events, were removed, leaving only the frame. She retrieved a small knife from the kitchen, gripping it tightly, and plunged it into the man's heart, blood splattering across her face. A refined smile, reminiscent of her father's, graced her lips as she gently addressed Yu Zhaojia, saying, "Jar, we must leave this place. Your sister will always protect you." From that day forth, Yu Zhaojia transformed into a semblance of a normal person, no longer wishing to be a burden to his sister. Huading was the most perilous of places, and they resolved to depart. They had heard of a nearby tea house that served as a gathering place for humanity, and they set their course toward it. Along the way, they joined a band of wanderers, encountering both benevolent souls and malevolent individuals. Within this group, Yu Zhaojia found himself less favored. His movements were clumsy, and his physical responses sluggish, making him prone to errors during their escape. However, his sister's remarkable capabilities in procuring resources earned him the tolerance of the others. He crossed paths with several construction workers who had previously labored in Huading, and for the first time, he found common ground with others. He harbors a profound admiration for the grand landscapes of architecture as depicted throughout history, an obsession with contemporary structures, and a keen interest in the restoration of historical edifices. Apart from his sister, no one else acknowledges his inclinations. Even during their flight, she would make a point to procure such books for him to peruse. Those tomes, heavy and cumbersome, would be discarded once he had absorbed their contents. His sister remarked that he possessed a unique talent that set him apart from others, and that one day, he would undoubtedly shine brightly. After finishing his soup, Yu Chaojia embraced his swollen belly with satisfaction, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. I am full now and have finished my narrative." Yun Chen, perplexed, inquired, "But how do you know so much? You have merely skimmed through those books without any dedicated study." Nearby, a small white creature lay, barking, "Woof woof." Yu Chaojia, puzzled, responded, "Why must one read a book twice? Surely, one can remember after a single reading, much like a camera captures an image, imprinting it in the mind for retrieval when needed. How could that be possible?" Yun Chen regarded him with suspicion, wondering if he was deceiving her. Once Yu Chaojia concluded his explanation, she did not have the chance to ponder whether he had spoken the truth. Huading interjected, Yun, what he said mirrors your own words." Yun Chen fell silent, recalling that the will of the city also possessed a formidable capacity for learning and control. Huading affirmed, "Remember that." Yun Chen, who had always considered herself reasonably intelligent, felt somewhat disheartened today. In the vibrant city of Ahong 8, a well-educated individual has graced the modest town of Yunqing, infusing the atmosphere with a fragrant essence of culture. As Yunqing meticulously observes the city at its request, she gently caresses her chin, squinting her eyes while exhaling a long, contemplative sound through her nostrils. Huading inquires eagerly, "What do you think? Has my city transformed in any way? After learning about its history today, I feel particularly warm." Yunqing responds, "The patterns of your bud have indeed deepened." Huading interjects, "Did you just say Baozi, steamed bun?" Yunqing quickly denies, "I did not. You must have misheard." Huading playfully pinches the soft flesh of the girl's cheeks with 2 fingers, declaring, "You're deceiving me. You meant to say that I am a Baozi, didn't you?" Yunqing ambiguously retorts, "No, you little town should not tarnish my reputation." Huading releases her grip, still fuming, and insists, "I've told you many times. I am a bud, not a Baozi. I shall blossom in due time." Yunqing reassures, "It matters not. Even if you do not bloom, I shall not hold it against you." Huading emphasizes, "I will blossom, and blooming is what makes one beautiful." Yunqing muses to herself, pondering how this little town has become increasingly preoccupied with its image. Was it always such a vain place? Huiting then asks, has my pattern truly deepened? To which Yun Chen nods, trust in my discerning eye. I am a living ruler, precisely measuring distances. Huiting undoubtedly trusts Yun Chen. When she sets traps, she never requires measurements of distance. Her keen eyes serve as her instruments. With a contented smile, he remarked, brother, you know so much. I hope the tea house staff arrives a little later to fetch him. Mimicking Yun Chen's manner of address, he referred to Yu Zhao as brother Yu. Yun Chen nodded. He promised to share with us new insights into architectural history tomorrow. We must listen attentively. Huiting replied, I truly look forward to the day when I can fully comprehend the entire culture of the city. I wonder, what would my former city's architecture have looked like? Yun Chen lamented, I cannot say. I was born after the end of the world and have never witnessed the scenes from before. However, from the ruins of your buildings, I can imagine your city once boasted numerous towering edifices. Even though my memories are vague, I can sense their grandeur. Upon hearing her words, the little broken city smiled with unrestrained joy. As he drew the curtains, he said, it's time for you to sleep. You should hurry to bed. Yun Chen remained still, standing at the edge of the city, her expression uncertain. Huiting inquired, what troubles you? She took her hand gently. Is there something between us that cannot be spoken? After her words, silence enveloped the room. She looked up, her eyes reflecting the dark, bean-like gaze of the city, astonished by her. As she walked, she remarked, I listen earnestly, yet I cannot retain the information. Are you surprised? Am I truly as dull as you think? She continued forward, her irritation blinding her to what lay behind her. Behind her, greenery surged, with numerous vines extending towards her, entwining around her shoulders, chest, waist, and legs, rendering her as if seated in the embrace of the city. I was astonished that Huiting paused. Someone as astute as Yun could indeed feel foolish. His tone was exceedingly sincere and heartfelt. Yun Chen suppressed a smile, feigning composure as she replied, am I truly clever? I can hardly remember those years. Huiting responded with a simple acknowledgement, his demeanor calm. You have me, and I know what you know. For the things she did not grasp, he would patiently explain them repeatedly until she grew weary of hearing them, yet he would never tire of sharing. Leaning against the cityscape, Yun Chen listened as the small, worn city recounted the day's events in his melodious voice. In 1843, Huiting opened the port, introducing Western architectural techniques. She listened intently, repeating it in her mind until she could fully retain the information before allowing herself a brief slumber. Her eyelids grew heavier, and the cityscape beside her felt like a smooth, warm jade, prompting her to nuzzle against it even in her dreams. The vines gently cradled her, placing her into a hammock. The sheer curtains descended like layers of soft mist, obscuring her view of the cityscape. The green cocoon reformed, and Huiting too fell into slumber. As one person and one city drifted into the night, they fantasized of transforming into cultured individuals in their dreams. Yun Chen awoke early, her spirits lifted. Though she had faced some discouragement yesterday, it was merely a fleeting thought. She felt far more elated to have acquired a wealth of new knowledge. Even if she struggled to grasp the new concepts introduced by Yu Chaojia, she felt no fear, for the small, worn city would secretly offer her extra lessons, ensuring she would always comprehend. The delicate branches of the little broken city rested atop her head, swaying gently like tender grass. Upon their arrival in the courtyard, Yu Zhaojia had already awakened. He was attempting to connect with the tea house using a hand-cranked radio. The previous night, he had promised that each person would share the history of their city, and today he would provide a systematic discourse on the modern architectural history of Huiting. Yun Chen, the little broken city, stood obediently before the young man, subtly attempting to remind him of his commitment from yesterday. Yet, Yu Zhaojia's focus was entirely consumed by the radio. He was eager to relay the news to his sister and alert the tea house, urging them to remain vigilant. The radio emitted only the static of electrical noise. Yun Chen, feeling shy, hesitated to directly urge Yu Zhaojia to commence the lesson. After much contemplation, they resolved to engage in some activity to enhance their presence before him. Huiting extended two branches, playfully kneading his shoulder. Brother Yu, is cranking the handle exhausting? Would you like me to assist you? Yu Zhaojia paused in surprise, responding, no, I can manage on my own. With a soft voice, Yun Chen gently inquired, Brother Yu, what would you like for breakfast? Yu Zhaojia was further taken aback, utterly perplexed by Yun Chen and Huiting's sudden display of kindness. He replied, you should attend to your own matters. I am not hungry at the moment. Despite their thoughts that even trivial tasks like cranking the flashlight should not consume Yu Zhaojia's time, they felt unable to voice this sentiment directly. He could begin the lesson now, immediately, without delay. One person, one city. Even wishes to point at the clouds above and inquire of Yu Chaojia. Do you see this cloud? Does it not resemble the modern architectural history of Huading that you promised to share with us yesterday? Just as Yun Chen was about to speak, a voice emanated from Yu Chaojia's hand. Is it my precious Jiao? The tone was as gentle as flowing water, embodying the essence of Jiangnan charm. Yet, it seemed strained, the voice somewhat coarse compared to that of a woman. Yun Chen, feeling disheartened by the prospect of attending class, perked up his ears. Was that Yu Qingxia? The voice differed slightly from Yu Chaojia's description. With a blank expression, Yu Chaojia remarked, Brother, do not mimic my sister's speech. It is quite unpleasant. Call her over. As I have something very important to convey. The brother from the Cha family interjected. What about Huading? Allow me to greet him first. Do you not understand the rules? No matter how significant your matter is, it cannot surpass the bonds of our city's camaraderie. It is a rare opportunity. Let me speak with Huading. For the essence of urban spirits lies in mutual affection. Upon hearing this from the radio, Little Broken City felt somewhat bashful. Ignoring Yu Chaojia's protests, he addressed Cha's brother. Greetings, I am Huading. Please share more about your situation. Cha's brother soon joined in. His voice deeper and more resonant than that of his sibling, whose tone was far more vivacious. Yu Chaojia hastily interjected. No, please do not tell them. Yun Chen, perplexed, asked. Why not? Little Broken City, brimming with joy, divulged all his circumstances to the Cha family's spirit. After all, in the realm of urban spirits, everyone is a good companion, and there is nothing to conceal. Upon hearing this rationale, Yu Chaojia shook his head in disbelief. This was the embodiment of a brotherly feud within the city's spirit. The Tea House brothers, upon finishing their discourse, erupted into merciless laughter. Ha ha ha, Huading. Look at you now. After allowing you to reign as the elder brother for so long, it is we who hold the title now. We have no need for your greetings. How utterly trivial. The small city, yearning for a friendly salutation, seemed desolate. Vines crashed into the young girl, causing her chest to ache. It twisted and turned relentlessly, as if on the verge of tears. Yun Chen embraced the small city, glaring at Yu Chaojia and admonishing. Tend to your city spirit. Why such hostility? Bullying a child city is utterly excessive. Yu Chaojia retorted to the tea house spirit. Your actions will lead to my disgrace in Huading. I shall be unable to sustain myself here. The tea house replied. Your inability to thrive is of no concern to us. Yu Chaojia grandiloquently declared. What if you provoke Huading's ire and he casts me out of the city, leaving me to be devoured by malevolent spirits? The younger brother of the tea house responded, just the opportunity to seek a new city patron. Yu Chaojia was left speechless, covering his face as he wept softly. Yun Chen, while comforting the small city, also had to console the weeping Yu Chaojia. At that moment, a gentle female voice emanated from the radio. You too, cease your teasing. Jiar, do you have something significant to share with me? Yun Chen momentarily lost his focus. The tone of Yu Qingxia bore an uncanny resemblance to Yun Zhangshu, leaving him momentarily dazed. Yu Chaojia promptly informed Yu Qingxia about the existence of the nameless entity, the energy stones, and the slumbering state of the central continent as well. After a prolonged silence, the brothers from the tea house adopted a serious tone. The younger brother remarked, Is it possible for a specter to disguise itself as a human? Its aim appears to be the city's will, which would indeed pose a significant problem if it were to manifest. The elder brother cautioned, Huading, you have yet to recover. Please prioritize your safety. The elder then continued, Based on your descriptions, it seems that the nameless entity has previously been in your vicinity, attempting to induce slumber upon you but failing. During this period, did you happen to notice its presence? In unison, they offered, should you require assistance, we will encourage the residents of Huading here to aid you in restoring your former glory. Huading felt deeply touched by their words. Is that truly the case? He inquired. The brothers replied, No, it is not. Huading, feeling disheartened, turned away and buried his face in Yun Chen's embrace, seeking solace. The brothers continued, In fact, the statement no, it is not was the falsehood. Huading had lost faith in their words and ceased conversing with the duo. The brothers felt a twinge of regret. They had not anticipated Huading's character would evolve to be so amusing. Now was the perfect moment to tease him, for once he returned to his former self. Such opportunities would be scarce. Their banter was merely jest. If a city's will faced peril, the wills of other cities would undoubtedly rally to provide unwavering support. Among the 15 cities of Jiuzhou, none could be absent. After their playful exchange, a solemn atmosphere returned. The will of Zhongzhou has once again succumbed to slumber, and the nameless entity responsible for this remains elusive. It is highly probable that it has infiltrated various cities, capable of taking on human form. They cannot publicly disclose this information, as it would incite tremendous panic within the urban populace. Hence, they must conduct discreet investigations and implement preemptive measures. The specters arise from the depths below, a revelation they have only recently come to understand. This includes the emergence of new types of specters, which are critical pieces of intelligence. Yu Qingxia and the Tea House brothers expressed their gratitude to Xie Guanqing, promising to find an opportunity to reciprocate, though the matter of the energy stones was not mentioned. As the communication was drawing to a close, Yu Chaogai inquired, "Sister, when will you come to fetch me home? I cannot locate the vehicle you instructed me to wait for." Yu Qingxia gently replied, "I am aware you cannot find it, which is precisely why I did not leave the car there. The tea house is currently conducting investigations, and no one is available to retrieve you. For now, please remain in Huading and lend your support." She then addressed Guanqing, saying, "Greetings, Ms. Guanqing, Mr. Huading. My brother requires your care for the time being. Once we are free, I will arrange for a team to assist in Huading." "No problem," replied Guanqing and Huading, their eyes sparkling with eagerness to look after Yu Chaogai. Yu Chaogai protested, but Yu Qingxia interrupted. "Jiar, you have often remarked that Huading's architecture is a miniature history of world architecture, yearning to witness it firsthand. Is this not the perfect opportunity?" Yu Chaogai shook his head, regardless of whether Yu Qingxia could see him. "Yes, that is what I long to do, but sister, your safety." At that moment, Yu Qingxia's voice faded away. She had already departed. In the radio, the younger brother of the tea house suddenly exclaimed, "Fool, can't you see?" The elder brother replied, "Jar, the nameless one can disguise himself as a human, making it difficult to guard against him. In such times, the more populous the place, the greater the danger. In Huading, it is just him and his city dwellers, and judging by their manner of speaking, neither seems to possess any cunning. Here in Huading, you are safer and need not worry about being bullied." Qingxia considered this very point when she acted. How could she possibly harbor disdain for her beloved younger brother? Yu Chaojia felt profoundly touched. The city dwellers, however, were not pleased. The words of the tea house brothers were rather unappealing. What they termed sincerity and frankness could hardly be deemed lack of cunning. Their insight was abundant. The younger brother of the tea house concluded, "In Huading, our brotherhood has swiftly flourished into a thriving medium-sized city, thanks to Yu Chaojia's assistance. Treat him well. He is not a peculiar individual, merely possessing a different perspective from that of ordinary folk. Take care." The elder brother of the tea house echoed, "Take care." The communication ended. Yun Chen gazed at the somewhat dejected Yu Chaojia, cleared his throat, and stifled his heartfelt delight, saying, "Brother Yu, Huading will take good care of you. Although our conditions are modest, we will provide you with the best we can offer." Huading added, "Indeed." Yu Chaojia remarked, "It is indeed rather simple. But your cooking is delightful, unlike the meals my sister prepares, which could be lethal." Yu Qingxiao inquired about the culinary skills of Yu Go, to which Yun Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the simplicity of the situation and expressing the need for Yu Ji's assistance. The brothers from the tea house had just praised him, and she wondered what other talents he possessed besides his exceptional intellect. Before she could finish her thought, Yu Zhaojia scratched his face and shared his expertise in restoring historical and modern architecture. He elaborated that the restoration of historical buildings is inherently a challenging endeavor. However, with the support of urban will and energy, the process becomes significantly more manageable. Successfully restoring a representative structure can greatly enhance the urban spirit. The energy derived from restoring historical buildings surpasses that gained from modern restorations, which explains why the tea house can swiftly harness urban energy. Restoration consumes a considerable amount of urban energy, distinct from the external energy absorbed from energy stones. It is the energy inherent to the urban will itself, requiring no digestion or absorption, thus facilitating profound enhancement. By rapidly restoring iconic architecture, one can acquire substantial urban energy. When she employed urban energy to construct buildings, it did not deplete the urban reserves. She merely needed to understand how to design the structure, being clear about its form, framework, and materials. Huading also discerned this insight. As long as Yu Chaojia is present, they can incessantly restore the architecture and continuously enhance the city's vitality. The youth remained oblivious to the excitement concealed beneath the calmness of one person and one city, and continued, I do not believe I have made a significant contribution. I merely identified a flaw in the restoration of the buildings that aids in elevating the city's will. It was merely a matter of time before someone else would discover it, even if I had not. Why does the construction of buildings rapidly augment the energy of the city's will? Yun Chen asked, his features composed despite the tumultuous emotions brewing within. I understand that it is part of a culture, yet the other cultural offerings I am aware of seem incapable of achieving such an effect. She and the small broken city awaited Yu Chaojia's elucidation. Suddenly, Yu Chaojia declared, I have an urge to lick the stone. I feel the need to do so immediately. Please wait for me while I find a stone to lick. Yun Chen and the small broken city stared in disbelief as the youth wandered within the inner walls, ultimately pressing his lips against a wall, passionately licking it twice. What peculiar proclivity is this? One person and one city recalled that when Yu Chaojia first arrived in Huiding, he had exhibited similar behavior that very night, and they found it rather odd. He stated, I believe that by doing this, I can draw closer to the architecture, to comprehend them more fully and hear their whispers. If possible, I would even wish to become one of them, standing in a particular area or corner, quietly observing the transformations of the world. A fleeting glimpse of madness flickered behind Yun Chen's eyes upon witnessing Yu Chaojia's fervent expression. The fair-skinned youth resumed his foolish grin and remarked, the nature of a culture, the characteristics of a region, the essence of a society, and the spirit of an era will correspondingly manifest in its architecture. The edifices of a city chronicle its evolution from nothingness to existence, bearing witness to the vicissitudes of time, the myriad successes and failures, the cycles of prosperity and decline, and the bittersweet experiences of its inhabitants. His voice rose in fervor. The architecture of a nation reflects its overall condition and is intricately tied to its contemporary affairs. Architecture is an indispensable component of urban culture. For Huiding, Yu Chaojia viewed architecture as a unique facet of his city's cultural identity, and the completion of such structures held immense significance for him. Yun Chen and Huiding, brimming with anticipation, inquired, Brother, we shall heed your advice. When shall we commence the restoration of the buildings? Yu Chaojia gazed at them in surprise. As inhabitants of the city, to wish to restore its architecture, one must not only possess a comprehensive understanding of architectural history, but also a clear grasp of structural integrity, materiality, stylistic elements, and building typologies. Particularly concerning Huiding's historical edifices, it is essential to assimilate information from both the 9 provinces and all Western nations. Yu Chaojia elaborated. In terms of architectural styles, this nation alone has left behind classical revival, Gothic revival, Queen and revival, and Tudor revival styles in Huiding, alongside other iconic styles from various countries. You are aware that the architectural types in Huiding's modern structures encompass municipal facilities, fire stations, gas stations, stadiums, residences, apartments, villas, department stores, office buildings, hotels, post offices, clubs, museums, and libraries. For a child born in a post-apocalyptic world, many of these architectural forms are entirely foreign, devoid of any conceptual understanding. He speaks eloquently, listing numerous types: dormer windows, domes, porches, walls, staircases, beams, ceilings, grand entrances, fireplaces, wainscoting, hanging ornaments, partitions, and other architectural intricacies that demand attention. Do you comprehend their essence? If not, how can you envision the imagery and subsequently pursue restoration? Yun Chen's eyes glazed over. She had lost control over her facial expressions, her voice equally devoid of emotion. She murmured, Then, how can I possibly restore them? Yu Chaojia thumped his chest and declared, Allow me to impart this knowledge to you. Do you wish to learn? In this domain, I am undoubtedly a qualified instructor. Yun Chen struggled to muster a smile. Merely listening to Yu Chaojia's examples had already induced a headache. Would she be able to retain this information? In truth, she possessed half the lineage of an energy stone. If she exerted herself, consumed more, and infused a bit of energy into the small broken city, it would flourish as well. Honestly, she was reluctant to learn. What purpose would it serve? It seemed exceedingly cumbersome. Huiding inquired eagerly, Brother Yu, is my city's architecture truly that remarkable? Upon witnessing Yu Chaojia's nod, the small broken city's vines joyfully twirled in place. Yun, did you hear that? My city's architecture is exceptional. Indeed, despite the exhaustion that learning may bring, one must persevere. Is there anything that cannot be mastered, even at the cost of one's life? Vines entwined around Yun Chen's wrist. Her gaze softened immensely. As long as it brings joy to Huating, that is enough. Yun Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting the notes inscribed on the wooden board before her, while the gentle, guiding voice of Yuchaojia resonated in her ears. In truth, when selected to replicate certain iconic structures, much of the knowledge imparted by Yuchaojia the previous day was unnecessary. He had a tendency to intimidate her. In the 21st century, modern architecture in Huating boasted the most advanced construction techniques and materials of the time. However, due to the requisite processing technologies, manpower, geographical limitations, and the extent of my own knowledge, those structures remain beyond our current capabilities to replicate. Yun Chen nodded, acknowledging the constraints of urban will and the potential of city energy, which are inherently limited in scope. The little city also carried a stool, where the vine sat beside the young girl, embodying the diligent demeanor of a devoted student. In the 21st century, when the people of Jiuzhou think of Huating, they immediately conjure images of several notable buildings. Yuchaojia raised a hand. The Oriental Pearl Tower, which commenced construction on July 30th, 1991, and was completed on October 1st, 1994, stands 468 meters tall, making it the third tallest tower at the time of its completion, featuring a multi-tube structure with hollow tubes and diagonal supports. The Jinmao Tower, completed on March 18, 1999, is a tower-like building. The Expo Center. With each structure he mentioned, he'd been a finger down. The architecture he depicted is something Yun Chen has yet to witness in Huiting. Although there are still tall buildings, they are now crumbled and dilapidated, with no trace of those so-called iconic urban structures. If such iconic buildings were to be realized, they would undoubtedly infuse the city with immense energy. Yun Chen inquired, are we truly to reconstruct these edifices? Given the scale of the structures you describe, it seems a task that cannot be accomplished in a short span of time. Yet we shall endeavor. Huiting responded, indeed. Yuchaojia, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, you are rather optimistic. The examples I provided were meant to illustrate that, given Huiting's current state, even with the assistance of the tea house, replication is unattainable. Yun Chen retorted, yet you spoke so passionately just moments ago. Huiting asked why not. Yuchaojia surveyed the surroundings and answered, setting aside the issues of manpower and resources, the very atmosphere of the city is insufficient. The soft geology of Huiting makes it prone to building subsidence, and after the emergence of the specters, the geological conditions have undergone significant alterations. Such challenges cannot simply be remedied by piling foundations. The selection of sites for large structures is critical, and within the radiating area of urban energy, there are no suitable locations. Huiting nodded, for he and Yun Chen had approached road construction in the same manner. If Yuchaojia were concerned about the depletion of urban energy, it posed a dilemma for other city dwellers and the will of the city. But it was not an issue for him and Yun Chen. Yuchaojia pulled over a chair, while delicate flowers bloomed on the vines climbing the walls of the courtyard, their subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Nian emerging from the house with a turtle in its mouth, prompting him to shift his chair and sit across from them. Have you not noticed this issue? What? The speed at which urban structures decay following the emergence of phantoms is alarmingly rapid. Even in the absence of regular maintenance and repairs, buildings would not deteriorate at such a pace. Yun Chen has indeed observed this phenomenon, yet she remains uncertain if it constitutes a natural occurrence. It appears not to be so. Could it be attributed to the phantoms? These phantoms seem to be a newly emerged species intent on the annihilation of humanity, their actions seemingly directed against humankind, including the remnants of human presence and the culture they have created. It is rather repulsive. Humanity remains unharmed upon contact. Is the existence of phantom liquid intended to damage structures? The phantom liquid, in considerable quantities, has the potential to contaminate energy stones. Phantoms that exploit these energy stones can wield this new liquid to inflict harm upon the city's will. Yun Chen has made contact with the phantom liquid. Being partially composed of stone herself, she has not succumbed to contamination, though whether this is due to the nature of the liquid she touched or her inherent immunity remains unclear. As Yun Chen pondered over this, she was suddenly struck by a severe headache. She began to grasp the reasons behind the prohibitions against constructing buildings beyond the city's essence. The struggle between humanity and phantoms proves to be immensely arduous. Huating sensed the girl's abrupt shift in emotion. Extending a branch towards her hand, he gently inquired, "What troubles you?" Yun Chen shook her head and posed a question to Yuchaojia. "Are buildings constructed outside the city's essence susceptible to phantom destruction?" Yuchaojia nodded, recalling their previous endeavors at the tea house. Initially, they managed to construct a few buildings, But later, the new structures erected amidst the urban atmosphere barely survived 3 days. During that period, the books within the city began to vanish. Wait, when did Wuming first appear? Yun Chen inquired, shaking her head. She admitted her ignorance regarding the specific emergence of Wuming, only recalling when Sister Duan had discovered it. Was the deliberate destruction of human architecture orchestrated by Wuming? It seemed to be relentlessly dismantling human culture. A silence enveloped the two, as Yun Chen pondered further. She was aware of another matter. She had visited the area where the Spectre-S liquid had been left behind. Should they eliminate it? She regained her composure first. Her smile radiant. Let us stay positive. At least we are alive. As long as we live, there is hope. Hua Ting and Yu Chaojia were uplifted by her optimism. Brother Yu, to expand the coverage of the urban atmosphere, we need to enhance the small structure. Hua Ting suggested. Is there a simpler way to elevate his energy that we can construct immediately? Upon finishing her statement, Yun Chen noticed Yu Chaojia staring at her in a daze. Is something the matter? Hua Ting asked. Yu Chaojia reflected. I just feel that your conversation with my sister feels oddly familiar. We were once discussing the restoration of certain buildings. I rambled on extensively, and my sister urged me to propose something feasible that could be accomplished right away. The answer is yes. Such constructions are intricately linked to the daily lives of individuals and foster a unique urban culture that Hua Ting embodies. 60% of the residents of Huading have once lived such a life, immersed in this culture. Yun Chen and the Vine, Xiao Pecheng, listened attentively. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon, and having learned from Yu Chaojia that they would soon be able to commence repairs on the building, Yun Chen set her thoughts aside. Before delving into further knowledge, she needed to ascertain the condition of another matter. Yun Chen announced, I must step out for a moment. The Vine inquired, where are we going? She replied, to the watchtower. He asked, may I accompany you? Yun Chen glanced at the sky and shook her head. Your pace is too slow, bringing you along would waste time. Yu Chaojia, disheartened, watched the retreating figures of the girl and the Vine. He exchanged glances with Nianin, who was within the confines of the wall. For a moment, brother dog, could you bring your tortoise brother out for me to play with? Nianin responded, woof, woof. When the tortoise was once again retrieved from the fish tank, it bore an expressionless countenance. Whether it be this city, these individuals, or this dog, it would undoubtedly outlast them all. Absolutely. In the spring, the tree canopies were lush, and the vine swayed, shedding a leaf as the girl adeptly maneuvered through the forest. Before completely escaping the city's aura, Huading inquired, have you discovered anything? Yun Chen replied, nothing of significance, merely a lingering unease. Upon reaching the site of the former watchtower, she found it to be a ruin. The sunlight here was splendid, with no remnants of the spectral liquid on the surface. Upon closer inspection, however, she discerned semi-coagulated spectral fluid nestled within the crevices of the stones. She deliberately compared and discovered that the stones tainted by the spectral liquid were, relatively speaking, more fragile, prone to being shattered. Yun Chen murmured, it should be fine. Sister Du-Wan merely informed her that there was such a thing here, without specifying its exact location or appearance, only instructing her to disclose this matter to the cities will at an appropriate time, and solely to those deemed trustworthy. Is there any aspect of the cities that is untrustworthy? What constitutes the right moment? How is Sister Du-Wan faring now? Has she found the Nameless One? Is she safe at present? When they meet again, will she be able to converse face-to-face with Sister Du-Wan? Standing at the edge of the ruins, Yun Chen gazed intently without venturing inside. The air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds, and as she walked along the path, tranquility enveloped her. Interrupted only by the sounds of nature, Yun Chen relished the serene moments preceding the night, devoid of phantoms and the burdens of the day, as if it were not the end of the world. Yet soon, her peripheral vision caught sight of the dark mist surging from the earth. At that moment, she had entered the aura of the city, rendering her impervious to the specters. Confronting the grotesque apparitions, she could distinctly observe the patterns etched on their pallid skin and the glint of their sharp teeth as they bared their mouths. They elongated their arms, attempting to seize her, to tear her asunder. Yun Chen simply watched them in silence. Every 2 days, she would position herself at the brink of the city's aura, closely observing the phantoms. This was not only to prevent her courage from waning, maintaining a constant familiarity with the specters, but also to monitor their numbers and conditions, ever ready for any impending crisis. Their numbers had increased since the previous days. Yun Chen jested, is it because the human touch has become more pronounced here? Hua Ting nodded, contemplating the matters concerning the watchtower, yet hesitating on how to broach the subject. He sensed that something related to the will of Jojo lingered at the watchtower. Huating began, Yun, the watchtower. Yun Chen, with his hand resting on the vine, replied earnestly, Sister Du-Wan instructed me to disclose the situation only at the appropriate moment to a trustworthy urban will. Huating whispered, I understand. A tinge of grievance flickered within him. Yun Chen, in a state of distress, confessed, I am certain that you are the urban will I trust the most. I just do not know when the right moment will arrive. If Huating could have expressed his emotions with a gesture, his lips would surely stretch from ear to ear. In his excitement, he neglected to transform the voice of the city into something only one could hear. Huating encouraged, trust your instincts. Yun Chen countered, one cannot solely rely on instincts. Huating asserted, your instincts are remarkably keen. Yun Chen replied, do not flatter me so excessively. Huating declared, the Yun I admire is the most exceptional. The two playfully ventured into the city. Yu Chaojia, propped up with crossed legs, embraced his large dog while shaking his head in bemusement at Yun Chen and the little broken city. If it weren't for your youth, Huating being the urban will, from merely listening to your conversation, I would think you two were a pair of infatuated youngsters. The curious little broken city inquired. What does it mean to be in love? Yun Chen remarked, you, a child, should be curious about such matters. Why shouldn't he be curious? As the embodiment of urban will, he ought to learn everything. Upon hearing this, Huating applauded and asserted that whether human or urban will, one must maintain a spirit of inquiry. You asked this directly, the young lady might feel a bit shy. However, Yun Chen was not embarrassed. To demonstrate her lack of awkwardness, she explained to the small broken city that falling in love is a process of nurturing affection. And what is love? Huating inquired. Intrigued by the topic, Yun Chen earnestly elaborated. It is an emotion that exists between humans, and such feelings between the opposite sexes facilitate the propagation of humanity's offspring. The small broken city expressed understanding, realizing that love is indeed this. With a sigh, Yu Chaojia lamented, at your age, how can you lack even a hint of romantic fantasy about love? Yun Chen shot him a glance, challenging him to elaborate. In her youth, her mother had recounted beautiful love stories, most concluding with tragic sacrifices, leading her to believe that the protagonists were somewhat deranged. Once a life is lost, everything is gone. Yu Chaojia initially intended to provide some examples, but realized that in the current apocalyptic era, those tales lacked the empathetic resonance for those struggling to survive. You all probably don't wish to sleep now. Allow me to share with you about Huating's residential projects. Both the individual and the city turned their attention toward him. In the early days of Huating, the residential architecture known as Lilong or Shikumen emerged, blending the Western cultural influences that had recently arrived with the characteristics of traditional dwellings. This fusion gave rise to the unique Shikumen culture of Huating. Even in modern Huating, remnants of Shikumen architecture persist. The culture represented by Shikumen buildings reflects the lives of many Huating residents, for it embodies both humanity and history. After listening to Yu Chaojia's narration, the memories of Huating became clearer. As night fell, Yun Chen stood before the city's effigy, hearing the little broken city inquire. Would you like to revisit the memories of that day? The restoration of memory would diminish the fog surrounding the relevant architecture, perhaps aiding Yun Chen in comprehending the style of Lilong buildings. Without hesitation, she nodded, yes. The radiance emanating from the city's effigy was particularly gentle. Following the little broken city's guidance, she placed her hand upon the effigy. A flash of white light enveloped her, and her inner energy surged forth, irresistibly flowing toward the city's likeness. In the early morning, the alleyways bustling with activity were always lively. People washed clothes, cleaned vegetables, and carried water home. A pair of hands immersed in well water vigorously scrubbed clothes against a wooden washboard. Mom, why don't you call me? I'm going to be late for work. Yun Chen heard a familiar voice filled with complaint. As she initially explored the memories of Huating, she had followed that person, shifting perspectives with each movement. This time, her gaze remained fixed on the diligent woman. She resides in a narrow alleyway. The woman lifts her head, and Yun Chen follows her gaze. On the steps, benches are arranged, while children frolic around them. Below the steps, a well nourishes the inhabitants of this alley. A surrounding wall encloses this area, where the woman finishes washing her clothes, sets aside the communal washboard, and carries a metal basin away. The buildings in the alley are closely spaced. A slight shift to the left leads to a wall, and a slight shift to the right encounters another wall. The eaves extend outward, and looking up reveals only a narrow sliver of sky. After yesterday's rain, droplets mingled with mud fall onto her hand. She wipes the droplets on her clothing, muttering about the absence of salted duck eggs. Yun Chen follows her, observing her dwelling. This narrow passage conceals several small doors, one of which leads to her home. At the end of the steps, there lies a dark red threshold. She opens an iron gate, then a screen door, and finally a wooden door, entering her abode. Upon entry, she faces the living room, with a staircase to the right leading upstairs. This staircase, like the exterior passage, is so narrow that only one person can ascend or descend at a time. As she climbs, the surroundings gradually transform. Yun Chen stands before a door with an arched frame, gazing at the uniformly colored water brick walls. The attire of the figures within differs from modern styles. These new sights and figures are shrouded in a thin veil of white mist, perceived only through a barrier that obscures clarity. Is this a new memory of Huading? Yun Chen seems to have drifted into a beautiful dream. Upon awakening, she finds herself reclined on a vine hammock, snugly covered by a quilt. She leaps from the gauzy curtain, standing barefoot on the ground. With a few steps, vines extend toward her, cushioning her feet beneath. He deliberately extended the newly sprouted, tender branches. Huading remarked, "Walking without shoes like this will surely make your feet cold." Yun Chen trotted over to the small city, joyfully addressing the green cocoon that had opened before her. "Have you recalled any new memories?" Huading replied, "Just a fragment, those you viewed yesterday. Fortunately, brother, you left them behind." Yun Chen felt a genuine delight for the little city, noticing its transformations as she gestured toward it. "You've grown quite a bit this time, almost reaching 1.50 meters. Previously, your growth was gradual. It's rare to see such a sudden spurt overnight." Huading attributed this to the energy Yun Chen provided daily, infused with the warmth from her memories viewed the night before. The cultural content heard yesterday acted as a catalyst, enabling him to fully assimilate the energy he had previously accumulated along with the new energy Yun Chen had imparted. "In that case," Yun Chen declared proudly, "I bear the lion's share of the credit." Huading compared the current height of the little city, stating, "When you first arrived, you were about this tall." Yun Chen beamed, saying, "When I first came here, your vines were only this small." She formed a tiny circle with her thumb and forefinger, illustrating the thickness of the once slender vines of the little city. They had grown so much. During breakfast, unable to contain their excitement, Yun Chen and the little city shared this delightful news with Yu Chaojia, who promptly spat out a mouthful of water. Luckily, Yun Chen and the little city were quick enough to avoid being splattered with saliva. Yu Chaojia stared in disbelief and exclaimed, "Impossible. As I mentioned yesterday, how could you possibly transform into a medium-sized city overnight? Just how many energy stones do you both possess?" The fact that Yun Chen hailed from Zhengzhou was not concealed from Yu Chaojia. He was aware that Yun Chen had not been here long, and Huading had also only recently recalled his own name. Was it a year? A few months? Huading had resorted to various underhanded methods and had taken years to achieve the status of a medium-sized city. Huading was no longer the same as before. Now it was merely a small, dilapidated place with only a handful of buildings. How could it grow so rapidly? Yu Chaojia pondered seriously. "Huading, is your city's innate talent for rapid development?" The inherent talent of a city's would manifest before it reached the status of a medium-sized city. Observing the rampant vines throughout Huading, Yu Chaojia suddenly understood. "I see. The abundance of these vines means they are constantly absorbing nutrients underground. It must be linked to your swift growth." Yun Chen cast a sidelong glance at Yu Chaojia, realizing that this individual's conjectures were more far-fetched than her own. The small, shabby city timidly admitted, "I am not a medium-sized city. I do not even know what my city's innate talent is. Cursed be my insatiable curiosity. I am now desperate to uncover the nature of your city's talent and why, despite both being cities of will, your growth is so astonishingly rapid." Yu Chaojia slammed the table, declaring, "Enough with the food. Let's start building houses. If a city surpasses 1.5 meters, it qualifies as a medium-sized city. I wager that your city's talent is likely linked to this rapid growth." Upon hearing Yu Chaojia's assertion that by successfully constructing buildings from 3 distinct periods, the small, dilapidated city could potentially transform into a medium-sized urban center, the group was immediately invigorated. Yun Chen proclaimed, "We must strive to thoroughly comprehend the architectural framework today. Procure the necessary materials tomorrow and erect 1 building per day, hastening our evolution into a magnificent metropolis." She raised her fist in fervent enthusiasm, her voice brimming with excitement, revealing a hint of childlike exuberance. Nianin, inspired by her fervor, excitedly barked alongside. Woof, 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 howl. Huiting echoed, howl. Yun Chen, perplexed, queried what precisely constituted a medium-sized city. Both Yun Chen and Huiting were somewhat unfamiliar with this concept. Huiting had yet to reach the status of a medium-sized city, and his understanding of urban classifications had yet to develop. Under Yun Chen and Huiting's inquiries, Yu Chaojia elaborated in detail. The hierarchy of urban consciousness is categorized into 5 levels: small cities, medium cities, large cities, super-large cities, and megacities. The height of a city, akin to its essence, serves as the most intuitive representation of the elevation of its urban consciousness. A city measuring below 1 meter is classified as a small city. Heights of 1, 5 meters, 1, 8 meters, 2, 5 meters, and 3 meters correspond to the subsequent 4 classifications. The higher the level of urban consciousness, the broader the sphere of influence radiating from the city's essence. The radiating scale of a small city is below 500 square kilometers, while that of a medium city ranges from 500 to 2,000 square kilometers. A large city encompasses a radiating scale of 2,000 to 300 square kilometers, and an extra-large city spans from 300 to 400 square kilometers. The radiating scale of a supercity exceeds 4,000 square kilometers. Upon achieving the status of a medium city, in addition to the emergence of urban will, the urban ambience not only serves as a barrier against phantoms but also gives rise to various other functionalities. In medium cities, the crops cultivated and animals raised within the urban atmosphere experience a slightly accelerated growth rate compared to those outside. The higher the level of urban will, the more habitable the environment becomes for humans within the urban ambience, leading to an overall enhancement of both the environment and resources. Yu Chaojia raised his hand, causing the grayish-white dust particles suspended in the sunlight to sway in tandem with his motion. While you may have grown accustomed to such elements in the air, they may seem commonplace. In the presence of phantoms, the absence of these particles has not been quantitatively measured. Yet most individuals sense a change in the planet's magnetic field and gravity following their appearance. Cloud Chun consistently carries a compass in her pocket, in areas where phantoms linger. The compass needle oscillates erratically. Utilizing the compass to discern the proximity of phantoms is a survival technique she has learned since childhood, though she remains unaware of its precise origins. Cloud Chen is elated to discover that the radiating scale of the supercity can reach up to 4,000 square meters. Even if the state evolves into a megacity, the living conditions of humanity within its urban confines cannot be deemed satisfactory. Yu Chaojia only realized that Yun Chen was a native of the state. He had not elaborated on the specifics of the state's circumstances. This revelation left him utterly astonished. Why do you perceive the city of the state as the main entity? Yun Chen blinked at him, replying, because my parents are benefactors of the state's urban dwellers. They have aided them greatly, and the state holds a certain affection for me, allowing me to witness it. Yu Chaojia turned to Huiting and inquired, I suppose I have assisted you on a couple of occasions, haven't I? Huiting responded with an endearing sound of agreement. Mimicking his charming tone, Yu Chaojia asked, So, do you like me? Huiting hesitated for a moment before responding, I suppose I like you somewhat. What does somewhat like mean? Yu Chaojia beamed, adding, Since you like me, may I see your main entity? I am particularly curious about what Huiting's city looks like. After a brief silence, Huiting gently remarked, There is a replica of me beyond the bamboo grove. You may perceive the likeness of my main entity through it. Yu Chaojia immediately turned to Yun Chen, exclaiming, You see. Aside from the city's dwellers, they do not permit anyone else to gaze upon it. Yun Chen maintained a neutral expression, appearing remarkably composed. However, internally, she reflected that on ordinary days, it was merely her and the little broken city present, and she would articulate any thought freely. She recognized that she still lacked a measure of composure. Contemplating how to divert Yu Chaojia's attention, Huiting inadvertently stated, But you are not as adorable or attractive as Yun Yun. Yu Chaojia looked at him incredulously. Does the will of the city also favor beauty? Gaze upon my handsome visage and tell me, what flaw do you perceive in my appearance? Numerous young ladies from the tea house are quite fond of me. Yun Chen looked at Yu Chaojia, bemused by his wandering attention. By the time he resumed discussing matters of significance, he had completely forgotten about the peculiar sight of the state city. Yu Chaojia inquired, Where were we? Ah, yes, the vastness of a megacity, spanning 4,000 square kilometers, indeed feels substantial, does it not? He raised a finger. Take the state as an example. It initially covered an area of 160,000 square kilometers. The will of the city manifests as an entity, Yet the emergence of each separate city as a copy remains uncontrollable, as does the range of its radiating aura. The highest level of the cities is classified as a super-megacity. Yet whether the aura's radiating range will perpetually expand or remain limited is a mystery even to the city's will itself. In discussing this matter, we find ourselves at a loss. 2 decades have passed since the apocalypse, with malevolent spirits reigning supreme, unyielding and indestructible. Even with the assistance of the city's will, humanity continues to struggle for mere survival. To this day, no one has discovered a definitive method to eradicate these specters, and all live under a heavy pall of despair. Each person yearning for the arrival of a new miracle. Yu Chaojia smiled as he observed Yun Chen and Hua Ting, remarking, "You have not lived among other humans, so you cannot fathom the helplessness of those who cannot see the path to the future." Yun Chen replied, "If a person possesses sufficient faith, they can indeed create miracles." Those were the words left to her by Sister Duwan. She grasped the vine beside her, its tendrils entwining with her hand, both holding steadfast in their conviction. Yun Chen and the small broken city brimmed with vitality. They were acutely aware that upon reaching the city, the will of the place would inevitably transform, and they awaited this change with great anticipation. Yun Chen was particularly eager to witness the urban talents of the small broken city, followed closely by the atmospheric shifts that would expedite the growth of crops, as articulated by Yu Zhaojia. Would her potatoes ripen sooner? She had a voracious appetite for potatoes and sweet potatoes. They gathered a portion of materials intended for construction, placing them within the influence of the city's aura, before proceeding to make further preparations. In need of a new area to focus on the construction of this residential enclave, the small broken city separated a new urban replica. According to Yu Zhaojia, as long as the replica area contained historical architecture, the energy consumed to sustain it would not be substantial. Upon witnessing the position of Huading City resembling a new replica, Yu Zhaojia immediately transformed into a petulant child, distributing 3 lollipops to each person, while he himself received only 1, leaving him quite discontented. The bamboo forest city replica was harmoniously connected to the urban aura and the main essence. How fortunate that this newly separated replica could also align seamlessly. In contrast, the tea house was not so fortunate. Several replicas it produced were situated leagues away from their primary encampment. Yu Zhaojia reassured himself that this was merely due to the inherently small expanse of Huading. In the apocalypse, Huading spanned a mere 0.067 million square kilometers, while the tea house boasted approximately 100,000 square kilometers. Yu Zhaojia mused, increasingly convinced that the tea house was indeed at a disadvantage. Yun Chen remarked, "You good, do not lament like a child. We are all citizens of the 9 provinces. Regardless of which city excels, we shall undoubtedly assist one another in the future." Yu Chaojia replied, "I feel unwell. If I am distressed, I shall refrain from lecturing. I want candy, right now." Yun Chen and Xiao Pecheng exchanged glances. Some individuals, despite their towering physical stature, possess a psychological age that barely surpasses 8. Upon entering the room, Yun Chen retrieved her solitary lollipop, a sweet treat left for her by Sister Duwan. She placed the candy before Yu Chaojia, whose eyes sparkled with delight. With a gentle smile, Yun Chen casually set her belt on the table, alongside 3 survival knives and a set of hunting traps. As Yu Chaojia extended his hand towards the lollipop, he heard her say, "Brother, go ahead and indulge. Do not fear the dire consequences." She emphasized the word die. Nearby, the vine stood tall, exuding an intimidating aura, as if threatening to ensnare him. Was this truly a threat? Though they sought his assistance, their demeanor was rather ungracious. Was he someone who could be intimidated? In a fit of frustration, Yu Chaojia struck the table with his forehead, producing a loud sound, his brow tinged with red. "Sister Yun, Brother Hua, I apologize. I was wrong. I shall guide you step by step." Yun Chen and Xiao Pecheng looked at the young man in bewilderment. Wasn't he the one craving candy? Why was he now bowing an apology? Yun Chen merely reiterated the words left by Li Duwan. They paid little heed to Yu Chaojia's sudden change in demeanor. The intellectuals, often peculiar in temperament, yet the matter was not of great concern. The small, dilapidated town continued to stretch lazily, with vines reaching skyward, seemingly wishing to pierce the heavens. Yun Chen, using the belt laid upon the table, removed items before transferring them to a new belt. Yu Chaojia observed their actions, the throbbing pain in his forehead seeming to mock him mercilessly. He began to discuss the construction of the traditional lane houses. The earliest lane houses were of the early stone warehouse style, characterized by a conventional brick and wood structure, typically consisting of 3 or 2 compartments or 2 and 1 compartments, reflecting the influence of Jiangnan residential architecture, with exterior walls coated in lime. Another, simpler structure known as the Baisher Lane House featured a single opening and rose 2 stories, resembling the old-style houses found in certain regions of the Baihui. Its materials were akin to those used in the early stone warehouse style. Finally, there emerged the modern stone warehouse lane houses, whose structures transitioned from traditional to load-bearing brick walls, infused with Western stylistic elements. As Yu Chaojia narrated, he sketched the floor plans of the 3 distinct types of lane houses on paper. Once the floor plans were completed, he proceeded to illustrate the 3-dimensional structural diagrams, each depiction exquisite. Yu Chaojia gathered some materials and stated, "Let us first construct a model. Come, I need to ascertain the extent of your spatial awareness, computational ability, and macro control based on this structural diagram. What level of proficiency do you believe you can achieve?" Observing the houses here, he found their structures to be remarkably simple. Harboring little expectation, Yun Chen accepted the sheets of paper, flipping through them with a serious expression. In her new memories of Huiting, she vaguely recalled a certain style of lane house, her understanding of the wall's appearance becoming increasingly clear. Yun Chen possessed a remarkable talent for visualizing images in her mind. When she first encountered the feather strike in the cavern, she devised her escape routes through continuous simulations, repeatedly overturning and reconstructing them. She excelled at crafting traps, possessing a remarkably low failure rate, and often envisioned scenarios of prey triggering these traps in her mind. Simulating an entire building, both internally and externally, presented her with some challenges, yet it was not insurmountable. Yun Chen gradually opened her eyes, raising her arm as the city's energy flowed gently at her fingertips. A diminutive structure began to take shape slowly. Huiting stood behind the girl, and as the miniature architectural model emerged, his city illuminated in response. As if resonating with her creation, Yu Chaojia's astonishment grew as the entire residence materialized. Ecstatic, Yun Chen rose and proclaimed, "All right, let us proceed to find it." Yu Chaojia inquired, "By the way, how much city energy was consumed in that process? This could provide us with a rough estimate of how long it would take to construct a series of buildings." Yun Chen and the little broken city exchanged silent glances, realizing that the recent model had not only consumed no energy, but had also contributed a slight increase to the little broken city's energy reserves. This was something they could not disclose directly to Yu Chaojia. Despite their lack of guile, they could not afford to be as naive as Xia Fengnian, who indiscriminately revealed that he was merely a stone. Yun Chen reassured, "There is no need to worry about energy for now. We indeed possess some energy stones, which should suffice for Huiting to elevate his city to a higher tier." Yu Chaojia accepted her words with trust. He lowered his gaze to continue sketching the structural plans for other residences, as well as the layout for the entire housing complex. Both the individual and the city sighed in relief. Through the transparent, pristine window, Yun Chen and the city inside exchanged glances. Faced with those bright, sparkling eyes, a wave of guilt from lying to Yu Chaojia washed over her, causing a hint of embarrassment. After playfully squinting and sticking out her tongue in a cheeky grimace, she quickly turned her back to the cityscape. Huiting observed as the city slowly became tinged with pink. He was perplexed as to why Yun Chen appeared particularly endearing today. Huiting summoned the vines that lay hidden beneath the surface. The verdant serpents of foliage swiftly wriggled through the soil, intertwining with the trees, shrubs, and obstinate rocks that previously cluttered the area. In no time, all the obstacles that had been a source of exasperation for Yu Chaojia, which would have required additional city energy to clear, vanished, along with the depressions needed for foundation installation. Yu Chaojia gazed enviously at the vines. It had not dawned on him before, but now he realized that these vines were far more effective than any human effort or tools. Had it been in the pre-apocalyptic era, these vines would undoubtedly have been the backbone of any demolition team. Yun Chen utilized the city's energy to manipulate nearby materials, skillfully constructing a framework. With a mastery of her own energy flow, she and her small, dilapidated city worked in perfect harmony. Huiting's city energy flowed into her being, gentle and soothing, akin to a clear spring or a gentle breeze enveloping her limbs. This energy intertwined with her own, forming a more formidable force. A mere fraction of this collective energy sufficed for the construction of the entire building. The more they built, the more energy Yun Chen and her small city accumulated. Fortunately, Yu Chaojia remained oblivious, or else he would surely be infuriated. Observing from the sidelines, I noted that Yun Chen was able to continuously construct several houses in one breath. leading me to estimate that Huading possessed a considerable amount of energy stones. I felt a twinge of envy, but harbored no other thoughts. My initial purpose in coming to this place was to acquire energy stones, and after receiving the unnamed reward, my aim shifted to repaying Huading for his assistance. Yun Chen and the small town were industriously engaged in their work. Yu Chaojia, holding a small stool and a leaf umbrella, oversaw the overall structure of the buildings taking shape nearby. On the first day, they completed 3 early Shikumen-style houses. The appearance of the small town was merely a deepening of the bud-like patterns. For such simple residential constructions to provide substantial urban energy for the city's aspirations, they needed to manifest in a clustered form of habitation. The workload was immense. Yu Chaojia, being self-sufficient in daily living, lacked survival skills and consumed an excessive amount of food. Tonight, he devoured 2 out of 3 fish that had been cooked. Yun Chen and the small town observed him with blank expressions, pondering how he could eat so much without contributing. Yu Chaojia remarked, "In our Jiuzhou, we have the 4 great classics: Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, Water Margin, Dream of the Red Chamber, and Journey to the West. Yet, there are those who can recite them flawlessly. Today, I shall share one with you, and tomorrow, while you build houses, I will narrate tales alongside you. Which would you prefer to hear first? Anything works, whatever you choose." "Brother Yu," replied Yun Chen and the small town, their faces lighting up with joy. A cultured person indeed. It is only natural for someone of such intellect to consume more. Yun Chen snapped off the head of her fish and offered it to the young man, saying, "Brother, you should nourish your mind." Yu Chaojia beamed with joy, saying, "Sister, you are indeed very polite. Here, take this fisheye. Your discerning eye is commendable. You cherish it well." In a certain sense, he was akin to Yun Chen, a person who largely relied on intuition for survival, deftly treading the delicate line of others' patience. The following day, the two, along with the dog, continued their efforts to restore the building. Yu Chaojia maintained his playful demeanor, wielding a leaf-shaped umbrella. Seated upon a small stool, with a makeshift wooden mallet resting above his knees, he requested Yun Chen to fetch the tattered folding fan he had discovered, as well as a cloth handkerchief. With one hand caressing Nianin, he raised the mallet and struck it against his knee. A sharp cry of pain ensued, marking the beginning of their tale. From this day forth, he would narrate a long saga, the classic Journey to the West. Meanwhile, Yun Chen and the small city harnessed urban energy to embark on a new day's construction endeavors. The house completed the previous day stood nearby, adorned with a stone doorway, a thick wooden door painted in deep black, and high walls enclosing a vast courtyard. As Yun Chen raised his arm, the city's energy enveloped the building materials, the gentle breeze causing them to gradually morph in shape, with the wooden framework taking form. Yu Chaojia's voice began to resonate with the tale. In the sea of the proud nation of Aolai, within the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, there lies a mountain known as Huagua Mountain, where a miraculous stone resides. One day, this stone unexpectedly gave birth to a stone monkey. A shiver coursed through Yun Chen, as the imagery in her mind shifted, almost causing the structure to collapse. Vines gently draped over her shoulder, seemingly offering solace. As she listened to the story, she continued her work. Was Xia Fengnian, the energy stone, akin to the stone monkey from Journey to the West, springing forth explosively from within a rock. Once again, a cluster of energy crystals gradually takes on the semblance of a human figure. Yet, where shall it be confined, and what actions can she undertake? She discreetly touches the necklace hidden within her collar, feeling the energy stone in the ring emit a faint warmth. Suddenly, her gaze falls to the ground, her expression a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Just moments ago, she sensed the presence of other energy stones, moving beneath the earth. The number exceeds 1. However, that sensation vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Could it have been an illusion? Huading observed Yun Chen pausing in her construction and inquired, "What transpired?" Yu Chaojia also looked on in astonishment as Yun Chen was on the verge of speaking, but her words faltered. "I'll tell you tonight. It's a secret meant only for you." Yu Chaojia rolled her eyes, finding the dynamic between the two rather saccharine. As night descended, Yu Chaojia slept soundly in her bed, while Yun Chen and the little broken city stealthily departed from their stone abode and returned to the site of their daytime construction. Huading maneuvered the vines in the area and, after meticulous inspection, declared, "The underground condition appears intact. There are no signs of phantoms or passageways." Yu Chen rested her hand on her chin, questioning if she had misjudged the situation. She and the little broken city remained vigilant. And despite the establishment of new residential buildings in the vicinity, they uncovered no anomalies. With the dawn of a new day, while narrating a tale, Yu Chaojia could not help but inquire, Yun Chen, I've been meaning to ask you, why do you always carry a full set of travel gear within the city's atmosphere? Isn't it exhausting? Yun Chen glanced down at her laden belongings and then resumed her construction, replying, better safe than sorry. Yu Chaojia murmured, it is merely the two of us humans, neither nameless. And the specters cannot intrude. Children, do not bear too much pressure. It may hinder your growth. Huading let out a soft hiss, swiftly covering the young man's mouth with a vine. Yu Chaojia nodded, acknowledging, indeed, I had nothing to express moments ago. Secretly, he gave a thumbs up to Huading, who had saved his life. In this leisurely existence shared by the two, the residential buildings gradually took shape. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed, and the weather transitioned from a refreshing coolness to a slightly sweltering midday heat. The newly constructed buildings here stood in neat rows. With the addition of 7 or 8 more houses, Huading would achieve the status of a modest city. Yun Chen and the small broken town toiled diligently in construction. Their progress could indeed be swifter, with no need for rest. However, such haste might arouse Yu Chaojia's suspicions. No matter how plentiful the energy stones were, they could not sustain such rapid development. Yun Chen sighed, with brother Yu around, it is both good and troublesome. Huading nodded in agreement. Yun Chen gazed at the array of residences, each varying in opulence and simplicity, lamenting, it is a pity that so many houses remain uninhabited. Despite her words, a smile lingered on her face. Over the past half-month, aside from the initial days, she had lived quite comfortably, free from the looming threat of specters, focusing solely on constructing houses to enhance the strength of the small broken town. She sincerely hoped to continue living in such reassuring circumstances. As the strength of the small broken town increased, the energy within her own body also gradually augmented with each use, a positive cycle. Yun Chen scanned her surroundings, but did not see Yu Chaojia. She inquired, where has brother Yu gone? Vines pointed towards one of the houses in a row, leading to the building. Yun Chen frowned. That very house marked the location where she had sensed an energy presence a fortnight ago. Let us proceed and see what is happening, she suggested. Yu Chaojia was thoroughly pleased with the residential architecture he had replicated under his direction. With his hands clasped behind his back, he resembled a seasoned official, his chin slightly raised as he surveyed the surroundings with a discerning gaze. The traditional stone gatehouse welcomed visitors into a front courtyard. The eaves enveloped the space, and gazing upwards, one could observe the white clouds lazily drifting against the azure sky, akin to a magnificent natural painting. Flanking the front courtyard were side rooms. Directly opposite was the main hall, adjacent to which lay the secondary room. And further back stood a wooden staircase leading to the upper floor. Instead of ascending, he opted to venture towards the back courtyard through a side door. Yu Chaojia's peripheral vision swept across the surrounding objects. After merely a few steps, he retreated in puzzlement, halting before an opening. The aperture, approximately 60 to 70 centimeters in diameter, resembled a well deliberately excavated for water. Indeed, the back courtyard required a water source. Yet he seemed to have never mentioned it to Yun Chen, or perhaps he had but forgotten. He had visited the site yesterday, and this well had not existed then. Scratching his head in confusion, Yu Chaojia remarked, when did we come here today to dig this well? Could it be that someone came in the dead of night to excavate it? Approaching the edge of the opening, he sought to discern whether any subterranean water had emerged. The darkness within the hole seemed to absorb all light, an inky void that rendered even the most inquisitive gaze futile in revealing what lay beneath. Is it normal for a well to be so dark? It was not night. In broad daylight, how could one see absolutely nothing below? Suddenly, Yu Chaojia recalled something. What had Yun Chen said? That the specters emerged from the depths. A chill breeze wafted from the cave entrance, accompanied by a faint rustling sound. Yu Chaojia's complexion turned ashen, her body weakened, and she nearly stumbled into the abyss. In that instant, she felt a tight grip around her waist. Almost on the brink of screaming, she beheld familiar faces and thick vines. It was Yun Chen and Huading. The child, several years her junior, exhibited a composure greater than that of the adult. Moreover, the thick vines, which exuded an unmistakable sense of security, were even sturdier than two combined thighs. Yu Chaojia felt a surge of reassurance, pointing towards the depths and stammering, there seems to be something down there. Observing Yun Chen's intention to advance, she reached out to grasp her garment, but found only air. Anxiously, she cautioned, hey, don't go over there. It could be a specter. The vines gently lifted her, offering a soothing reassurance. You good, do not worry. Even if it is indeed a specter, it cannot enter here. Yu Chaojia clung to the vines, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Yun Chen had approached the newly revealed cave's edge. She detached a powerful flashlight from her belt, illuminating the dim cavity. The walls were smooth, reminiscent of the underground passages she had traversed countless times before. The light descended slightly, revealing the familiar specter fluid. As the beam tilted further downward, the cave revealed its profound depths, the bottom obscured from view. Yun Chen, ever prepared with a flare, proved the adage true. She snapped the flare in half and cast it into the cavern. A flicker of flame illuminated the surroundings, casting a crimson glow downward, striking a pallid, greenish head before sliding away once more. Yun Chen met the gaze of several specters, wide awake in the daylight. Upon spotting a human, they gaped, revealing the energy stones nestled within their mouths. These stones, once resplendent and crystalline, had succumbed to pollution, their luster diminished to that of an ordinary red rock. The specters, lurking at the cave's bottom, exuded a fierce malice that seeped outward. From her elevated position, Yun Chen scrutinized them intently. It was then she sensed the movement of energy stones beneath, a tangible presence rather than mere illusion. After a brief pause, she remarked, "Indeed, they are specters, just as before. This cave was not here yesterday. It has manifested abruptly. Can you still not perceive the passage?" Vines approached her side, responding, "It seems as though the perception has been deliberately severed. However, there is no corporeal form underground this time. They cannot taint me." Yun Chen contemplated for a moment before cheerfully suggesting, "Let us first continue constructing the house, transforming it into a medium-sized city. And then we shall devise a strategy to confront them." Huading agreed eagerly. The youthful figure beside them jumped in excitement. Yu Zhaojia, eyes wide with disbelief, countered, "You both are remarkably composed. This is a monstrous entity that has appeared directly within your domain." Yun Chen replied, "You? Did I not mention that Huading had encountered a cave with specters before?" Yu Zhaojia nodded, acknowledging the prior conversation, yet insisted the situation was different now. The cave had manifested within the city's sphere, posing a significant danger. Huading reminded, "You failed to mention that the cave has appeared right next to my city." Yun Chen suddenly realized and said, "Do not be afraid. Last time, there was no trouble near the city's edge, and this time it should be even safer." Hearing Yu Zhaojia's mention of the ghostly cave that had appeared at the city's border, he mumbled, 55, soaring 14. Buzzing. Buzzing. The pale-faced youth clutched the radio, crouching beside the large dog, his thighs trembling uncontrollably as he cast a troubled glance at Fong and the vine. They remained as composed as if they were mere machines, devoid of emotion, engaged in construction. Unable to suppress a sigh, he continued, "You too. Do you not find it strange? Ghosts only emerge at night. They slumber during the day. Yet, they awaken with eyes wide open, like two bells. Is that not frightening?" Yun Chen replied, "Have you seen the ghost in the cave again?" Yu Zhaojia responded, "But this person possesses an exceptionally vivid imagination. Alas, Brother Cha is causing trouble again, preventing us from making contact." He gazed vacantly at the ground, pondering, "Am I to perish here?" Huading remarked, "It's merely one cave. Brother Yu, do not be so timid." Despite this reassurance, both Yun Chen and the small broken city felt considerable unease. This cave presented a situation distinct from the previous one. The protective range of the city's wall could encompass the surface and a little below. Yet this cave had emerged directly, and the vines of the small broken city could not even reach down to investigate. It was troublesome, as the source of this change remained unknown. Yu Zhaojia continued to stare blankly, mechanically adjusting the radio in an attempt to establish contact with Cha's residence. The specters within the cavern, imbued with the essence of energy stones, manifested briefly before swiftly departing, seemingly with the sole intention of merely creating a hole. There is certainly a sinister plot afoot. Yun Chen and the diminutive broken city proceeded with their plans to continue the construction of their dwelling. To their astonishment, they discovered that the energy expenditure required for building was comparable to the consumption incurred when constructing at a distance from the city's atmosphere. This shift in energy dynamics transpired following the emergence of the cavern. Given this energy consumption rate, they could construct at most one house per day. Yun Chen could not help but wonder if these specters intended to prevent the broken city from evolving into a proper city. Despite the high energy expenditure, they still possessed a reserve of energy stones. Yu Chaojia, upon seeing Yun Chen and the vines heading towards the stone abode, promptly followed, muttering, You two should refrain from running here during such perilous times. The allure of the city is strong, yet preserving one's life is paramount. We can always plan to build elsewhere. Yu Chaojia paused, then quietly inquired, "Aren't you both planning to stay?" Yun Chen smiled at him. "It's far too dangerous." Yu Chaojia exclaimed, "You acknowledge the danger, yet you remain so composed." He continued, "You could seek refuge at the tea house. The hosts are warm and welcoming. You and your sister can live comfortably there, and once you contact her," Yun Chen interjected, "You go. Please refrain from speaking. I will make my own decisions." After a moment, she turned to the young man, earnestly asking, "If your city will encounters peril, would you abandon it?" Huiting remained quietly attentive throughout, with his branches standing obediently to the side. Yun Chen entered the room and ascended the stairs to retrieve the energy stones she had left with the small broken city. There remained a considerable number of energy stones, which she arranged beside the city statue, hoping they would suffice. Huiting spoke in a voice only Yun Chen could perceive, a sense of foreboding creeping in as she felt the presence of malevolent spirits. The initial emergence of these spirits occurred here and now. As the city awakened its innate abilities, they returned to thwart its progress. It seemed they would go to any lengths to prevent the awakening of the city's potential. "You may first visit the tea house." Yun Chen was instinctively aware, as was the city's will, of similar intuitions and perceptions. Suddenly, a resounding knock struck the statue. The eyes of Huiting's statue, resembling two glossy beans, brimmed with indignation. It reproached Yun Chen. "How could you strike me? You are the one deserving of a blow, to rid yourself of those inexplicable thoughts." Yun Chen retorted in frustration, "Why did brother you say such things? He will not abandon you. He will always be by your side. If the malevolent spirits prevent your transformation into a great city, then you must immediately become one to show them. There are only a few buildings left, and the energy infused by these stones should surely be sufficient." Inspired by her words, Huiting responded with a firm hum. Yun Chen gently caressed the statue, offering comfort while also encouraging herself, "We will prevail." Just as she was about to turn away, she suddenly heard a faint rustling sound. A slender vine reached towards her, its tips swaying. With a pop, a delicate flower blossomed. A smile illuminated Yun Chen's face, and the bean-like eyes of Huiting's statue transformed into two joyful arcs. Yun Chen once again made her way to the site of the house construction. Yu Chaojia trailed behind her, murmuring an apology. "I shouldn't have spoken so thoughtlessly earlier." Upon reflecting, if the brothers from the tea house encountered such a situation, I would never abandon them either. Yun Chen replied, "You are the one who should apologize." Without hesitation, Yu Chaojia turned to Huiting and expressed his regret. However, Huiting seemed entirely unfazed. Yu Chaojia shook his head, insisting, "No, as an adult, I cannot leave you, a child, all alone in this predicament." He was concerned, yet felt powerless to assist with the unfolding events. Upon hearing about the emergence of the pit, the energy dedicated to the construction surged exponentially. Their initial entry into the house was solely to replenish the energy stones. Yu Chaojia was simultaneously terrified by the unknown horrors of the pit and pained by the waste of the precious energy stones. Yun Chen and the small broken city were busily engaged in the construction. Yu Chaojia kept his distance, mechanically charging the flashlight. The radio remained switched on. Suddenly, a piercing crackle erupted from it, startling Yu Chaojia so much that he nearly dropped the device, scrambling to catch it. "Hello? Hello?" he called out. It was Yu Qingxia on the other end. "You've been trying to reach me. What has happened?" In a state of panic yet maintaining clarity of thought, Yu Chaojia recounted the events of that morning, asking, "Sister, what should we do about this?" Yu Qingxia chuckled lightly. "You've grown quite a bit after your outing. Maintain your current composure. Do not let the chaos and selfishness of the apocalyptic world sway you. The tea house has completed its initial investigation and is organizing a team to assist us." Yu Chaojia beamed. "That's wonderful. Thank you, sister. I will go inform the two of them right away." Yu Qingxia remarked, "Do not rejoice too soon. We cannot guarantee the number of participants. The perilous situation at Huiting has been made clear to everyone. Only those who volunteer will be selected." Yu Zhaojia, slightly disheartened, replied, "Such individuals will surely be few." He quickly regained his composure, adding, "As long as someone comes, it is sufficient." Yu Qingxia responded, "As long as you comprehend." Upon hearing the familiar voices of mischief, Yu Zhaojia expressed his confusion. Why are these two brothers so quiet today? Do they not detest Huiting? They are not causing any trouble despite hearing about the assistance needed. The younger brother from the Cha mansion scoffed, "You utter fool." The elder brother quickly followed, You are nothing but a dim-witted donkey with a mind full of mush. Yu Zhaojia. The Cha brothers simultaneously stated, with Huading so close to us, if something truly happens there, will we not be the next in line? It is impossible to establish contact with Zhejiang. One can never predict whether they will awaken or face a situation akin to Huading. Is this the time for mischief? Are you fools? After concluding their communication, the Cha brothers hurled another insult, simply a bunch of foolish fish. Yu Zhaojia had long grown accustomed to their taunts. He paid them no mind as he rushed towards a person in a city, stumbling twice along the way before delivering the news. He casually stated, "Your situation is indeed perilous. Sister cannot assure how many will come. It may not be many. The number of survivors from the Cha mansion is quite limited." Yun Chen and Huading involuntarily halted their actions. Their expressions were a blend of astonishment and deep emotion, intertwined with disbelief, which rendered Yu Zhaojia quite uncomfortable. Prompting him to exclaim, "Could you two refrain from displaying such saccharine gestures? It's giving me goosebumps." Tingman embraced Yu Zhaojia and spun him around several times. Huading expressed, "Thank you. I am truly delighted." Yu Zhaojia could genuinely sense Huading's joy, to the point where it nearly overwhelmed him. When Tingman finally set him down, his steps were unsteady. Without Yun Chen's support, he might have knelt before them. Yu Zhaojia weakly remarked, "This is what you call repaying kindness with enmity." Little Broken City interjected, as Yun Chen struggled to suppress a smile. "So, shall we continue with the renovations on this house? Let's first gauge the number of people. City energy is indeed precious, and we should avoid waste whenever possible." To prevent any misunderstandings, Yu Zhaojia elaborated, "Rest assured, we are here to assist without seeking any of your energy stones." Upon hearing this, he noticed the astonished looks exchanged between Yun Chen and Little Broken City. Yun Chen and Little Broken City exclaimed, "What? Is that even a possibility?" Yu Zhaojia pondered, "Did they even reach this level?" Yun Chen and Little Broken City gazed expectantly. According to Yu Zhaojia, the journey from the tea house to Huading took approximately 2 hours. They awaited along the same route Yu Zhaojia had taken. This method could likewise enhance city energy, albeit in lesser quantities. Yun Chen observed the ground's pebbles vibrating and lifted her gaze. In the distant horizon, a military green truck slowly approached. As the vehicle drew nearer, the features of the individuals seated in the front and passenger seats became increasingly discernible. Yu Zhaojia, brimming with excitement, rose to his feet and pointed at the woman driving, exclaiming, "Sister has arrived too." Yun Chen gazed in utter shock at the familiar visage occupying the passenger seat. Uncle Meng, a tall figure with a square face and a high forehead, standing nearly 2 meters tall, adorned with a faint stubble, exuded an air of steadfastness and righteousness. It was indeed Uncle Meng Ranlan, who had always treated Yun Chen with great kindness. Why was he aboard the truck from the tea house to Huading? Uncle Meng. Upon hearing Yun Chen's call, Huading shifted from surprise to alarm. She recalled Sister Du Wan mentioning that the city dwellers of Zhongzhou had been replaced by an unknown impostor, leading to the city's devastation and subsequent disappearance. Yun Chen too pondered this unsettling thought. Observing the somber expressions on their faces instead of joy, Yu Zhaojia inquired, "What's wrong? Is it because I just mentioned the energy stones? We at the tea house certainly wouldn't covet your energy stones." Yun Chen interjected. "Who is that middle-aged man?" Yu Zhaojia replied, "That is Uncle Meng. He previously visited our tea house and rendered considerable assistance." Yun Chen pressed on. "When did he arrive at the tea house?" Yu Zhaojia, perplexed, asked, "What's the matter?" Yun Chen, now cautious, remarked, "He looks exactly like the city dweller I know from Zhongzhou." At that moment, the tea house truck came to a halt before them, and Yu Qingxia, seated in the driver's position, opened the door and leapt out. Her brows and eyes bore a striking resemblance to Yu Zhaojia, exuding a gentle charm. And her movements were particularly nimble. Upon disembarking, she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "We have arrived at Huading." From the truck's cargo hold, nearly 20 individuals emerged in succession, a mix of ages and genders, some gazing wistfully at the land before them. Among them were 6 older individuals, former residents of Huading from the time before the apocalypse. The man in the passenger seat also disembarked. Yu Qingxia, leading the group, was about to greet the residents of Huading when she noticed the young girl and her simple-minded brother eyeing Meng Wu with suspicion. Yu Qingxia felt no displeasure. She sensed that there must be a reason behind their wariness and promptly inquired about it. Upon learning that Meng Wu and Meng Ranlan, a resident of Zhongzhou City, might be the same person, she too was taken aback. She instructed the others to wait in the truck. The Meng Ranlan mentioned by Yun Chen was the same Meng Wu known to the Yu siblings. At that time, He had sustained severe injuries, his abdomen had been brutally torn open, and his head had suffered a considerable blow, leaving him barely clinging to life. The doctors at the tea house had declared that, given the medical resources available in the apocalypse, there was no hope for his survival. They could only tend to his wounds and leave the rest to fate. His willpower was formidable, and he managed to endure the brink of death. However, once he recovered, he retained none of his previous memories and showed particular kindness toward Yu Qingxia, the one who had saved his life. He was rescued at the tea house in 2025 and stayed there for 7 years, during which he dedicated himself to assisting in its development, earning the admiration of many tea house residents for his significant contributions. Yu Qingxia inquired, "Are you certain he is Ming Ranlin?" Yun Chen nodded and shook her head, reflecting that this man bore an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Ming from her memories. Uncle Ming also bore a similar burn scar on his arm, precisely in the same location. According to her and Sister Du Wan's conjecture, the nameless figure who replaced Ming Ranlin and Zheng Zhou likely took his place after she sensed something peculiar about him. Notably, this occurred in 2025, the very year Yun Zhong Shu passed away. In that same year, the gravely injured Meng Wu was rescued at the tea manor. The urban talent of Zhong Zhou might be teleportation. Both she and Sister Du Wan were transported there from Huatian. Sister Du Wan landed in the same vicinity as her, and thus the cloak she had inadvertently acquired ended up in Sister Du Wan's possession. Yun Chen had been discreetly observing this familiar middle-aged man, uncertain whether he truly was Meng Ranlin or perhaps the nameless one. He noticed her gaze and offered a warm smile, seemingly unconcerned with her scrutiny, embodying the demeanor of a benevolent elder who embraced all. A wave of nostalgia washed over Yun Chen, bringing a sudden sting to her nose. It was indeed the Uncle Meng she had known. Even in the absence of memories, he remained exceedingly kind to her. Yu Qingxia remarked, "I am uncertain if Uncle Meng is the city dweller from Zhongzhou, but based on your method of discernment, I can assure you he is not the nameless one. If the will of the city were to fall into slumber, the markings on its dwellers would vanish as well." Previously, even the Yu siblings had not observed any semblance of such markings on Uncle Meng. She continued, "If you remain apprehensive, I can have him solve a mathematical problem in your presence once more." Yu Chaojiao waved his hand and said, "Sister, instead of just talking, why not bring each person a set of questions for them to complete? This way, we at Huiding can rest assured." Yu Qingxia remained silent. She had grown accustomed to being led astray by her younger brother, under the guidance of the paper and pen provided by Yun Chen, and the mathematical problems supplied by Yu Chaojia. They indeed each tackled a set of math questions. Uncle Ming commented, "Thanks to you two siblings pressuring me to study alongside you in the past, I can now prove my humanity." He extended his hand to Yun Chen. "Hello? I apologize for my lack of recollection, but we can get to know each other anew. I have heard of your remarkable endeavors. You truly are an exceptional young lady." After shaking hands with him, Yun Chen leaned against the vines of Huiding and softly remarked, "Uncle Meng is still alive." The branches silently entwined around her hand, gently caressing it. Alongside Yu Qingxia and Uncle Meng, there were a total of 21 individuals at the tea house, 6 of whom were original residents of Huiding. Upon witnessing the desolate city, they expressed their sorrow. When they beheld the alley residences constructed by Yun Chen and her companions, one individual could not help but raise his hand to wipe away tears. "Old Qin, what are you doing?" The man referred to as Old Qin was named Qin Zhongwei. He raised his thumb and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, saying, "It's nothing. That alley over there, I used to sweep that area. It looks just the same, exactly like that." Yun Chen and Huiding turned to look at him, recalling the familiar voice. In Huiding's memories, he had once been elated over his daughter's admission to one of the 4 prestigious high schools. His daughter noticed Yun Chen's gaze and offered her a slight smile. "My father is rather easily excitable. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Qin Haohao." The others were merely there to lend a hand temporarily. They had no intentions of staying in Huiding. They simply introduced themselves before promptly getting to work. The tea house had previously engaged in similar rapid construction projects, and each of them was quite adept with their hands. Observing their swift movements, Huiding felt inspired. He summoned his own vines to assist in the efforts. Once the structure was complete, Yun Chen harnessed the city's energy to fill in the framework. The disparity in energy consumption between constructive work and complete filling is significant. The former requires considerably more energy, while the latter necessitates far less. Huiding looked down from above, filled with joy. His happiness was such that each vine could not help but bloom with small flowers. Each blossom was unique, and he hoped that everyone would notice and commend the beauty of the vines. Unfortunately, They were all too preoccupied with their tasks to pay attention to his blossoming. Perhaps they deemed the flowering of the vines a commonplace occurrence, not worthy of notice. Since Huiting awakened with self-awareness, it was the first time so many humans had gathered in the area. Words could scarcely convey his delight. Upon seeing everyone, he originally intended to greet them warmly. However, due to shyness, he hesitated for quite some time. Just as he was about to say hello, encouraged by Yun Chen, he overheard the quiet discussions among the humans. Would Huiting City will be like the Tea House brothers, playing pranks and causing trouble all day long? He would not. He was exceedingly well-behaved. I surmise that Huiting, once a grand metropolis, possesses a character that is both aloof and taciturn. It is likely that, akin to the people of Huiting, there exists a certain disdain for those from other locales. You ought to reconsider. The individuals you speak of are merely a subset of Huiting's populace. By your reasoning, one might conclude that our tea house revels in mischief and internal strife, as if we too are embroiled in such discord. In this post-apocalyptic era, newborns are blissfully unaware of the myriad cities that once thrived, yet you persist in perpetuating antiquated prejudices. I merely wish to express that when Qingxia announced her intent to assist Huiting, I was the first to volunteer. The plight of Huiting is indeed dire. Once a flourishing city, it now lies unrecognizable. Listening to their conversation, Huiting refrained from interjecting, for his current disposition must surely disappoint many. As the blossoms on the vine slowly closed, nearing their withering point, he glimpsed a young girl toiling with determination. Huiting's spirit brightened. All he needed was for others to witness his inherent goodness. The flowers blossomed anew, and the city warmly embraced every visitor, hoping they might sense its benevolence. With the gentle caress of the spring breeze, Huiting noticed two new structures rising, and he waved the vines to enliven the atmosphere. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an individual. As the breeze tousled the hair, it parted slightly, revealing a faint pattern upon the scalp. He promptly relayed this observation to Yun Chen. "Uncle Meng, could you please come here? I have a matter of inquiry." Yun Chen's call attracted the attention of others nearby. "Meng Shu, wait for me for a moment." He approached Yun Chen, his towering stature imposing and formidable. Considering Yun Chen's relatively modest height, he slightly bent his knees and inquired, "My dear, what brings you to me?" Yun Chen asked, "May I take a look at the top of your head?" Though it was quite inappropriate to allow a woman to touch his head, Meng Shu, captivated by the yearning in her eyes, felt an inexplicable softness in his heart, and replied, "You may see." Meng Shu lowered his head. Yun Chen reached out, swiftly parting his hair, and indeed, she discerned the pattern spoken of by the small town. This design. Others speculated about the unfolding events as the Yu siblings approached. Curiously, Meng Shu asked, "Little girl, what is it that you are so eagerly searching for in my hair?" Yun Chen turned towards the Yu siblings, her hand resting atop Meng Shu's head. Under their watchful gaze, she sifted through his thick and abundant hair as one would leaf through a book, revealing the pattern of a scroll coiled on his scalp. The colors were exceedingly dim, nearly fading away, yet they persisted resiliently. Yu Qingxia and Yu Chaojia observed it distinctly. Yun Chen remarked, "It is the mark of the city's dwellers." Meng Shu was indeed Meng Ranlin, and the will of the Central Plains had not entirely succumbed to slumber. "So, am I truly the Meng Ranlin you speak of?" Upon hearing of the mark of the city's dwellers nestled within his hair, Meng Shu's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. Clearly not expecting to be identified as one of the dwellers of the Central Plains, he queried, "Isn't this merely a tattoo, rather than the mark of the city's dwellers as you claim?" Yun Chen and the Yu siblings simultaneously refuted the notion. The emblem of the city dwellers, as well as the city will, can be perceived with unwavering clarity. Yun Chen harbored inquiries he wished to pose to Meng Ranlin, yet he found himself devoid of answers. The figure before him, Uncle Meng, was both Meng Ranlin and not Meng Ranlin. He had lost all recollection of his past life as Meng Ranlin, retaining only fragmented memories from his years spent at the tea house and the innate instincts of his original body. He inquired whether there existed a possibility for Meng Ranlin to regain his memories. Yu Qingxiao remarked, "It is difficult to ascertain. Uncle Meng suffered a head injury. It is a miracle that he regained consciousness at all. He may suddenly recover his memories one day, or he may never do so throughout his life." Yun Chen sighed softly, only to be startled by a gentle touch upon his head. A broad hand caressed his hair, and he heard Uncle Meng's voice. "Young lady, sighing too much may hinder your growth. When you have time, share with me tales of the past. Perhaps it will spark some memories within me. You must know of my past, for your visage feels familiar." Yun Chen nodded and called out, "Uncle Meng, uncertain of how to approach him. Suddenly, Hua Ting spoke in a tone audible only to the few present. The emblem of the city dwellers remained, and the central state had not succumbed to slumber. Yun Chen expressed his confusion. Sister Du Wan clearly stated that the central state had fallen into a deep sleep. Yu Chaojia speculated. Could it be that the central state is merely preserving its strength? Their conjectures proved futile. Regarding the plight of the central state, they were powerless to assist. The distance from Zhangzhou to Huiding and Chafu, even by the last bus, requires a journey of 6 to 7 hours. This merely pertains to a specific region of Zhangzhou. The vast expanse of Zhangzhou leaves them unaware of the exact location of the city that embodies its spirit. Only 2 individuals possess this knowledge. The gaze of the crowd falls upon Yun Chen and Uncle Ming. The former was transported here by Zhangzhou and had never previously ventured beyond its borders, thus remaining oblivious to the precise geography of the area. As for the latter, he retains no memories at all. Yun Chen holds but a fleeting impression of the Zhangzhou he once knew, where walls of a city stood. I say, you lot, you brought us here to work. So don't laze about. The crowd turned to see Qin Zheng, hands on hips, standing atop a rise, looking at them with exasperation. These individuals had been whispering among themselves for what felt like an eternity, yet it had only been half an hour. Yun Chen urged, let us focus on the task at hand. Everyone resumed their labor. By evening, they had constructed 2 additional houses. The exertion had taken its toll, and they sought a patch of ground nearby to rest, lighting a bonfire to prepare food for sustenance. Considering that only Yun Chen could gather supplies from Huiding, and recognizing the limitations of his solitary provisions, Yu Qingxia had brought her own food and daily necessities from Chafu. Consequently, despite their modest numbers, they had also arranged for a medium-sized truck to come along. Yu Chaojia, upon learning that they had brought their own food, felt a twinge of regret. The roasted chicken Yun Chen made is quite delectable. You're missing out. Yu Qingxia replied, I brought you some meat buns. Hearing of the meat buns, Yu Chaojia could hardly contain himself, eager to dash into the truck. Amidst the laughter of the others, 5 buns were taken. Yun Chen was astonished to receive 2 for himself. During the meal, Huiding quietly confided in Yun Chen that they had exhausted the energy stones prepared for their construction endeavors, and that forthcoming efforts might necessitate drawing upon the energy within their own bodies. Huiding felt a twinge of concern, as he had only ever absorbed Yun Chen's energy, and they had never directly utilized it in such a manner. Yun Chen offered him reassurance, stating that it was not a significant issue. Yu Zhao, with his cheeks puffed full of steamed buns, inquired, what do you mean by not a significant issue? Yun Chen raised the bun in his hand, remarking that its flavor was not on par with those he had savored in Zhangzhou. Uncle Ming suggested, since everyone is currently at leisure, perhaps we could discuss Zhangzhou. Unless you would prefer not to. The others continued to eat quietly, their ears perked in anticipation. Yun Chen did not mind sharing, explaining that he had only lived in a specific region of Zhangzhou and had not ventured to other areas like many others had. He described how the people of Zhangzhou worked and dined collectively, with each individual receiving a regular allocation of necessities. Once depleted, they would have to wait for the next distribution or seek to borrow from others. There existed a tall trading building where individuals could barter goods. Everyone, except children, could join resource-seeking teams, as the manpower in Zhangzhou was insufficient. Those who did not participate in resource teams were still expected to contribute. Some took risks while others labored in the city, engaging in activities such as farming, weaving, and toolmaking. Yun Chen did not see the need to dwell on the minor grievances encountered, as they constituted merely a fleeting fraction of one's life. He then asked, have you ever tasted the braised noodles and spicy soup from Zhangzhou? They are truly delectable. The exquisite flavors of hula tang and the delightful texture of the braised noodles rendered the buns in my hand insipid by comparison. Upon hearing about the food, Yu Chaojia's eyes widened with eagerness, and he said to Yu Qingxia, sister, I too wish to indulge in these 2 delicacies. Yu Qingxia gazed at him tenderly, implying, let your imagination wander. Qin remarked, I once had hula tang in my childhood. I recall that the couple from whom we rented our house were natives of Zhangzhou. At that time, I found the flavor quite unfamiliar, and later, when I wished to savor it again, the opportunity had vanished. Yun Chen nodded vigorously, admitting that he too was unaccustomed to its distinct taste during his first encounter. The atmosphere grew palpably quiet as everyone instinctively paused their eating and drinking. The experience of having meager meals was not foreign to anyone. It was a memory from times of fleeing, rather than during their lives in the city. Was it this young girl who had suffered in Zhangzhou, or was the development of Zhangzhou truly abysmal? Yu Chaojia murmured, it's a colossal city. Yet why is it in such dire straits? Yuqingxia's gaze towards Yun Chen softened further. Yun Chen, inexplicably the recipient of the collective sympathy from the tea house, pondered. Is it truly that tragic? I still feel that my experiences in Zhongzhou were quite remarkable. The branches of Huading brushed against his shoulder, affirming that indeed. Zhongzhou was in a far worse predicament. Uncle Ming sipped his lukewarm water and, noticing the curious gazes directed at him, queried, "Why is everyone looking at me?" After all, he was a resident of Zhongzhou, and it was only natural to wonder why its development had come to such a state. Once they had gathered their strength, the group resumed the construction of their houses. Aware that only a few more were needed to complete Huading, they resolved to work through the night. As night descends like a gentle cascade, several bonfires illuminate the surroundings. The construction site lies at the periphery of urbanity, where dark mists swirl and phantoms emerge in a menacing throng. They jostle at the edges of civilization, each yearning to penetrate deeper into the heart of the city and sink their fangs into its inhabitants. The thick black vapors surge incessantly, so dense that they obscure the verdant grass beneath, rendering the landscape devoid of any hint of greenery. The sheer multitude of specters astounds the residents of the tea house. Never have they witnessed such a congregation of phantoms beyond the city's threshold. Qin, in a daze, muses, have the spirits begun to proliferate in these past years? Uncle Ming inquires, isn't the number of these apparitions rather excessive? The will of the city also requires energy to fend off these entities. Will we manage to construct our homes tonight? Yun Chen cast a glance beyond the city's aura. This evening, the phantoms are considerably more numerous than usual. Yet they do not compare to the overwhelming tide of spirits he encountered during his initial visit to Huading. Nor do they rival the swarm that besieged the Little Broken City on that fateful day. The Little Broken City stands proudly amidst the encroaching tendrils of darkness. Indeed, it is the manifestation of an indomitable will of the city, having thrived within an endless sea of phantoms. These challenges are hardly formidable and demand little energy from the city. The residents of the tea house suddenly feel a pang of recklessness in their decision to venture here. Ignorance breeds no fear. Yet, an inexplicable sense of safety pervades Huading. With human assistance and Yun Chen's energy, new structures continuously rise from the ground. Both Yun Chen and the Little Broken City must also allocate a fraction of their focus towards the cavernous depths, just as they began erecting residential buildings. Yun Chen sensed the stirring presence of energy stones beneath, coinciding with their ambition to elevate the Little Broken City to the status of a medium-sized metropolis. Both Xiaopoqing and the others believe that the emergence of the underground cave is intended to thwart his ascension to a medium-sized city. As energy accumulates, Xiaopoqing draws ever closer to this status. The cave remains in constant tumult. Just as dawn breaks, the final building takes shape. A replica of the once thriving residential quarters where countless citizens once dwelled, now materializing upon the land of Huading. Huading officially attains the status of a medium-sized city. Before Yun Chen and his companions can revel in their joy, the ground suddenly quakes violently. Has the cave emerged? In his moment of anxiety, Yun Chen hears the calming voice of Huading. Before all of you, I am no specter. My vines were merely a tad unruly just now. His voice retains the youthful tone, yet it has shed the innocence of childhood, now imbued with a touch of maturity. The main vine, which remained beside the crowd, begins to shed its layers like a serpent, shedding one layer after another until it grows robust beyond belief, finally ceasing its expansion. Yun Chen is already accustomed to moving with the vines, while the others are experiencing it for the first time. They sit upon the vines and wonder, observing the scenery blur and retreat at a rapid pace, akin to riding in a speeding sports car, but far more likely to induce motion sickness. Upon reaching the stone house, aside from Uncle Ming and Yuqingxia, the others find their legs somewhat wobbly. The vines guide Yun Chen into the stone house. After transitioning to a medium-sized city, Huading is eager to share the changes with them. The city appears to soar to a height of 5 meters. Signs of blooming emerge at the tips of the flower buds, petals unfurling slightly, yet still shyly. Yun Chen feels a profound joy at the transformations that befall him. The vines grasp his small hand as they twirl in the vacant space beside the city. They cannot celebrate indoors for too long, as guests await outside. Yun Chen inquires, have you acquired the talent of the city? In the small, dilapidated city, a name has finally emerged. Yun Chen eagerly inquires what it is. The urban talent of Huading is known as wandering through the mist with a score of 58 and soaring at 17. What does this mean? They are at a loss. In this cultural desert, each person gazes blankly at the other, contemplating for a while, but unable to decipher the complete meaning. Thus, They set out to seek the assistance of the cultured individuals. Yu Chaojia exhibits a commendable sense of ownership. He moves tables and chairs, pours water, and serves the group at the tea house exceptionally well. While he is pouring water for Qin Haohao, he notices the young lady and the vine stepping out of the room. He hands the water bucket to Qin Haohao and asks, "What is the urban talent of Huiting?" Wandering through the mist. Upon hearing these four characters, no further explanation follows. The Yu siblings recall that when the tea houses will first manifested its urban talent, they were similarly given just 4 words: "The dragon rides the clouds." Merely from its name, they assumed it pertained to weather phenomena such as clouds and rain, only to discover later that it was a function for communication and its prohibition. Urban talent is not immediately usable. It requires the city's will to comprehend, familiarize, and ultimately master it for complete application. Seeing Yun Chen's expectant gaze, Yu Chaojia gestures dismissively, "Don't look at me. My literary knowledge extends only to the 4 great classical novels. My understanding lies solely in the architectural history of Eastern Jiuzhou and the tales behind them." Yun Chen and the small, dilapidated city are taken aback. Yu Chaojia, the most cultured individual they know, is unaware. In a moment of intense resentment, "I find myself amidst the chaos, with my family's fortune laid to waste. I wander aimlessly, the distance between water and mountains vast, originating from the rain on the parasol trees." The phrase "wandering aimlessly" suggests a life of uncertainty and transience. The speaker, Qin Haohai, is tall with a sun-kissed complexion. Noticing the gazes of those around her, her cheeks flush slightly, recalling her days of reading extracurricular books in middle school. Yun Chen sincerely expresses his gratitude, to which Qin Haohai repeatedly gestures dismissively, indicating it is unnecessary. Yun Chen and the small town ponder the nature of the city's potential, while Yu Chaojia engages in lively discussion with them. Yu Qingxia glances at the sky and interrupts, stating that the time spent assisting Huiting has passed swiftly. Since Huiting has now attained the status of a medium-sized city, and there are no further developments regarding the underground situation, it is best for them to return. The tea house's assistance was merely to facilitate Huiting's elevation to a medium-sized city. Yun Chen inquires how he might repay them. Yu Qingxia's gaze sharpens slightly, her gentleness momentarily fading, revealing a hint of shrewdness. "I require no material recompense, only a promise." A promise? Such an intangible concept, lacking concrete substance. Can it truly serve as a form of repayment? Yun Chen and the small town are taken aback. Yu Qingxia seems to perceive their thoughts and states, "The value of a promise lies in the integrity of the one who makes it. Your character is pure and unpretentious. I believe a single promise from you suffices to compensate for this assistance." Yun Chen questions, "What promise is required? If the tea house encounters difficulties, Huiting must come to its aid. Is this not a certainty? Does it warrant a promise?" Yun Chen was perplexed, yet she still made a promise. She believed that any city-s should offer assistance. As long as she and the small broken city could lend a hand, they would undoubtedly do so without hesitation. The small broken city had once stated that cities' wills must support one another. With this assurance, Yu Qingxia was pleased and prepared to lead the members of the tea house away. Yu Chaojia remarked, "I cannot bear to see only the 2 of them here." Akin to our situation back then. If someone were willing to extend a helping hand, my sister would not have to endure such hardships. After a brief silence, Yu Qingxia replied, "Huating is not like the tea house. Its developmental challenges stem from the absence of surviving humans here. Even if you were to lend your assistance, what difference would it make? Do you intend to summon everyone from the tea house to help?" Yu Chaojia's eyes darted around, and suddenly struck by inspiration. He pulled Yun Chen aside and inquired, "The other half of Huating has yet to be explored, right? That is, the other side of Huangxie River. I recall it being said that the city-s cannot sense that area." Yun Chen nodded, intending to mention her visit to the library on that side. But Yu Chaojia continued, "There are remaining regions. We cannot entirely guarantee that all the individuals from Huating have departed. Perhaps there are others as formidable as Sister Duwan." Yun Chen remarked, Sister Duwan's diary indicated that she might be the last surviving human in Huating. Contemplating Yu Chaojia's lack of coordination, Yun Chen and the small broken city exchanged glances, pondering, assistance or hindrance. Yu Qingxia evidently arrived at the same conclusion. Observing Yu Chaojia's unwavering determination, reminiscent of his earlier insistence to explore Huating, she found herself unable to dissuade him. "Well, it's just that the tea house has been rather uneventful lately, and there is no shortage of staff. I would like to stay here, but I am uneasy about being alone, so I will seek a few others to keep watch. Allow me to remain." Two voices spoke simultaneously. Uncle Meng and Qin Haohao exchanged surprised glances. Uncle Meng was the first to articulate his desire to stay, stating that if I truly am a resident of Zhongzhou City, I might possess knowledge regarding that particular matter, and I wish to inquire more from the young lady, hoping to restore my memories. The matter he referred to was the nameless incident. Yu Qingxia expressed her understanding, recognizing the significance of this issue, and then turned her gaze toward Qin Haohao. She spoke with a hint of shyness. Yu Qingxia playfully punched her shoulder, laughing softly. It's nothing. I simply didn't expect you to feel bashful, Haohao. Since Uncle Qin seems unwilling to stay, I will take good care of both Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin. Qin Haohao expressed her gratitude. Yun Chen and Xiao Pacheng observed this scene, scratching their heads, uncertain whether it was a good or bad development. It should be a good thing, right? Yu Qingxia, feeling a mixture of amusement and exasperation, recalled something before bidding farewell and asked Yun Chen, I've noticed that whenever I speak, I can't help but look at you. Why is that? Yun Chen, believing her demeanor was not overt, was surprised to find that Yu Qingxia had noticed. She informed Yu Qingxia that her voice was nearly identical to that of Yun Zhongshu, her mother. Her parents were close friends with Meng Ranlin. Yu Qingxia's expression shifted to one of realization. I remember when Uncle Meng was recovering. He mentioned that my voice sounded very familiar. Now it makes sense. The inhabitants of the tea house come and go in a flurry. Yu Chaojia remarked. Allow me to impart a new piece of knowledge. Do you know how to aptly describe my sister and those who volunteer to assist us? Yun Chen and Xiaopocheng gazed at him, eager to learn. Yu Chaojia continued. They are akin to living bodhisattvas in this apocalyptic world. With the addition of Qin Haohao and Uncle Meng, Yun Chen decided to construct 2 new rooms beside Yu Chaojia's dwelling using surplus materials. This location was not near the underground caverns, and the energy usage in the city remained consistent with previous conditions. Within the walls, apart from the chirping of birds, a profound tranquility enveloped the space. Yun Chen sat cross-legged at the edge of the city, her small head tilted slightly to the left, her left hand clenched into a fist, resting against her cheek. She mused, wandering aimlessly, drifting about. My path is uncertain. Her gaze fell upon the robust vines sprawling across the ground, and an idea sparked in her mind. Could it be that my earlier conjecture holds merit? Perhaps the vines could elevate the entire city and allow it to traverse freely. Huiting interjected, is that truly possible? He and Yun Chen simultaneously endeavored to envision such a scene. A landmass resembling an island moved across the ground, its underside concealed by an abundance of exposed vines, thick and numerous, forming a colossal green tray to support the island. The vines writhed like the legs of an insect, scurrying swiftly, propelling the island into motion, akin to a centipede burdened with stones. It was not only unappealing, it bordered on repulsive. Yun Chen, Huiting, I feel nauseous. Upon transforming into a modest city, the once insignificant town grew increasingly concerned about its image. It resolutely refused to accept that its urban talents could manifest in an unsightly manner. If that were the case, it would prefer to forego such talents altogether. Sensing the determination in Huiting's tone, Yunqing raised a hand to shield her eyes and remarked, it should not be this kind of movement. She, too, found it difficult to accept such a portrayal of urban talent. After a brief moment of contemplation, Huiting proposed, could it be akin to the teleportation skills of Zhongzhou, where I could also transport humans or objects to other locations? Yunqing suggested, let us try with something small. Branch lifted a stone and subsequently harnessed the city's energy. However, there was no response, and the stone fell to the ground. Yunqing sighed, realizing that it likely was not a teleportation ability. She glanced at the still-raised branch and said, what are you holding it up for? You may lower it now. In a state of alarm, Huiting exclaimed, I did not raise it. It is floating there on its own. Even when Huiting attempted to break the vine, it remained suspended in midair, motionless. This floating vine could be maneuvered by Huiting in various directions, yet it consistently maintained a certain distance from the ground. Yunqing was taken aback. She pressed down on the vine with all her might. The vine would not budge, as if it were fixed in the air by an invisible table beneath it. Together with the modest city, she exerted pressure on it. Suddenly, the vine they were pressing down on released. Yunqing leaned forward, but quickly steadied herself as the vine fell to the ground, as if nothing had occurred. Shall we try again? Yunqing inquired. Huiting once again harnessed the energy of the city. The vines on the ground floated once more in midair. After numerous experiments, Yun Chen and the small broken city confirmed that the city's energy could indeed elevate the vines, albeit solely for that purpose. when the vines were suspended in the air. The small broken city could manipulate their direction through the city's energy. As long as the energy was continuously supplied, the vines could maintain their aerial state. However, should the energy cease, the duration of their suspension would vary according to the size and weight of the vines. Most of the vines from the small broken city were concealed underground, their sheer number sprawling across a significant portion of the original Huading territory. The roots of the vines were deeply entrenched in the earth, merging seamlessly with the land, rendering them inseparable from this ground. Yun Chen crouched down and gazed up, locking eyes with the small broken city. Both, a person and a city, found themselves hesitating to contemplate the potentiality before them. Yun Chen tentatively inquired, "Are your thoughts aligned with mine?" Huading replied uncertainly, "I believe my ideas might be rather fanciful." Rising to her feet, Yun Chen, with the unspoken understanding between her and the small broken city, suspected they shared the same notion. She suggested, "Let us speak it aloud. Can you float in the air?" Upon uttering those words, both the person and the city shared a silly laugh. How could that be possible? It can't be. We must try. What if a blind cat stumbles upon a dead mouse? Perhaps the small broken city's talent truly manifests in this way. They decided to give it a shot. Huading was uncertain about how to specifically utilize the city's talent. Unlike the will of the tea house, he could not compel the city's dwellers to wield their innate abilities. He infused the energy of the city into the vines that penetrated the earth. Gravity no longer manifested upon the vines within the dwelling. They floated mid-air, as if suspended from invisible branches of trees. The ground trembled slightly. The quakes intensified, causing both the structures and trees upon the ground to shudder. Suddenly, Nianin let out a loud roar, while the old turtle withdrew its limbs and head into its shell. Yu Chaojia, Qin Hao Hao, and Uncle Meng, who had been resting inside, rushed out of the house. On the unstable ground, they looked up to see a flock of startled birds soaring rapidly across the blue sky, while faint echoes of panicked animals outside the walls reached their ears. As their gaze fell upon the courtyard, they were greeted by an extraordinarily marvelous sight. The vines, usually scattered at the corners of the ground, floated in midair, occasionally brushing against them before politely retreating, the tips of their branches slightly lifting as if to greet them before drifting away. It felt as if they had awakened in a parallel world where gravity had lost its hold. What on earth is happening? Yu Chaojia approached the stone door to knock, struggling to maintain his balance amidst the violent tremors. He was about to fall when Uncle Meng and Qin Hao Hao supported him from either side. One of their purposes for staying was to care for Yu Chaojia. Before they could knock, the ground ceased its quaking. Another wave of rapid descent washed over them. Yu Chaojia crouched in fear on the ground. The door swung open from within. Yun Chen stood at the threshold, her eyes brighter than usual. She exclaimed, "I know what the city's talent in Huading is." Yu Chaojia rose in astonishment and asked, "Could it be that this commotion is a result of your experimentation with the city's talent?" The commotion created resembles that of a significant earthquake. Could it be that the talent lies not in growth, but rather in demolition? Huading, is it true that Brother Yu's elongated tongue is merely for venting his frustrations? What? The city is levitating? The sudden exclamation from the youth caused Nianin's ears to twitch. He continued to repose with his eyes closed, yet if he sensed any disturbance, he would still cry out as a warning. The vines hovering in the courtyard, lacking the sustenance of urban energy, gradually descended to the ground, lush and verdant as ever. Uncle Meng and Qin Hao Hao were utterly perplexed, unfamiliar with the situation in Huading. They could only listen intently to the conversation between Yu Chaojia and Yun Chen, awaiting clarity before interjecting. Yun Chen nodded, acknowledging the incredibility of the matter. The small, dilapidated city showcased his ability to levitate the vines for all to witness. He elucidated that beneath the entirety of Huading, aside from the original area, his vines were intricately woven throughout. Upon applying urban energy to the subterranean vines, they could elevate the earth along with them. Qin Hao Hao appeared dazed. A city capable of levitation seemed a concept she had only encountered in animated series and cinematic masterpieces, those exceptional films shown by teachers in class. Uncle Meng appeared calm, seemingly receptive to any form of urban talent. Upon closer inspection, his pupils were unfocused, revealing his own astonishment. In contrast, the astonished Yu Chaojia was the first to accept the situation, inquiring, "So, the tremor we felt earlier was your attempt to make the city levitate?" The Tea House brothers often boast about their city's remarkable talent for establishing a communicative space with cities from all corners of the world. Regardless of the era, the significance of information remains paramount. That said, Yu Chaojia harbors a certain envy towards Huading's extraordinary abilities. The floating city, just imagining it evokes a sense of awe. It is indeed a city talent befitting Huading, strikingly fashionable. Yu Chaojia recalls the sensation of falling after the tremors ceased. Was it a success? Yun Chen and the vine standing beside her simultaneously shook their heads. The girl's gaze darkened slightly. Was it a deficiency in the city's energy? Huading remarked. The energy required for mere levitation is comparable to that expended in fending off apparitions. For me, it does not pose an issue. He couldn't shake the feeling that Huading had become rather languid in his speech since ascending to the status of a mid-tier city. While Huading's slow, leisurely tone was innocuous in ordinary conversation, it made her wish to hasten his words in times of urgency. A chill ran down Yu Chaojia's spine. The deeper forces lurking beneath? Who, aside from the apparitions, could it be? Uncle Ming and Qin Haohua, trusted allies of Yu Qingxia, were also privy to the secrets of the unknown. Yun Chen stated, "We suspect this may be linked to the earlier emergence of the underground cavities. We must investigate further. You may continue to rest." She was fully equipped, exuding an eagerness to explore the depths below at the first opportunity. Aside from Yu Chaojia, the other two were audacious, each armed with suitable exploration tools, while she, a mere scholar lacking any means of self-defense, stood at a disadvantage. Left alone at home, accompanied only by Yenin and the old tortoise, the antiquated Shikumen residence harbored a side door leading to the backyard. Yun Chen and her companions entered through this side entrance, approaching the mysterious pit. It was daytime, and the phantoms of Huading would be resting beneath the earth. Yun Chen stood at the edge of the pit, its depths beyond the reach of her flashlight. She cast down a burning stick, its crimson glow illuminating the descent as she timed its journey to the bottom. The pit seemed to deepen. Uncle Meng and Qin Haohao beheld the pit for the first time. Its shadowy depths evoked an instinctive trepidation within them, as they were unaware of the previous state of this abyss. The burning stick persisted in its glow, and Qin Haohao caught a glimpse of a dark wisp fleeting at the bottom, causing her heart to leap. Could that be a phantom? Yun Chen looked down, but saw nothing amiss. A wave of unease washed over her. It might be one of those phantoms capable of traversing the daylight. Crouching at the edge of the pit, Qin Haohao raised her flashlight, peering intently into the darkness. Uncle Meng cautioned her to be careful, then turned his gaze back to the pit, feeling a peculiar throbbing at his temples. A strange familiarity with the pit gnawed at him. Had he encountered this abyss before? Yun Chen recalled a crucial detail. The phantom's ability to operate in daylight seemed to hinge upon the presence of energy stones. The specters she had first encountered in the pit, as well as those that appeared when the pit initially manifested, were all consuming energy stones. It dawned upon her that she could sense energy stones. Yet, she remained uncertain about how to perceive other energy stones. Why had she suddenly sensed the presence of energy stones beneath the ground during the construction of the house? Ah, yes. Yun Chen's hand brushed against the necklace nestled within her collar, for that day she held the energy stone of Xiaofengyan, which allowed her to sense the presence of other energy stones. The moment her fingertips grazed the setting of the energy stone ring, she became acutely aware of its essence. Grasping Xia Fengyan's energy stone tightly, her perception intensified. The energy stones, varying in size, emitted differing strengths of aura. Beneath Huading, there existed a vast array of energy crystal clusters. She faintly sensed a barrier that sought to obstruct her connection to the energy stones, as if they resided in an alternate realm. Channeling a modicum of energy through her fingertips, she unleashed more power from the stone embedded in the ring, causing that barrier to vanish entirely. In an instant, Yun Chen's complexion turned as pale as parchment, overwhelmed by the shocking vision she perceived, which stirred a profound fear and apprehension from deep within her being. Huading, ever vigilant, inquired immediately, "Yun, what is it?" The soft tendrils brushed against her face, their cool touch offering a semblance of warmth, dispelling the chill that enveloped her. As Yun Chen raised her hand, she realized her forehead was slick with cold sweat. She prepared to speak, but found her throat parched and hoarse from sheer tension. She uttered, "There are many phantoms underground." Huading, puzzled, noted that the underworld was inherently filled with spirits. They were already aware of this, and Yun Chen should not be so frightened by it. He had sensed something amiss when she had clutched the necklace as if furtively engaging in something. What revelation had Yun Chen stumbled upon? She was at a loss on how to convey her findings to others. The energy stones, after all, remained mere stones. They did not move of their own accord. Yet, Yun Chen beheld a multitude of energy stones stirring beneath the earth, their auras densely intertwined. They surged like a tide toward a singular destination. In her mind, she constructed vivid imagery. The city of Huading resembled a land supported by countless vines. Beneath these vines lay an abyss of infinite darkness. Within this darkness floated a platform, connecting to numerous pathways leading to unknown realms, the very platform that Yun Chen had previously traversed. From the depths of the shadowy platform, spirits imbued with energy stones incessantly climbed upward, crowding the platform and stacking upon one another, striving to reach one of the vines. An increasing number of spirits gravitated toward this location, joining the throng of spirits in their precarious ascent. More and more claws of the spirits approached the vines, and those at the heights clung tightly to the unsuspecting vines. They pulled with all their might, yet their efforts yielded little result. They mechanically repeated their actions, oblivious to the passage of time, hoping that one day they might drag the entire expanse of land into the darkness below the platform. Their desire was to see Huading perish. Why? Yu Chaojia frowned. My sister just left this morning, and now you want us to go too. Uncle Meng, did you and Hao Hao encounter a multitude of dangerous spirits when you inspected the cave? Uncle Meng and Qin Hao Hao denied it, equally puzzled. They had found nothing unusual at the cave. Why did Yun Chen and Huading wish for them to depart upon their return? Huading had already learned from Yun Chen about the subterranean conditions she sensed. If she were to disclose this information to the three of them, how would she explain how she sensed the underground? Should she candidly reveal that she possessed a lineage intertwined with energy stones? As Yun Chen sought a suitable excuse, Huating seized upon the thread of Yu Chaojia's words. He spoke of his discoveries in the depths, recounting how throngs of malevolent spirits sought to drag him underground. It is perilous for you to remain here. Yun Chen urges you to depart for your own safety. The scene described by Huating was enough to send a chill down the spines of Yu Chaojia, Uncle Meng, and Qin Hao Hao. The tumultuous desires and rational thoughts clashed violently in their minds, clamoring for immediate escape. Emotionally, Yu Chaojia inquired, "What can you two accomplish after we leave?" Huating replied gently, "Given the current circumstances, your presence here renders you powerless. No one has ever encountered such a situation. The tea house has never heard of so many spirits lurking beneath the will of the city, nor of spirits attempting to thwart the city's innate powers." The sheer number of spirits Huating described made it clear that even if the entire tea house rallied to assist, it would merely lead to their demise. There was no inclination among them to sacrifice themselves as heroes. Their willingness to aid Huating depended entirely on their own survival. After several attempts to persuade Yun Chen, they witnessed her unwavering resolve to face death alongside Huating, prompting Yu Chaojia to contact the tea house. When Yu Qingxiao reappeared, she was already aware of Huating's plight through their communication. Huating, a city beset by misfortune. Yu Chaojia took the passenger seat, and through the car window, Yun Chen and Huating's entwined vines stood resolute, bidding them farewell. The young girl appeared composed, with the vines ever present by her side, standing there in solitude. It was reminiscent of the time when he and his sister first became denizens of the city. All the surviving humans pressed them, using the pretense of leaving as leverage, compelling the siblings to heed their commands. They stood at the edge of the tea house city, observing as supplies were systematically carted away. The siblings lived in constant trepidation, meticulously calculating each step, engaging in endless negotiations with other humans, feigning compliance, and seeking trustworthy companions to gradually strengthen their team, ultimately transforming the tea house into its current state. Before her, the girl faced the tempestuous danger with an unwavering back, reminiscent of her sister's defiance against overwhelming pressure, refusing to yield. As the vehicle roared to life, Yu Chaojia suddenly remarked, "Sister, I wish to lend her that item. It might ensure her survival." Yu Qingxia gazed at him quietly for a moment, lifted her hand from the steering wheel, tousled his hair thoroughly, and said, "Go ahead." Halfway there, Yu Chaojia's voice resonated from behind. "Wait, Yun Chen, I have something for you. If it weren't for the timely support of the vines." Yu Chaojia would have stumbled again, despite the mere 100 meters separating them. He expressed his gratitude to Huading and hurried towards the perplexed Yun Chen, bending down to whisper beside her and the vines, "Both of you are my students. You cannot be vanquished by phantoms so easily. I shall lend you a treasure, and you must return it to me once this matter is resolved." "What?" In Yun Chen's palm lay an object, while beside her, Yu Chaojia elaborated on its significance. Both she and the small broken city were increasingly astonished, pondering why Yu Qingxia would permit Yu Chaojia to wander outside alone. After finishing her explanation, Yu Chaojia playfully stepped back, reminding him to take care and ensure its return. He re-entered the vehicle, which then sped away, leaving a trail of exhaust and swirling dust in its wake. Yun Chen opened her hand, revealing an unremarkable gray stone resting within. It resembled an ordinary pebble picked up from the roadside, one that would easily escape anyone's notice. Its irregular edges were akin to a fragment dislodged from a three-dimensional puzzle, quietly resting in her grasp. The words Yu Chao Jia had just conveyed echoed in her mind. Yun Chen, carrying this stone will render you imperceptible to the malevolent spirits. Hua Ting, I sincerely apologize for my inability to assist you. May you swiftly navigate through this adversity. Hua Ting found himself unable to utilize the city's innate ability to levitate. As he attempted to ascend, he felt a powerful force tugging him downwards, inexorably linked to the specters that were grappling with his vines below. Although the energy consumed during his levitation was minimal, the energy expended to maintain his movement was considerable. If the spirits below exerted force, it would accelerate the depletion of his energy reserves, hindering his upward mobility. Yun Chen inquired, "What if we add my energy to the mix?" The small broken city replenished its energy, reaching its current zenith, and with her augmentation, could it counteract the pull of the spirits, allowing him to break free from their grasp? Hua Ting remained uncertain. Yun Chen lowered her gaze. It was becoming increasingly difficult. Her fingers brushed against the necklace adorning her chest, alongside the energy stone bestowed by Xiaofeng Yin. Unless absolutely necessary, she wished to refrain from invoking her mother's relics. The circumstances had changed. Huiding was in peril. It was imperative that Huiding not be dragged underground. That small, dilapidated city had become her family, and she would never forsake it. Furthermore, at the watchtower, there lingered the presence of the specters, which relied on energy stones for their movement. Surely, there would be moments throughout the day when their numbers waned. Yun Chen grasped the necklace, attuning herself once more to the subterranean conditions. This time, she cast aside her trepidation and scrutinized her surroundings with meticulous attention. The energy being expended by the moving energy stones diminished rapidly as their vitality neared depletion. The specters accompanying them would await the fall of new, tainted energy stones. Pure energy stones were not immediately usable. They required contamination by the essence of specters before they could serve their purpose. When the energy stones suffered pollution, Yun Chen felt as though she could hear their anguished cries. Each tainted energy stone, coming closer, emanated a despairing longing for death, a burden nearly unbearable. She released the necklace, gasping for breath, as branches gently caressed her back. Gradually regaining her composure, Yun Chen spoke with a calm resolve. They exhibit intervals of movement, yet it is still daytime. We must observe the evening's developments. Seizing this moment, she allowed herself a brief respite. In the courtyard, Nian and Lei nestled within its doghouse, occasionally emitting soft whimpers, sensing the stifling atmosphere surrounding them. Just days prior, their masters had been joyous. Why had laughter vanished from their home? In the small mind of the dog, the complexities of the world elude comprehension. It merely understands that it must not trouble its master. It gently lowers its head once more, the reflections of the setting sun glimmering in its eyes. Night descends upon the earth once again. Yun Chen awakens, taking advantage of the time while the branches of the little broken city groom her hair to sense the conditions beneath. The number of spirits remains substantial, yet significantly fewer than during the day. Yun Chen observes a crucial detail. The spirits are compelled to emerge from the ground at night to hunt, a rule governing their actions. To defy this regulation incurs a price, should they wish to remain awake during the day when they ought to be asleep. They are required to expend energy stones. Conversely, if they desire to stay underground at night, the transgression is far greater, necessitating the use of even more energy stones. This deduction arises from Yun Chen's sensing of the energy stone consumption. Huiding inquires about the situation. He attempts to penetrate the underground platform, which completely severs his vine's perception abilities. Yun Chen explains that beneath his vines lies another realm. All he perceives is soil, rock, and the flow of underground water. A smile graces Yun Chen's face as she embraces her vines, finding the reality far more favorable than her direst imaginings. The branches affectionately brush against her cheek. A single day's observation proves insufficient. The little broken city and her own energy have yet to replenish to their fullest potential. Thus, Yun Chen resolves to continue her observations for 2 more days. As she suspected, the energy stones consumed by the spirits during their daytime wakefulness are fewer, whereas their energy expenditure for remaining underground at night is considerably greater. Their actions appeared to be guided by a simple directive: compelling them to exert every effort to drag Huading into the depths below. Observing the situation along the Huangxia River's dividing boundary, it became evident that their side was indeed succumbing to a downward descent. The efforts of the phantoms were not in vain. As the circumstances grew increasingly dire, Yun Chen and the small broken city remained remarkably composed, continuing to thrive unaffected by the crisis. They gradually accumulated energy until the reserves within them reached their zenith. A new night unfolded. The maiden stood beside the city, for the first time removing the ring from her necklace. She adorned her finger with the ring, its profoundly deep red hue flowing with a subtle glow upon her thumb, surpassing all energy stones. The energy contained within the ring could only be wielded by Yun Chen. Even the will of the city was unable to absorb it. Initially, Yun Chen intended to lend the ring to the small broken city, believing his own energy insufficient. However, after attempting to harness the ring's power, the small broken city discovered it could not access any of the energy directly, it could only absorb it through her, converting it for his use. Once the ring was secured on her finger, Yun Chen summoned his internal energy, sensing the conditions underground. The phantoms emerged in waves, laboring diligently beneath the surface like ants. As the object of their toil, Huading found their presence quite irksome. Yun Chen declared, "Now is the moment." Huading had summoned the city's energy, enveloping all underground vines to render them buoyant. As Yun Chen's words fell, he propelled the city upwards. The phantoms formed chains to ensnare the vines, which snapped rapidly one by one. Countless phantoms plummeted from above, either tumbling onto the platform or plunging into the darkness beside it. Or perhaps the claws embedded in the wall, ascending with remarkable swiftness, sought once more to grasp the tendrils. A number of exceedingly robust chains, led by a specter, firmly restrained the vines, while other apparitions lent their assistance. The two sides were ensnared in a protracted tug-of-war. The vibrant energy of Huading City was swiftly dissipating. Although the majority of the chains composed of specters had already fractured, only a few stubborn links remained, yet they appeared to be the principal force pulling Huading in their direction. The city ascended, and the creatures within this area sought refuge. Sensing the cataclysmic upheaval, Yun Chen, filled with anxiety, stood at the city's edge, merely a spectator in the struggle between Huading and the specters.